Chapter 1. Acquiring the System. At the Tiandao Academy, today marked the day for young warriors to collect their cultivation resources, and excitement buzzed among them. After queuing for an entire day, a young lad suddenly stood frozen, causing a wave of discontent among those behind him. "Lin, here is your elixir. Quickly put it away," an elder said impatiently. Lin, lost in a daze, finally regained his senses. "Why is there only one elixir?" Lin inquired. "With your talent, do you expect to receive 3 elixirs?" The elder scoffed. Anticipating that Lin would erupt in anger, the elder was taken aback when Lin simply turned to leave. Lin had grown indifferent to such meager resources moments earlier. A voice echoed in his mind, ding. 10,000 times cultivation system detected. Binding in progress. Please wait. Upon hearing this voice, Lin was overwhelmed with excitement, which explained his momentary stupor while collecting the elixir. "Lin, your talent is far too low. They are unwilling to grant you more cultivation resources. Do not lose heart. If you remain modest, you can still lead a decent life," a girl approached him and said, gazing up at him. Lin, handsome and tall, was indeed one of the finest at the Tiandao Academy, yet his mediocre talent doomed him to a future devoid of prospects. "I understand," he replied. The girl shook her head. Lin's striking appearance was of no use when paired with an ordinary talent, which foretold a bleak future. Eagerly, Lin returned to his humble abode, a dilapidated house adjacent to the academy. Having once lived on Earth, he understood well what it meant to acquire system. This was the beginning of his extraordinary journey. Lin commenced gathering vital energy for cultivation, something he had never been able to perceive before, yet now he could feel the energy gently flowing towards him. Ding! The master breathes in vital energy, gaining experience at a rate of 1 by 10 times. Ding! The master gathers vital energy, gaining experience at a rate of 1 by 100 times. Could even breathing enhance his strength? Lin's eyes widened, though he slowed his breathing significantly. A voice echoed in his mind, and Lin was momentarily stunned, feeling a substantial transformation within his body. Ding! The master breaks through, advancing to the first level of martial master. Lin stood frozen, astonished that the coveted realm of cultivation had been so effortlessly attained, without any exertion on his part. "Indeed, my cultivation effects multiplied 100-fold? Lin exclaimed in disbelief. If such a speed of advancement were to continue, he would surely defy the heavens. He quickly closed his eyes, contemplating the world of the 9-dragon continent, where the strong preyed upon the weak, and the powerful looked down upon all. The weak were as insignificant as ants, their demise inconsequential. Lin's family had suffered greatly. His mother had passed away early, and his father had gone missing the previous year, leaving behind only a desolate jade pendant, rumored to be a treasure from a prominent family. If he could unlock the desolate jade pendant and obtain the martial skills and elixirs within, even the most unremarkable talent could reverse their fate, soaring to greatness with ease. However, the method to unlock the pendant remained a mystery. Lin had spent a year researching it to no avail, only to have it snatched away by his cousin. It was indeed foolish of Lin to have revealed the pendant's significance to his cousin, who had subsequently injured him and fled with the treasure. "Cousin, how could you betray my trust? One day, I shall exact my revenge," Lin vowed vehemently. His immediate priority was to rapidly enhance his cultivation and establish himself at the Tiandao Academy. He had long been looked down upon, and he would ensure that those who belittled him would regret their actions. The 9-dragon continent's cultivation levels were divided into 7 realms: Martial Master, Martial Sovereign, Martial Venerable, Martial Spirit, Martial Emperor, Martial God, and Martial Emperor, each consisting of 9 levels. A breakthrough in cultivation signified a 10-fold increase in strength, and Lin could feel a distinct change in the muscles of his arms. Gathering vital energy was a lengthy endeavor, yet in just a few minutes, Lin had already reached the first level of Martial Master. Even a prodigy would typically require 2 months to ascend from an ordinary warrior to the first level of Martial Master. With the system multiplying his experience 100-fold, Lin could only imagine how terrifying it would be if it were to escalate to 1,000 or 10,000 times in the future. Cousin, you surely did not expect me to come seeking you, did you? Just you wait, Lin Yu thought to himself, focusing intently. Ding! The master gathers vital energy, gaining experience at a rate of 1 by 100 times. Ding! The master gathers vital energy, gaining experience at a rate of 1 by 100 times. This process of gathering vital energy was remarkably effortless for him, requiring minimal exertion. Ding! The master breaks through, advancing to the second level of martial master. Ding! The master breaks through, advancing to the third level of martial master. Ding! The master breaks through, advancing to the fourth level of martial master. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu had been cultivating for several hours, almost reaching a state of oblivion. Ding! System notification. The multiple experience rewards are random. It starts at 100-fold and can eventually reach 10,000-fold. Suddenly, the small door of his dilapidated house was smashed open, and Lin Yu sensed an approaching presence, seeing imposing figure. "Hey kid, I heard you collected elixirs today. Those are cultivation resources. Hand them over if you know what's good for you," a gruff voice boomed. Lin Yu opened his eyes to see a burly man named Lin Cheng, who frequently bullied him and often robbed weaker individuals of their elixirs. With a cultivation level of the second level of martial master, Lin Cheng was already arrogant and dismissive. "You worthless brat, you dare to cultivate without the aid of elixirs? What a fool you are," he sneered. "Oh really? Give me all your cultivation resources, or I will send you to your demise." "Ha ha ha." Lin Cheng's expression darkened. How dare this waste laugh in his face? "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your ignorance. Hand over your elixirs, and I might just spare your life." "What?" Lin Cheng bellowed. "You must be tired of living. Do you not see what realm you are in? A wretch like you dares to speak to me in such a manner? Lin Yu, if you wish to seek death, I shall gladly fulfill that for you." Lin Cheng roared, exuding a menacing aura befitting a second-level martial master. Lin Yu opened his eyes. He had yet to test his strength and was uncertain of the aura he could emit. Just as he contemplated taking action, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! The master stares at the enemy observation ability has reached the minor achievement stage." "Ding! The master stares at the enemy observation ability has reached the major achievement stage." "Ding! The master stares at the enemy observation ability has reached the perfected stage." "Ding! The master achieves perfected observation ability, advancing to the yellow grade lower tier of the insight observation technique." Such a function existed? Lin Yu was astounded. This 10,000-fold cultivation system was truly extraordinary. Chapter 2. Killing Intent. Lin Yu shook his head, marveling at how merely observing someone had granted him such abilities. Techniques involving sight were exceedingly rare. Even reaching the minor achievement stage typically took years of dedication. Now, Lin Yu had once again tasted the sweetness of success, directly acquiring a yellow grade technique. "Kid, have you been scared, silly?" Lin Cheng taunted, grinning as he swung a powerful fist towards Lin Yu. The stronger a martial artist's cultivation, the greater their physical strength. That punch, accompanied by a fierce wind, rushed towards Lin Yu. Yet to him, it seemed to move at a snail's pace, almost laughable. "Too slow," Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. "What? He actually dodged?" Lin Cheng exclaimed in shock. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, Lin Cheng couldn't believe that Lin Yu, a mere martial master, had evaded his attack. Determined to regain his pride, he launched another punch, this one even more powerful and intent on causing harm. Once again, Lin Yu effortlessly dodged, now capable of predicting Lin Cheng's movements thanks to his newly acquired insight observation technique. Still missed. "Lin Cheng, you truly are a waste," Lin Yu taunted mockingly. "Third time's the charm. How are you doing this, you little brat?" Lin Cheng began to sense something was amiss, unable to rationalize Lin Yu's unusual behavior today. Just as Lin Yu was about to counterattack, he heard the system's notification once more. "Ding! The master observed the enemy's fist technique. The technique has reached the minor achievement stage." "Ding! The master observed the enemy's fist technique. The technique has reached the major achievement stage." "Ding! The master observed the enemy's fist technique. The technique has reached the perfected stage." "Ding! The master's fist technique reaches the perfected stage, upgrading to the yellow-grade lower-tier martial skill, Whirlwind Fist. Lin Yu threw a punch, and a powerful gust of wind surged forth, creating a deafening sound. Li Mingshan took the full force of the blow, hurtling backward and crashing into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Poof! Li Mingshan felt as if his entire being had shattered. He stared at Lin Yu in disbelief, his face a mask of shock, unable to articulate the turmoil within. I never imagined in my wildest dreams that I would be so brutally beaten by Lin Yu, especially considering that Lin Yu possesses the poorest talent. As Lin Yu approached slowly, Li Mingshan's heart sank with foreboding. Standing up was already a daunting challenge for him, and Lin Yu's eyes emanated a chilling aura. Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Do you really think you can kill me in your current state? Li Mingshan hastily knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Lin Yu, it's all my fault. I should never have treated you that way in the past. I beg you, spare me. Spare you? Huh. In your current state, even if I refrained from striking you, you would still end up coughing up blood and dying, Lin Yu replied with a smirk. Li Mingwen, evidently still clinging to the hope of resistance, soon collapsed to the ground, motionless. The power of this martial technique was undeniably formidable. Lin Yu had not intended to kill him so swiftly, but he deemed it inconsequential. Ding! You have acquired proficiency in the yellow-tier lower-level martial technique, Whirlwind Fist, achieving a minor accomplishment with a 1/100 multiplier. Lin Yu chuckled, realizing that his martial skills could also grow at an accelerated pace. Casting Li Mingshan aside, Lin Yu was unwilling to have a corpse in his dwelling. During the process of disposal, Li Mingshan's pouch of coins fell to the ground. I never anticipated that Li Mingshan was so wealthy. This bag of coins is quite hefty, Lin Yu remarked as he tossed the pouch in his hand. Before long, Lin Yu returned to his abode and picked up a pill from the table to examine it. Previously, Lin Yu had been reluctant to consume such pills, as they were resources for low-level martial practitioners, known as vitality pills, which could significantly aid a martial artist in accelerating their cultivation speed. He would undoubtedly acquire more pills in the future. Lin Yu consumed the vitality pill, but to his surprise, before he could even begin cultivating, the system's notification chimed. Ding! The master has consumed a vitality pill, earning experience points at a 1/100 multiplier. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ding! The master's cultivation level has reached the 5th level of martial master. Wow, this is simply unbelievable. This system continuously doubles my achievements, regardless of my actions, Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. The significant enhancement of his abilities brought Lin Yu immense joy. His cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate without any adverse effects. Typically, an overly rapid advancement in cultivation could lead to negative consequences, yet Lin Yu experienced none of this, alleviating any concerns he might have had. The following day, Lin Yu stepped out of his dwelling, having contemplated throughout the night. It was not yet the time to seek vengeance against his cousin. His cousin was backed by a prominent family, and with Lin Yu's current cultivation level as a martial master, he feared it would be insufficient for revenge. Thus, he resolved to remain patient. The Tiandao Academy boasted a sacred cultivation site known as the Tiandao Back Mountain, a location abundant in vital energy, where martial artists refined their skills by absorbing this energy. Naturally, areas rich in vital energy became coveted by various sects. However, entry to this place required specific qualifications. One must become an alchemist to gain access, for in the Jiolong continent, alchemists hold a status above that of martial artists. The elevated status of alchemists stems from their rarity. One must meet stringent conditions to attain this title. The strength of an alchemist directly influences the potential and future of a sect, prompting nearly all martial artists to strive earnestly to become alchemists. For alchemists, the Tiandao Back Mountain serves as a reward. Ordinary martial artists rarely possess the qualifications for entry. Becoming an alchemist is the swiftest means to accumulate wealth and resources. Otherwise, like Lin Yu, who currently has nothing, the only way to access the Tiandao Back Mountain is to become an alchemist. With a plan in mind, Lin Yu proceeded to the Alchemist Pavilion of the Tiandao Academy. The Alchemist Pavilion was perpetually bustling, as martial artists devoted their monthly gold earnings to procure precious alchemical resources. Although lower-level martial artists could claim alchemical resources upon entering the Tiandao Academy, the quantity was woefully insufficient to meet their needs. Lin Yu had to exert considerable effort to squeeze his way, and had it not been for his elevated cultivation that allowed him to push others aside, gaining entry would have been nearly impossible. The attendants of the Alchemist Pavilion were utterly overwhelmed due to the sheer volume of guests. It took an hour or two just to queue, and Lin Yu shook his head, realizing just how precious these alchemical resources were. No wonder alchemists held such an important status. It was all quite justified. "May I ask what you desire?" "Please be quick, there are many people waiting behind you," an attendant asked impatiently. "I seek a first-grade alchemical pill." "How many?" The attendant responded dismissively. "I would like a full vial." "What audacity! No one has ever dared to make such a request. With your current status, do you truly believe you can obtain an entire vial?" Chapter 3. Alchemy. Lin Yu threw down a pouch of coins, causing the attendant's eyes to widen in astonishment. No problem. A vial of first-grade vitality pills, right? They'll prepare that for you right away." Instantly, the crowd turned to look back. Wow, how extravagant. He can actually afford a vial of pills. When will I ever be so wealthy? Several bystanders remarked enviously. Lin Yu glanced at the pills within the vial. Shaking his head in dismay, it was evident that these first-grade pills possessed subpar effects and would not yield significant benefits. "I wonder if there are any further instructions from the young master. May I have the privilege of viewing the alchemy chamber?" "What?" The attendant was taken aback, as it was the first time a martial artist had made such a request. "It is not permissible, young master. You are not an alchemist and lack the qualifications. Moreover, even if you were to enter, it would serve no purpose. I advise you to refrain from entering." Lin Yu continued to lift the bag of money, which still contained half its contents. "I merely intend to take a look inside." The attendant hesitated for a moment, contemplating that there was nothing inappropriate about it. After all, spending such a substantial sum just to take a glance seemed harmless. "Very well, young master, please follow me." It was the first time encountering an eccentric like Lin Yu, and even if he were to enter the alchemy chamber for a brief inspection, it would pose no significant consequence. "You may not be aware, young master, but our esteemed alchemy chamber is primarily overseen by Master Yi Ming, a figure of considerable renown. I must advise you to remain silent while you are inside." Lin Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging his understanding. He decided to personally visit the alchemy room, as it might prove to be of significant assistance. A faint smile graced his lips. As he traversed a corridor, he caught a distant whiff of the fragrant medicinal elixirs, an aroma that was exceedingly delightful and invigorating. Lin Yu glanced around, noticing the restless murmurs of the crowd. "Look, the illustrious Li Xuena from the Li family has arrived. Who would have thought we would be so fortunate today?" It was widely known that Li Xuena not only possessed exceptional cultivation, but also remarkable talent in alchemy. Rumor had it that she was on the verge of being accepted as a disciple by the esteemed Master Yi Ming. Truly impressive. Just last month, Li Xuena officially attained the rank of a first-grade alchemist, and her cultivation had reached the 6th level of the martial master realm, making her the object of admiration for countless individuals. Lin Yu originally had little impression of Li Xuena, but the incessant chatter of passers-by naturally made him remember her. The Li family is considered one of the 3 prominent families in this ancient city. Although Li Xuena is a woman, her capabilities are not inferior to those of men. In fact, many cannot compare, and she may very well become the future matriarch of the Li family. Others seem to be here primarily to discuss women. But Lin Yu's purpose is quite clear. He has come to observe the art of alchemy. If his assumptions are correct, the alchemy chamber primarily hosts apprentice alchemists, who are assessed by master alchemists, and those displaying talent are nurtured with particular care. The modest alchemy chamber, though not extensive, accommodates over 60 individuals. It serves not only as a venue for alchemists to concoct potions, but also as a classroom for instructors to impart knowledge. Lin Yu's intention for being here is to attend the lectures. Many individuals are engaged in hushed conversations, oblivious to the proceedings. How thrilling. We can only see Master Ming once a month. Wow, Li Xuena is absolutely stunning. Lin Yu was distinctly different from the others. He patiently awaited the arrival of the alchemy teacher, uncertain of when they might appear. "Li Xuena, your talent for alchemy astounds me. With a bit more effort, you will surely surpass me in the future." "Master, you flatter me. I believe my efforts are still insufficient." Li Xuena emerged, undeniably a stunning girl, possessing an enchanting beauty that captivated everyone. prompting further commotion among the group. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Your future is undoubtedly bright, and perhaps our ancient city will produce a great alchemist. Yiming gazed at Li Xuanna with eager anticipation. All right, I shall begin my lecture now. Master. I will simply observe from the sidelines, Yiming nodded. The crowd's attention shifted as Li Xuanna moved. Initially, ample seating remained in the front row, but after a moment's hesitation, she chose to walk to the back. Li Xuanna settled beside Lin Yu, and in an instant, numerous envious glances were cast their way. Lin Yu remained unfazed, not even sparing a glance at the woman beside him. Why does Li Xuanna choose to sit at the back instead of the front? That man is so pretentious, pretending not to notice the goddess beside him. He must be overjoyed within. Who is that guy? And by what right does he sit next to the goddess? It's utterly unfair. Lin Yu remained remarkably composed, fully aware that many were disparaging him. Yet he did not desire Li Xuanna's company beside him. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was unfazed. Now, I shall commence the lecture. You must remember, I will only speak once. Master Yiming proclaimed with an air of authority, causing an immediate tension to envelop the room. The path of martial cultivation diverges significantly from that of alchemy. While martial skills may be enhanced through diligent practice, alchemical prowess is often contingent upon innate talent, rendering it exceedingly challenging to achieve mastery without it. I will only cover the fundamentals of alchemy once. Master Yiming's voice resonated with a formidable gravitas, instilling a palpable sense of fear. As the sole third-grade alchemist in the ancient city, he commanded respect from the prominent families, and none dared to show him any disrespect. Those gathered for the lecture were primarily scions of influential families, aspiring alchemists in training. You are all interns, however. Should you fail the assessment and remain unable to become true alchemists, you will find it impossible to concoct elixirs in the future. There was no doubt that an alchemist must adeptly control the alchemical furnace. Poor management of its flames could lead to devastating consequences, ranging from personal injury to the annihilation of entire cities. Thus, one must either refrain from becoming an alchemist or strive to achieve extraordinary prowess therein. Mastery over the flames is the most stringent requirement for an alchemist, Master Yiming expounded eloquently. The audience held their breath, captivated by the lecture, however. The sheer volume of information made it difficult for most to retain much, despite many diligently taking notes. Lin Yu harbored a keen interest in the profession of alchemy. Accumulating wealth swiftly was essential, and becoming an alchemist was imperative. Furthermore, the status of an alchemist was unique, as nearly every significant sect or city possessed dedicated facilities for their specialized cultivation. This undoubtedly represented a privileged position, and Lin Yu squinted attentively, absorbing Master Yiming's words. Li Xuanna also noted Lin Yu's demeanor. While everyone else was engrossed in note-taking, he appeared entirely unperturbed. Did he believe himself superior to the rest? A slight smile crept across her face, as she deemed it unwise to engage with someone like Lin Yu. Individuals with such a nonchalant attitude rarely achieve success. And his air of self-importance was rather irksome. Ding. The master listened to Master Yiming's lecture for 5 minutes, gaining one by 100 times the experience in alchemy. Ding. The master became a first-grade alchemist. Chapter 4. Where are you going? Lin Yu smiled faintly, for his suspicions had proven correct. Upon entering the classroom, he had indeed become an alchemist. At the moment he attained this title, Lin Yu felt as though he had been elevated to a higher realm. He couldn't help but smile again. Not only was he now a second-tier alchemist, but the prospect of attaining the third tier seemed well within reach. A surge of excitement coursed through him as an abundance of knowledge regarding elixirs flooded his mind. Ding. The master has attended Master Yiming's lecture. Gaining alchemical experience multiplied by 100. Ding. The master has attended Master Yiming's lecture, gaining alchemical experience multiplied by 100. Ding. Congratulations to the master on becoming a second-tier alchemist. Alas, Master Yiming spoke with such rapidity that Lin Yu found himself struggling to keep up. Hadn't he just mentioned that green herbs should never be combined with purple herbs during the refining process? Regrettably, he had failed to retain that crucial piece of information. It was exceedingly challenging. Not only did the quantity of the materials require meticulous attention, but any miscalculation could render the elixirs ineffective. Without sufficient intelligence, it would be impossible to remember the myriad of requirements for refining various elixirs. Lin Yu cast a fleeting glance at Li Xuanna. Though she was hailed as a prodigy, having achieved the rank of a first-grade alchemist at merely 16, she paled in comparison to him. Lin Yu had already ascended to the status of a second-grade alchemist. Remarkably, he had only spent 20 minutes attending the lecture, yet he had surpassed Li Xuanna. Having concluded this lesson, Master Yiming stated with gravity, The elder of the Li family has requested that I personally demonstrate the art of alchemy. The audience gasped in awe at the prospect of witnessing Master Yiming's alchemical prowess. They whispered among themselves, their excitement palpable, yet quickly silenced in reverence. Raising his hand, Master Yiming summoned a small alchemical furnace to levitate before him. Mastery over the furnace's flames was essential. It transcended the mere measurement of time. The precision in controlling the flames would directly influence the quality of the elixir produced. Failure to manage the furnace's fire would inevitably lead to disastrous results. As the art demanded a high degree of skill, with a serious demeanor, Master Yiming conveyed his instructions succinctly, leaving many in a state of anxious anticipation. Observe closely. Place the medicinal herbs into the furnace and channel your vital energy to manipulate the flames. Those who have mastered fire techniques may also employ them in alchemy. In essence, the process of concocting an elixir consists of 3 pivotal steps: merging the herbs, refining them with fire, and shaping the final product. As he spoke, he deftly maneuvered the furnace with practiced ease. I am currently producing a standard elixir, the recovery pill, which can swiftly mend injuries. The flames within the furnace danced vigorously, igniting the spectators' eager gazes. For them, the recovery pill was a luxury. In battles between warriors, possessing such an elixir would undoubtedly provide a significant advantage. With a twist of his hand, Master Yiming commanded the furnace to erupt with a resounding boom, causing the flames to subside instantly. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixated on the furnace, where 10 gleaming elixirs materialized. Shock and yearning filled the hearts of many, despite being a mere standard elixir. The recovery pill was still a source of envy and desire. Lin Yu maintained his calm demeanor, while Li Xuanna pondered whether this individual was overly disdainful. He was unlike anyone else. One should harbor a sense of reverence towards an alchemist. However, Lin Yu's contemptuous attitude was undeniably irksome, prompting Li Xuanna to contemplate teaching him a lesson. After hearing his words, Li Xuanna couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He truly was a self-righteous individual, audacious enough to claim it was simple. Did he possess the capability to concoct elixirs? Ding. The master observes the alchemical process, gaining 1 by 100 alchemical experience. With the continuous accumulation of experience, crafting elixirs would become exceedingly straightforward. Although Lin Yu had yet to personally engage in the practice, he felt a burgeoning confidence in his burgeoning skill. Behold, this restorative elixir is worth several hundred gold coins. Wow, even ordinary elixirs can fetch such a price. Some interns exclaimed in astonishment. Yiming regarded the audience with indifference. Aside from Li Xuanna, the other interns were rather mediocre, and thus he felt no obligation to exhibit a favorable demeanor. A young man, eager for recognition, stood up hastily. You've been interning for over 2 years. You might as well give it a try. The young man nodded, commencing the alchemical process. Lacking the skill to summon flames through martial techniques, he resorted to igniting a fire with firewood, adding the necessary herbs to the mix. As the flames in the alchemical furnace reached their peak, it became evident that the young man struggled to maintain control, causing the furnace to blaze uncontrollably. Yiming shook his head, his expression betraying an understanding of the inevitable outcome. The young man was unable to tame the flames, and soon the furnace glowed a menacing red. A foul, charred odor wafted through the air, prompting the young man to panic, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Without the ability to control the furnace's flames, you cannot hope to concoct elixirs. You ought to practice more. You've already wasted considerable materials, Yiming reprimanded, his stern nature evident. The young man, chastised, felt utterly humiliated. The interns trembled in fear. None dared to volunteer for another attempt, for being scolded by Master Yiming was a profound blow to one's morale. Yiming, fully aware, understood that none of these interns possessed the potential to become alchemists. You have attended these lectures for nearly a year, some even for over 3 years, yet regrettably, none have emerged as true alchemists. You cannot even distinguish between herbs. Aspiring to become an alchemist is nothing more than a pipe dream. Yiming shook his head, seemingly resolved to depart. Master, allow me. Li Xuanna refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud, having noticed Yiming's displeasure and disappointment in the interns. Just then, an incident occurred that further incensed Yiming. A young man was preparing to leave. Lin Yu was just about to leave when Ming called out to him. Young man, where are you headed? Lin Yu halted his steps and turned back to glance. His demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant, was accompanied by a faint smile. During class, no one ever dared to leave prematurely. Yet today, someone had the audacity to mention departing? Surely, they must be courting disaster. I, too, had pressing matters that required my attention. Come here, he commanded. Yiming presumed Lin Yu was merely another intern. Lin Yu stepped into the past, where Yiming scrutinized him with a gaze full of disdain. How dare you leave early when my class hasn't ended? Then show me your skills in concocting a recovery elixir. I think not, Lin Yu replied. What an attitude. There's no one quite like you, so arrogantly foolish. Yiming retorted coldly, concluding that Lin Yu was nothing but a waste. Lin Yu believed that he was, after all, a second-tier alchemist. Asking him to concoct ordinary pills would undeniably diminish his status. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he outright refused, provoking an uproar among the onlookers. Chapter 5. Allow me to try Master Yiming. Allow me to take a turn. Li Xuanna stood up. Lin Yu was contemplating his departure when Yiming, noticing his demeanor, spoke sternly. You should stay here and observe attentively. Witness the level of cultivation your peers have achieved in the Tao of alchemy, and reflect upon your own standing. Lin Yu chuckled wryly, at a loss for words. Observing his demeanor, Yiming felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand him. Li Xuanna, prepare a first-grade elixir to demonstrate the disparity among peers, Yiming declared, his irritation palpable. Very well, Master Yiming. I shall concoct a blood recovery pill. Li Xuanna responded. The restorative properties of this elixir were nearly double that of a standard recovery pill, prompting the interns to adopt a serious demeanor, eager to witness Li Xuanna's prowess. As Li Xuanna skillfully controlled the flames of the alchemy furnace, gasps of admiration filled the air, revealing the envy of many. Li Xuanna is extraordinary, truly deserving of being Master Yiming's disciple. As fellow interns, we lament our lack of such abilities, they murmured. The Li family was remarkable. The addition of another alchemist would undoubtedly bolster their stature. Time passed, and half an hour slipped by as the interns watched in awe. Li Xuanna, you must practice more diligently to refine your skills. The final step in shaping the elixir is crucial and requires precise control, Yiming advised. Yes, master. I will heed your guidance, Li Xuanna replied, her joy evident, as she was the sole individual to receive praise from Yiming. With a soft hum, the alchemy furnace opened, revealing the first-grade blood recovery pill before the onlookers. If I were to attempt it, I could produce 3 pills, while your current ability allows for only 1. However, there's no need for disheartenment. Perseverance will yield progress, Yiming remarked. Li Xuanna nodded obediently. Though the exertion of crafting the elixir had drained her energy, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she panted lightly. Yiming turned to Lin Yu, chastising him. Do you see? Li Xuanna has achieved the status of a first-grade alchemist, and she remains humble, unlike your flippant demeanor. Perhaps I should give it a try. Lin Yu interjected with a smile. What? Yiming exclaimed, taken aback by Lin Yu's audacity, noting that he was not jesting. Just moments ago, you hesitated to create a common elixir, now you wish to attempt a first-grade one? Yiming was incredulous. Was this young man mocking him? Yiming's irritation grew. Having never encountered such a dismissive attitude in a youth, Li Xuanna shared his sentiments, finding Lin Yu's behavior excessive. At that moment, several interns rose, appearing ready to confront Lin Yu, evidently intent on expelling him. Who is this young man to provoke Master Yiming? He seems to court disaster, they whispered, anticipating a dire outcome for Lin Yu, who had clearly crossed a line. With a wry smile, Yiming conceded, very well, if you wish to concoct a recovery elixir, then let us see you attempt it. Recovery elixir? When did I state that? I intend to create a blood recovery pill, Lin Yu clarified. What? Yiming's astonishment deepened. Increasingly convinced that the young man was merely boasting, the interns exchanged knowing glances, suppressing laughter as they murmured among themselves. Did you hear that? This young man is courting disaster. He will surely be expelled, they jeered. How deluded he is to think he could craft a blood recovery pill. As if he were a first-grade alchemist. Yiming seethed but restrained himself, recognizing that acting out of anger would not yield favorable results. It was clear that Lin Yu was merely posturing to provoke him. Very well, I am curious to witness your process, Yiming said, his tone laden with skepticism. Thank you, master. Should I fail, I will gladly cover the cost of the materials, Lin Yu assured him. Proceed at your discretion. Lin Yu smiled as he glanced at the alchemical furnace, aware that he would have little time in the future to concoct elixirs. He decided to treat this instance as an experiment. Lin Yu opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. No, that's incorrect. Master Yiming immediately discerned the issue. The lid of the alchemy furnace is of great significance. Opening it directly would cause the vital energy within to dissipate. It must be rotated open and clearly. You are someone lacking even the most fundamental knowledge, Master Yiming remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Laughter erupted from several individuals, though it was quickly stifled. Lin Yu smiled faintly, exuding an air of calm composure. Such trivial details do not detract from the alchemical concoction. Humph, so self-righteous. Master Yi Ming's derisive expression made it abundantly clear that Lin Yu would undoubtedly embarrass himself in front of all. How could he possibly refine elixirs when he lacks even the most fundamental knowledge? It is nothing short of a delusion. Lin Yu added the medicinal herbs into the alchemical furnace, and then he extended his hand, causing the furnace to ignite with flames instantly. Master Ming was taken aback. The technique of controlling the fire was executed with such finesse. Lin Yu did not employ firewood for combustion, but rather utilized his own vital energy. Lin Yu's techniques were remarkably proficient, exhibiting the finesse of a true master. The interns in the audience were utterly astonished. They had initially anticipated that Lin Yu's methods would be flawed and chaotic, yet he was now adeptly concocting elixirs with remarkable skill. Master Yi Ming was filled with curiosity, as he believed Lin Yu was unfamiliar with the art of flame manipulation. Instead, he utilized his vital energy to ignite the alchemical furnace. A person unacquainted with flame techniques could merely use kindling to heat the furnace. If one could indeed harness vital energy to fuel the furnace, it would indicate an extraordinary talent. An alchemist need only channel their vital energy into the furnace for it to ignite, allowing the medicinal ingredients within to be heated and dissolved. Lin Yu appeared utterly relaxed, effortlessly tending to the alchemical furnace without breaking a sweat. Even Ming began to feel a tinge of anxiety. Infusing the furnace with vital energy is an endeavor that demands significant stamina, yet Lin Yu remained completely dry, which was truly remarkable. What an extraordinary level of alchemical mastery this must indicate. Lin Yu himself was uncertain about the alchemical techniques he was employing. He merely followed the memories that lingered in his mind, finding the process even simpler than he had anticipated. Master Yi Ming's expression was one of complexity. This young man was indeed a rare genius, an exceptional talent that had seemingly never graced the ancient city before, as he had never heard of anyone like him. The sudden appearance of such brilliance was truly astonishing, and it explained Yi Ming's prior demeanor. Within the alchemical furnace, the ingredients had already dissolved, and the subsequent formation of the elixir was of utmost importance. If the alchemist failed to control the process, the elixir could take on an incorrect shape. Imperfections such as an uneven form or a rough surface could result in a significant loss of efficacy. Initially, Master Yi Ming had presumed that Lin Yu, who had not even opened the lid of the furnace, would surely falter. Yet now, he was on the verge of successfully shaping the elixir. This was alarming. Should Lin Yu succeed, Master Yi Ming would undoubtedly find himself in an embarrassing predicament. He raised an eyebrow, observing Lin Yu, who seemed remarkably at ease. Not only was he refining the elixir without breaking a sweat, but he was also distractedly glancing around. Chapter 6. Shock. Master Yi Ming harbored a deep disdain in his heart. Lin Yu's nonchalant attitude suggested a lack of seriousness. How could a careless individual produce anything of quality in alchemy? Lin Yu is merely a humble youth. Another possibility is that Lin Yu possesses an extraordinary talent for alchemy, which enables him to concoct elixirs with remarkable ease. Should Lin Yu indeed exhibit a high aptitude for alchemy, it would reflect favorably on Master Yi Ming, who would have nurtured yet another prodigy, potentially allowing him to shine in future grand alchemical competitions. However, fate seems to conspire against them. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered outside, and the sky was rent with flashes of lightning as a fierce wind began to howl. Master Yi Ming's beard was tousled by the gusts, and he raised an eyebrow, for the greatest taboo for an alchemist is to encounter disturbances. When an alchemist is engaged in the delicate art of potion making, they channel their entire life force, rendering them exceptionally vulnerable. A sudden ambush could spell disaster for the alchemist. Moreover, faced with such tumultuous winds, Master Yi Ming found it difficult to even keep his eyes open, let alone comprehend the impact on Lin Yu. Lin Yu relied on his vitality to ignite the flames, yet the fierce winds threatened to extinguish them. Undoubtedly, he would need to expend even more energy to conjure a more vigorous blaze. The temperature of the alchemical furnace was originally well regulated by personal control, but now, due to the wind, the delicate balance was entirely disrupted. The gust rendered the flames uncontrollable, leaving the furnace at risk of either extinguishing or, conversely, erupting from excessive heat. Master Ming shook his head. Even if Lin Yu were a genius, success in concocting the elixir seemed utterly unattainable under such turbulent conditions. The draft in the alchemical chamber necessitated that the doors and windows remain partially open, for closing them entirely would lead to a buildup of toxic fumes, posing a significant threat to those untrained in the art of alchemy. Lin Yu was also contemplating what to do when a sudden inspiration struck him, leading him to devise a solution. At this moment, Lin Yu intensified the infusion of energy. a move that startled Master Ming. What was he intending to do? The alchemical furnace began to emit a creaking sound, causing Master Ming to raise an eyebrow. Terrified of encountering such a situation, was he increasing the flames? The furnace was on the brink of explosion, with the strong winds already present. Wouldn't he that only serve to make the flames more ferocious? Master Ming found it difficult to comprehend Lin Yu's intentions. To all appearances, it seemed like a dance with death. In an instant, Lin Feng dashed to the opposite side of the platform, seizing a small branch and casting it into the flames of the furnace. The atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone anxiously observed Lin use alchemical process, fearing that the furnace would soon erupt, especially under such fierce winds. Would an explosion be inevitable? Suddenly, the creaking sound ceased. Everyone was astonished. How could the alchemical furnace, now ablaze at its highest intensity, have stabilized? Master Ming wore a look of bewilderment. That young man's speed was astonishing. Surely he possessed some extraordinary technique. Who exactly was he? Moreover, how had the furnace returned to a state of equilibrium? The flames had remarkably calmed. Master Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, and he could not help but tremble at the corners of his mouth. As if he had laid eyes upon a rare and precious treasure, Lin Yu intensified the flames, and with the addition of the tree trunk as fuel, the fire naturally consumed it, thereby stabilizing the temperature within the alchemical furnace. Such alchemical techniques are not known to those without at least a decade of experience. Yet, this young man appears to possess such knowledge. He must have had no mentor. Perhaps he has comprehended this on his own. Master Ming began to reflect, realizing that Lin Yu is undoubtedly a prodigious talent, a rare gem in the ancient city, truly one in a million. Ding! Congratulations to the master on successfully refining a first-grade blood restoration pill, earning 1 by 100 times alchemical experience. And congratulations to the master on advancing to the mid-stage of a second-grade alchemist. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu momentarily found himself taken aback. It appears that alchemists are categorized into several stages. Indeed, each grade of alchemist is divided into 4 phases: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. The variations within the 4 stages of a first-grade alchemist are quite subtle, as explained by Li Xuan'an. At that moment, her gaze towards Lin Yu was filled with anticipation. She had previously considered herself a prodigy, yet today she realized that there are always greater mountains beyond the hills and individuals beyond individuals. Not bad. I managed to concoct 3 healing elixirs, Lin Yu remarked as he opened the alchemical furnace, releasing an enticing aroma that made the other interns nearly weep with desire. It is noteworthy that the so-called genius, Li Xuan'an, had exerted considerable effort only to produce a single healing elixir, while Lin Yu astonishingly managed to create 3. The disparity was undoubtedly monumental. Did you see? He produced 3 elixirs, akin to a master alchemist. Wow, this is astounding. Who on earth is he? The fact that there is a talent even superior to Li Xuan'an was unfathomable. I feel compelled to get to know him. He is simply too charming, one girl remarked, her expression dazed. Lin Yu smiled lightly and turned to leave, his demeanor exuding an effortless elegance. Under the gaze of all, he departed with a nonchalant grace. The youth in simple attire was on the verge of departing. Young man, please hold on a moment. Lin Yu turned around and inquired, is there something you need? Master Ming hesitated momentarily, reflecting on his previous disdainful attitude towards Lin Yu. Now, asking him to stay felt like a stinging slap to his pride. With a slight smile, Master Ming acknowledged the remarkable alchemical skills of the young man, which were truly astonishing. Gone was his previous sarcasm, replaced instead by flattery. You flatter me. I am merely fortunate, Lin Yu replied modestly. May I ask your name and which family you hail from? Master Ming probed, only to be met with a curt response, I prefer not to disclose. This answer left Master Ming feeling somewhat embarrassed, as it was evident that Lin Yu possessed a bit of a temper. Were it someone else, Ming would have surely been incensed by such a reply. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Lin Yu declared. Do not be in such haste, young man. Surely, you do not wish to forfeit the elixirs you have crafted? Master Ming deliberately sought to delay him. I do not, Lin Yu replied dismissively. The others around them were envious, for those 3 first-grade elixirs were invaluable treasures, potentially worth a considerable sum, yet Lin Yu was willing to forego them. Young man, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Master Ming said earnestly. What is it? Lin Yu asked impatiently, eager to resume his training without wasting time. I wonder if you might be interested in taking me as your mentor. I am the most renowned alchemist in this region, and I trust you have heard of my name, Master Ming suggested, hands clasped behind his back. confident that no reasonable person would decline such an offer. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience. None had anticipated Master Yiming would propose such a request. Chapter 7. Becoming an Elder. Master Yiming had received countless visitors from various families seeking to become his disciples, all of whom he had turned away, save for Li Xuanna, his sole chosen apprentice. The unexpected offer to take on a disciple today was indeed enviable. That young man is truly remarkable. Why am I not even half as talented? Someone lamented. Master Yiming smiled subtly, observing Lin Yu's hesitation, convinced that with just a slight incentive, he would readily accept. After all, he was the only third-grade alchemist in the ancient city, and Master Yiming felt confident. I am not interested, Lin Yu declared as he reached the door. The once bustling room fell silent, all present displaying expressions of disbelief. Hardly anyone could fathom that Lin Yu would reject the invitation from Master Yiming to become his disciple. Lin Yu appeared merely as an ordinary youth. Yet his actions elicited astonishment. Many began to speculate, asserting that Master Yiming's qualifications were undoubtedly unparalleled. Within the ancient city, no alchemist could rival his prowess. To become his disciple was the aspiration of countless young individuals, and many prominent families sought to curry favor with Master Yiming. For the first time in many years, someone had rejected him, and it was particularly embarrassing as he had been the one to extend the invitation to take on a disciple. Lin Yu's words were surprisingly dismissive, showing no regard whatsoever. Young man, we could have a proper discussion about the terms. Where do you intend to go? Master Yiming hastily pursued him, exclaiming, I am currently the alchemist for the Li family and also hold the esteemed position of elder. If you do not mind, how about you join the Li family as an elder? An elder? Lin Yu glanced at Master Yiming. It seems that Lin Yu has taken an interest. Master Yiming smiled promptly. It is well known that the most prominent family in the ancient city is the Li family, which possesses a variety of rare herbs and cultivation resources. Lin Yu must understand that certain things cannot be acquired merely through wealth. As an elder of a distinguished family, Lin Yu has unwittingly gained numerous privileges, which certainly works to his advantage. Rest assured, the Li family will treat you as an esteemed guest. Lin Yu pondered the intricate relationships involved, realizing the necessity of clarity in such matters. It would be unwise for me, an outsider, to become an elder of the Li family. They would undoubtedly oppose such a notion, and I wish to proceed with discretion. Lin Yu shook his head. Young man, rest assured that once you ascend to the position of elder, you will be treated as a distinguished guest. You shall not be burdened with any affairs. I can still take charge of the matters concerning the Li family, so you need not worry. This arrangement should suffice, correct? Should you wish to depart in the future, you are free to do so at any time, and no one shall impede your exit. Lin Yu smiled, realizing that this situation posed no detriment to him. Moreover, he could depart at any moment. Becoming an elder of the Li family would greatly facilitate his future entrance into the Heavenly Path Academy's back mountains. And Lin Yu anticipated that his cultivation would progress by leaps and bounds once he gained access. Very well then, he conceded. Ha, my young brother. It is time for you to reveal your name. We shall proceed to the Li family now, where you will be presented with a token. And you may also change your attire, Master Yiming remarked, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. Li Xuanna stood nearby, astonished. Master Yiming, typically a stern figure, was unusually humble and accommodating towards Lin Yu today, offering such generous conditions. The other interns were enviously awestruck, unable to fathom Lin Yu's fortunate rise to the status of an elder within the Li family, a position so esteemed. By the way, young man, I have a favor to ask of you, Master Yiming continued. There is no need for such courtesy, Master, Lin Yu replied. I am yet unaware of your name. Esteemed elder, I am Lin Yu, he introduced himself. Master Yiming raised an eyebrow, pondering how the Lin family of the ancient city did not seem to be a prominent clan. How could such a prodigy arise from a family of lesser repute? The circumstances were perplexing. Lin Yu had another request. How about we become brothers in the future? This declaration sent shockwaves through the gathering. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Master Yiming wished to forge a brotherly bond with Lin Yu? Such an arrangement was unprecedented. Is it that you are unwilling? Lin Yu pressed. I shall act as your elder brother. There seems to be no impropriety in that. Li Xuanna felt that Master Yiming had lost his sense of propriety. She recalled that when her father, the clan leader of the Li family, had proposed a similar brotherhood with Master Yiming, he had tactfully declined. Now, however, he sought to become brothers with Lin Yu, a mere 18-year-old. The age disparity was glaring, and the hierarchical implications were equally inappropriate. Perhaps we should defer this matter for another time. Allow me to escort you to the Li family, where you can collect your elder's token first, Master Yiming suggested. Sensing Lin Yu's reluctance, he feared that if pressed too hard, Lin Yu might take his leave. Master Yiming was determined to find ways to keep Lin Yu close. Even resorting to such an absurd proposal, Li Xuanna was left entirely aside as Master Yiming jovially led Lin Yu away. Upon arriving at the Li family estate, Lin Yu marveled at its grandeur, exclaiming in admiration. Even the guards appeared to possess considerable cultivation. "Greetings, elder." The guards respectfully saluted. Although they were puzzled by the identity of the young man accompanying Master Yiming, the Li family estate was remarkably spacious, and Lin Yu took in his surroundings with appreciation. "Lin Yu, I shall take you to the inner courtyard," Master Yiming announced. Lin Yu walked ahead, while Yiming continuously scrutinized the young man. His talent for alchemy was remarkably high, yet he exhibited no arrogance. Such a young individual is indeed a rarity. Li Xuanna was utterly incomparable to him. Could he have already surpassed the rank of a first-grade alchemist? Time would reveal the truth. Truly, he was a prodigy who had exceeded his predecessors. This was the first time Yiming encountered such a genius in the field of alchemy, and he shook his head, his heart brimming with excitement. Within the inner courtyard, numerous individuals were present. Upon seeing Master Yiming, the steward, deacon, and guardians all stood in unison. "Greetings, elder." Indeed, the status of an alchemist was elevated, and Lin Yu observed everything keenly. The gazes directed towards Master Yiming were filled with reverence. "Allow me to introduce this young man. His name is Lin Yu. From this moment forth, he shall be our esteemed guest, and I hereby grant him the position of elder." The crowd was taken aback, gazing at Lin Yu in disbelief, unable to discern any exceptional qualities in him. Some expressed their discontent with veiled tones, yet dared not voice their grievances. "I shall meet with the clan leader shortly to discuss this matter. Quickly, bring forth the elder's token. We must designate an upper-class room within the estate, and ensure the finest meals are provided thrice daily," Master Yiming instructed with precise authority. Becoming an esteemed guest of the Li family already ensured a life free from worry regarding food and drink, and now, with the added title of elder, Lin Yu would not only receive gold coins but also various resources. Others could not help but feel envious. Was this young man perhaps a relative of Master Yiming? His sudden rise to such a position of power, surpassing even their own, left the expressions of the crowd quite grim. Chapter 8. More powerful than me, the steward approached Lin Yu with a beaming smile. "Elder Lin, allow me to register your details for future arrangements." Lin Yu nodded. He was not a member of any prominent family. Rather, he considered himself a mere individual. "I am just a small figure," Lin Yu remarked. The steward smiled. "Very well." A token of the elder was handed over, accompanied by several maidens carrying silk garments. "Please, elder, change into the ceremonial robes." "I would prefer to remain in my simple cotton attire," Lin Yu responded. "I am not quite accustomed to such luxurious silk garments." Declining the silk, he opted for the most ordinary and inferior cloth, revealing his peculiar nature. Master Yiming promptly approached, suggesting, "If you wish, I can arrange for custom tailoring according to your specifications." "That is unnecessary. Please place the garments in my room." Noticing Master Yiming's earnest demeanor regarding the clothing, Lin Yu felt reluctant to press further. "Should you have any requests, feel free to communicate with the attendants. Your monthly gold and cultivation resources will be delivered punctually, so you need not worry about that. You may come and go freely within the Li family estate, except for the patriarch's chambers," Master Yiming assured him. "Understood," Lin Yu replied. "This is the authority of the elder. You may review it yourself." Master Yiming produced a piece of paper. Lin Yu has now ascended to the esteemed position of elder, endowed with considerable authority. The Li family, being a prominent clan, further amplifies his sense of pride. He smiled, feeling a surge of joy within. The most advantageous aspect is the potential acquisition of elixirs and medicinal herbs. Although some herbs may not be particularly expensive, they are often rare and difficult to procure. The refinement of elixirs presents a significant challenge, as financial resources cannot always secure every necessary herb. Upon becoming an elder, Lin Yu will gain access to certain rare herbs, which are invaluable for his cultivation, be it in the form of elixirs or even commonplace martial techniques. Lin Yu entered the elder's chamber, which was remarkably spacious and comfortable, a stark contrast to his previous abode. As he settled in, he intended to engage in cultivation, though his progress was rather slow. Presently, he was at the 5th level of the martial master realm. Despite having a 100-fold experience boost, he had yet to break through to the 6th level. The path of martial cultivation proved to be exceedingly arduous. Even with his doubled experience, a breakthrough eluded him. One could only imagine the time a typical genius would require. surely several months. Knock, knock. Come in. A female attendant entered, carrying a vial of elixir and a pouch of gold coins. Elder Lin, this is a special delivery from the Grand Elder. Ordinarily, such provisions would not be received until a month later, but this time, an exception has been made. Oh, thank you. Lin Yu picked up the vial, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship, which contained a second-tier elixir. This particular elixir, the Qi-gathering pill, held 5 pieces within. Lin Yu was elated and promptly consumed the elixirs, immediately resuming his cultivation. The aid of the elixirs could significantly accelerate his progress. Typically, it would take a genius 4 months to ascend from the 5th to the 6th level, but with the elixirs, this duration could be reduced to 3 months. One by one, Lin Yu ingested the Qi-gathering pills. Ding! The master has consumed 5 Qi-gathering pills, gaining 100x experience in martial cultivation. Ding! The master has consumed 5 Qi-gathering pills, gaining 100x experience in martial cultivation. Ding! The master has consumed 5 Qi-gathering pills, gaining 100x experience in martial cultivation. Lin Yu closed his eyes in meditation as an overwhelming influx of vital energy surged into his body, continuously augmenting his inner strength. Unbeknownst to him, he had been cultivating for 3 days and nights. Ding! The master's cultivation level has ascended to the 6th layer of the martial master realm. Ding! The master's cultivation level has reached the 7th layer of the martial master realm. In just 3 days and nights, I have transcended 2 levels of cultivation, which is remarkably swift for me. Lin Yu felt a gradual calmness settling within. His pace of cultivation surpassed that of any prodigy, as others would require several months to achieve what he accomplished in merely 3 days and nights, a truly formidable talent for cultivation. Lin Yu closed his eyes. Having achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, it was time for him to contemplate the matter of martial arts techniques. Currently, he possessed only 2 martial skills, the yellow rank lower level insight observation technique and the yellow rank lower level whirlwind fist. In the ancient city, possessing martial skills of the yellow rank was already considered quite impressive. Lin Yu attempted to execute the whirlwind fist. The room was filled with numerous furnishings, and he feared that even a slight exertion of force could wreak havoc upon it. Thus, he employed less than half of his strength, aiming solely to achieve a practice effect. Ding! The master unleashed the yellow-tier lower-level martial technique, whirlwind fist, earning 10 times 100-fold martial experience. Ding! The master's whirlwind fist has reached the intermediate stage of mastery. Lin Yu continued to move about the room, his pace increasingly quickening. Ding! The master has walked over 20,000 steps, earning an experience multiplier of 10 by 100, and has comprehended the martial technique of wind steps. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. His every step seemed to carry a whisper of the wind. His mind brimmed with knowledge of the wind step technique, understanding that martial arts concerning body movement primarily revolved around speed. With sufficient velocity, one could evade the majority of adversarial strikes. Now, he possessed a comprehensive array of skills, encompassing techniques of movement, vision, and offense, unlike other martial artists who often specialized in a singular discipline. As he practiced diligently within the confines of his room, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming joy, for his progress was indeed remarkable. After an extended period of relentless training, he resolved to take a moment's respite. Outside Lin Yu's room, no one dared to approach, for the Grand Elder had expressly instructed that he must not be disturbed during these days. Although Lin Yu had ascended to the rank of Elder, this news was not widely disseminated, and few were privy to it. Upon returning to the Li family estate, Li Xuanna found herself unable to see Lin Yu again, despite her initial desire to converse with him. In the main hall, the head of the Li family, Li Haoran, sat solemnly at the center, the spacious hall devoid of any company. His expression was serious, as if he were deep in thought. Why had his daughter been so despondent lately? Had she encountered a bottleneck in her pursuits? Li Haoran inquired. Li Xuanna required time to concoct elixirs and to cultivate her skills. Time was indeed of the essence. Being an alchemist was inherently challenging, and one must balance both alchemy and martial arts. A delicate equilibrium was essential. The challenges faced by an alchemist were manifold. I have recently encountered someone, Li Xuanna began. Oh, daughter, if you have taken a liking to someone, you must consult me first, Li Haoran said sternly. He was keen to ensure that his daughter did not become enamored with an insignificant individual. A match lacking in social standing could spell disaster for the family. It is not a matter of the heart. I have met an alchemist who surpasses even my own abilities. Li Haoran gazed at Li Xuanna in astonishment, convinced she must be jesting. He was well aware of the resources available to alchemists in the ancient city. How could there possibly be a genius more talented than Li Xuanna? That common lad is far more capable than I am. His talent undoubtedly eclipses mine. His name is Lin Yu. Chapter 9. Hard to believe I have never heard of him. It seems there is no Lin family. Such a person, if left unchecked, could pose a future threat, Li Haoran remarked, raising an eyebrow. Father, please do not be hasty. Master Yiming holds him in high regard. And Lin Yu even declined to become his disciple. What? Such a thing exists? Li Haoran could hardly believe his ears. The entrance to Master Yiming's domain was always bustling, with countless aspirants wishing to enter his tutelage. Li Haoran himself had exerted great effort to secure Li Xuena as his sole disciple. Yet this Lin Yu had the audacity to refuse. What an unimaginable occurrence. Truly, the youth of today are brimming with talent. And where is this young man now? Li Xuena replied coolly. Master Yiming has extended numerous offers. Lin Yu has become a distinguished guest of our Li family and has even been appointed as an elder. What? How come no one has informed me of this? Li Haoran was taken aback, completely unaware of such developments. This has all been orchestrated by Master Yiming. Father, I urge you to proceed with caution. Do not act recklessly. Lin Yu is not an ordinary individual, and should we mismanage our approach, he may choose to distance himself from our family. Very well, I understand. At the appropriate time, I shall meet this young man. Li Haoran felt a surge of excitement, although another individual more formidable than Li Xuena had emerged. It would indeed be a fortuitous event if he could serve the Li family. With a slight nod, Li Haoran's heart raced with anticipation. If Lin Yu truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities, and Master Yiming esteemed him so highly, there must be something remarkable about him. The following day, after completing his training, Lin Yu opened the door to his room, where a maid awaited. Please prepare me some food. Of course, elder, please hold on for a moment. Before long, the maid returned with fine wines and delicacies, which Lin Yu eagerly consumed, having truly worked up an appetite during his days of rigorous training. Lin Yu felt that his cultivation was progressing quite rapidly. He also needed to diligently refine his martial skills, for formidable techniques are the key to victory in battle. The Li family's mansion was bustling with a multitude of visitors. While casually wandering about, Lin Yu noticed an individual. It was Li Yishan, a trusted subordinate of his cousin, who had come to the Li residence today to discuss a matter of great importance. Lin Yu summoned a servant and inquired, who is Li Yishan? And why has he come to the Li residence today? The servant replied, that Li Yishan. It appears he has come to discuss matters pertaining to land. Lin Yu nodded, expressing his intention to meet Li Yishan. At that moment, Li Yishan was seated in the reception hall, enjoying the exquisite tea and delightful pastries that the Li family provided. Lin Yu immediately desired to rush into the reception hall, yet he was obstructed by several individuals. Who are you, young man, to be clad in simple garments? How did you come to be in the residence of the Li family? I see you as nothing more than an idle bystander. Now, be gone. Lin Yu smiled, calling for Li Yishan to recognize his grandfather, declaring that today he would show him a thing or two. The expressions of Li Yishan's several bodyguards changed drastically, even within the Li family. Everyone treated Li Yishan with utmost respect. Who would dare utter such arrogant words? Was he courting death? Did he not know that Li Yishan was known as the bully of Li? The last person who provoked him had been rendered incapacitated. He was doomed. Daring to shout recklessly without considering his own insignificance. Suddenly, the realization struck that Li Yishan was about to emerge. Perhaps it would be best for us to eliminate him right here, one of the bodyguards suggested. They glared fiercely at Lin Yu, one of them a towering figure exuding an intimidating presence. Enough, I shall handle this, the imposing man declared, stepping forward with a spiked club in hand, still stained with fresh blood. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yu effortlessly brushed past him, igniting the man's fury. How dare this brat disregard him? Do you think you can get through? The giant bellowed, swinging his weapon down with tremendous force, summoning a gust of wind that sent shivers through the crowd. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear, unable to fathom the sheer power behind the blow. Merely contemplating it was terrifying. The bodyguards could hardly bear to imagine the fate that awaited Lin Yu, picturing a scene that would be nothing short of horrific. Watch as I reduce you to nothingness. The giant roared fiercely. Lin Yu stood with his back to the burly man, oblivious to the imminent strike of the spiked mace. Yet, for reasons unknown, the blow missed him entirely. With a thunderous crash, the floor bore a small crater, sending several guards staggering backward. The muscular man had not anticipated this. He was on the verge of crushing Lin Yu, and yet, the lad had somehow evaded his attack. Moreover, he had done so while facing away from him. What sort of confidence could possibly enable one to dodge the assault of a spiked mace? The burly man found it hard to believe such a feat. Surely, a mere boy should not possess such prowess. Lin Yu shifted his position, deftly placing himself beside the spiked mace, incessantly mocking the burly man. This young lad appeared to be a formidable force, seemingly toying with his opponent, causing the giant to flush with embarrassment. The speed of the youth was so astonishing that he was almost a blur, while the mace struck with tremendous force, leaving Lin Yu unaffected by the chaos surrounding him. Contrary to expectations, the guards wore expressions of utter bewilderment. It became evident that this young man possessed an extraordinary martial skill, his speed unparalleled. His confidence in turning his back to the enemy was astounding. Such swiftness was truly remarkable. Shall we confront him together? I merely intended to teach Li Yishan a lesson. Yet this good-for-nothing dares to challenge me? Lin Yu remarked with a nonchalant air. You insolent brat, you rely solely on luck. I refuse to believe that I cannot handle you. The burly man sneered. You are so young. Can your internal energy sustain such rapid movements? As he prepared to lift the mace, Lin Yu deftly stepped on it. How is this possible? The giant was astounded, unable to lift his weapon. Firmly held down by Lin Yu's foot, the guards gaped in disbelief, nearly rendered speechless. The burly man was renowned for his immense strength, capable of battling fierce beasts. Yet Lin Yu's power was evidently greater. Could it be that he possessed innate divine strength? Clearly, Lin Yu's might surpass that of the giant. Leaving the guards in a state of incredulity, Lin Yu elevated his foot with great force and then stomped down upon the spiked club, instantly shattering the hundreds of pounds of weaponry into fragments. With a resounding crash, the weapon lay in ruins, scattered across the ground. The display of such formidable strength was astonishing. The burly man was thoroughly intimidated, paralyzed with fear. Lin Yu directed a powerful punch towards his chest, feeling no need to employ his martial arts against such a trivial opponent. Suddenly, a stern voice resonated from the reception area. Stop right there. Chapter 10. Where is he? The guards, upon hearing that commanding voice, began to feel a surge of tension, for it belonged to Li Yishan. Lin Yu observed the imposing figure of the burly man clad in armor, which had begun to crack following the recent powerful blow. Fortunately, the captain of the guards was equipped with protective armor. Otherwise, he would have faced certain death this time. Lin Yu smiled as he decided to test his whirlwind fist. Ding! The master executed the yellow-grade lower-level martial skill, Whirlwind Fist, earning 10 times 100 martial experience points. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, making it nearly impossible for anyone to keep their eyes open. The guards were astonished. This was no ordinary martial technique. What kind of skill possessed such formidable strength? The burly man was struck by the Whirlwind Fist, and his armor shattered instantly. He was propelled 10 meters away, completely drained of energy, and collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his wounds. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of Li Yishan's guards. They had never expected their captain, the imposing figure, to be so easily defeated. How could a mere commoner possess such extraordinary power? His strength was incongruous with his age. One punch had felled our captain. How could this happen? If the captain were to perish, Li Yishan would be enraged. I am filled with dread. That commoner is terrifying. Lin Yu's gaze, cold as a blade, sent shivers down the spines of all present, rendering them motionless, as if their lives were no longer their own. The youth clad in simple garments wore an expression of calm, untouched by a speck of blood, his demeanor grave as that of a fierce warrior. Li Yishan sauntered into the reception hall, lazily sipping from a glass of wine. Such audacity to lay hands on my people. It seems they are tired of living, he remarked, fixing his eyes on Lin Yu. Now it's your turn. Is it you? Li Yishan inquired, his surprise evident. Yes, indeed, it is I. But may I ask your name, Li? What was it? Li Yishan's fury ignited. How could this fool not remember his name? He had not anticipated encountering Lin Yu here, much less that this inept individual would forget his own name. The captain of the guard, a martial artist at the 4th level, should never have been defeated by Lin Yu. Lin Yu's cousin had indeed struck with lethal intent. He should have been left for dead. It is crucial to understand that Lin Yu was perceived as utterly ineffectual, a mere weakling in their eyes, easily subdued by even the most insignificant of minions. Li Yishan's expression darkened as he regarded Lin Yu. The loss of his captain weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him unable to swallow his indignation. Now, Lin Yu was about to show them. He executed the wind step technique, moving with astonishing swiftness, his figure a blur. Ding! The master used the yellow-level inferior martial skill, wind step, gaining 1 by 100 times martial experience. Li Yishan could hardly comprehend the unfolding events. A fierce gust of wind swept through, disheveling his hair, as a chilling aura enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. Ding! The master employed the yellow-level inferior martial skill, Whirlwind Fist, earning 10 by 100 times martial experience. Without a doubt, Lin Yu's fist struck fiercely towards Li Yishan's chest. However, he had shown restraint, deeming it necessary to spare his life for the moment. With a thunderous impact, Li Yishan was subjected to immense force. Feeling as though the world was spinning around him, barely able to comprehend that he was on the brink of death, Li Yishan clutched his chest, revealing the tattered armor beneath his clothing, while Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, noting how these individuals relied on their armor for protection. "You insolent brat. If you dare to act recklessly again, just wait until the Li family arrives. You will regret it then," warned one of the guards. Emphasizing Li Yishan's connection to the esteemed family, Lin Yu understood in his heart that he was merely a new elder. If the Li family were truly enraged, the consequences could be dire, yet there was no need for excessive fear. Were it not for my green armor, I would have already perished. Li Yishan, spitting blood and in a state of disarray, wondered how your strength had surged so dramatically. This transformation was utterly inexplicable. Not long ago, he had been a mere waste, devoid of any talent. How could he have suddenly evolved into a completely different person? Such prowess must surely be at least at the 6th level of the martial master realm, and Li Yishan felt a growing trepidation. How is my cousin faring? I must know his whereabouts, Lin Yu demanded. Your cousin is in Ming City. Beyond that, I cannot say, Li Yishan stammered, trembling all over. Lin Yu's expression was grave. Ming Cheng was the stronghold of his cousin's family, and if he were to charge in alone, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Lin Yu, I am aware that your cousin has taken your belongings, and I have heard he is on the verge of presenting them as a gift. What? Lin Yu felt a twinge of panic. To whom is he planning to bestow these items? It is likely for the upcoming Huawu festival in a month's time, where significant figures are expected to descend. Lin Yu felt a slight sense of relief. This meant he had less than a month left. The guards of Li Yishan trembled in fear. How could Li Yishan, a master of the 6th realm of martial arts, be outmatched by a mere youth? What could have transpired? Moreover, why did he dare to act against the Li family? Such audacity was bewildering. Li Yishan was also a relative of the Li family, his uncle being a prominent figure within the clan, so surely there were those who would alert them. Given that he was already gravely injured, it would be a mercy for me to assist you in finding release. What? Lin Yu, have you lost your mind? If you kill me here, the Li family will not let you go. They are the strongest clan in the ancient city. Li Yishan was visibly panicked. His guards, too intimidated to approach, remained frozen in place. Before Li Yishan could make his escape, Lin Yu unleashed a whirlwind punch, a fierce gust erupting with a resounding bang, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He truly killed him. The guards were left dumbfounded, scarcely daring to cast a glance at Lin Yu. If anyone were to inquire, you know what to say. Lin Yu jested. Young master, please spare us. We know nothing. We know nothing. The guards, terrified, knelt before him, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. Lin Yu now finds the situation increasingly intriguing. He swiftly departs yet remains within the confines of the Li family mansion, summoning a servant to inquire about the identity of Li Yishan's uncle. He is none other than the vice-patriarch of our Li clan, known as Li Tiankong. He holds a significant position within the family, yet he has always been at odds with the patriarch, engaging in a constant struggle for power, which has led to numerous conflicts. Lin Yu took out a few gold coins and said, "Tell me what you know." The attendant whispered, "All right, elder. I have heard that Li Tiankong intends to usurp Li Haoran's position and has been plotting numerous schemes. However, I do not possess further details. Tomorrow is the clan meeting of the Li family. Most of the members are expected to attend." Lin Yu nodded, realizing that this was the case. The servant divulged everything after receiving a small sum of money. This was intriguing. Even if the Li family sought trouble, he had nothing to fear. Lin Yu closed his eyes and suddenly heard the system's notification. Ding! The master must continuously grow stronger. Otherwise, he will face the system's punishment. Hearing the system's voice for the first time, Lin Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. The system could grant him much, thus the penalties should not be taken lightly. However, becoming stronger had always been his aspiration, and he would undoubtedly prioritize his cultivation of martial arts. Chapter 11. The clan meeting as night fell. Discussions outside the door revolved around Li Yishan. It was said that Li Tiankong was so enraged that his face turned crimson. Although the guards referred to him as a mere boy, none could identify him. In a fit of anger, Li Tiankong killed the guards. Lin Yu squinted his eyes, contemplating that the most crucial matter at hand was to enhance his own strength. He anticipated that Li Tiankong would soon come knocking, and Lin Yu could not guarantee that his affairs would remain concealed. The elder meeting was scheduled for tomorrow, and attendance was imperative. I do not wish to attend, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. Why not, elder? As a senior member of the Li family, you would undoubtedly garner attention. Many would seek your favor, and you could reap numerous benefits. Why do you refuse to go? The attendant shook his head, considering Lin Yu to be the most eccentric individual he had ever encountered. Spare me the frivolous inquiries, Lin Yu replied coolly. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Yu felt a tinge of anxiety, for Li Tiankong's men were nearby. If they were to storm in during the night, the consequences could be dire. Initially, Lin Yu feared that Li Tiankong would discover that his nephew had met his end at Lin Yu's hands. However, upon reflection, he realized there was little to dread, for he now possessed the agility of the wind step. Ding! The master executed the yellow-grade lower-level wind step, gaining martial arts experience of 10 by 100 times. Ding! The master executed the yellow-grade lower-level wind step, gaining martial arts experience of 10 by 100 times. Lin Yu chose to practice the wind step throughout the night. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your yellow rank wind step has reached the intermediate level. Lin Yu's agility had surpassed his previous prowess. Even his mere footsteps stirred a subtle breeze, instilling in him a sense of escape should he find himself in a precarious situation. Without this extraordinary system, an average individual training in martial arts could only hope to reap rewards through relentless toil and time, with no shortcuts in sight. In just one evening, Lin Yu had mastered the wind step to a significant degree, his ethereal movements becoming increasingly fluid to the point of near unmanageability. The following day, the Li family estate buzzed with extraordinary liveliness, its grandeur surpassing Lin Yu's expectations. The expansive backyard, flanked by majestic mountains, boasted remarkable architecture that seamlessly ascended the slopes. A spacious arena, adorned with numerous stages, was teeming with people. It was a veritable sea of humanity. Lin Yu chuckled, marveling at the estate's overwhelming size. Before noon, the banquet tables were already lavishly set. As news spread of an influx of esteemed guests, the Li family was the most significant clan in the ancient city, and attendees were prominent figures in their own right. The banquet was divided into ordinary and distinguished sections, with the former reserved for lesser families and the latter exclusively for nobles, members of the ancient city's esteemed clans. The mere arrangement of the event was exhilarating. Rumors circulated about the clan gathering, which promised the attendance of all major families in the ancient city, making it an occasion of unparalleled significance. It had been years since Li Haoran had made an appearance, yet this time he was rumored to show up, hinting at forthcoming developments. Whispers suggested a long-standing rivalry between Li Haoran and Li Tiankong, the deputy clan leader. It remained uncertain whether the two would coexist peacefully or if tensions might escalate into conflict. As discussions intensified, a hush fell over the crowd. The elder figures of the Li family were about to make their entrance. Many stood in solemn respect as the clan leaders emerged, one of whom was the middle-aged man clad in a flowing white robe, Li Tiankong. To Lin Yu's astonishment, amidst the assembly of Li family leaders, he spotted an unexpected figure. His expression turned grave as he recognized a young man, slightly serious in demeanor, draped in a silk robe that exuded nobility. The aura surrounding him was commanding, almost oppressive, accentuated by a cold smirk. What brings my cousin here? Lin Yu pondered, his gaze fixated on Lin Ming, the memory of Lin Ming inflicting injury upon him, all while preaching virtue and sparing his life, ignited a simmering fury within Lin Yu, causing him to clench his fists in unresolved indignation. At this moment, Lin Ming stood beside Li Tiankong. Lin Ming, my nephew has passed away, and it truly pains my heart. If the Lin family can indeed assist me in becoming the head of the Li clan, I will be eternally grateful, he lamented. Li Yishan was my dear friend. He has always been by my side. His misfortune deeply grieves me. Rest assured, Uncle Li, I will seek vengeance for him. Li Tiankong sighed, a hint of sorrow etched on his face. Your cultivation seems to have ascended to new heights recently. Your talent for training is indeed remarkable. Do not disgrace yourself at today's clan meeting. I have come well prepared, Lin Ming replied with a smile, surveying the crowd before him as though they were mere ants. He appeared particularly disdainful at that moment. Congratulations to the Li clan on this gathering. May your family flourish and prosper. The guests arrived one by one, each bearing gifts. As the attendants of the Li family welcomed them into the hall, Lin Yu sat quietly in a regular seat, soon catching sight of Li Xuan'an, accompanied by a composed young man who exuded an air of mystery, a stark contrast to Li Tiankong. This individual was none other than Li Haoran, the patriarch of the Li family, whose imposing presence overshadowed even that of Li Tiankong. The Li family, renowned as the most powerful clan in the ancient city, boasted leaders of formidable stature. Li Haoran and Li Tiankong stood in opposition to one another, Guests approached either to pay their respects to Li Haoran or to acknowledge Li Tiankong, revealing a fade of tranquility that belied the underlying tension between the patriarch and the vice-patriarch. Such is the nature of great families, one must engage in fierce competition to secure the patriarch's position. Lin Yu understood the unyielding rules of this world. Even brothers could become ruthless in the face of familial power struggles. Beside Li Haoran, Lin Ming carried himself with an air of superiority. Lin Yu smiled faintly, surprised to encounter him here, contemplating whether he should intervene. Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping horses, causing many to pale in shock. Unsure of what was unfolding, Lin Yu turned around, seeking the source of the sound, which was the clattering of iron armor. The clan leader exclaimed in alarm. A trembling guard from the Li family rushed forward to report that an armored cavalry had intruded into the Li residence. The elders of the Li family were visibly shaken. For today marked the clan meeting, and the arrival of an armored cavalry could only suggest hostile intent. Their entry was an unmistakable affront, a blatant challenge aimed directly at the Li family. "Ha, brother, your leadership is lacking. How could an armored cavalry come to disrupt us?" Lin Tiankong mocked. Li Haoran merely smiled, maintaining his composure. "Dear brother, you are overthinking this. Let us see how you handle this situation when the clan's elders inquire." "The responsibility will rest upon your shoulders," Lin Tiankong replied, a hint of satisfaction evident on his face. The crowd gasped, fear etched on their faces as they recoiled. The Black Iron Cavalry was undoubtedly a formidable force, comprised of skilled warriors. Chapter 12. Lin Ming. The members of the Black Iron Cavalry, mounted on war horses and clad in armor, wielded various weapons, instilling terror in many. Their expressions were fierce, their gazes filled with malice, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. As their numbers grew, even the elders of the Li family felt their composure wavering. The leader of the Black Iron Cavalry, wearing a disdainful smile, surveyed the assembly with an air of superiority. "What a grand estate the Li family possesses," he remarked coldly, dismounting his horse, followed by his cavalry. Their demeanor was imposing, each one exuding an aura of authority that Lin Yu could feel as an intangible weight, just as everyone anticipated the leader's intent to provoke trouble. The Black Iron Cavalry suddenly knelt in unison. "Under orders from King Guqing, we, the 500 Black Iron Cavalry, come to serve under clan leader Li Haoran. We humbly request your acceptance," the leader declared with a bow. Li Haoran was taken aback, rising hastily. "King Guqing is overly gracious. To offer such an elite force is indeed a display of remarkable generosity. Clan leader Li, please accept us, otherwise we shall have no way to return and report." The leader continued. Understanding the sentiment behind King Guqing's intent, Li Haoran replied, "Very well, please take your seats. I will arrange for the Black Iron Cavalry's quarters immediately." A hush fell over the crowd. King Guqing had bestowed a formidable military force, significantly augmenting the Li family's power. Lin Tiankong, incensed, rose abruptly, slamming his hand on the chair, his eyes wide with disbelief as he glared at Li Haoran. The gift of such a battalion from King Guqing was undoubtedly envy-inducing. Now, any aspirations to usurp Li Haoran's position seemed increasingly unattainable. Lin Tiankong's expression darkened. Even if the Lin family were to provide support, they could not match the strength of 500 Black Iron Cavalry. Subsequently, numerous families arrived, though none could rival the imposing presence of the Black Iron Cavalry. The guests who followed gradually aligned themselves with Li Haoran, clearly intimidated by the cavalry's might. "Look, the Lin family from Ming City has also arrived." The arrival of the Lin family was remarkably striking, exuding a certain intimidation that commanded attention, albeit slightly less formidable than that of the Black Iron Cavalry. Lin Yu gazed at the members of the Lin family, fully aware that the clan backing Lin Ming consisted of these very individuals, who would inevitably become his future adversaries. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Haoran, sends his regards, wishing the Li family prosperity and success, remarked an elder from the Lin family. Lin Haoran responded, "I am truly honored that the Lin family from Ming City has sent representatives, though it seems Lin Ming has already made his way to Li Tiankong." The elder of the Lin family smiled and took his seat. The guests arrived one by one, and while Lin Yu paid little attention to the smaller families, he did take note of a few individuals who arrived later. Leading the way was an elderly man, none other than Master Yi Ming. His arrival prompted many to greet him with bows, a testament to his esteemed status as the only third-tier alchemist in the ancient city. Even Li Haoran felt compelled to pay his respects, unlike Li Tiankong, who harbored a long-standing enmity towards Master Yi Ming. It was precisely due to Master Yi Ming's presence that the Li family maintained its position as the foremost family in the ancient city, overshadowing other families that could only boast first-tier alchemists, rendering them incomparable. Now, with the addition of the Black Iron Riders, the Li family was poised for even greater expansion. Lin Yu had previously shown little interest in the clan meeting, but with Lin Ming's arrival, his composure began to waver. Li Haoran was particularly elated today, having gained the support of the ancient city king, which solidified his future position. The clan meeting of the Li family was undoubtedly its most illustrious yet, attended by prominent families including the Lin family. Li Haoran's organization of the event was remarkably successful, enhancing his prestige, while Li Tiankong felt discontented, his reputation paling in comparison to Li Haoran's. "Li clan leader, do you mind if I sit here?" A voice suddenly echoed, prompting Li Haoran to become alert. Next to him sat an unfamiliar figure, whose arrival had gone unnoticed even by Li Haoran, causing him momentary unease. "Who is this elder? Why is he here unexpectedly?" Li Haoran inquired sternly. "I am merely a junior. My presence here does not displease you, does it?" "Rest assured, I am no trouble," the elder replied with a grin. Li Haoran raised an eyebrow. Although the elder appeared to be a man of hidden depths, his origins were uncertain, leading Li Haoran to believe he would not act recklessly. Even if the elder was indeed a formidable individual, Li Haoran felt confident in his own capabilities. However, the sudden appearance of this elder instilled a sense of trepidation among the attendees of the VIP section, casting an eerie atmosphere over the gathering. "Li clan leader, I did not expect your family to have such a person," the elder remarked, smiling as he settled into the adjacent seat. Li Haoran, feeling disgruntled yet maintaining a facade of cordiality, responded, "Elder, since you are here, please make yourself comfortable. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to inform me. There are numerous esteemed families present at the ancient city clan meeting. I am merely here to observe the spectacle, nothing more," the elder replied. Li Haoran's cold smile indicated his growing displeasure. This elder was likely affiliated with some unknown faction, and it was certain that talents would be showcased at the clan meeting. Should any individuals be discovered, rival factions would likely seek to recruit them, and those who refused might meet a grim fate. Having just acquired the Black Iron Cavalry, Li Haoran was confident that no one would dare disrupt the event. This elder could very well be a player in such schemes. Li Haoran glanced at Li Tiankong, uncertain if he was sent by him. However, upon seeing Li Tiankong's expression of hatred, it was clear he was not the one who had summoned the elder. The elder's presence left Li Tiankong visibly confused and furious, while Lin Ming exhibited a hint of apprehension upon seeing the elder. "Who is this old man?" He arrived at the VIP section unnoticed. Lin Ming queried, wary. "I have no idea. Another expert, perhaps." When did Li Haoran come to know such individuals? Li Haoran's acquaintance with the elder created an atmosphere of pressure comparable to that of the Black Iron Cavalry. "All right, the clan meeting is commencing. Please, everyone, enjoy the festivities and partake in the fine wine," Li Haoran declared authoritatively, prompting all to raise their glasses. Only Li Tiankong remained obstinately disinterested, refusing to lift his cup. Li Haoran paid him no mind as the others indulged. Beside Li Haoran sat Master Yi Ming, a distinguished third-grade alchemist. "Master Yi Ming, did you not mention an important person you would introduce? Where is he?" Li Haoran inquired. Master Yi Ming appeared awkward upon this question, offering a rueful smile. "I have been too busy these past few days. The expert I intended to bring did not arrive." In truth, Lin Yu had outright declined his request, leaving Master Yi Ming feeling helpless. The elder regarded Master Yi Ming with a hint of respect. "Master Yi Ming, I may need to purchase pills from you in the future," the elder jested. "Please do not jest, elder. Such low-grade pills would hardly pique your interest." Master Yi Ming replied respectfully. "By the way, who is the individual assigned to this position? Why has he not arrived?" Li Haoran inquired, puzzled, noting an empty seat reserved for elders. Master Yi Ming chuckled helplessly. "That position is precisely for the expert I mentioned." "Oh, he is the new elder," Li Haoran replied, shaking his head. "It is quite inappropriate for the new elder to be absent from a clan meeting attended by all the members of the Li family." Master Yi Ming disowned Li Haoran's growing irritation, which also implicated him. "Where is he, then?" Li Haoran pressed. "I am referring to the expert who is seated in the ordinary section. I will fetch him now." "Lin Elder, why are you over there? I have been searching for you for quite some time. What are you doing in the ordinary section?" Master Yi Ming exclaimed joyfully, waving his arms. "Lin Elder." Master Yi Ming's exuberance drew attention, a rare sight indeed. Who could command such recognition from Master Yi Ming? It seemed they were quite familiar with one another. The fact that Master Yi Ming addressed him as Lin Elder indicated that this individual was indeed remarkable. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yu suddenly found himself the center of attention, with all eyes turning to him, rendering him exceptionally conspicuous. Now that he had been recognized, he couldn't help but wonder if Li Tiankong would seek retribution from him later. In any case, it was undoubtedly a precarious situation. Lin Yu strolled over slowly, inadvertently stirring up gusts of wind. Ding! The master unleashed a yellow-grade lower-level martial skill. Wind Step, gaining 1,000 points of martial experience. Upon recognizing Lin Yu, the crowd couldn't help but feel utterly disappointed. How could the esteemed Elder Lin, as mentioned by Master Ming, be a mere youth? It was truly astonishing. Lin Yu merely walked in, yet everyone felt a gust of wind. The status of Master Ming was well understood by all present. Those who could sit beside Li Haoran were undoubtedly influential figures. Yet here he was, associating with a mere youth like Lin Yu, leaving everyone astonished. You finally arrived. I was beginning to think I wouldn't find you. If you hadn't come to this gathering, I would have had a difficult time explaining myself, Master Ming exclaimed, grasping Lin Yu's hand with palpable joy. It was the first time Li Haoran laid eyes on Lin Yu, and he was reminded of his daughter Li Xuanna's words. Could this be the young man she spoke of? On the surface, he appeared unremarkable, lacking any extraordinary traits. Patriarch, this is the esteemed individual I mentioned, Li Haoran remarked, scrutinizing Lin Yu with a hint of skepticism. As an elder, I invite you to take a seat. Greetings, Patriarch, Lin Yu responded, unperturbed by Li Haoran's imposing demeanor. Despite Li Xuanna's lofty praise of Lin Yu, Li Haoran remained somewhat perplexed and curiously inquired, Master Ming, is this young man truly the extraordinary figure you believe him to be? Master Ming had granted Lin Yu the position of elder, implying that the youth must possess formidable talent. He is the most gifted alchemist in the ancient city. I doubt even Ming City boasts a more talented one. Ming asserted. Li Haoran's expression shifted slightly. Could Lin Yu truly be as remarkable as Master Ming suggested? What delighted Li Haoran was that Lin Yu had already become an elder of the Li family, a significant boon that could greatly benefit the family in the future if treated kindly. Li Tiankong raised an eyebrow at Lin Yu, feeling quite puzzled as to why such a young man was being brought along. The Patriarch's decision seemed foolish. Associating with someone so young was truly laughable. Lin Ming gazed at Lin Yu with astonishment, unable to fathom that the young man before him was indeed Lin Yu. Lin Ming, do you happen to know this young man? He inquired. You may find it hard to believe, but he is my cousin. Is that so? It seems the Lin family has produced some remarkable talents. However, being in close proximity to Li Haoran, he must undoubtedly be our adversary. Lin Ming felt a twinge of unease. In such a setting, he should not have encountered that worthless individual. Yet, not only did he see him, but Ming and Li Haoran also regarded him as a person of significance. Lin Yu, I never expected you to possess some capability. Lin Ming's gaze was fierce, and the sight of Lin Yu filled him with displeasure. Elder Lin, it is not easy to find you. Master Ming, please refrain from addressing me in such a manner. I find it quite uncomfortable, Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Lin Yu, you have arrived. Why not perform alongside me later? Lin Yu remained silent. Lin Yu, if you agree, I shall certainly provide you with some superior medicinal herbs afterwards. There is no need. I can manage the alchemy myself, Lin Yu responded. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Master Ming chuckled, finally allowing the world to witness what true genius is. Li Haoran, too, was eager to discern the true capabilities of this elder, if he were indeed as formidable as Master Ming claimed. He would be worthy of such a position. Xuanna, why not demonstrate the Mingyue sword technique you have been practicing recently? Li Haoran suggested nonchalantly, raising his hand. Li Xuanna nodded, then picked up a precious sword. With a graceful leap, her beauty, already breathtaking, astonished countless onlookers. It was simply ineffable. Today marked the clan meeting of the Li family, and naturally, the performers were the younger members, as they represented the future of the clan. The talent displayed by Li Xuanna would undoubtedly attract the attention of more powerful families, leading to advantageous alliances that would benefit her clan. At that moment, Li Tiankong's expression darkened. He had no children of his own, and his only close relative, Li Yishan, had met a tragic end, which was significantly detrimental to him. Although Li Haoran had a daughter, the future of the clan leader position remained uncertain. Standing on stage, Li Xuanna wielded her sword technique, the glimmering blade radiating like beams of moonlight, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. The air was filled with a sharp sound that made spectators wary from a distance, let alone those who dared to approach. Li Xuanna's cultivation level was considerable, and as a first-grade alchemist, she was undeniably a genius in the ancient city. While her beauty captivated many, The fierce energy emanating from her sword made them hesitate, rendering the icy beauty even more intimidating. Chapter 14. No need for formulas next. Li Xuanna began to concoct medicinal pills, and all eyes were glued to her. Her alchemical skills had grown significantly, as she was now a first-grade alchemist, and her peers looked on with envy. Remarkably, within just half an hour, she had successfully produced a first-grade medicinal pill. With her exceptional beauty and talent, if she continued to refine her skills, her future was boundless. The Li family was indeed formidable, boasting a talent like Li Xuanna. It was truly enviable. However, Li Xuanna, upon hearing the praises, felt less joy than before. Once the most talented alchemist in the ancient city, she now found herself overshadowed by Lin Yu, the true prodigy, though few were aware of this fact. Li Tiankong's expression darkened further. His plan had been to showcase his nephew Li Yishan, who had tragically perished, leaving him seething with frustration. Meanwhile, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, observing Lin Yu and Master Yi Ming together, his apprehension growing. Someone, tamper with the alchemical furnace, Lin Ming cautiously instructed. Now, everyone has witnessed Li Xuanna's alchemical prowess. Producing a first-grade medicinal pill is quite impressive. At my age, I could not concoct such a pill. The talent for alchemy determines an alchemist's future, Master Yi Ming declared as he took the stage. I shall now introduce someone who I intend to bring to the alchemical convention. Is there truly another individual with talent akin to Li Xuanna? Why have we not heard of them before? When did the ancient city become home to so many gifted alchemists? Who could this person be? The crowd began to murmur. Their curiosity piqued. While Master Yi Ming continued his introduction, a staff member approached the stage to replace an alchemical furnace, a detail that went largely unnoticed. Elder Lin, please step forward and perform. I implore you to concoct a medicinal pill, Master Yi Ming said with utmost respect. Li Haoran scrutinized Lin Yu, pondering what kind of talent he possessed. Is he truly just a young man? Is this real? He certainly does not appear to be an alchemist. Lin Yu ascended the stage and surveyed the medicinal herbs. I still lack the second-grade herb, Ningyuan grass. What do you need Ningyuan grass for? Master Yi Ming suddenly realized. Are you planning to concoct a second-grade elixir? Of course, Lin Yu replied. First-grade elixirs are far too simple for me. If I am to perform, I shall naturally refine a second-grade elixir. Master Yi Ming was momentarily stunned. If Lin Yu could indeed concoct a second-grade elixir, he would be recognized as a prodigious talent, perhaps even worthy of training in the imperial city. Yi Ming felt a surge of excitement. I wonder what kind of elixir you intend to create. I can offer numerous suggestions, Yi Ming inquired. Master, there's no need for that. I possess my own confidence. Lin Yu assured him. Then what about the recipe for the elixir? Master Yi Ming asked. No need for a recipe, Lin Yu responded. What do you mean? No recipe? That is exceedingly risky. The chances of failure are significantly higher. Second-grade elixirs are far more challenging than first-grade ones, Master Yi Ming exclaimed anxiously. Lin Yu, a newcomer in every sense, should adhere strictly to the prescribed recipe for concocting elixirs. Any misstep, however minor, or error in the quantity of ingredients could lead to a disastrous failure, potentially resulting in an explosive mishap. Today marks the clan assembly performance. A failure would incur significant repercussions for Lin Yu. Master, I intend to refine the Ningyuan Dan, and I am fully aware of the required ingredients. I shall commence the process immediately. Master Yi Ming, albeit somewhat anxious, responded, Very well, if you are so determined, then I wish you the best of luck. The audience remained skeptical of Lin Yu's capabilities. After conversing with Master Yi Ming for such an extended period, it seemed he lacked confidence and might embarrass himself on stage. Li Xuanna, renowned for her exceptional talent, would never exhibit such hesitance in her alchemical pursuits. In contrast, Lin Yu had engaged in prolonged discourse with Master Yi Ming. It was likely that this humble youth would only manage to concoct a low-grade elixir, especially after seeking guidance for so long. Master, I fear that Yi Ming has misjudged this time. After all, he is advancing in years, remarked one elder. Indeed, if Elder Lin were to falter, it would bring disgrace upon the Li family. The other elders of the Li clan shared a palpable skepticism towards Lin Yu, deeming him too young and lacking the qualifications to occupy such a prestigious position. Lin Ming smiled, fully aware that Lin Yu was destined to fail, despite being an alchemist. However, a twinge of jealousy stirred within him, as he had endeavored tirelessly to become an alchemist himself, yet had been unable to achieve that aspiration. Why should Lin Yu, of all people, succeed? At that moment, a chorus of laughter erupted. Did you see that? He opened the alchemical furnace by simply lifting the lid instead of rotating it. Doesn't he possess even the most basic knowledge? He is clearly a novice. They mocked. Noting the egregious error after Master Yiming had imparted so much wisdom, it seemed unlikely that he could even concoct a basic potion. Li Haoran shook his head but maintained a calm demeanor, while Master Yiming wore an expression of astonishment. Lin Yu's actions were deliberate. He sensed that the vital energy within the furnace was inadequate and sought to infuse it with fresh energy. Master Yiming's eyes widened. Such alchemical technique was no trifling matter. Even he, at this moment, would struggle to impart vital energy into the furnace, yet Lin Yu had accomplished it. Only those truly discerning could recognize the prowess behind this technique, marking him as an exceptional alchemist. The expressions of the first and second-tier alchemists present turned grave. Akin to witnessing an unparalleled beauty, their astonishment palpable. He was truly infusing vital energy. Master Yiming was left utterly speechless, collapsing into his seat in silence. As Lin Yu infused his vital energy, he swiftly recognized a troubling issue, his gaze fixed intently on the base of the alchemical furnace. Something is amiss. Lin Yu murmured softly. Everyone, please remain silent and refrain from whispering. Master Ming declared loudly, prompting many to immediately hush and cease their quiet conversations. Lin Yu placed the medicinal herbs into the alchemical furnace, igniting the flames with his own vital energy. The initial task was to refine the herbs. After 20 minutes, the herbs had transformed into a liquid elixir, and Lin Yu understood that the formation of the elixir into a pill was imminent. This was Lin Yu's first attempt at concocting a second-grade pill, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. As it proved to be significantly more challenging than crafting a first-grade pill, the formation of a second-grade pill was even more difficult for Lin Yu to control. The furnace was sealed, preventing him from observing the liquid's transformation within. This step was fraught with the potential for error. Chapter 15. Second-grade pill. If the resulting pill were not perfectly round, all his efforts would be in vain. Through his heightened perception, Lin Yu gradually guided the elixir toward its intended shape. Lin Ming could hardly contain his laughter. Although Lin Yu was currently enjoying success in alchemy, it was inevitable that he would soon falter. After all, the alchemical furnace had been tampered with. Lin Yu was bound to embarrass himself, leading to his complete ruin. A single failure at such a critical moment could tarnish his reputation irreparably. The alchemical furnace began to emit a peculiar white mist, which was not only distinctive but also carried a faint aromatic scent. Could it be that there was indeed a fragrance of elixir, albeit subtle? Occasionally, when medicinal materials were burned, a pleasant aroma could arise. Yet, how could that fabric-clad youth possibly succeed in concocting a pill? A second-tier elixir, no less. Suddenly, the mysterious old man spoke, prompting a shift in the atmosphere as many began to take him seriously. Li Haoran found himself at a loss for words, merely observing. Unsure of Lin Yu's progress in alchemy, this young man is remarkable, he thought. The old man continued, his unexpected presence asserting that the concoction would indeed be a second-tier elixir. An elder from the Li family interjected with dissatisfaction, stating, I do not know who you are. Old man, but crafting a second-tier elixir is no simple feat. Let us await the outcome. The elder remained remarkably calm and unperturbed, suggesting they simply watch and see. For that young lad would undoubtedly produce a second-tier elixir. Ding. The master successfully crafted a second-tier elixir, the condensation pill, earning 20,000 points of alchemical experience. Lin Yu seems to have acquired a wealth of alchemical knowledge, and his skills have certainly improved. Becoming a second-tier alchemist is no easy feat. It appears that further practice in alchemy is essential, Lin Yu mused, convinced that he would be able to refine more elixirs in the future. The elixir has taken shape. Lin Yu extinguished the flames and was about to lift the lid. Lin Ming began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Why had the alchemical furnace not yet exploded? No. He was about to lift the lid. Surely it would detonate then. If the elixirs were to be destroyed, he would undoubtedly suffer great embarrassment. However, when Lin Yu lifted the lid, there was a resounding bang, yet nothing occurred. Lin Ming was left profoundly disappointed. What was happening? I had tampered with the alchemical furnace. Heating it to a specific temperature, it should have exploded. Why was it unharmed? Lin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. His scheme had failed, and he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Li Yishan's expression was equally grim. Did you not assure me that everything was foolproof? Why hasn't the furnace exploded? I have no idea. What could possibly be the reason? At this moment, a second-grade alchemist beside Li Yishan wore a grave expression, his eyes filled with astonishment. Could it be? Li Yishan pressed for an explanation. The second-grade alchemist elucidated. Earlier, he had infused the furnace with true energy. Although the furnace had been tampered with and contained a hole, the true energy completely sealed the breach, preventing an explosion. Is such a thing even possible? Lin Yu's alchemical skills are truly remarkable. The second-grade alchemist's face darkened. It seemed that Master Yi Ming had indeed found a prodigy, a veritable rarity. Li Yishan, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table. Did this not mean that Li Haoran had yet another talented individual by his side? He was so enraged that his face flushed crimson. Lin Yu opened the lid, revealing a dazzling elixir. Master Ming hurried over, his expression brimming with joy. I never expected, Elder Lin, that you would successfully refine a second-tier elixir. This is truly remarkable. Lin Yu offered a faint smile, graciously responding, Master, you flatter me. This pill is of little use to me, so I shall gift it to you. Such a second-tier elixir for me? Yi Ming expressed his astonishment. You truly do not desire this invaluable concoction? He understood that this condensing essence pill was of considerable worth, capable of aiding a ninth-level martial master in transcending to the next realm. The significance of such a pill was profound. Even prominent families coveted it dearly. This particular elixir could facilitate a warrior's ascension to the martial sovereign realm, and a second-tier pill was no trivial matter. Its value could easily reach 100,000 gold coins. I fail to comprehend. You will surely require a pill for your own cultivation in the future. Why bestow it upon me? You provided the herbs. I cannot allow you to bear the expense. Should I need to concoct another in the future, it would not pose any challenge. This condensing essence pill holds great value. And I assure you, should I sell it at a favorable price, I will share the proceeds with you. Seeing Yi Ming's earnest insistence, Lin Yu ultimately acquiesced. Recognizing that he would indeed need Yi Ming's expertise for acquiring quality herbs in the future. After all, essential ingredients are not easily procured with mere gold. The avenues to obtain them are exceedingly arduous, and Yi Ming's role would be crucial in helping him acquire rare materials. The other first-tier alchemists hurriedly approached Yi Ming to extend their congratulations. Yi Ming, you have unearthed such a prodigious talent. Your prowess is truly remarkable. It is quite astonishing. The ancient city is to gain yet another alchemical genius, and he has successfully crafted a second-tier elixir, which is truly awe-inspiring. Moreover, Lin Yu has produced the condensing essence pill, a notably challenging second-tier concoction, and he did so without even a formula. His skills are simply extraordinary. Lin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment as he bowed in gratitude, humbly responding, You flatter me, esteemed seniors. I am not so formidable. Is this that you have concocted? Li Haoran inquired, intrigued by the elixir that Lin Yu had managed to create in less than an hour. The atmosphere was rife with commotion, with onlookers displaying a mixture of astonishment, envy, and admiration. Did you hear that? It is a second-grade elixir, capable of aiding one in transcending to the martial zone realm. The ninth level of the martial master realm is notoriously challenging to surpass for those lacking exceptional talent. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-harm for the practitioner. That, however, is precisely what one needs to facilitate this breakthrough. Is it possible that this humble youth possesses such prowess? Could he truly have crafted a second-grade elixir? The recommendation from Master Yi Ming certainly proved to be extraordinary. An elder seated in the VIP section chuckled softly, recalling a recent dispute with another elder who had claimed Lin Yu would fail to produce any elixir. Do you see? Not only has he succeeded, but he has also created the. You are indeed remarkable, esteemed senior. I feel quite ashamed of my lack of discernment. The elder from the Li family expressed apologetically. The elder merely smiled faintly, while Li Haoran cast a sidelong glance at him. Sensing that the elder seemed to have ulterior motives for his presence, was he truly there merely to witness Lin Yu's achievements? Who would have thought that the ancient city harbored such an exceptional alchemist? The title of the foremost genius alchemist no longer belonged to Li Xuanna. Chapter 16. The Jade Pendant. At this moment, the crowd regained their composure, staring at Lin Yu in utter disbelief. Without a doubt, he was the foremost genius alchemist. A talent worthy of cultivation in the imperial city. Well, the Li family's performance has reached its conclusion. It is now time for Lin Ming to take the stage. An elder announced. Surely Lin Ming cannot be considered one of our Li family members. Is he intending to join us now? Let him act as my representative. Li Tiankong replied, his expression darkening. My nephew has recently passed, and I am devastated. Lin Ming is as close to Li Yishan as brothers. It would not be an issue for him to perform on my behalf. Lin Ming swiftly ascended the stage, almost in the blink of an eye, leaving many spectators bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Undoubtedly, Lin Ming was showcasing his formidable prowess. Upon Lin Ming's appearance on stage, the title of the third young master of Ming City commanded profound respect from all present. As the third young master, his martial prowess was undeniably formidable, and many were overwhelmed by his formidable presence. A palpable aura of intensity emanated from him. One could only wonder about the extent of Lin Ming's current cultivation. The oppressive force he exuded was truly remarkable. With a cold snort, Lin Ming unleashed an even more concentrated aura, causing several individuals at the forefront to stagger back momentarily. Li Haoran, sensing Lin Ming's immense strength, wore a grim expression, realizing that Lin Ming had attained the 8th level of the martial master realm, nearing its advanced phase. The progression through the early, mid, and late stages, culminating at the pinnacle, suggested that Lin Ming would soon reach the apex, posing a significant threat to Li Xuanna. Li Tiankong was a ruthless individual, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. The death of Li Yishan had profoundly affected him. Although Li Yishan's cultivation did not match Lin Ming's, he was nonetheless Li Tiankong's nephew. With the loss of his nephew, Li Tiankong sought to create turmoil. Suspecting that Li Haoran was the mastermind behind it all, Li Xuanna, as a first-grade alchemist and a martial artist at the 6th level of the martial master realm, fell short in comparison to Lin Ming. While he was allied with Li Haoran, he was not a member of the Li family. The future of the Li family remained uncertain. Only with sufficient strength could one aspire to the position of clan leader. Now, with Lin Ming having reached the 8th level of the martial master realm and nearing its advanced stage, his prowess was astonishing. Just last month, he had been at the early stage. One might wonder if the title of the third young master of Ming City was merely for show. His cultivation talent was indeed extraordinary. Lin Ming understood that the power he currently exhibited was absolute. His cultivation level surpassed that of his peers by several tiers, and he was destined for great achievements. Even the ancient city's king would have to accord him a measure of respect. Lin Ming's behavior undoubtedly aims to exert pressure on certain individuals, particularly to intimidate Lin Yu. One should not assume that being an alchemist guarantees safety. With the formidable influence of Lin Ming's family, it would not be a challenging task to thwart the aspirations of a fledgling alchemist like him. Lin Ming glared fiercely at Lin Yu, initially believing that his formidable strength would instill fear in him. However, to his astonishment, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Lin Ming lifted his gaze, only to find an elderly man standing before him. When had this elder arrived? Momentarily taken aback, Lin Ming realized that the elder had ample opportunity to strike him just moments ago. The old man exuded an aura of formidable power. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed elder?" Lin Ming refrained from making any rash moves, fully aware that this elder was no ordinary individual. "I have come to discuss the matter of the wasteland jade pendant." Upon hearing this, Lin Ming's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that this suddenly appeared elder would possess knowledge of such a confidential subject. At that moment, he stood on the platform, his words resonating in the ears of all present, prompting whispers among the distinguished guests. "What is the wasteland jade pendant? It sounds vaguely familiar," they murmured. In this context, questioning the significance of a jade pendant seemed rather peculiar. Lin Ming's expression was rather grim, but soon he found solace in the presence of Li Tiankong, a formidable ally. Surely, this elderly man would not resort to violence. "Well, I shall remain unperturbed. After all, the desolate jade pendant rests in my possession." "But what of it?" Lin Ming inquired. The countenances of several clan leaders shifted dramatically. While ordinary folk might remain oblivious, they had certainly heard whispers of the desolate jade pendant. Both Li Tiankong and Li Haoran's expressions changed subtly, as did those of the other elders, who finally comprehended the significance of the pendant. The leader of the Black Iron Cavalry, under the ancient city's rule, glared with interest, his demeanor fierce. It was said that the desolate jade pendant concealed unparalleled martial techniques and recipes for top-tier elixirs. Whoever possessed it would reap immense rewards. For instance, if Li Haoran were to truly acquire the pendant and its secrets, the family's influence would undoubtedly multiply manifold. Upon hearing the mention of the desolate jade pendant, Li Haoran ceased to be astonished, realizing that the clan assembly would delve into discussions surrounding it. Tension filled the air as everyone present grew increasingly agitated, particularly Li Tiankong, who seemed torn between anger and resentment towards Lin Ming. "That little brat possesses such a treasure and has the audacity to keep it from me," Li Yishan exclaimed with ire. "It appears the desolate jade pendant is genuinely in your grasp. I have no intention of taking action against you. I merely wish to caution you, this pendant is not an ordinary trinket. Do not harbor foolish aspirations of unraveling its mysteries." "What, old man, do you underestimate me?" Lin Ming retorted, raising an eyebrow. "As the guardian of the pendant, I offer you this warning out of concern. However, should you choose to pry into its secrets, I have no objections. I'm simply curious how you came by it, the elder replied indifferently. Upon realizing the guardian of the pendant stood before him, Lin Ming felt a surge of panic. The power possessed by the guardian was formidable indeed, allowing him to act with such arrogance. If you wish to know, I shall tell you. I seized it. Indeed, I took it from my cousin, Lin Ming declared loudly. In an instant, the crowd erupted in chatter, deeming his actions ruthlessly unprincipled. The desolate jade pendant. No wonder Lin Ming resorted to such unscrupulous means, even stealing it from his cousin. They murmured, alas, such is the nature of this world. Where the strong prey upon the weak, notions of loyalty are but hollow sentiments. Countless brothers have turned against one another for the sake of gain. At that moment, Lin Yu leaped onto the stage, lamenting, I am ashamed to have such a cousin, one who would injure me and leave me for dead. Only to snatch away the pendant. Lin Ming's cousin is indeed Lin Yu. The crowd was taken aback by this revelation, filled with shock and curiosity regarding the circumstances that transpired between the two brothers. Naturally, they were eager to witness the unfolding drama at the Li family gathering, where the Lin family members had garnered significant attention. Lin Ming, a martial arts prodigy, and Lin Yu, a genius in alchemy, showcased the extraordinary capabilities of the Lin family. Intriguingly, the desolate jade pendant appeared to be of immense value, attracting even the clan leader's keen interest. It left many wondering why Lin Yu so readily acknowledged the situation. Did he not feel a sense of humiliation? In Chapter 17, titled Ambush, Lin Ming scoffed at Lin Yu, his gaze tinged with jealousy, exclaiming, You truly possess remarkable abilities. How did I fail to notice this before? The worth of an alchemical talent like Lin Yu far surpassed that of Lin Ming, stirring feelings of imbalance within him. To Lin Ming, Lin Yu was merely a worthless individual. The tension between the two on stage captivated the audience, who were keenly aware that Lin Ming, a martial arts genius, had yet to encounter a rival. Speculation about the potential outcome of a confrontation filled the air. The elder guarding the desolate jade pendant appeared to be a formidable figure, perhaps even superior in strength to Lin Ming. Li Haoran's expression turned serious. He had not anticipated the emergence of a guardian in the ancient city, and the elder's prowess was formidable. The families present murmured amongst themselves, anxiety etched on their faces. The elder spoke calmly, stating, As the guardian, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to caution you that the pendant is beyond your control. I shall not seize it from you. Hearing this, Lin Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Otherwise, he doubted his ability to contend with the elder should the need arise. What about the desolate jade pendant? Lin Yu questioned. Surely you don't believe I would return it to you? Don't harbor such delusions. I am fully aware you would not return it, which is why I intend to reclaim it. Reclaim it? Huh, you think you can? Lin Ming scoffed, realizing Lin Yu likely sought assistance to retrieve it. Before I defeat you, I will certainly take back the desolate jade pendant, Lin Yu asserted confidently. Huh, you? Lin Yu, stop dreaming. It's been less than a month since I injured you. Do you truly believe your cultivation can rival mine? Lin Ming jeered. In Lin Ming's eyes, a fierce aura brimmed. When had Lin Yu become a prodigy in the art of alchemy? Had he known this would transpire, he would not have acted so impulsively, inflicting injury upon Lin Yu. It is vital to recognize that Lin Yu is a second-tier alchemist, and at such a young age, no less. Lin Ming, being his cousin, could have leveraged this relationship to elevate him within their family, undoubtedly bestowing boundless benefits upon them. Alas, regret now gnaws at Lin Ming. For who could have anticipated that a so-called waste would, in the blink of an eye, ascend to the status of a second-tier alchemist? Observing Lin Yu's current demeanor, it is evident that he would not align himself with Lin Ming. Rather, he has become an adversary. What cannot be obtained must be destroyed. At that moment, a figure approached Li Tiankong, whispering a few words to him, igniting an instant fury within him. Is it him? Li Tiankong exclaimed, as he sprang into action, a fierce killing intent emanating from him as he launched a strike towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu's reflexes were remarkably swift, further enhanced by his mastery of the wind-step technique, allowing him to evade the incoming strike with remarkable agility. A potent aura of murderous intent surged forth, causing Lin Yu to arch an eyebrow. He knew that if he were to endure such a blow, even at the 7th level of martial master, he would surely falter. How ruthless this Li Tiankong was. Did he evade it? Li Tiankong was taken aback, astonished that his strike had met only empty air. That insolent youth possessed an astonishing speed. Ding! The master executed the yellow-tier lower-grade martial technique, wind step, earning 20 by 100 times martial experience. Li Haoran immediately rose to his feet, exclaiming, Li Tiankong, have you lost your mind? Attacking Lin Yu? A bead of sweat trickled down his brow. Had Lin Yu taken that strike, it might have cost him dearly. Presently, Lin Yu was a prized asset of the Li family, and it was imperative to safeguard him, ensuring he sustained no harm whatsoever. Did you murder my nephew, Li Yishan? Li Tiankong questioned vehemently. It was indeed I, Lin Yu replied coolly. Many within the Li family were taken aback. Even if Lin Yu had indeed committed the act, there was no need for him to so brazenly confess. Enraged, Li Tiankong bellowed, "Today, I shall certainly kill you, or I shall never find peace." What audacity! Tiankong, do you believe I will permit you to achieve your ends? Li Haoran declared loudly. The authority of the clan leader manifesting, instilling fear in many. Li Tiankong's face flushed crimson, his fury reaching a fever pitch. Observing his furious demeanor, Lin Yu contemplated the formidable adversary he faced. "Uncle, there is no need for you to intervene. I shall take action myself," Lin Ming remarked with a smile. The crowd below erupted in a clamor. This alchemist was indeed formidable, having instantly garnered two adversaries, Li Tiankong and Lin Ming. Such a young talent. Li Tiankong, the vice clan leader, was known for his vindictiveness. Provoking him in the ancient city might spell doom. Furthermore, Lin Yu had slain Li Yishan. This predicament was indeed intriguing. Lin Yu and Lin Ming stood in opposition to each other. "We must have a duel, regardless of life or death. If you defeat me, I shall return the Baron Jade pendant to you. Do you dare accept my challenge?" And no calling for any assistance during the duel, Lin Ming inquired. "Absolutely," Lin Yu replied without hesitation. Surprised by his swift agreement, Lin Ming noted that Lin Yu, being weaker in martial prowess, could easily hide behind Li Haoran's protection and had no need to act so impulsively. As a second-tier alchemist, Li Haoran would certainly do his utmost to safeguard him. Why then would he consent to this duel? It seemed Lin Yu was rather foolish, a sly smile curling at the corners of Lin Ming's mouth. "Since your conflict revolves around the Baron Jade pendant, I shall serve as the witness, for I am the guardian," the elder declared, raising his hand. The Baron Jade pendant swiftly flew from Lin Ming's pocket, leaving his face ashen. Losing it in such a manner would be a significant loss. The pendant obediently responded to the elder's control, confirming that he was indeed its guardian. Li Haoran's expression darkened, unsure of how to address this unsettling elder. "What shall we call you, senior?" "Just call me Zhao Qifeng," the elder chuckled, holding the Baron Jade pendant, his presence imposing. "The victor of your duel shall claim this Baron Jade pendant," Zhao Qifeng announced. "I hope you will honor your word, senior," Lin Ming said with a bow, wary of Zhao Qifeng's formidable aura. "Today marks the clan meeting of the Li family. It would not be prudent for us to battle here. How about we postpone until tomorrow or the day after?" Lin Yu suggested. Upon hearing Lin Ming's words, he felt a surge of tension. Was this merely a tactic to delay? He yearned to eliminate Lin Yu immediately, yet he knew he must endure for another day or two. Without the desolate jade pendant in his possession, he felt an insatiable restlessness. Thus, it was settled. Li Haoran swiftly rose and commanded, "No problem at all." Lin Ming reluctantly acquiesced, conceding, "You may live for another 2 days." Chapter 18. The assessment. Lin Yu immediately executed the wind step technique. Ding. The master utilized the yellow tier lower level martial skill, wind step, gaining 20 times 100-fold martial experience. Ding. The master executed the yellow tier lower level martial skill, wind step, acquiring 20 times 100-fold martial experience. Such agility is indeed remarkable. Can you truly defeat him? Li Tiankong inquired hesitantly, for Lin Yu had evaded even his most powerful strike. "Rest assured, I am a martial arts prodigy. No matter how adept his movements may be, I am confident I will be able to catch him. Lin Yu is doomed," Lin Ming declared emphatically. Master Yi Ming observed Lin Yu, astonished that a display of such extraordinary skills would lead to the current predicament. Clan leader, you must protect Lin Yu at all costs, no matter the sacrifice. I understand, but why did he accept the challenge? Alas, I cannot intervene now. I can only assist him when the time comes to ensure his survival, Li Haoran lamented. Lin Yu is indeed a prodigious alchemist. However, his impulsiveness is rather concerning. Despite knowing he cannot prevail, he still accepts Lin Ming's challenge. Lin Yu now embodies the future of the Li family. To strengthen the clan, the role of an alchemist is undeniably essential. Even the slightest injury to Lin Yu would represent a significant loss. The clan meeting continues, yet Li Haoran's focus has waned. Today is entirely Lin Yu's moment to shine, as he showcases his immense talent. Li Tiankong glares fiercely at Li Haoran, enraged that Lin Yu has slain his own nephew. This enmity must be avenged. Lin Ming, should you acquire the treasure of the desolate jade pendant, Do not forget me. Rest assured, Uncle Li. I have always regarded Li Yishan as a brother. I shall undoubtedly aid him in avenging this grave injustice. Lin Yu returned to the chamber of his elder, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Lin Ming's current prowess was indeed formidable. If he were not cautious, Lin Yu might find himself outmatched. He needed to swiftly concoct a second-tier elixir to enhance his cultivation. Closing his eyes, a wealth of knowledge regarding medicinal concoctions flooded his mind. Among this knowledge were numerous valuable prescriptions, one of which was the seven-colored pill, a second-tier elixir of great merit. However, the ingredients required for its creation were exceedingly difficult to procure. Lin Yu has completed the prescription for the seven-colored elixir, and upon review, he realizes that it indeed requires quite a considerable amount of ingredients. Lin Yu arrived at the elixir shop, searching for various medicinal herbs. He discovered that he could only find 5 of the 7 required ingredients for the seven-colored pill, leaving him unable to locate the remaining 2 herbs. In his haste to depart, he realized he had forgotten to bring any gold coins. Lin Yu found himself in an embarrassing predicament. Just as the attendant was preparing to mock him and summon someone to expel him, he noticed the token at Lin Yu's waist, which unmistakably bore the insignia of an elder from the Li family. Instantly, the attendant's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Greetings, elder. The herbs you require can be settled at a later date. Not having gold coins is a trivial matter. Oh, very well then. I shall ensure that someone comes to settle the account. Lin Yu replied with a smile, recognizing the significance of his status as an elder. However, he was still troubled by the fact that he could not find the remaining 2 herbs. The medicinal market in the ancient city was rather limited, suffering from severe shortages. Even the first-grade elixirs lacked complete ingredients, let alone those of the second grade. Thus, knowing someone like Yi Ming was beneficial for locating herbs, as most of them were valuable yet scarce, and possessing wealth did not guarantee acquisition. Just then, a knock was heard at the door. Oh, Yi Ming. I was just about to seek you out. I am currently in need of 2 types of herbs. What herbs are you missing? Lin Yu then produced the prescription he had composed, and Yi Ming was taken aback upon examining it. I have never encountered such a colorful elixir before. Elder Lin, from where did you procure these numerous prescriptions? They are indeed of considerable value. Master Yi Ming felt a tinge of envy, for even he had never laid eyes on a pill as extraordinary as the colorful elixir. You need not inquire too deeply into this matter. How about accompanying me to the Heavenly Tao Academy? The Inner Sanctum's Heavenly Medicine Pavilion may possess it, and I have heard that an alchemist assessment is currently underway. Lin Yu felt a surge of curiosity upon hearing those words. What was the examination for alchemists? What would happen if one passed it? The rewards included a wealth of medicinal herbs, as well as the esteemed qualification of becoming an alchemist, enabling one to concoct second-tier elixirs. This assessment should be rather straightforward for you. Indeed, why not take me along to witness it? Very well, follow me. For ages, the Tiandao Academy has stood as the sole sect in the ancient city. Although it is merely an ordinary sect, many aspire to gain entry. The Tianyao Pavilion is situated within the inner sanctum of the Tiandao Academy. Previously, Lin Yu could only roam the outer courtyard, lacking the qualifications to enter the inner precincts. However, circumstances have changed. Now, as an elder, he is greeted with utmost respect by the gatekeepers. The Tianyao Pavilion, in stark contrast to the ordinary medicinal shops outside, is adorned with elaborate decor dedicated to alchemy, showcasing numerous alchemical furnaces as exhibits. Wow, did you see? Qin Tianming has arrived. I never expected to encounter him here. Indeed, it is thrilling to witness Qin Tianming in person. One must wonder what brings him to this place. Qin Tianming likely has business to attend to here. The excitement of seeing him is palpable. Since his arrival at the Tianyao Pavilion, Lin Yu has continuously heard his name. He has discerned that Qin Tianming is a prodigious alchemist hailing from Ming City. It's astonishing how lively the Tianyao Pavilion is. Shouldn't a place dedicated to alchemy be more tranquil? It is precisely because Qin Tianming is present that such commotion ensues. After all, he is a figure of considerable renown. Lin Yu realized this. Comparatively, Ming City boasts a greater abundance of talent than the ancient city, where even the few prodigies that emerge are often lured away to develop their skills in Ming City. Ordinarily, Qin Tianming would not frequent the Tianyao Pavilion. His presence here is likely for leisure, and perhaps mostly for the sake of a girl. What girl? Qin Tianming has always looked down upon the inhabitants of the ancient city, being a rather conceited individual. However, he seems to have developed an affection for Li Xuana, having pursued her multiple times without success. Ah, so that's the situation. Today marks the day of the examination. and Li Xuena is certain to attend, prompting Chen Tianming to come here. At that moment, someone shouted even louder, Chen Tianming is truly here. Lin Yu cast a glance to discern the identity of the approaching figure. He beheld a man of noble bearing, adorned in lavish attire that exuded opulence. Although the individual possessed a certain handsomeness, he radiated an air of arrogance. Chen Tianming's talents surpassed those of Li Xuena, rendering them an exquisite pair. Indeed, Chen Tianming had successfully concocted a second-tier elixir, specifically a low-grade one. The prodigies of Ming City were indeed remarkable. Such talents were seldom encountered in our ancient city. Chapter 19. The competition. Is there a distinction among second-tier elixirs? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Elder Lin, surely you jest. Such rudimentary knowledge should not escape your awareness. Elixirs of second tier and above are categorized into upper, middle, and lower grades. Yi Ming regarded Lin Yu's question as a jest. Given his mastery of alchemy and extensive knowledge of elixirs, it was inconceivable that he would be unaware of such fundamental concepts. I must admit, I had not paid attention to that before. My apologies. Haha, Elder Lin, your jest is quite entertaining. Just as martial arts cultivation is divided into early, mid, late stages and peaks, so too is the classification of alchemists. Only second-tier alchemists possess such distinctions. First-tier alchemists do not. Chen Tianming was followed by a throng of sycophants, each bearing a servile demeanor. Soon, they arrived at a grand hall, where the elixir assessment was about to commence, and Li Xuena was diligently preparing. Oh, Li Xuena, still working so hard. Despite your extensive efforts, you cannot surpass me. I must admit, I feel a twinge of sympathy for you. Chen Tianming remarked with a tone of condescension. What brings you here, Chen Tianming? Li Xuena replied, her voice tinged with displeasure. Her melodious tone captivated those around her. She was a vision of beauty in her flowing gown, reminiscent of a celestial being, compelling many to steal glances at her. Ah, the enchanting Li Xuena. Is she not breathtaking? Remarked the onlookers, admiring her graceful figure. However, Li Xuena's aloofness had deterred many suitors from approaching her. Chen Tianming was not easily dismissed, though. With a cold smirk, he asserted, Li Xuena, your talent is lacking. The foremost requisite for an alchemist is innate ability. Just look at my high aptitude. I need not exert myself excessively to nearly attain the status of a second-tier alchemist. Spare me your trivialities. I am about to undergo the assessment, Li Xuena retorted. Her irritation evident. It was clear that Chen Tianming had come merely to provoke her. The assessment instructors exchanged uneasy glances with Chen Tianming, attempting to placate him. Li Xuena, I wish for you to be by my side. Have you considered my proposition? I cannot wait any longer. If you refuse, do not expect to pass the assessment today, Chen Tianming threatened. The instructors need not heed his words. Let us commence my assessment without delay, Li Xuena insisted. Chen Tianming shook his head, declaring, those from the Tian'ao Pavilion must show me respect. After all, I am a member of the Qin family of Ming City. The assessment instructors fell silent, contemplating whether to summon an elder from the Tian'ao Pavilion, as this matter was beyond their jurisdiction. Li Xuena felt an overwhelming sense of dread. If the assessment could not proceed today, she would have to wait an extended period. What do you truly desire? Chen Tianming? She asked, exasperated. How about this? Let us compete in alchemy. If you can best me, I shall ensure your passage in the assessment and gift you a second-tier wind spirit elixir. However, should you lose, you must visit my chambers tonight, Chen Tianming proclaimed. His tone unyielding. The crowd erupted in excitement. Ah, those with wealth and power possess such audacity. Chen Tianming wore a confident smile, exuding a rather despicable aura, displaying his overwhelming dominance. Li Xuena's companions began to bristle with anger. Chen Tianming, your actions are intolerable. How dare you presume to act in such a manner? Do you truly believe you can wreak havoc here? We can call upon the elders of Tian'ao Pavilion. Li Xuena, if he harasses you further, we shall summon assistance. We cannot allow him to act with such impunity. Lin Yu regarded Chen Tianming's self-satisfied demeanor as nothing more than the antics of a jester. To him, such a person, reveling in minor achievements, was utterly inconsequential given his meager alchemical talent. Li Xuena was acutely aware that she had no escape. If she did not show Chen Tianming a firm hand, he would not relent. Rather than endure his incessant harassment, she resolved to teach him a lesson, ensuring he would keep his distance in the future. Alas, Chen Tianming was indeed skilled in the art of alchemy, a prowess that Li Xuena felt she could not rival. Was it possible that our goddess might fall short against him? The situation appeared dire. It would be prudent to inform the Li family to prevent any indiscretions from Chen Tianming. Observing Chen Tianming's carefree attitude, Lin Yu could no longer remain indifferent. In the past, he might have overlooked such matters, but now, as an elder of the Li family, it was inappropriate to turn a blind eye. While he could tolerate others, Qin Tianming was a different story. Shaking his head, Lin Yu lamented that his influence bore no weight with Qin Tianming. Very well. I accept your challenge, Qin Tianming declared, his words dripping with disdain. Should Li Xuanna be defeated, her visit to Qin Tianming's quarters would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. The repercussions would be severe, yet Li Xuanna astonishingly acquiesced. Let us agree, should you lose, do not harbor regrets. Rest assured, I shall uphold my word. Lin Yu was also somewhat perplexed. There was no necessity for Li Xuanna to acquiesce, as Qin Tianming appeared to be nothing more than a rogue, utterly devoid of grace. Moreover, in such an alchemical competition, the likelihood of Li Xuanna's defeat was substantial. Was she perhaps motivated by the allure of the wind spirit pill? For an alchemist, it would indeed be of immense benefit, enhancing their perceptual abilities. Could it really be so? Lin Yu pondered aloud, casting a glance at Li Xuanna. Many onlookers regarded Qin Tianming with discontent. Yet none dared to voice their grievances. As the assessment instructor, I shall serve as the judge. It will be solely between Li Xuanna and myself in this alchemical trial. Do not forget, this is a competition, the instructor affirmed with a nod. However, just then, an elder from the Tianyao pavilion arrived, clad in a flowing black robe, his hair stark white with age. Qin Tianming. Allow me to take charge of this matter. I shall be the adjudicator. However, the loser must uphold their word, for we are within the Tianyao pavilion. The elder declared sternly. Let us craft Ming Yuan Dan, utilizing first-rate materials. Ultimately, the one who produces the greater quantity shall prevail, Qin Tianming announced. The prowess of an alchemist in the art of pill-making directly correlates to the volume of pills produced, a truth well understood by both participants. Now, let us commence the alchemical process. Li Xuanna maintained a demeanor of utmost seriousness throughout the process, never allowing herself to relax, while Qin Tianming appeared rather nonchalant. He believed that defeating Li Xuanna would be an effortless task, requiring little earnest effort on his part. Li Xuanna, you seem rather tense, fret not. I shall treat you kindly, Qin Tianming remarked in a lascivious tone. Ignoring his taunts, Li Xuanna focused intently on her alchemical work, placing the materials into the furnace. As she was still unskilled in utilizing spiritual energy to ignite the furnace, she resorted to the traditional method of kindling a fire with kindling. In contrast, Qin Tianming employed his spiritual energy to fuel the furnace, exhibiting a degree of capability. The spectators largely favored Li Xuanna, as the stakes of the wager seemed unfair, especially considering the implications for the goddess herself. Chapter 20. The unexpected defeat. The Tianyao Pavilion, being the domain of the ancient city, saw a greater number of onlookers rallying in support of Li Xuanna. Though some did back Qin Tianming, Li Xuanna, fully absorbed in the alchemical process, commanded a silence among the crowd. No one dared to disrupt her concentration, cognizant that any distraction could lead to dire consequences. At this juncture, Lin Yu approached her with a few words of advice for crafting the Ming Yuan Dan. Maintain a moderate fire. When the liquid forms, the temperature need not be excessively high, and during the final shaping, ensure your control over the essence is precise. The crowd's attention was predominantly on Li Xuanna, with few noticing Lin Yu, for she was indeed a striking beauty. Thank you, Li Xuanna responded, her eyes brightening. Lin Yu's words resonated within her, illuminating her previous confusions. Indeed, the methodology for crafting each type of pill varied significantly. Despite their simplicity, Lin Yu's remarks encapsulated the essence of the Ming Yuan Dan. As the alchemical process began, Qin Tianming exuded confidence, appearing entirely at ease, continuously pointing out Li Xuanna's missteps. How can you work with such a feeble flame? Li Xuanna, it seems you are overly anxious. I initially thought you possessed considerable talent, yet your technique is fundamentally flawed. You fail to adjust the heat as the liquid forms, Qin Tianming derided mockingly. Lin Yu slightly raised his hand, believing that from such a distance, he could still manipulate the heat with precision. After an hour and a half had passed, he declared, All right, Li Xuanna, let me show you the elixir I have concocted. Qin Tianming, who had always worn a playful grin, lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace. A veil of white mist emanated from the furnace, followed by a waft of the elixir's fragrance. The aroma was subtle, not overpowering, as it was merely a first-grade elixir. Upon catching a whiff of the scent, everyone felt a surge of clarity. Elixirs possess such a wondrous effect, invigorating the spirit, and their benefits upon consumption were manifold. Thus, the world's obsession with elixirs was indeed fervent. As Chen Tianming successfully completed his elixirs first, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. What if he triumphed? Would Li Xuan'an truly have to accompany him? Such a loss would tarnish her reputation irreparably, jeopardizing the honor of the Li family. Hiki, Li Xuan'an. You know you are bound to lose. Chen Tianming, hands on his hips, exuded arrogance. Initially, the crowd held admiration for him, but his current behavior, deceitful and lecherous, aimed at the goddess, incited anger and dissatisfaction among many, causing his supporters to dwindle. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ha ha ha. Li Xuan'an, you are certain to lose. Chen Tianming counted his elixirs. Do you see? I have successfully concocted 7 elixirs. This clearly demonstrates my remarkable mastery in alchemy. Out of 10 portions of materials, producing 7 elixirs seemed impressive, complicating matters for Li Xuan'an. An elder from the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion shook his head, remarking, even a second-grade alchemist would consider it commendable to yield 5 from 10 materials. Chen Tianming had managed to create 8 elixirs, prompting the elder to marvel at his audacity. Li Xuan'an, having just attained the status of a first-grade alchemist, could not possibly compare her success rate to Chen Tianming's. It was an insurmountable disparity, and failure was inevitable. Li Xuan'an, should you lose, you must uphold your word. Otherwise, in front of so many witnesses, the Li family's reputation shall be irreparably damaged. Chen Tianming casually sat aside to sip tea, his gaze greedily fixed on Li Xuan'an, admiring her graceful figure. The thought alone made him chuckle incessantly. Ding! The master has instructed Li Xuan'an. Alchemical experience 10 by 100 times. Ding! The master observed Li Xuan'an refining the Ming Yuan Dan. Alchemical experience 10 by 100 times. Ding! The master utilized the skill of insight. Martial skill experience 20 by 100 times. Lin Yu blinked as he gained more experience, indicating that his mastery of alchemy would continue to rise. Soon, Li Xuan'an also opened her alchemical furnace, releasing a fragrant aroma that captivated the attention of many, their eyes widening in astonishment. The fragrance was remarkably refreshing, perhaps even more potent than that of Chen Tianming's concoction. The crowd eagerly gazed at Li Xuan'an's furnace, curious about the number of elixirs it would yield. Alas, it seemed our goddess, Li Xuan'an, would surely fall short against Chen Tianming. It was simply too much to bear. The minutes felt interminable as they all held their breath for Li Xuan'an, hoping she would not be defeated. How many elixirs? Speak quickly, you are surely bound to lose. Chen Tianming said with a grin. An elder from the Tian'el pavilion approached to count the elixirs. A total of 8 elixirs, he declared. Chen Tianming's smile faded, disbelief washing over him as he rushed to inspect Li Xuan'an's furnace. Inside lay 8 elixirs, and his complexion drained of color, utterly astonished. How could this be? He had only produced 7 elixirs. How could Li Xuan'an surpass him? Initially shocked, his expression shifted to one of profound disbelief, his face as pale as a ghost. It's impossible. She is merely a first-grade alchemist. How could she be more skilled than I, even if she is a prodigy? Her success rate in concocting elixirs is astonishing. 8 elixirs, nearly rivaling a second-grade alchemist. Chen Tianming, you have lost decisively. Hand over the wind spirit elixir, as promised. Li Xuan'an demanded coldly. Stunned, Chen Tianming realized the significance of the wind spirit elixir. It was crucial for alchemists, enhancing both cultivation and mastery of the craft. A top-tier second-grade elixir. To be asked to surrender it now sent panic coursing through him. How could Li Xuan'an, from a desolate place like Ancient City, possess such remarkable talent? Chen Tianming was utterly baffled. Are you attempting to renege on your promise? This is the Tian'o Pavilion, Li Xuan'an said icily. Many were captivated. Even when scolding, Li Xuan'an radiated beauty. The elder from the Tian'o Pavilion and Master Yiming approached as well. Chen Tianming, you wagered and must accept your loss. Otherwise, you shall not leave so easily today. Chen Tianming's expression darkened. He understood that he could not evade giving up the wind spirit elixir. He regretted his arrogance in coming here alone. If a confrontation ensued, there would be no benefit to him. Here is your wind spirit elixir, he said, producing an exquisitely crafted brocade box, which hinted at the importance of its contents. Defeated, Chen Tianming remained unwilling to accept his loss. Humph, Li Xuan'an, do not celebrate too soon. No true genius can emerge from your ancient city. Your so-called genius is merely a joke in our Ming city. Are you not satisfied with your defeat? Why continue to boast? Li Xuan'an asked, her delicate face reflecting displeasure. Your alchemical talent pales in comparison to ours in Ming city. We have many who surpass you, he retorted. What? How could that be? If so, why have I not heard any rumors? Li Xuan'an pondered for a moment. Had it not been for Lin Yu's earlier words about the essence of refining the Ming Yuan Dan, she would never have triumphed over Qin Tianming. It was evident how extraordinary Lin Yu's talent in alchemy was. Even Master Ming could not offer such high praise. I believe you are unworthy to know of that individual's existence. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I lack the qualifications? Qin Tianming, unaccustomed to such condescension, felt humiliated. His face darkened with rage, trembling as he struggled to contain his fury. The elder of the Tianyao pavilion chuckled. Now you understand the saying, there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people. By the way, Master Ming, what brings you here today? The elder inquired. Oh, my friend wishes to acquire some rare medicinal herbs and also intends to take the alchemist qualification examination, Yiming replied. Qin Tianming scoffed at this. Taking the qualification exam? How casually you speak. When did ancient city cultivate so many talented alchemists? Oh, who is he? I am Qing Shui. An elder of the Tianyao pavilion, he introduced himself. Yiming gestured towards Lin Yu. It is this young man. Is it really him? Qing Shui expressed his surprise. Not expecting a youth to be at the center of such talent. You shall be thoroughly amazed during the examination, Yiming asserted confidently. Qing Shui, well acquainted with Yiming's character, knew he seldom praised anyone. Thus, his commendation of Lin Yu piqued Qing Shui's interest. Who would have thought Lin Yu would also be here? He has certainly made a name for himself at the Li family gathering. Isn't he about to compete with Lin Ming? It's surprising he still finds time to be here. Encountering him in person was indeed a different experience. Was he here to take the examination? Lin Yu has always maintained a low profile, while the attention of the crowd was fixated on the contest between Li Xuena and Qin Tianming. Qin Tianming, do you realize why you lost? Li Xuena inquired with a hint of sarcasm, noticing Qin Tianming's crestfallen expression. Why? He asked. Because someone offered me guidance just now. That person is the true genius, while you are nothing in comparison. The fact that Li Xuena triumphed over the second-tier alchemist Qin Tianming due to a mere suggestion from that genius was simply astonishing. Is it truly possible for such a thing to happen? Qin Tianming's face turned ashen, unwilling to accept that this genius might be too extraordinary. What level of mastery in alchemy must one possess to achieve such prowess? Qing Shui commented calmly, stating that Qin Tianming, a novice second-tier alchemist, had been excessively arrogant, and thus, his defeat was entirely reasonable. At that moment, hearing these words, Qin Tianming felt a pang in his heart. His reputation as a talented alchemist was slipping away. And he envisioned countless individuals mocking him for this incident. As he gazed at Lin Yu, a realization struck him. It was Lin Yu who had approached Li Xuena earlier and whispered a few words of advice. Suddenly, it all made sense. It was you, wasn't it? You were the one who instructed Li Xuena, enabling her to defeat me. Otherwise, with such a vast disparity in our alchemical skills, how could she possibly have won? Lin Yu, confronted by the nearly crimson-faced Qin Tianming, felt an overwhelming disinterest in engaging with him. You little rascal, do you dare to ignore me? Lin Yu turned back and glared fiercely at him. Ding. The master cast a sharp gaze at Qin Tianming, successfully discerning the martial arts technique, earning 30 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the master for upgrading the martial arts discernment, achieving the intermediate yellow-level ninja discernment, now reaching the minor completion stage, which allows the master to instill fear and trepidation in enemies when employing martial arts techniques. Lin Yu found himself in a state of helplessness. He was merely a bit agitated, casting a glance at others, yet he had acquired a formidable martial skill. This skill not only boasted exceptional observational capabilities, but also possessed considerable power, filling Lin Yu's heart with immense joy. Qin Tianming, though reluctant, understood that he could not act recklessly in this situation. He soon discovered something astonishing. Lin Yu was prominently adorned with the elder's token, the token of the Li family elder. His eyes had not deceived him. Despite Qin Tianming's remarkable talent for alchemy, which had not secured him an elder's position, Lin Yu, at such a young age, had already achieved the status of an elder in the Li family, igniting a profound jealousy within him. Lin Yu, or perhaps I should address you as Elder Lin, do you seek to undertake the examination for second-tier alchemy? Indeed, Elder Qing Shui, I wish to take the examination for second-tier alchemy. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment, for they all understood the significance of such an endeavor. Becoming a second-tier alchemist was no small feat. Some had spent over a decade without advancing from the first tier, and the challenges involved were indeed formidable. Li Xuena, too, was taken aback. The disparity between her and Lin Yu was staggering, far beyond her expectations. Your performance today truly astonishes me, Lin Yu remarked to Li Xuena. I owe you my gratitude. Were it not for your assistance, I would not have obtained this wind spirit pill. Li Xuan'er had never encountered a pill of such caliber before and eagerly opened the container. The moment the exquisite second-tier pill was revealed, it radiated a brilliance that captivated everyone's gaze. The pill, perfectly round, seemed to swirl with gentle breezes, and its enchanting aroma was intoxicating, nearly overwhelming the senses. The onlookers gazed longingly at the pill. Even the mere act of feasting their eyes upon it brought them immense satisfaction, far beyond the prospect of consuming it. Upon encountering the wind spirit pill, Lin Yu found himself irresistibly drawn to its enchanting fragrance. Indeed, this premier second-tier elixir was extraordinary. The most incensed among them was none other than Chen Tianming, for this was originally his pill intended for a breakthrough, a most precious resource for enhancing one's cultivation. Now, it had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of Li Xuan'er, which ignited a fiery rage within him as he racked his brain to devise a means to reclaim it. Hope blossomed for our ancient city. If such youth could attain the status of a second-tier alchemist, would it not surpass Ming City in prowess? Indeed, the alchemists of Ming City had always looked down upon us, and perhaps this time, we could finally turn the tide. The path of alchemy is fraught with challenges, and the emergence of a prodigy is no simple feat. Li Xuan'er felt a surge of excitement within her. Receiving guidance from Lin Yu felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck, and she held profound admiration for someone of his caliber. Meanwhile, Chen Qianming's countenance darkened considerably. At the age of 25, he had only just reached the status of a second-tier alchemist after 6 arduous years. Now, Lin Yu, appearing no older than 18, posed a serious threat to Ming City if he were to achieve the same status, thus adding a formidable adversary to their ranks. The most accomplished alchemist of Ming City had only attained the first-tier rank at 18, and it now seemed that Lin Yu was destined to surpass that. Chapter 22. The greatest challenge. Chen Tianming felt an immediate anxiety. If Lin Yu were to gain fame, it would not bode well for Ming City. For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of trepidation towards this young man, sensing that he was a true genius with exceptionally extraordinary talent. His mind raced as he considered the necessity of taking action. Qin Shui scrutinized Lin Yu. Although his demeanor did not exude arrogance typical of youth, he was preparing to be assessed as a second-tier alchemist at merely 18 years of age, which was indeed hard to fathom. Are you certain you wish to undertake the assessment for a second-tier alchemist? Qin Shui inquired. Of course. How could I possibly jest about such matters? Lin Yu replied with a smile, revealing that his intention to assess for the second tier was merely a prelude, as he also planned to pursue the third-tier alchemist assessment thereafter. Very well. Qin Shui, for reasons he could not quite comprehend, found himself willing to believe in such an individual. Compared to Lin Yu and Chen Tianming, he exuded a sense of composure and steadiness. Perhaps it was worth allowing him to give it a try. I shall arrange for the ingredients of the second-tier elixir. You must be prepared, as the Lingyuan Dan is rather straightforward. Qin Shui handed Lin Feng a list of herbal materials for the elixirs, allowing him to choose which one to concoct. Among the options were 5 different elixirs, ranging from the simplest to the most challenging. I choose the Shangyuan Dan, Lin Yu declared. That is indeed the most arduous second-tier elixir. Are you certain you wish to select such a difficult concoction? Qin Shui inquired curiously. Finding Lin Yu somewhat unreliable, though he was undoubtedly talented, was such confidence not a tad excessive? Very well, I shall fetch the materials for the Shangyuan Dan. Prepare yourself here, Qin Shui replied, not belittling Lin Yu in the slightest. On the contrary, his demeanor towards Lin Yu was notably respectful. It was well known that he typically had a fiery temperament, often displaying little patience for arrogant youths. Yet, he treated Lin Yu with such deference that it left everyone around in awe, recognizing Lin Yu as truly exceptional. This was a test for the second-tier elixir, and the challenge of refining the Shangyuan Dan was immensely significant. Even experienced and qualified alchemists would hesitate to undertake such a task due to its considerable risks. The Shangyuan Dan possessed remarkable effects, yet the dangers involved were equally high. Should Lin Yu falter, he would face a month's wait before another attempt. For an alchemist, failing the first assessment and subsequently the second and third could easily become a discouraging norm, deeply impacting one's mindset. The attendants of the Tian'o Pavilion took some time to bring forth the necessary materials. However, Lin Yu remained unperturbed by the delay. Meanwhile, Chen Tianming wore a grim expression, wishing fervently that Lin Yu would not succeed in the assessment. After all, passing the test for the second-tier elixir would place Lin Yu above all the other geniuses in Ming City, a prospect that was utterly intolerable. All right, the assessment begins. Lin Yu nodded and promptly commenced the refinement of the Shangyuan pill. As the sole individual engaged in the crafting of a second-grade elixir, he naturally attracted considerable attention, with all eyes fixated upon him. As Lin Yu placed his palm upon the device, flames immediately ignited, prompting Qing Shui to raise an eyebrow. Such a young individual possesses remarkable audacity. One wonders just how formidable his control over the soul truly is. The moment his vitality infused the alchemical furnace, the flames began to blaze, perfectly balanced in size. Aiming, this time you certainly haven't misjudged, Qing Shui remarked. However, whether he can successfully concoct the elixir remains a different matter altogether. Just wait and see. Deep down, you must admit you are quite astonished by his alchemical skills. Qing Shui replied with a subtle smile, appreciating Aiming's keen observational prowess. Indeed, he found himself somewhat admiring such a young man. Lin Yu exuded confidence, a stark contrast to Chun Tianming's arrogance. It would be intriguing to see what kind of elixir he would produce. The ability to command flames, while simultaneously channeling his soul's power, is truly enviable, Qing Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, young individuals like Lin Yu possess an unparalleled talent for alchemy. I dare say none can rival him, he continued. Is this the elusive Shang Yuan pill? Lin Yu smiled slightly, noting that he wasn't even breaking a sweat. For him, this hardly posed a challenge. Perhaps it is merely a second-tier elixir, hence the lack of difficulty. Lin Yu approached the task with utmost seriousness. He would never treat the art of alchemy as a mere trifling matter. Those destined for greatness maintain an unwavering commitment to every endeavor. Qing Shui quickly discerned Lin Yu's extraordinary talent in concocting a second-tier elixir, particularly the Shang Yuan pill, as he appeared remarkably at ease and not a drop of sweat adorned his brow. This young man's gift is nothing short of astounding, a true rarity among countless individuals. Undoubtedly, Lin Yu's aptitude eclipses that of Li Xuan Na by several magnitudes, Aiming praised. Li Xuan Na felt a surge of excitement. Despite Lin Yu's exceptional talent in alchemy, he remained approachable, willing to share insights. Such a person is worth befriending. Beyond that, she dared not hope for anything more. Lin Yudan possessed an extensive mastery of alchemy, naturally eschewing conventional methods of pill refinement. After all, the experience gained in the art of alchemy often encompasses peculiar techniques, and he sought to experiment with novel approaches. Qing Shui hesitated to draw conclusions, unable to discern the nature of Lin Yu's methods, which were undoubtedly far from standard practices. Typically, one would heat the alchemical furnace to melt the materials, followed by cooling the elixir. However, Lin Yu reversed this process, cooling the materials before applying heat, an inversion of traditional pill-making techniques. Lin Yu's alchemical methods are truly unprecedented. Would you be so kind as to elucidate them for me? Qing Shui inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. This is my first encounter with such a technique as well. Who knows what bizarre path this young man is traversing? His methods of pill refinement are perpetually evolving, Qing Shui mused, raising an eyebrow. Generally, only those ancient practitioners, centuries old, would possess such astonishing techniques. Yet Lin Yu's methods remained utterly inscrutable. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh interrupted the conversation, and everyone turned to see Chen Tianming laughing heartily. Chen Tianming was almost certain that Lin Yu's approach to alchemy was fundamentally flawed. Who would initiate the cooling of materials? To cool them before they had even melted into elixir was sheer folly. Is this what they call a genius from the ancient city? Chen Tianming chuckled, finding the situation a monumental jest. What is so amusing, Chen Tianming? A person of your ilk shows no respect for others. Do you truly believe yourself to be a talented alchemist? Qing Shui retorted. Master Qing Shui, can you not see that Lin Yu's methods are erroneous? Such a process could never yield a successful elixir. Chapter 23. 2 Supreme Yuan Pills. Lin Yu could hardly be considered a genius. Even Chen Tianming felt he had overestimated him. Chen Tianming, be quiet. Qing Shui spoke coldly. It was imperative that Chen Tianming did not disturb Lin Yu while he was concocting pills. Humph, did he not just add 4 portions of medicinal ingredients? Chen Tianming gritted his teeth. Although he yearned to mock Lin Yu, he had no choice but to endure. Soon, when Lin Yu inevitably failed, Chen Tianming would have ample opportunity to ridicule him without restraint. Such a blunder in technique is one that a second-tier alchemist would undoubtedly never commit. Should he manage to successfully concoct a second-tier elixir, he would solemnly vow to take his own life on the spot. Li Xuan shared a similar curiosity. Perplexed by Lin Yu's actions and filled with intrigue regarding his alchemical methods, yet she held a degree of faith in his abilities. After all, she had witnessed his exceptional talent before. The possibility of success with 4 medicinal ingredients was utterly implausible. In truth, Lin Yu was destined to fail this time. For Chen Tianming had already set things in motion to ensure his downfall. Among the 4 medicinal ingredients that Lin Yu used to concoct the Yuan Dan, one portion was already moldy. Shun Tianming had just expended a considerable amount of gold coins, and an insider from the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion had lent him assistance. Thus, even if Lin Yu had not committed an error, the presence of the moldy ingredient would inevitably lead to the failure of the alchemical process. A single moldy component within the cauldron would ruin the entirety of the concoction. It seems that Shun Tianming's concerns were unfounded. Lin Yu's technique was destined for failure, and he would undoubtedly be unable to successfully refine a second-grade elixir. Lin Yu infused the essence of vitality into the elixir with his soul abilities, and it was now nearing completion. The ingredients for the Yuan Upper Dan had transformed into a liquid form. After the elixir was heated, it would cool rapidly, marking the optimal moment for the formation of the pill. Mastering this crucial step meant that the process of refining the elixir was already more than halfway accomplished, making it an exceedingly significant stage. Lin Yu closed his eyes, channeling his vital energy. As his fingers danced gracefully, the elixir within the alchemical furnace began to take shape. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have successfully crafted a second-tier elixir, the Superior Yuan Dan, earning 30,000 points of alchemical experience. Ding! Master! You have employed an unconventional technique to refine a second-tier elixir, gaining 20,000 points of alchemical experience. Ding! Master! Utilizing aged medicinal materials, you have produced a second-tier elixir, earning 10,000 points of alchemical experience. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled, and a faint smile emerged on his face. This was indeed a remarkable achievement for him. Ding! Congratulations, Master! For attaining the pinnacle of a second-rank alchemist, Lin Yu's palm deftly controlled the lid, which ascended effortlessly, distinguishing him from ordinary alchemists who typically must lift the lid by hand. This technique left Qing Shui in awe, acknowledging its remarkable sophistication. A rich fragrance of elixirs wafted from the alchemical furnace, intoxicating the senses and invigorating the onlookers, who widened their eyes in astonishment. Merely inhaling that aromatic essence revitalized their spirits for several minutes. Many were aware of Lin Yu's exceptional prowess as an alchemist, and the likelihood of his success in concocting a second-tier elixir seemed promising. However, his unconventional methods left the crowd utterly dumbfounded, their hearts shaken once more. A young second-tier alchemist such as Lin Yu was unprecedented in Ming City, yet here he stood, a prodigy emerging from the ancient city. Upon catching a whiff of the enchanting fragrance, Qin Tianming was rendered speechless, standing there in a daze, unable to utter a word for what felt like an eternity. The exquisite scent of the elixir filled him with envy, as if he had been dealt a stinging blow, leaving him feeling deeply ashamed. Yet, he couldn't comprehend why. His expression was one of disbelief, for some of the herbs used were indeed moldy, and under normal circumstances, success was utterly unattainable. Moreover, Lin Yu's erroneous technique seemed to have had no adverse effects. Shun Tianming's face paled, and he found it increasingly difficult to articulate his thoughts. Using moldy herbs in alchemy was a grave taboo, not only jeopardizing the success of the elixir but also posing a risk of explosion. Yet, against all odds, Lin Yu had succeeded, instilling fear in Shun Tianming's heart. The depth of Lin Yu's alchemical mastery was astonishing. His talent could only be described as monstrous. Beside him, Li Xuanna was equally astounded, knowing that Lin Yu was destined to succeed. His unique approach rendered the alchemical process effortless, and even upon completion, he emerged without a bead of sweat. Remarkably, he had completed the alchemy within merely an hour, a feat that typically required no less than 5 or 6 hours for a newly promoted second-tier alchemist, and perhaps half a day at the very least. What could account for Lin Yu's astonishing speed? The brevity of time taken to refine the Shang Yuan Dan exceeded all standard expectations. Qing Shui, too, was taken aback, gazing at Lin Yu as though he were a rare treasure, fervently wishing for him to remain at the Tianyao Pavilion. The Heavenly Tao Academy had long been devoid of any genius. Lin Yu was undeniably worthy of being its crowning jewel, his talent truly defying the heavens. I have spent considerable time crafting this elixir, Qing Shui remarked, approaching to witness the sight before him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, 2 top-tier Shangyuan Dan? An uproar ensued. Could it be? 2 top-tier Shangyuan Dan? Is this a jest? The incredulity was palpable. To produce such an outcome was nothing short of miraculous, especially from just 4 ingredients. This was a testament to extraordinary alchemical talent, nearing the standard of a third-tier alchemist. The crowd could hardly contain their astonishment. Having never encountered such a spectacle, this assessment had truly broadened their horizons. Chen Tianming from Ming City stood with his mouth agape, utterly unable to fathom the occurrence before him. In a city boasting numerous talented alchemists, none could compare to Lin Yu. Alone, Lin Yu seemed capable of overshadowing all the gifted alchemists of Ming City. Despair settled in Chen Tianming's heart. How could Lin Yu possess such unparalleled skill? The two top-tier Shangyuan Dan were a source of immense envy, even surpassing Chen Tianming's Feng Ling Dan, offering significant enhancement to one's cultivation. Li Xuanna was profoundly shocked. Lin Yu's alchemical artistry had transcended everyone's understanding. Previously, she believed no one could astonish her to such an extent, especially after her resolution to become the most formidable alchemist following a certain incident. However, Lin Yu's influence had profoundly altered her perspective, bringing forth an overwhelming array of surprises. Two top-tier Shangyuan Dan equated to the value of 10 superior Shangyuan Dan. Qing Shui mused, unable to articulate the depths of his astonishment. Having passed the second-tier alchemist assessment and produced top-tier elixirs, Lin Yu now held the qualifications of a pinnacle second-tier alchemist. Master Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Yu was indeed a remarkable talent, comparable to his own third-tier alchemist status. Lin Yu, please hold on a moment. The token for second-tier alchemist will be delivered to you shortly. Lin Yu nodded slightly, appearing remarkably composed, even devoid of any semblance of joy. Li Xuanna found herself perplexed. Could it be that achieving the status of a peak second-tier alchemist did not elicit the slightest thrill in him? Surely, an ordinary person would have been exhilarated to the point of jumping with excitement. Isn't Lin Yu displaying an excessive calmness? The gazes of those around him are filled with profound admiration. One cannot overstate their respect. Congratulations. You have now ascended to the pinnacle of a second-tier alchemist. Li Xuanna remarked with a smile as she approached. It's merely a trifling matter, nothing particularly challenging, Lin Yu replied with a smile. After a brief wait, a servant approached. Bearing a token, Lin Yu glanced at the token, which was distinctive for a second-tier alchemist. It appeared more resplendent compared to the tokens of the family elders. Let me show you, Li Xuanna said as she aligned Lin Yu's two tokens together. The elder's token and the alchemist's token fit together seamlessly, leaving Lin Yu astonished by such a design. Look, your name is inscribed on the back, Li Xuanna pointed out. Now I understand. Lin Yu replied as he secured the token at his waist. When he turned back, he noticed that Yi Ming and Qing Shui had already vanished. He had intended to exchange a few words with Yi Ming, but the opportunity had slipped away. Well, I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave, he said. Indeed, we can chat more when time allows, Li Xuanna responded with a sweet smile. Elder Lin. This is the medicinal material for the 7-colored pill, as instructed by Master Qing Shui. Lin Yu blinked his eyes, and he had come this time solely for the purpose of acquiring the 7-colored elixir. Upon returning to the Li family's residence, he was acutely aware that there were pressing matters at hand, as the duel was imminent. The battle against Lin Ming held immense significance for Lin Yu. Once back at his abode, he accelerated the process of concocting the 7-colored elixir, finding the task almost second nature, encountering little difficulty, and completing it in just 2 hours. Ding! The master has successfully refined the second-grade elixir, the 7-colored elixir, earning 20,000 points of alchemical experience. With a smile, Lin Yu acknowledged the remarkable efficacy of the system's multiplier, realizing that the rewards would only increase further. Now, it was time to consume these 3 elixirs. Ding! The master has consumed the top-tier second-grade Shangyuan Dan, gaining 1,000 points of martial arts experience. Ding! The master has consumed the top-tier second-grade Shangyuan Dan, gaining 1,000 points of martial arts experience. Ding! The master has consumed the superior second-grade 7-colored elixir, gaining 1,000 points of martial arts experience. In an instant, Lin Yu was engulfed by a myriad of sensations as his martial arts cultivation experienced a remarkable enhancement, elevating him to an entirely new realm. The act of breaking through one's cultivation level is inherently a challenging endeavor. Having consumed numerous top-tier second-grade elixirs, he finally achieved his long-awaited breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has reached the early stage of the 9th level of the Martial Master realm. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. With the cultivation of the 9th level of the Martial Master realm, he could perceive the transformation within himself, vital energy course through his entire being. With merely a slight exertion, all the tables and chairs in the vicinity were sent flying. The sheer magnitude of this power was truly inconceivable. Lin Yu once again engaged in his training within the confines of his room, feeling the necessity to enhance his martial skills for combat. Ding. The master executed the yellow tier low-level martial art, Whirlwind Fist, and gained 10,000 points of martial experience. Ding. The master executed the yellow tier low-level martial art, Whirlwind Fist, and gained 10,000 points of martial experience. Ding. The master's Whirlwind Fist has reached the Great Achievement realm. Ding. The master's Whirlwind Fist has attained the Perfection realm. Ding. Congratulations to the master for comprehending the yellow tier intermediate martial art, Tiger Fist, achieving the small accomplishment realm. Lin Yu diligently practiced his martial arts, feeling slightly breathless as the moment of battle with Lin Ming approached. He knew he had to prepare himself adequately. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Tao Academy, several individuals, including Ming and Qing Shui, gathered in the hall, their expressions grave. Li Haoran, the clan leader, has arrived, someone remarked. Li Haoran appeared weary yet visibly excited. It is wonderful that our ancient city has finally risen. We shall no longer be bullied by Ming City. They have always claimed we lack talented alchemists, an elder commented. Shortly, the academy's head will arrive personally. We must ensure Lin Yu's safety. He must not suffer any harm. Qing Shui asserted. But is it true, Qing Shui? Lin Yu has actually refined 2 supreme Yan Yuan pills? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Such a feat is no jest. I understand it may seem unbelievable, but Lin Yu is indeed that formidable, Qing Shui replied, struggling to contain his exhilaration. Such talent is extraordinary and must be nurtured. He undoubtedly has a bright future ahead. The alchemists of the Heavenly Tao Academy typically operated at the first or second tier, stagnating in their alchemical pursuits over the years. Yet Lin Yu had already achieved such heights at a young age. We must consider how to retain him. Otherwise, he may be lured away by others, Qi Shui stated seriously. Such a genius may not even regard us, given the limited resources of the ancient city, an elder warned. Just then, the head of the academy, Liang Tian, approached, prompting everyone to rise and greet him. His presence commanded respect. He was a stern middle-aged man. Li Haoran nodded slightly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Why not appoint him as the chief elder of the Li family? He proposed. Offering him a position at the academy may not guarantee his acceptance. We cannot assume he wishes to join us, and we wouldn't want to offend him, Ming analyzed. Then let us first make Lin Yu the chief elder of the Li family, granting him additional privileges, including access to the rear mountains of the academy, Liang Tian declared, causing a palpable tension in the room. Only a handful of individuals were permitted to enter the rear mountains, and Lin Yu, at such a young age, had already earned that privilege. After our discussion, we shall bestow upon Lin Yu these privileges in the title of Chief Elder, hoping to secure his presence, Li Haoran contemplated. Realizing that while he might stay for the time being, Lin Yu was not destined to remain in one place forever. He would surely seek greater horizons. While Lin Yu was still at home, he inexplicably ascended to the position of Chief Elder. Initially, he contemplated refusing this unexpected honor. However, considering the support from Ming, he decided to temporarily acquiesce. The news spread rapidly, heralding him as the youngest elder of the Li family, and notably, the chief elder. Chapter 25, The Beauty at the Li family estate. Li Tiankong wore a grim expression, prompting Lin Ming to shake his head. There is no need for haste. Although he is a genius in alchemy, his martial prowess is unlikely to be as formidable. Rest assured, I will ensure Lin Yu's demise, Lin Ming stated with grave seriousness. Li Tiankong, gritting his teeth in frustration, could not swallow the bitterness of his nephew's death. I had even reserved some tricks up my sleeve. Originally, I intended to save my spirit origin pill for a later occasion, but this time, I must guarantee absolute success. In Lin Ming's eyes shimmered a glint of determination. He was currently at the late stage of the 8th layer of martial mastery, with the consumption of the spirit essence pill and the complete absorption of its effects. It was possible that he could ascend to the pinnacle of his abilities. Lin Yu had just emerged from his room, and it was already the appointed time for his duel with Lin Ming. As he stepped outside, he overheard some intriguing news. To his astonishment, Lin Ming had managed to defeat one of Li Haoran's elders. Remarkably, this elder was an accomplished expert at the 8th level of martial mastery. Yet Lin Ming triumphed over him with remarkable ease, vanquishing him in merely 6 moves. A group of servants buzzed with lively discussions about the event. Lin Yu hurriedly inquired, "What has happened?" Lin Ming had a quarrel with an elder, nearly incapacitating him. It must be said that Lin Ming is remarkably formidable. Furthermore, a significant incident has now arisen. Lin Yu inquired, "What has transpired?" It is rumored that an outsider has arrived, seemingly in search of Lin Ming. Lin Yu chuckled softly. Surprised by the unfolding events, he thought it would be best to take a look for himself. It was also a perfect opportunity to confront Lin Ming. Lin Yu felt it was time to reclaim his coveted desolate jade pendant. Upon arriving at the plaza of the Li family, he was met with a throng of people, all seemingly captivated by some spectacle. He had initially thought that Li Xuanna was stunning enough, yet today, another breathtaking beauty had appeared, two unparalleled maidens of extraordinary grace. It was truly an eye-opening experience. He wondered what brought this enchanting lady here today. From a distance, Lin Yu beheld a breathtaking beauty in the square. A woman whose allure surpassed even that of Li Xuanna, exhibiting an air of aloofness. Dressed in a flowing azure robe, she resembled an ethereal fairy, untouched by the mundane world, captivating the gaze of nearly everyone present. Her beauty was astonishing. Even Lin Yu could not deny the girl's remarkable charm. However, her purpose for being there seemed rather significant, as she appeared to be engaged in conversation with Li Xuanna. "My dear sister, you have become even stronger," remarked Li Xuanna. "Do not flatter me, Xuanna. My travels across the realms are solely to conquer various talented warriors. To date, I have yet to face defeat." Zhao Yu replied. Li Xuanna expressed her envy. "Zhao Yu, you truly have developed a penchant for combat. Your skills have evidently advanced beyond your former prowess. The moonlight sword technique I taught you has served you well, has it not? This time, I can impart even more formidable martial arts." Zhao Yu smiled as she spoke. "So, this is Zhao Yu? It is said that she has triumphed over several prodigies in martial arts, having bested geniuses from 4 cities. It is astonishing that she is both strikingly beautiful and remarkably powerful, leaving one in awe. Her icy demeanor nearly deterred direct gazes, and her high level of cultivation made her an undefeated challenger among martial arts prodigies." Curiously, Li Xuanna inquired, "Zhao Yu, what brings you here?" "Naturally, it is to challenge the martial arts prodigies. If it is you, I shall not hold back," Zhao Yu responded. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xuanna considered that the most formidable individual in the ancient city was undoubtedly Lin Ming, despite not entirely being considered a native of the city. "I have gathered information that Lin Ming injured an elder. He seems quite formidable. Today, I wish to witness his prowess." Lin Yu smiled faintly and immediately leaped forward, swiftly arriving before Lin Yu. For a moment, Lin Yu was taken aback. Zhao Yu seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge against him. Her gaze filled with an intensity that could shatter him into 1,000 pieces. The aura emanating from this woman was terrifyingly cold, and Zhao Yu regarded Lin Yu with an icy stare. Even before she unsheathed her sword, Lin Yu could sense the formidable prowess of her swordsmanship. The faint yet palpable sword energy surrounding her had already torn through the nearby leaves. It was evident how formidable Zhao Yu's skills were, and her martial prowess was exceptionally high. Lin Yu felt an unsettling impression that this woman was not beneath him in strength. If a confrontation were to ensue, he could only wonder what the outcome would be. Lin Yu shot a glance at Zhao Yu, and for reasons unknown, a flicker of trepidation surged within Zhao Yu's heart for a fleeting moment. This was an unprecedented occurrence, causing her expression to grow even colder. Confronted by the formidable pressure of her sword aura, Lin Yu not only stood his ground but remained utterly unfazed. Zhao Yu was certain that this individual must be a formidable force. "This must be our first encounter. There is no need for us to resort to violence, is there? Lin Ming, why do you shy away from accepting my challenge?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then regained his composure. "Oh, you've mistaken me. I'm not Lin Ming. My name is Lin Yu." "Lin Yu? I have not heard of your name. Did they not say that the first martial arts genius of the ancient city is Lin Ming? That is why I specifically came to challenge him. Apologies, but you have mistaken the person." As Lin Yu attempted to leave, Zhao Yu blocked his path. "Zhao Yu, Lin Yu is not a genius in martial arts, so please do not press him. He is a prodigy in alchemy," Li Xuanna interjected, concerned about Lin Yu's well-being. Zhao Yu did not agree with this assertion, sensing a somewhat oppressive aura emanating from Lin Yu, one that he had been concealing. "Today, I must challenge this individual. If he dares not accept, then he is nothing but a coward." Lin Yu smiled, for he truly wished to avoid confrontation with a girl. "Though you are undeniably beautiful, I believe you are not my match. Should a battle ensue, I would show no mercy." These words sparked a flurry of discussion among the onlookers, some even chuckling at the audacity of his claim. At this moment, was Lin Yu truly challenging Zhao Yu? If a fight broke out, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Indeed, engaging Zhao Yu in combat seemed almost futile. Her swordsmanship was exceedingly sharp, and with merely a few strokes, she could secure victory over him. Zhao Yu wore an air of confidence, pondering whether Lin Yu was merely boasting or if he possessed genuine skill. "I must compete with you today," she declared. "Zhao Yu, you should reconsider. Are you seeking Lin Ming?" Li Xuanna interjected, her concern evident. You don't harbor feelings for him, do you? Your anxious demeanor suggests otherwise. Li Xuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Please refrain from such speculation. Zhao Yu, I can acquiesce to your requests. But should you wish to fight him, do not blame me for turning against you. It was the first time Li Xuan appeared so concerned for another, making the situation rather delicate. Moreover, Lin Yu had already arranged a duel with Lin Ming. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a few days. With no other recourse, Zhao Yu nodded in agreement. Let us see just how formidable Lin Yu truly is. I have a strong intuition that he will prove to be a powerful adversary. Chapter 26. You are not a genius, you are my closest friend, and it is unwise to engage in battle with Lin Yu over a trivial title. You do not understand. Akin to your aspirations as an alchemist, do you not wish to be recognized as the most gifted alchemist in the ancient city? Li Xuan shook her head. I am no longer the foremost. Oh, has so little time passed that another alchemist has surpassed you? Zhao Yu inquired, astonished. You have already encountered the most gifted alchemist. Zhao Yu furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling something. Could it possibly be Lin Yu? She thought, astonished. It was well known that Lin Yu's martial arts prowess was already considerable. If his alchemical skills were equally remarkable, it would be difficult to articulate just how extraordinary he was. Zhao Yu found herself eager to compete with Lin Yu, wondering if he truly was the most gifted alchemist. Is Lin Yu preparing to duel Lin Ming? It seems they are both from the Lin family, Zhao Yu remarked. Before long, they arrived at the Li family estate. The arrival of Lin Yu cast a solemn shadow over many faces in the Li family. However, the presence of Zhao Yu was met with exceptional reverence, as even the elders stepped out to welcome her. Li Tiankong, feeling a sense of urgency, rushed out first. He never imagined the illustrious Zhao Yu would visit the Li residence, an occasion that illuminated the place significantly. Li Tiankong remarked with a smile. Li Xuan felt somewhat uneasy. It was unusual for someone like Li Tiankong to fawn over others. Yet, one could not overlook Zhao Yu's formidable family background, which made the emergence of such a prodigy entirely justifiable. I have come today with a purpose. After the duel between Lin Ming and Lin Yu, he began, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Zhao Yu, why would you associate with Lin Yu? He holds little status within the Lin family, and with his level of strength, he is unworthy of your company. Such a formidable individual lacks status? The Lin family truly deserves to lose a genius then. Li Tiankong continued, dismissing Lin Yu as merely slightly more capable than the average person, arrogant and dismissive despite possessing a modicum of cultivation. Today, Lin Ming shall cleanse their own ranks. Zhao Yu, intrigued by Lin Yu's martial prowess, questioned, are you implying that Lin Yu is not a genius? You shall comprehend the truth after witnessing Lin Ming's martial talents. He replied, in any case, the duel is about to commence. Soon, the true capabilities will be revealed. Since you're here, Zhao Yu, why not relish this impending display of dominance? Lin Yu was entirely indifferent to these matters. He paid no heed to the conversations of those around him and proceeded directly to the arena. However, he noted the absence of the elder today. After Lin Ming's defeat, would he swiftly obtain the desolate jade pendant? The Li family mansion was unusually bustling, nearly surpassing the attendance of the clan meeting, as many had gathered to witness the duel between Lin Yu and Lin Ming. Zhao Yu, Lin Ming will be here shortly. I've invited him to meet you. Turning around, Zhao Yu saw a young man approaching. He lacked the integrity of Lin Yu, and his demeanor exuded a hint of treachery. Wow, I never expected you to be so stunning, Zhao Yu. Meeting you today is truly unforgettable, Lin Ming remarked with a smile, immediately sensing the formidable aura of Zhao Yu's sword, which exerted a slight pressure upon him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Zhao Yu scrutinized Lin Ming closely, soon feeling a profound disappointment. Although the ancient city was not particularly large, was this truly all there was to the foremost martial artist? She shook her head at Li Xuan, her expression revealing her disillusionment. Lin Ming's cultivation appears to be rather unstable, rendering him incomparable to Lin Yu. For some unknown reason, Lin Ming's strength seems precariously fragile, and prolonged combat tends to expose his vulnerabilities. Lin Yu's, however, is markedly different. His martial arts cultivation is exceptionally solid, and he is certainly not susceptible to being intimidated by his own sword's aura. On the surface, Lin Ming appears to possess considerable prowess, yet he is nothing more than a paper tiger, merely a figment to instill fear. Moreover, he seems exceedingly anxious. Perhaps he has consumed some elixir, as his complexion appears rather pallid. Miss Zhao Yu, I have heard of the illustrious Zhao family, which holds a prominent position throughout the empire. It is indeed an honor to engage in battle with you today. Zhao Yu, however, finds him unworthy of her attention and chooses to walk away without responding to his inquiries. Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback. This was truly a slight to his dignity. As if he were of no consequence. At that moment, Zhao Yu was acutely aware that Lin Ming was no match for Lin Yu. Their auras alone rendered any comparison futile. She felt confident that it would not be long before she could face Lin Yu in combat. Drawing her sword, she experienced a sense of anticipation that she had not felt in quite some time. Zhao Yu, please wait a moment. Is your purpose here not to challenge me? The so-called genius? Huh, you are hardly a genius. I have no inclination to even draw my sword. What? Lin Ming was utterly stunned, unable to fathom such scorn. Was he truly so ineffectual? Unable to endure such humiliation. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. He recognized the similarity between Zhao Yu's words and Lin Yu's, and realized that he had no choice but to resort to violence. Lin Ming immediately struck out with his palm, but Zhao Yu, indeed, did not draw her sword. She swiftly raised the scabbard to block his attack. Although the blade had yet to be unsheathed, an invisible sword aura suddenly radiated its sharpness. Lin Ming's eyes widened in fear, instinctively retreating. He had heard of Zhao Yu's formidable Mingwei sword technique and had mentally prepared himself. Yet he never anticipated its potency to such an extent. Before you even draw your sword, you have already lost, Zhao Yu remarked, shaking her head. Lin Ming was drenched in cold sweat. He was unaware of Zhao Yu's true cultivation level, but it was evidently astonishingly powerful. Lin Ming, your immediate priority today is to duel with Lin Yu. Refrain from engaging further for now. Li Tiankong observed the disparity between the two. Lin Ming could not afford to be injured at this moment. Obtaining the desolate jade pendant was paramount, and everything else could be negotiated thereafter. Though he had been bested by Zhao Yu, it was not a matter of disgrace. Her family's Mingwei sword technique boasted a history of several centuries and was renowned far and wide. Even in defeat, it was understandable. First, defeat Lin Yu. Then do not worry about anything else, Li Tiankong advised. Lin Ming felt a deep sense of resentment, yet he dared not voice it. Having lost to Zhao Yu without even making a move was a significant blow to his pride. Hurry to the arena, Lin Yu, you must be able to triumph. In the arena, Lin Yu continued to execute the intermediate yellow-tier martial art, the Tiger Fist, albeit at a deliberately reduced speed that rendered his strikes seemingly devoid of power. Ding. Master has executed the intermediate yellow-tier Tiger Fist, earning 10 by 100 times martial arts experience. Ding. Master has executed the intermediate yellow-tier Tiger Fist, earning 10 by 100 times martial arts experience. The spectators below the stage could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 27. Weak as a breeze is Lin Yu attempting to be humorous? His technique is so slow and lacks any force. What purpose could he possibly serve here? It is inconceivable that he could pose any challenge to Lin Ming. Observing him practice his punches at this moment is truly a first for me. Lin Ming would surely ascend the stage and could defeat Lin Yu without even breaking a sweat. After all, Lin Ming had previously triumphed over an elder. The crowd buzzed with chatter, anticipating this duel as nothing more than a display of Lin Ming's prowess. Lin Yu glanced back, surprised by the multitude of onlookers gathered. The people from the ancient city king were present, along with elders from the Lin and Li families, and many others whom he did not recognize. Qing Shui from the Heavenly Dao Academy had also arrived, accompanied by several other elderly gentlemen. The leader of the Black Iron Cavalry approached slowly, and Li Tiankong smiled. I didn't expect you to be here as well. Aren't you usually outside the city? Have you come to join the spectacle today? The ancient city king summoned me, expressing a desire to witness the talents of the ancient city. It is curious that while it is merely the Li family's people, the conflict seems to involve the Lin family. Such occurrences are indeed rare, he chuckled. Li Tiankong's smile faltered slightly. It was true that the Li family could only seek talent from outside, and among the younger generation, only Li Xuan'er stood out. I am not yet familiar with your name, leader of the Black Iron Cavalry, Li Tiankong inquired. The leader shook his head. You belong to Li Howren's faction. So there is no need for you to pry. Li Tiankong maintained a facade of amiability, but internally he felt a flicker of irritation. Perhaps in the future, the ancient city king would realize he had misjudged the situation. Let us discuss who we favor today. Is it Lin Ming from your side or Lin Yu? I am certainly leaning towards Lin Ming. His martial prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of Lin Yu. Yet, a higher cultivation level is not always a guarantee of success. I believe Lin Yu possesses a more solid foundation. The elder of the Lin family has arrived, but upon his arrival, he learned of Lin Ming's defeat to Zhao Yu, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although Lin Ming does not embody the Lin family, the family's honor has already been tarnished. Zhao Yu had secured her victory even before drawing her sword, and several elders of the Lin family now regarded Lin Ming with a hint of resentment. Li Haoran also made an appearance, yet he maintained a low profile, standing at a considerable distance. Lin Ming represents Li Tiankong, while Lin Yu stands for Li Haoran. The rivalry between the two has led to this predicament. I hope Lin Yu does not sustain serious injuries, should Lin Ming harbor murderous intent. It is imperative to personally rescue Lin Yu, Li Haoran remarked with a hint of detachment. Lin Ming and Lin Yu took to the stage, when suddenly, Zhao Qifeng appeared out of thin air. Upon witnessing this scene, even Zhao Yu was left astounded. Who was that person who appeared so unexpectedly? Zhao Yu's curiosity surged, rendering her unable to maintain her composure. It was undoubtedly not someone from the ancient city. Individuals of such profound strength were exceedingly formidable. Li Xuanao quickly spoke of the matter concerning the wasteland jade pendant. Was there such a thing? It was no wonder that the two were about to clash. I had heard of the wasteland jade pendant on numerous occasions. It was not only the Lin family that coveted the wasteland jade pendant. Even the Zhao family held a keen interest in it. Today's battle, which revolved around the wasteland jade pendant, had reached a point where confrontation was inevitable. So let it commence. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at Lin Yu, his gaze seemingly conveying affirmation. Feeling slighted by the lack of a confirming look from Zhao Qingfeng, Lin Ming was somewhat displeased. Once Lin Yu was defeated, Zhao Qifeng would surely regret his decision. Today, I will ensure you have cause for regret, Lin Yu. One of us shall undoubtedly fall. Lin Yu chuckled softly, now exuding an even greater composure than before. Lin Ming, how about this? I shall grant you 5 minutes. You may attack me however you wish. What? Lin Yu, do you dare to underestimate me? You think I can merely strike at you for a few minutes? Do you believe I would need more than a few moves to eliminate you? Lin Ming bellowed. If you can indeed land a blow on me, then there would be no issue, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Having already suffered defeat at the hands of Zhao Yu that day, Lin Ming was seething with anger. Unable to tolerate Lin Yu's taunts any longer, the spectators below were equally astonished. They had anticipated a fierce duel where both combatants would unleash their full potential. No one expected Lin Yu to display such audacity. Lin Ming, after all, is the foremost young martial artist in the ancient city. Is Lin Yu perhaps overly confident? He is indeed courting death. His earlier antics of practicing punches were laughable, and now he utters such grandiose claims. Who would place any faith in him? I truly wonder how Lin Yu will meet his defeat. This is an egregious underestimation of Lin Ming. Today, I shall ensure your demise right here. Lin Ming bellowed, a surge of formidable aura erupting from him, unmistakably prepared to unleash his full power, aiming for an instant kill, leaving Lin Yu no avenue for survival. That is Lin Ming's exceptionally powerful martial technique, the yellow rank lower grade skill, Fei Yunzhang. The last elder fell victim to this very technique. Lin Yu's arrogance is truly astounding. Should he perish, it would be nothing short of his own doing. He even dares to grant Lin Ming 5 minutes. At this rate, I reckon the battle will conclude in less than a minute. The elders shook their heads in dismay. Lin Yu's hubris today will undoubtedly lead to his downfall. And scarcely anyone believes he can emerge alive. Lin Ming possesses the cultivation of the 8th level of the martial master realm. In the later stages, the might of his palm strike is exceedingly formidable. Lin Yu swiftly maneuvered his body, exhibiting astonishing speed with his wind step technique. Ding! The master executed the yellow level lower tier martial skill, wind step, earning 10 by 100 experience points. Ding! The master executed the yellow level lower tier martial skill, wind step, earning 10 by 100 experience points. Lin Ming failed to land a single strike with his consecutive palm attacks, as Lin Yu's speed had surged beyond his previous display. Should this combat continue in such a manner, it was evident that Lin Ming would soon exhaust his stamina. Li Tian looked on with a furrowed brow. Having somewhat overestimated Lin Yu's capabilities, the relentless application of his martial techniques undoubtedly drained his vital energy. If Lin Ming could seize even a single opportunity, Lin Yu might face a decisive blow. Despite Lin Ming's attempts with 3 consecutive flying cloud palms, he was unable to touch Lin Yu, and was instead unexpectedly struck by a sudden figure, sending him hurtling away, nearly toppling off the stage. The spectators erupted in astonishment, taken aback by the sheer swiftness of the event, scarcely comprehending what had transpired. I beg your pardon, I have yet to make a move. I merely collided with you by accident. I did not expect you to be so feeble, came the voice. Lin Ming's countenance was exceptionally grim. He sensed that this battle had become exceedingly challenging. Lin Yu exhibited remarkable speed and possessed considerable strength. 5 minutes had already elapsed, and Lin Ming realized that he had perhaps overestimated his opponent, having failed to land even a single blow. The frustrating realization gnawed at him. He had squandered 5 minutes without any successful attack. Damn it! Lin Ming roared, determined to prove himself today. He could not afford to be defeated by Lin Yu. In an instant, his expression twisted into one of ferocity, his appearance becoming fearsome, and his aura intensified significantly, as if he had fallen into a frenzied state. Chapter 28. Why listen to you? Angry Cloud Palm. Red clouds manifested around Lin Ming, though few in number. They formed a formidable presence. The spectators below were stirred with excitement, witnessing Lin Ming's unprecedented fury. Such a display had never occurred in previous battles. This was indeed the Angry Cloud Palm, a powerful yellow-tier martial technique, and Lin Ming had entered a state of rage, expanding his attack range considerably. Lin Yu would have no means of evading this onslaught. The attack range was too vast. Lin Yu had nowhere to escape. Why was he still standing there motionless? Lin Ming believed that Lin Yu had relinquished his resolve. He was now unable to wield his martial techniques, likely due to insufficient vitality. If the Anger Cloud Palm were to strike him, the outcome would be virtually assured. This time, Lin Yu did not evade the attack. Did this signify his capitulation? Lin Yu launched his counterattack, delivering a punch that resonated with a deafening roar, akin to that of a ferocious tiger. With a resounding roar, an illusion of a mighty tiger manifested. In an instant, Lin Ming's Angry Cloud Palm vanished without a trace, and Lin Yu's fist struck fiercely against his chest, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing forth, rendering him utterly disheveled. Ding! The master executed the yellow-rank intermediate tiger fist, earning a staggering 100,000 points of martial arts experience, elevating the tiger fist to the intermediate stage. The earlier roar of the tiger stirred the hearts of all present. Lin Yu's punch was undeniably formidable, and many had witnessed his technique before. When Lin Yu first arrived at the arena, he threw a few punches, but at that moment, his aura was not particularly formidable. Little did anyone know that his martial arts possessed such devastating power. The elders present wore expressions of astonishment, as if they had encountered a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. Some were elated, while others were filled with trepidation. Initially, it was believed that Lin Ming would emerge victorious. Yet the outcome turned out to be the opposite. Lin Yu's triumph was almost effortless. With just a single punch, Lin Yu completely defeated Lin Ming, unexpectedly dethroning the foremost martial artist of Guqing. It was astonishing. Not only had Lin Yu secured victory, but the swiftness of his ascent was equally formidable. Li Tiankong's countenance was the most dismal of all, for Lin Ming's defeat was utterly decisive. He had hoped to bolster his own strength through Lin Ming. But now that prospect had been irrevocably dashed. If I am not mistaken, the technique he employed was the Tiger Fist, clearly a mid-tier yellow-grade martial skill. Where did this young man acquire such techniques? Moreover, his execution was exceptional, leaving me utterly perplexed. Li Tiankong gritted his teeth, his expression grim. On the other hand, Li Haoran could not contain his laughter. Lin Yu was astonishingly powerful, with a martial prowess that was unparalleled, and his alchemical skills were equally impressive. His talents were truly extraordinary. I have never encountered anyone so exceptional. It seems that Lin Yu is now a worthy contender against Zhao Yu. But the question remains, who is truly the superior fighter? Lin Yu gazed coldly at Lin Ming, finding the victory almost effortless. How could I possibly lose to you? I am a practitioner of the 8th level of martial arts. Is it conceivable that your cultivation is? He scoffed, you worthless fool. Do you truly believe yourself to be a formidable genius? In my eyes, you are nothing but refuse. Indeed, I am superior to you. Lin Yu glared down at Lin Ming with an air of superiority. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, his expression exceedingly grim. He felt as though he had completely lost face. How could he possibly face his kin after this? The mere thought filled him with rage, and he wished fervently to devour Lin Yu alive. Humph. It would not be so simple for Lin Yu to triumph over me. Suddenly, Lin Ming produced a square brocade box, and with a swift motion, several needles were propelled forth in an instant. Lin Yu's swift movements allowed him to evade the attack, sending several needles hurtling towards the onlookers in the distance. Those unfortunate individuals collapsed to the ground instantly, lifeless. A resounding explosion echoed forth. Such immense power from mere needles signifies that they are no ordinary concealed weapons. Lin Yu glared coldly at Lin Ming, having shown him mercy, yet this scoundrel still dared to unleash hidden weapons? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head beside him. It was evident that Lin Ming was utterly powerless against Lin Yu. Does he truly believe he can kill me with this? The yellow-grade intermediate treasure. The concealed weapon Yun needle couldn't even harm Lin Yu, and Lin Ming still thought he could succeed. How utterly desperate he had become. At this moment, Li Tiankong was so incensed that his face turned crimson, and he smashed the nearby table with a single strike of his palm. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, initially believing that the concealed weapon, the Cloud Needle, would allow him to turn the tide. "Let me take your life, dog," Lin Yu exclaimed, ready to strike. The moment those words escaped his lips, a wave of shock reverberated through the crowd. "Stop this at once," Li Tiankong exclaimed in a state of panic. Lin Ming was currently under his protection, and should anything untoward occur, the Lin family would undoubtedly seek retribution, leaving him in dire straits. However, the distance between them was simply too great. Any attempt he made to rescue Lin Ming was already too late. Lin Yu swung his fist forward, the sound of air being sliced through resonating around him. Suddenly, someone seized Lin Yu's hand, compelling his punch to come to an abrupt halt. As Lin Yu gazed intently, he was astonished to find it was Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao grasped Lin Yu's hand, for without his intervention, that punch would have undoubtedly claimed Lin Ming's life. "Why do you stop me, senior?" Lin Yu inquired, pondering why the guardian of the desolate jade pendant would seek to protect him. Recalling the earlier warnings, it appeared that Zhao was unwilling to allow any harm to befall Lin Ming. Thus, it seemed that Zhao Qifeng was indeed shielding Lin Ming, while his allies had become adversaries in Lin Yu's eyes. As Zhao Qifeng held Lin Yu's hand, he realized the strength Lin Yu possessed. Even someone of his stature found it challenging to maintain his grip. "Lin Yu, for my sake, let us put an end to this. Lin Ming is already in dire straits. Why must we pursue total annihilation? Why should I heed your words?" Lin Yu retorted. Zhao Qifeng smiled faintly, beginning to perceive the complexity of this young man. Should a confrontation ensue, it would indeed be quite troublesome, for Lin Yu's speed was remarkable. "Let us discuss this amicably. You have already triumphed. I shall relinquish the desolate jade pendant to you, provided you agree to spare Lin Ming." Without uttering a word, Lin Yu withdrew his hand. Yet a powerful tiger fist struck forward. Ding! The master executed a yellow rank intermediate tiger fist, acquiring 100,000 martial arts experience points. Zhao Qifeng, having managed to block it, exerted considerable effort, astonished by the boy's formidable strength. Ding! The master unleashed the yellow rank intermediate tiger fist once more, gaining an additional 100,000 martial arts experience points. Ding! As the master continuously performed martial techniques, he garnered 10,000 vitality experience points and comprehended the essence of a powerful physique. Lin Yu struck again with a powerful punch, causing Zhao Qingfeng to involuntarily retreat, having already expended a considerable amount of energy. Zhao Qingfeng retaliated with a swift palm strike, but Lin Yu adeptly evaded with his wind step technique. Li Haoran was left utterly astonished. Lin Yu was far too impulsive. Engaging with such a mysterious master could only lead to his detriment. Why act with such recklessness? Instead, let us consider this. Lin Yu, not only will I present you with the desolate jade pendant, but I shall also bestow upon you a volume of martial arts techniques and a prescription for medicinal concoctions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu came to a halt. Chapter 29, Daring to Strike. Zhao Qifeng gazed at Lin Yu with a hint of surprise. The series of tiger fist techniques he had unleashed must have consumed an immense amount of energy and stamina. Yet, why did Lin Yu appear utterly unfazed? Not even breaking a sweat? This young man truly defied expectations. Zhao Qifeng understood in his heart that Lin Yu was undoubtedly a genuine genius. The execution of martial arts requires energy. Without it, a warrior cannot manifest their skills. Lin Yu's current cultivation level should ordinarily render the 3 measures of the tiger fist a significant drain on his energy, leaving him nearly incapable of executing any further martial techniques. However, his vitality appears to be exceptionally abundant, as does his physical stamina. Surely, you do not wish to engage with me at this moment. As a practitioner of the Desolate Palace, I am no ordinary individual. I can offer you the Desolate Jade Pendant, along with a top-grade second-tier elixir and a martial technique. Zhao Qingfeng promptly produced a scroll, which Lin Yu discerned to be a martial technique named Desolate Palm, classified as a high-level yellow-tier technique, undoubtedly unique to the Desolate Palace. The scroll also contained the formula for the second-tier elixir, Desolate Pill. So what do you say? If you spare his life, we need not resort to violence. The Desolate Palace is a sect not widely known. It is rumored to be one of the most enigmatic factions, and those who are aware of its name are certainly remarkable individuals. In the distance, Li Tiankong raised an eyebrow at this unexpected turn of events. Why did Zhao Qifeng not confront Lin Yu directly? If he could eliminate him, it would be a tremendous advantage. Yet, instead of attacking, Zhao Qifeng was bestowing martial techniques and elixir formulas. Was this not rather peculiar? Very well, I shall spare his life this time. But next time may not yield the same outcome. I knew you were a reasonable person, Lin Yu, and with such talent, we may yet cross paths in the future. Zhao Qifeng presented the desolate jade pendant along with the scroll of martial techniques, which Lin Yu accepted with a faint smile. As the pendant was revealed, Li Haoran, Li Tiankong, and several elders all rose, their gazes fixated upon the precious jade, filled with yearning. This pendant could indeed alter the fate of a family. If Li Tiankong were to obtain it, the position of clan leader would surely be within his grasp, yet he was destined to remain disappointed. Zhao Qingfeng's generosity in providing the martial techniques of the desolate palace was indeed extravagant, raising questions about the connections behind Lin Ming's rescue. Li Haoran raised an eyebrow. Sensing that the situation was far from simple, Lin Ming appeared formidable, yet it was astonishing that Lin Yu surpassed him. An elder from the Lin family remarked with a grim expression. Thankfully, that powerful individual managed to save Lin Ming. But Lin Yu displayed remarkable audacity in daring to confront such a strong figure. The crowd erupted with excitement, although Zhao Qingfeng had merely offered a high-level yellow-tier technique. Its value far exceeded that of many others. Every elder and leader of the prominent families present coveted that martial technique. Furthermore, Lin Yu had secured a coveted elixir formula, a prospect that stirred envy among the onlookers. The martial techniques of the desolate palace were undoubtedly treasures of great worth, akin to heirlooms for a family. Having been absent for an extensive period, the desolate palace was nearly forgotten by the world. Li Tiankong's countenance darkened as he realized that his representative, Lin Ming, had been vanquished, and in such a humiliating manner. Zhao Qifeng supported Lin Ming as they descended. Suddenly, four figures sprang forth, approaching Lin Yu with palpable hostility. Four elders from the Lin family appeared, their demeanor aggressive. Humph! Lin Yu, you have injured Lin Ming today. This matter cannot simply be overlooked, the leading elder bellowed. For elders against a single Lin Yu, even if he were a martial prodigy, would place him at a distinct disadvantage in such circumstances. The Lin family elders displayed a lack of honor, resorting to a 4-on-1 confrontation, clearly seeking to reclaim their dignity after Lin Ming's defeat. What could Lin Yu possibly do in this precarious situation? Lin Yu let out a cold smile, challenging anyone to make a move, displaying not a trace of fear. Humph! Lin Yu is facing death yet still speaks with bravado. Cease this at once. A commanding voice resonated as Li Haoran descended from above, delivering a powerful kick to an elder, exuding an overwhelming aura filled with lethal intent. The force of that kick was formidable enough to leave Lin Yu momentarily astonished. The elder from the Lin family was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. For against one? How shameless you Lin family elders are. The expression of the elder leading the Li clan darkened considerably. If Li Haoran chose to act, the outcome would be dire. The Lin family was outnumbered, and this was Li Haoran's territory. Should a conflict arise, the Lin family would undoubtedly suffer great losses. Thus, the elder from the Lin family could only bow in apology. Having offended the clan leader, the leader of the Black Iron Cavalry approached, a figure draped in a black helmet, emanating an indescribable aura of menace that sent chills down spines. Little was known of his visage, and even fewer were aware of his name. Li Tiankong, your men have already been defeated. Must you now engage in such a humiliating display? Li Haoran suddenly inquired. What does it matter to me? I did not instruct those elders to act, Li Tiankong retorted furiously, clearly incensed by Li Haoran's taunt. Lin Ming appeared exceedingly weak, almost fragile before Lin Yu. Humph! What is there to be smug about? We shall see, Li Tiankong gritted his teeth. Many from other families watched with glee, eagerly anticipating the internal strife within the Li family. Such conflicts were inevitable among prominent clans. Li Shuina and Yi Ming approached steadily, while Lin Yu stood on the stage, exuding brilliance and confidence. What extraordinary talent in alchemy! His martial prowess is unmatched. How has such a genius emerged from the ancient city? Yi Ming marveled. There is no one like Lin Yu throughout the empire. He is simply too powerful. Li Shuina remarked. Today, many believed Lin Ming would emerge victorious, yet it was Lin Yu who triumphed effortlessly. Li Haoran regarded Lin Yu with eyes full of admiration. You were remarkable in today's battle. I thank you for accepting the position of chief elder. There is no need for such formalities, Lin Yu. Should you require anything? Do not hesitate to ask, Li Haoran replied, encouragingly. Lin Yu nodded. The 4 elders of the Lin family had just been present, and if a confrontation were to ensue, his current strength would likely be inadequate. Moreover, with the desolate palace now backing the Lin family, the situation had become considerably more complicated. Additionally, although he had reclaimed the desolate jade pendant, unraveling its mysteries had become exceedingly challenging. Lin Yu had scarcely taken a few steps when a multitude of leaves began to flutter around him, concealing a faint yet discernible sword intent. A subtle glimmer of sharpness lingering in the air. As a cold light flashed, Lin Yu turned to behold Zhao Yu approaching, her sword already drawn from its sheath. Chapter 30. A duel with Zhao Yu. In her previous encounter with Lin Ming, Zhao Yu had not needed to unsheath her sword to assert dominance. Yet now, facing Lin Yu, her blade was already brandished. Li Haoran raised an eyebrow, pondering the intentions of the illustrious Zhao Yu as she approached with an air of lethal intent. Was a confrontation imminent? The leader of the Black Iron Riders also lifted his gaze upon seeing Zhao Yu, evidently intrigued. Lin Yu, tomorrow we shall engage in battle, Zhao Yu declared. Li Haoran, however, felt it improper to allow Lin Yu merely a day's respite before their duel, for Zhao Yu hailed from the esteemed Zhao family, a lineage of no ordinary standing. Lin Yu was undoubtedly destined to suffer a great loss in her battle, especially considering the formidable Mingyue sword technique, which Li Haoran had witnessed and found to be as effortless as cutting through iron. Do you have any matters to attend to today? Lin Yu inquired. Not at all, came the reply. Then why not engage in combat with me today? You wish to fight me now? Zhao Yu asked, astonished. Of course. Is there an issue? If not, let us commence without delay. Lin Yu, you have expended far too much energy, and your vital essence is nearly depleted. I suggest we postpone until tomorrow, Li Haoran advised. I am perfectly capable of managing, Lin Yu asserted with unwavering determination. Faced with her resolute stance, he found himself without recourse but to acquiesce. Yet he questioned whether this was indeed a prudent decision. Lin Yu undoubtedly finds himself at a disadvantage in this situation. I hope you know your limits, Zhao Yu remarked, as she did not wish to emerge victorious through unjust means. The numerous family factions were equally astonished. Where did Lin Yu muster the audacity? Having expended an excessive amount of energy, he had just triumphed over Lin Ming and had also engaged in combat with Zhao Qingfeng, depleting his vitality significantly. I truly hope I have not misjudged you. You must be an exceptionally formidable adversary. As Zhao Yu raised her sword, a fierce wind surged forth, swirling the leaves around her in a captivating dance. Lin Yu could sense the palpable aura of menace, the sword's intent instilling a deep-seated fear. Once one is gripped by the dread of death, it is perilously close at hand. The spectators below instinctively recoiled, their trepidation towards that formidable sword force prompting them to maintain a safe distance, lest they become collateral damage. Zhao Yu, holding her sword aloft, refrained from striking. Her initial intention was to compel Lin Yu to make the first move, yet she pondered whether such an act might be perceived as condescending. You should take the initiative. After all, you have already expended so much of your vitality and energy. Lin Yu smiled faintly, his expended vitality and stamina having already restored during their earlier conversation. Typically, a martial artist who depletes their energy may require at least half a month to recuperate, or they might resort to medicinal pills for replenishment, with some needing even more time. Tiger Fist. Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of determination as he executed the Tiger Fist technique, simultaneously employing the wind step. Ding. The master has successfully executed the yellow-grade lower-tier martial skill, wind step, earning 100,000 martial skill experience. Ding. Congratulations to the master for achieving the mastery stage of the wind step technique. Ding. The master has performed the yellow-grade intermediate martial skill, Tiger Fist, acquiring 100,000 martial skill experience. As Lin Yu executed his swift movements, he simultaneously unleashed the Tiger Fist. Zhao Yu was taken aback, never anticipating that events would unfold in such a manner, leaving her momentarily astonished. Moonlight sword technique. Zhao Yu brandished her sword, and in an instant, it seemed as if a beam of moonlight enveloped her, with an overwhelming aura of lethality rendering escape nearly impossible. The phantom of Lin Yu's Tiger Fist was swiftly cleaved asunder. Following the dismantling of the Tiger Fist, Zhao Yu thrust her sword directly at Lin Yu's heart, showing no mercy whatsoever. Should this strike pierce his chest, it would undoubtedly claim his life. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yu's eyes widened in alarm, a wave of anxiety surging within him as the blade approached perilously close. In an exceedingly perilous situation, Lin Yu narrowly evaded a direct thrust of the sword, yet was still wounded by the ensuing sword energy, resulting in several gashes across his chest. Ding. His master executed the yellow-tier lower-level martial skill, wind step, acquiring martial skill experience at a remarkable rate of 100 by 1,000. Fortunately, he managed to evade that deadly strike. Otherwise, Lin Yu would surely have met his demise. Zhao Yu's swordsmanship is truly formidable. With each swing of her blade, one can perceive the ethereal reflection of the moon. Even Lin Yu's swift wind step proves futile in the face of it, especially given his current injuries. The sword in Zhao Yu's grasp seems to possess an uncanny ability to track its target, with sword energy scattering in every direction, leaving no avenue of escape. The arena is limited in size, and Zhao Yu's sword technique is both bizarre and multifaceted. Should Lin Yu falter, he would unwittingly deliver himself into the clutches of death. Lin Yu, naturally unwilling to concede defeat, unleashed a series of formidable tiger fists, the resounding roar of the tiger echoing deafeningly. Yet, before Zhao Yu, his efforts proved utterly futile. Ding! The master executed the intermediate-level Huang rank martial skill, Tiger Fist, garnering a staggering 100,000 experience points. With a mere flick of her blade, Zhao Yu effortlessly neutralized Lin Yu's Tiger Fist. Furthermore, Lin Yu's hand was grazed by the sword's aura, sending sharp pangs of agony coursing through him as blood flowed incessantly from the wound. The blade of Zhao Yu, now stained with crimson, appeared even more imposing and authoritative. Lin Yu's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he found himself embroiled in a fierce battle for the first time since acquiring the system. Zhao Yu, with a visage that radiated seriousness, was undeniably stunning. However, the sword she wielded exuded an aura so frigid that it seemed capable of repelling anyone from a great distance. Tiger Fist. Lin Yu bellowed. Ding! The master executed the intermediate yellow-tier martial technique, Tiger Fist, earning 100 times the martial arts experience. Ding! Congratulations, master, for achieving the intermediate stage of Tiger Fist. Roar! The sound of a ferocious tiger echoed, and Zhao Yu, initially confident in her ability to parry the blow, was taken aback as the destructive power of the Tiger Fist doubled. The Mingyue sword technique failed to fully counter Lin Yu's Tiger Fist, unleashing a formidable force that forced Zhao Yu to retreat step by step. Has its power increased significantly? Zhao Yu pondered, her surprise evident. Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Yu surged forward and seized her wrist, rendering her unable to wield her sword any longer. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Yu struck Lin Yu fiercely with her palm. Lin Yu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The woman's palm technique was indeed formidable. Zhao Yu's hand was tightly constrained, rendering her unable to wield her sword, and the close-quarters combat became exceedingly arduous. She had not anticipated the astonishing strength of Lin Yu. No matter how Zhao Yu attempted to withdraw her hand, it remained firmly locked by Lin Yu, unable to utilize the Mingyue sword technique. Zhao Yu found herself at a distinct disadvantage. Lin Yu gently struck her with a palm, forcing Zhao Yu to fly outward, her sword slipping from her grasp, and she launched directly off the stage. That blow did not inflict any injury upon Zhao Yu, yet it propelled her beyond the confines of the arena. Biting her lip, she rose to her feet in disbelief. Had she truly lost? Just moments ago, she had held a significant advantage, only to have it swiftly overturned by Lin Yu. In close combat, Lin Yu's prowess rendered Zhao Yu incapable of wielding her sword, instantly altering the tide of battle. Zhao Yu struggled to regain her composure, unable to accept such an outcome. The bitterness of her defeat was simply too profound to bear. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, gripping Zhao Yu's sword, which radiated a chilling aura of lethal intent that sent shivers down his spine. Zhao Yu bit her lip, her demeanor appearing even more enchanting. Her angry glare directed at the onlookers made them hastily avert their gaze. Chapter 31. To think they actually won. Lin Yu felt a twinge of concern. This woman was fiercely competitive, and having lost, she would undoubtedly be unwilling to accept defeat. Surely, she wouldn't demand a rematch. At that moment, Lin Yu had reached his limits. His physical strength was utterly depleted, and he was on the verge of exhaustion, compounded by the severe injuries he had sustained. You have won. Zhao Yu's tone was chillingly cold. You appear discontented. Of course I am discontented. I was the one who should have triumphed. I have defeated renowned geniuses from several illustrious cities, yet I find myself vanquished in this remote, talentless ancient town. There was another matter that infuriated Zhao Yu. Just moments ago, Lin Yu had inadvertently touched her. This was an unprecedented occurrence for Zhao Yu, leaving her feeling both humiliated and enraged. In our Hao family, there exists a tradition. The defeated must bestow a token. I shall give you my hairpin, however. When I win in the future, I shall reclaim it. Zhao Yu removed her hairpin, and as Lin Yu beheld her demeanor, a sense of trepidation welled within him. How dare you refuse it? Zhao Yu questioned, her anger palpable. Ah, but you shall find it impossible to reclaim it in the future, Lin Yu replied with a smile. I shall retrieve it in our next duel, Zhao Yu asserted, her discontent evident. Yet, a flicker of a smile graced her lips, akin to the gentle warmth of spring sunshine. Be wary. The desolate jade pendant is sure to bring misfortune, Zhao Yu cautioned earnestly. Lin Yu shook his head. Next time, he would not allow himself to be hurt. Before long, you should be arriving at the desolate palace. Lin Yu hesitated momentarily, uncertain whether he could embark on the journey to that enigmatic place. Perhaps he should. Zhao Yu nodded affirmatively, and with a graceful motion, her sword spun back into her grasp before she turned to depart. This sparked an uproar among the onlookers. The formidable Zhao Yu, who had vanquished numerous prodigies, had now been bested by Lin Yu. Today was indeed extraordinary. The Zhao family, known for their noble lineage, had witnessed such a gifted individual succumb to Lin Yu, prompting speculations that Lin Yu might soon be ranked among the empire's elite. As Ming remarked with a sense of awe, the Lin family would likely harbor regrets. For Lin Yu was a remarkable talent, excelling in both alchemy and martial arts, a truly formidable figure. At that moment, the leader of the Black Iron Riders approached slowly. If Master Lin Yu finds himself with time, he is most welcome to visit the ancient city prince's residence, where he shall be received as an esteemed guest. The leader offered. Li Haoran raised an eyebrow. Even the prince of the ancient city seemed intrigued by Lin Yu. A person of Lin Yu's caliber would not linger in the ancient city for long, as the Li family could hardly accommodate such a monumental presence. It would be wise to impose no constraints on Lin Yu. He was destined to become a sovereign in his own right. Very well. I shall certainly pay my respects to the prince of the ancient city at an opportune time, Lin Yu replied. The prominent families of the ancient city soon approached to express their greetings. Esteemed elder of the Li family, I shall visit you tomorrow without fail. I trust you will be available to receive me, one remarked. The Heavenly Path Academy wishes to foster a friendship with Master Lin Yu. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. If you wish to explore the back mountains of the Academy, it shall pose no difficulty whatsoever. Lin Yu nodded and responded with a few polite remarks. Li Haoran addressed the crowd, stating, "All right, Lin Yu needs to rest today. We shall discuss matters another time." Only then did the group reluctantly take their leave, as Lin Yu was acutely aware of the preciousness of his time. Having defeated Zhao Yu, it was certain to stir considerable commotion, and the people of Ming City would undoubtedly come to know of your illustrious name. Lin Yu lowered his gaze. Pondering a matter, he was uncertain of Zhao Yu's cultivation level, yet she exuded an undeniable aura of strength. I shall return to rest and recuperate, he declared. After acquiring the desolate jade pendant, he also needed time to delve into its mysteries. Allow me to summon someone to assist with your injuries, he offered. No need for that. I am an elixir master and capable of healing my own wounds. As Lin Yu examined the jade pendant, he wondered what rare treasures it might conceal. Previously, he had not perceived it as extraordinary, but now, holding it in his hands, he sensed its enigmatic allure. Lin Yu rested at home for several days and examined the scroll given to him by Zhao Qifeng. Within it were martial arts techniques and the formula for the second-tier medicinal pill, the Desolate Pill. Upon closer inspection, he realized that concocting this pill was indeed quite challenging. The benefits it could bestow upon him were substantial. However, Lin Yu encountered a troubling dilemma. The formula for the Desolate Pill was not easily obtainable, and it was likely that even the Heavenly Tao Academy would struggle to procure the necessary ingredients. Lin Yu was on the verge of reaching the 9th level of the Martial Master realm, and the path to the next stage would undoubtedly be arduous. While ordinary individuals might require a year or two to accomplish this, he was reluctant to squander such time. After a few days of recuperation, Lin Yu hastened to the Heavenly Tao Academy, where he had been inundated with visitors and had little opportunity for socializing. The desolate jade pendant would undoubtedly attract numerous formidable beings. If Lin Yu could not grow stronger, he would be left with no option but to await his demise. Upon arriving at the Heavenly Tao Academy, Lin Yu employed the wind step technique to swiftly make his way to the back mountain. Scarcely able to acknowledge the greetings of the elders, the back mountain housed a forbidden forest, rumored to be home to magical beasts. And Lin Yu hoped to find the necessary herbs for the wildness pill within its depths. Elder Lin, what brings you here? Are you seeking to cultivate? Please, come in. Elder Qing Shui had personally come to welcome Lin Yu. Elder, I have pressing matters at hand, so I shall forego the formalities. The area behind the cultivation grounds was spacious, allowing for a more rapid accumulation of spiritual energy, and it was clear that Lin Yu desired to break through his cultivation soon. I am not here solely for cultivation. I wish to seek your guidance on a matter. Oh, you have become quite the significant figure now. No need for such pleasantries. Just state your concerns. I would like to inquire if there is a map of the back mountain of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Unfortunately, I am afraid there isn't one. The back mountain is not particularly vast, but venturing deep within can be exceedingly perilous due to the terrifying forbidden forest. I intend to go into that forest. What? Are you jesting? That is the forbidden forest. Even the elders of our academy dare not enter. Why would you wish to go in? I require 2 extremely rare herbs, the thousand-flower fruit and the cloud fairy grass. Without these, I shall find myself in a most challenging predicament. Lin, you must heed my warning. The forbidden forest is fraught with danger. Even with your considerable martial prowess, you might not return. I cannot afford to delay. Time is of the essence. If I do not become stronger, my enemies will undoubtedly come for me. Lin Yu understood that possessing the desolate jade pendant came with such grave consequences. You must realize that magical beasts inhabit that forbidden forest. Don't even mention herbs. You could very well become food for those beasts yourself. After Lin Yu performed a respectful bow, he prepared to charge inside. Qing Shui truly felt helpless. This person was simply unstoppable. Chapter 32. Beastly Wild Boar. Lin Yu swiftly employed the wind step technique, darting into the depths of the forbidden forest. Qing Shui was momentarily consumed by anxiety, pondering the potential calamity that could ensue if he remained idle. The forbidden forest was an enigmatic realm, even unknown to the elders of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that Lin Yu ventured into such a perilous territory. He had heard whispers that others had entered through different entrances. The thought of misfortune occurring sent shivers down his spine. Overwhelmed with urgency, Qing Shui resolved to seek counsel with the Academy's headmaster. The expanse of the back mountain was rather modest, often shrouded in mist. Before Lin Yu stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Forbidden Forest, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. The forest exuded an eerie silence, and Lin Yu was acutely aware that his current cultivation level might place him in jeopardy. Nevertheless, he understood that greater dangers often yield greater rewards. In pursuit of crafting the elusive wasteland pill, he had no choice but to embrace the risk. He remained uncertain of the formidable beasts that lurked within. Having gathered information, Lin Yu was aware that the Forbidden Forest was home to various magical beasts, creatures that surpassed humans in both strength and size. After only a few steps, he halted, spotting an enormous wild boar with exceptionally long tusks. The mere thought of being impaled by those tusks sent a chill down his spine. The boar emitted a terrifying roar, a sound that would send any ordinary person fleeing in terror. Its blood-red eyes and colossal frame compelled Lin Yu to retreat a few paces. After a few menacing calls, the wild boar charged ferociously towards him, its speed startling Lin Yu. Despite its massive size, it barreled forth like a runaway train. Fortunately, Lin Yu was swifter. He evaded the boar's assault and glanced back to witness the beast carve a deep trench into the ground. The power of its tusks was truly formidable. Should he be struck, his defenses would be inadequate. Lin Yu pondered the boar's cultivation level, realizing that magical beasts possessed realms of power akin to humans. However, beasts of equivalent cultivation often surpassed their human counterparts significantly. Consequently, Lin Yu felt he was at a considerable disadvantage. Thankfully, with the wind step technique at his disposal, he felt confident that if he were to sustain any injuries, escaping would pose no challenge. No matter how fast the boar might be, it could not outpace Lin Yu's wind step. Lin Yu attempted to engage in combat with the wild boar, delivering a powerful punch to its robust form. The thickness of the boar's hide was astonishing. Lin Yu felt a slight numbness in his hand, realizing just how formidable its skin truly was. This was indeed exhilarating. While Lin Yu continued his struggle with the beast, an elder and a young man approached from a distance, clad in noble armor that offered substantial protection. Master Emo, am I not mistaken? Is there truly a youth battling a magical beast here? The young man inquired respectfully. Elder Emo shook his head, expressing disbelief. Even someone of my cultivation level would hesitate to engage a wild boar. While I could prevail, its tusks possess such power that even I could fall victim to a single strike. The young man felt a chill run down his spine, grasping the terror inherent in magical beasts, where a moment's inattention could lead to instant demise. Once their skirmish concludes, I shall deliver the final blow to the boar, and its magical core will be ours, Elder Emo said with a sinister smile. As they continued to observe, their expression shifted to one of disbelief. Holding their breath in anticipation, Hurricane Fist, Lin Yu roared, unleashing a thunderous strike that resonated through the air, connecting forcefully with the boar's head. Ding! The master has executed the intermediate yellow tier martial technique, Hurricane Fist, gaining 100 by 1,000 experience points. The wild boar, momentarily dazed, soon succumbed to a furious rage. A frenzied boar is the most terrifying of foes, its speed and strength magnified beyond comprehension. Magical beasts inherently seek to hunt humans, perceiving them as mere insects. Once the boar's tusks penetrate a human, it would gradually consume its prey, leading to a tragic end. Elder Mo had witnessed numerous strong individuals fall to the wild boar. Its vitality was remarkably resilient, and its tusks could easily slay even a martial artist at the martial sovereign level. When the boar charged at the young man, it seemed certain that he would not evade its onslaught. After all, he was but a fool for engaging in such folly. Yet soon, Lin Yu astonished Elder Mo by not only refusing to dodge, but countering with a hurricane fist that met the boar's tusks head-on, forcing the beast to retreat and bend its formidable tusks. Impossible. Such a thing cannot be. Elder Mo was utterly astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. After enduring several strikes, the boar began to tremble in fear at the sight of Lin Yu. It was inconceivable that a human could rival the power of a wild boar, especially a mere youth. Wow, Master Mo, that young man is truly remarkable. He can exchange blows with the boar. Should we assist him? Surely, he would be grateful, the young man suggested. Indeed, he is youthful. That wild boar is immensely powerful, and I fear the young man may not last much longer. Elder Mo replied with a knowing smile, eagerly awaiting the moment the boar would tire, ready to seize the opportunity for himself, indifferent to the fate of the youth. Ding. The master has executed the intermediate yellow tier martial technique, Hurricane Fist, gaining 100 by 1,000 experience points. Ding. The master has executed the intermediate yellow tier martial technique, Hurricane Fist, gaining 100 by 1,000 experience points. Lin Yu discovered an intriguing phenomenon. As he unleashed his tiger fist, the ferocious and menacing aura of the wild boar diminished. It was evident that the roar of the tiger had instilled a sense of fear in the beast, causing its attacking force to be reduced to less than half. This was the reason Lin Yu was able to engage in a stalemate for such an extended period. Ding. The master observed the wild boar's tusk charge, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, master, for acquiring the yellow tier advanced martial skill, tusk charge, achieving a minor completion stage. Lin Yu had never anticipated that by observing the wild boar's attacks for such an extended period, he would actually acquire martial skills. The experience gained was simply astonishing. Initially, the monstrous wild boar was ferocious, but after enduring several blows, it began to exhibit signs of trepidation. The sound of the tiger, in particular, instilled such fear that his legs trembled uncontrollably. Lin Yu unleashed the tiger fist attack, having executed it nearly 10 times today. However, striking the tough hide of the wild boar monster, he felt its remarkable hardness. The skin was simply too thick. Ding. The master observed the wild boar's hide, earning 10 by 1,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the master for acquiring the yellow rank advanced martial technique, wild boar armor, achieving the minor accomplishment stage. Suddenly obtaining 2 martial techniques filled Lin Yu with excitement. He had not anticipated such unexpected rewards upon entering this forbidden forest. Just as he reveled in his good fortune, he was unexpectedly pierced by the wild boar's tusks, leaving him momentarily stunned. He realized it was his own carelessness. Chapter 33, Goddess of the Bright Moon. Lin Yu was hurled through the air, yet this time the tusks did not pierce his body. He merely felt an intense pain coursing through him. It truly startled Lin Yu, causing him to break into a cold sweat. The wild boar's tusks were extraordinarily sharp, yet he emerged unscathed this time. Ding. The master executed the advanced yellow tier martial technique, Beast Tusk Armor, earning 100,000 experience points. The beastly boar roared several times, infuriated that after such a prolonged battle with the young man, it had failed to vanquish him. Lin Yu continued his battle against the wild boar, not only accumulating experience but also mastering his skills. Ding. The master unleashed the advanced yellow level martial technique, Fang Ya Charge, gaining 100,000 times martial experience. Ding. The master executed the advanced yellow level martial technique, Beast Armor of the Wild Boar, earning an additional 100,000 times martial experience. Lin Yu has accumulated an immense wealth of experience, gradually transforming into a more formidable individual. He has achieved enhancements that are nearly 100-fold, if not 1,000-fold. Elder Mo and the young man were both left in a state of astonishment, unable to fathom the existence of such extraordinary circumstances. How could it be that this young man, devoid of any armor, could contend so fiercely with the magical beasts? Lin Yu's physique resembled that of a formidable beast. He fought barehanded for an extensive duration, sustaining almost no injuries. It is astonishing to consider that such strength belongs to a mere youth, reaching an almost monstrous level. It is truly unbelievable that this young man can wield such martial prowess. His techniques are akin to the fangs of a predator. Elder Mo's countenance was grim, profoundly shocked by Lin Yu's extraordinary power. The wild boar, though it appeared fierce, was, in fact, greatly intimidated and had sustained numerous injuries from the prolonged skirmish. The boar emitted a howl, a sound that struck Lin Yu as peculiar. Furthermore, it lowered its head, trembling incessantly. After observing for a considerable time, Lin Yu felt a twinge of astonishment. Had this foolish wild boar truly surrendered? It had entirely lost its previous ferocity, continuously wailing in fear. This wild boar was utterly terrified. Despite having pierced through the bodies of numerous human warriors with its tusks, this youth seemed impervious. Possessing skin akin to its own, and even mirroring its tusk attacks, the magical beast, the wild boar, was evidently stricken with fear. In this battle, Lin Yu found great utility in his two newly acquired martial techniques, tusk charge and beast armor. He had amassed an incredible wealth of experience, and it would not be long before he reached a competent level of mastery. Given that the wild boar was pleading for mercy, Lin Yu saw no need to deliver a fatal blow. Indeed, his cultivation still required considerable effort. Lin Yu's anticipation of strength has intensified. "Ah, young man, you have truly endured much." A voice resonated. Lin Yu turned around and raised an eyebrow as an elderly man and a young man slowly approached, both adorned in exquisite armor. "This wild boar is no longer a threat, and you are quite injured. Perhaps you should leave at once," suggested the young man. "Leave at once? How utterly laughable! Why should I hasten my departure?" Lin Yu retorted. The elderly man's cultivation was not particularly formidable, and the young man's prowess was even less impressive, one at the pinnacle of the 8th rank of the martial master realm, the other merely at the mid-8th rank. In Lin Yu's eyes, they were of little consequence. How did they dare to venture here with such meager abilities? Nevertheless, their luxurious equipment could indeed afford them some measure of protection. "Why should I leave? Young man, have you overestimated your own confidence?" Lin Yu inquired. Elder Mo instantly frowned. "How dare you speak so to this young man? You must be a first-tier martial genius. Otherwise, you wouldn't have withstood the wild boar for so long." Soon, the young man noticed the injuries on Lin Yu's hands and suddenly understood. "Greetings, esteemed sir. My name is Mo Yiming, a modest martial talent, I suppose. You must have crossed blades with the Moonlight Goddess, have you not?" "The Moonlight Goddess? I have never heard of her," Lin Yu replied, a hint of ignorance in his tone. Mo Yiming raised his eyebrows, puzzled. The Moonlight Goddess was a well-known prodigy of the Empire's martial arts, her fame widely recognized. Why was Lin Yu so uninformed? Indeed, Lin Yu is quite the martial genius himself. How could he be so sheltered as to not know of the Moonlight Goddess? Mo Yiming mused. The Moonlight Goddess was renowned for her unparalleled beauty and her exquisite moonlight sword technique, unmatched by any of the Empire's younger generation. "I have not heard of the Moonlight Goddess, nor do I have any interest in her," Lin Yu replied dismissively. "Oh, come now. As a martial talent, how can you lack interest? Do not warriors yearn to challenge the strong, to engage in battle?" Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging that engaging with formidable opponents indeed accelerated one's growth. He could amass experience at an astonishing rate, sometimes even multiplying it 100-fold or 1,000-fold. The reason the Moonlight Goddess earned such a title was twofold. She had triumphed over numerous talented individuals from various cities within the Empire, and her moonlight sword technique was unparalleled, likely placing her among the top 5 in the Empire's rankings. Such a position was undeniably prestigious. Yet, the name of the moonlight sword technique seemed vaguely familiar to Lin Yu. When the Moonlight Goddess was mentioned, Mo Yiming exhibited palpable excitement, revealing a deep admiration for her. Though the extent of his reverence was unknown, "I too suffered a crushing defeat at her hands last time, bearing scars that testify to my loss. Seeing similar marks on your hands, I can only surmise that you have also fallen to her prowess," Mo Yiming remarked. Lin Yu glanced at the scars on his hand, sharp and still faintly throbbing even at this moment. The sword strike from Zhao Yu had nearly claimed his life. The ferocity of her swordsmanship was truly terrifying. Fortunately, he had narrowly triumphed at that time. Shaking his head, Lin Yu realized that if they were to cross paths again, Zhao Yu would undoubtedly be even stronger. If he did not wish to become a victim beneath her blade, he must strive to enhance his own power. Her sword's momentum was exceedingly formidable, instilling fear even in many formidable warriors. The Empire has always regarded her as a pillar of strength. This time, he yearned to acquire the core of a magical beast, hoping to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation soon. Lin Yu smiled, as if recalling something. Zhao Yu's swordsmanship seemed to be the renowned Mingyue sword technique. However, he had not anticipated that Zhao Yu was a prodigy celebrated throughout the Empire. "Young master, you must have lost, but it is not shameful. After all, the goddess of Mingyue is among the most esteemed in the Empire. I lost. Oh, I beg your pardon, but I emerged victorious, Lin Yu replied. What did you say? Mo Yiming gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief, though there was a hint of credibility in his words. Do you not believe me? Lin Yu inquired. Talk is cheap. I must admit I find it hard to believe. Moreover, how could Zhao Yu possibly lose to you? Mo Yiming seemed to harbor some doubt, recalling Lin Yu's battle with the savage wild boar, where he had nearly gained the upper hand. Mo Yiming increasingly perceived the young man as formidable, sensing an elusive aura of dominance about him. Lin Yu retrieved a hairpin from his sleeve. If you have encountered Zhao Yu, then you must have seen this hairpin. Chapter 34, Abyss of Despair. This cannot be true. Elder Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. And beside him, Moe was rendered speechless. The two of them were profoundly shaken. You mean to say that this is indeed the hairpin worn by Zhao Yu? Only she possesses such a cerulean hairpin. Elder Mo could no longer maintain his composure. He grasped Mo Yi's hand firmly and urged, Let us speak no more and leave at once. Elder, why the urgency to depart? That young man is undoubtedly a genius. But I sense an exceedingly fearsome magical beast approaching. We must flee for our lives. If that young man is unfortunate, he will surely perish, Elder Mo stated gravely. But he is a martial genius of an empire. How can we abandon him to his fate? Humph. His disdainful gaze reveals his contempt for us. Such a person cannot be a friend. I would feel reassured if he were to perish here. Elder Mo harbored a strong aversion to individuals like Lin Yu. You should leave, Lin Yu said to the wild boar. Suddenly, the boar charged at him, catching him off guard. Knocked aside. Lin Yu stood up and was astonished to discover that the wild boar had been violently torn in two. Lin Yu was drenched in cold sweat. Startled by the sight of a wild boar with such thick skin, frightened in an instant by the ferocity of a beast, the roar of the lion echoed deafeningly, completely intimidating Lin Yu. As the lion beast lunged with a claw, Lin Yu, in a state of panic, hurriedly fled, employing the wind step technique to hasten his escape. Lin Yu was breathless. That lion was formidable. The lion, standing upright like a human, proved to be exceedingly challenging. When he turned around, he was astonished to see the lion closely pursuing him. Lin Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Was this beast truly so powerful? Lin Yu felt that he could hardly withstand a single assault from him and was left with no choice but to flee. Compounding his predicament, a bottomless abyss lay ahead, rendering any other escape routes nearly invisible. Lin Yu shook his head, caught in a dilemma. The lion approached slowly, trembling noticeably upon reaching this point, as if it were afraid of something. Lin Yu was engulfed in trepidation. Although the lion appeared fearful, it could easily take his life, for its prowess was undoubtedly formidable. As the lion relentlessly advanced, Lin Yu found himself retreating step by step, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. The sight of the fearsome creature, with its blood-red eyes and mane intricately braided, clad in rudimentary shoulder armor, emanated an aura of regal dominance that left Lin Yu thoroughly intimidated. He understood that should a confrontation arise, it would surely lead to his demise, and he was left gasping for breath, contemplating the perilous leap downwards. Yet, upon glancing back at the fathomless abyss, Lin Yu sensed an ominous darkness below, realizing that descending into it did not guarantee survival. The very chasm that instilled fear in the lion posed a grave threat to him as well. Suddenly, the lion swiped at him with a powerful paw, its immense force almost rendering him defenseless. Despite employing his wind step technique, he was still struck. The lion's heavy claws inflicted wounds upon him. Yet he could feel the resilience of his skin absorbing a portion of the assault. Ultimately, he was hurled into the depths of the abyss. With a splat, Lin Yu plummeted into the void, acutely aware that this time, he had narrowly escaped death. Ding! His master had activated the advanced yellow tier martial skill, Beast Armor of the Wild Boar, earning a reward of 10 by 100 experience points. Lin Yu was acutely aware that he could no longer afford to descend further. He reached out and grasped a jagged rock, preventing himself from plummeting into the abyss. His entire body trembled. The force of that attack was overwhelmingly potent. Fortunately, he possessed a layer of protective skin armor. Otherwise, he would have surely met a tragic end. It was evident that something exceedingly terrifying lurked below. Otherwise, the lion would not have retreated so readily. A fall would undoubtedly spell doom. The lion's cultivation level was beyond Lin Yu's comprehension, and merely contemplating it sent chills down his spine. Had he not fled with swiftness, he would have long since perished. Suddenly, Lin Yu beheld something that nearly caused him to lose his grip and plummet. What on earth is this? Lin Yu swallowed hard. He was indeed not mistaken, having initially feared that his injury had caused him to see things. The abyss was indeed extraordinary, for he spotted a vessel, an impressive ship, grand and magnificent in appearance. Exuding an air of regal elegance, Lin Yu felt compelled to board the ship and leap towards it. It was his first encounter with a vessel suspended in midair, and he was curious about how it managed to float. However, the ship's architecture was opulent, resembling a palace. And Lin Yu soon realized a pressing issue. He could not enter due to a formidable iron door. Tiger Fist. Ding. The master executed a mid-level yellow-tier martial art. Tiger Fist, earning 100 by 1,000 experience points. With a resounding bang, Lin Yu was rebounded, his hands numbing from the impact. The door was impervious, certainly not yielding easily. A headache ensued. How was he to gain entry? Where could he possibly find a key? Gazing at the iron door, Lin Yu threw several punches, yet it remained unyielding. Disappointment crept into his heart. If he could not access the interior, it posed a significant dilemma. In this abyss, Lin Yu felt his breath becoming labored, dizziness overtaking him. What should he do in such a state? He feared he might soon struggle to breathe. Just as despair began to take hold, he noticed a hairpin in his sleeve glowing. He hastily retrieved it, and to his astonishment, the iron door began to creak open. This was fortuitous. Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. This hairpin was a true lifesaver. He had not anticipated such an effect from the hairpin Zhao Yu had given him, and he promptly stepped through the iron door. Inside, the structure was in ruins. Resembling a heap of debris, Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, pondering what this place was and why Zhao Yu's hairpin could unlock its entrance. Yet, the building offered a breath of fresh air, and he ventured further, intrigued by the possibility of discovering something remarkable. However, disappointment soon engulfed him. Although the interior resembled a palace, he found nothing of significance. What a waste of a visit, Lin Yu muttered, shaking his head. Suddenly, he spotted a mural in the center of the hall. The painting depicted a woman skillfully wielding a sword, her flowing white hair dancing as she moved. Lin Yu became entranced, questioning the identity of this remarkable figure. The sword technique she executed seemed strikingly familiar, prompting a moment of realization. Was that the Minghui sword technique? Lin Yu was convinced he had not misjudged. He vividly recalled Zhao Yu's swordplay from that fateful day, which had nearly cost him his life. The mural showcased a woman performing the Minghui sword technique, and Lin Yu continued to gaze, lost in thought, when he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding. Chapter 35, Xinyu Sword Technique. Ding. The master executed a mid-level yellow-tier martial art, Ninja Insight, gaining 100 by 1,000 experience points. Ding. The master executed a mid-level yellow-tier martial art, Ninja Insight, gaining 100 by 1,000 experience points. Lin Yu continuously studied the swordsmanship depicted in the mural. Although it appeared to be a beautifully rendered portrait of a graceful maiden, he perceived a deeper secret within. To him, it was an intricate manual of martial arts. Perhaps due to his innate ability as a ninja to discern the subtleties of combat techniques. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your ninja ability to decipher martial skills has reached the intermediate stage. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your ninja ability to decipher martial skills has attained the advanced stage. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your ninja ability to decipher martial skills has achieved perfection. The efficacy of this ocular technique is remarkable, complemented by his own exponentially powerful cultivation system. Lin Yu now realized that by observing others, he could swiftly acquire knowledge and experience. Even enduring attacks contributed to his growth, regardless of the circumstances. He was ceaselessly becoming stronger. It was only now that he recognized the terrifying potential of this multiplied experience, leaving even him feeling as though he were defying the heavens. The mural, initially perceived as merely a depiction of a maiden wielding a sword, revealed its profound mysteries to Lin Yu. The swordsmanship concealed within it must surely be extraordinary. Lin Yu observed for an extended period. Ding. The master scrutinized the celestial level lower tier martial art, Divine Moon Sword Technique, and gained experience at a rate of 100 times 1,000. Ding. The master scrutinized the celestial level lower tier martial art, Divine Moon Sword Technique, and gained experience at a rate of 100 times 1,000. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that he would acquire a martial art of the heavenly tier. In the realm of Julong continent, martial arts were categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Until now, Lin Yu had only practiced yellow tier techniques. However, the unexpected acquisition of a heavenly tier martial art filled him with exhilaration. As he accumulated considerable experience in the Divine Moon Sword Technique, he gradually found himself immersed in its profound practice, sensing a continuous surge of vital energy within his dantian. After dedicating a substantial amount of time to studying the murals, Lin Yu amassed a wealth of experience in the divine moon sword technique. Ding. The master has observed the heavenly tier martial art, divine moon sword technique, and gained experience multiplied by 1,000. Learning the heavenly tier divine moon sword technique caused a monumental transformation in Lin Yu's dantian, and the vital energy within him multiplied several times over. Ding. Congratulations to the master for mastering the first chapter of the heavenly tier divine moon sword technique, sword intent. Ding. The master has gained experience in martial arts, multiplied by 1,000. From mastering the first chapter of the heavenly tier divine moon sword technique. Ding. Congratulations to the master for breaking through in cultivation. The master has reached the mid-stage of the 9th layer of martial master. By studying the divine moon sword technique, Lin Yu not only advanced in cultivation but also recognized its extraordinary nature. Having previously witnessed Zhao Yu's sword intent, Lin Yu was now on the verge of comprehending this realm himself. Sword intent, capable of mastering the essence of one's surroundings and merging into a singularity, would elevate his swordsmanship to the pinnacle of excellence. After Lin Yu's dantian was shattered and then rebuilt, he mastered the sword intent. With bated breath and focused mind, he became acutely aware of everything around him, as if anything could be transformed into a sword, even a mere twig. Soon, Lin Yu was elated. Having comprehended the sword intent, his strength experienced a remarkable leap, enabling him to challenge foes at the 9th level of the warrior realm. However, recalling the lion from before, he realized it might still pose a threat. Having practiced the divine moon sword technique, Lin Yu attained a new level of understanding that had previously eluded him. The sword intent granted him a fresh perspective on the sword. With this mastery, he could obliterate many obstacles. With a gentle swing of the twig in his hand, a surge of sword chi erupted instantaneously, leaving a conspicuous scar on the ground. Even he was astonished by the formidable power of the sword intent, which surpassed his most potent martial skill, the Tiger Fist, by several folds. Moreover, the energy in Lin Yu's dantian had increased manifold. Possessing a physique already superior to that of ordinary martial artists, he underwent a qualitative transformation. His previous victory over Zhao Yu had been a narrow one, but this time, Lin Yu felt confident. The twig in his hand felt incredibly light, as if it could sever anything. With the comprehension of the sword intent, he sensed his true strength and felt utterly fearless. Though he had only studied the first chapter of the divine moon sword technique, its brilliance was undeniable. However, he remained uncertain about the number of chapters in this lower tier heavenly martial skill. Lin Yu has been studying here for nearly a week, benefiting from an exponential accumulation of experience. Otherwise, his progress would not have been so swift. To master this martial technique, he must commit the entirety of the mural's content to memory. Upon inspection, Lin Yu discovered that the grand hall contained an inner chamber, which housed a considerable array of items, including numerous pens and sheets of paper. Lin Yu hurriedly grabbed a pen and meticulously sketched the martial arts techniques depicted in the mural. Consequently, he would no longer need to linger in this place. Should he wish to depart, he would be free to do so. Ding. Master S martial arts drawing experience multiplied by 100. Lin Yu smiled silently, pondering whether experience is indeed necessary for painting. Nevertheless, this approach has undeniably enhanced efficiency, allowing him to depict every object and detail with flawless precision. This volume of celestial martial arts techniques is extensive. I have managed to illustrate an entire book. Chuckling to myself, Lin Yu meticulously arranged the sheets, preparing them for future binding. The quality of the paper here is exceptional, resistant to damage. Currently, he cherishes the divine moon sword technique as a treasured possession. Now, let me see what else lies within. Lin Yu gazed at the luminous hairpin, pondering its connection to the Zhao family. Renowned throughout the empire, the Zhao family was reputed for their remarkable legacy. This place, he surmised, must also bear some relation to them. Truly, the Zhao family was impressive. Possessing such a remarkable locale, Lin Yu could not help but marvel at Zhao Yu's extraordinary talent, which allowed her to challenge most of the empire's prodigies. With a lineage so formidable, her gifts were hardly surprising. The divine moon sword technique was indeed exceptional, even wielding a mere branch. Lin Yu found it formidable enough to leave a mark. How wonderful it would be to possess a fine weapon. He continued observing within the hall and soon spotted a sword. Just when he realized he was in need of one, the sword presented itself before him. Approaching it, he attempted to draw it, but found himself unable to do so. What was the matter with this sword? Lin Yu sensed its extraordinary nature, feeling its sharpness even before it was unsheathed. After expending considerable effort, he still could not extract the sword. Thus, he took out the hairpin. Upon emitting its radiant glow, The sword began to tremble violently, suddenly soaring forth, unleashing a flurry of sword energy in all directions. In an instant, the surroundings of Lin Yu were fragmented beyond recognition. He seized the flying sword, miraculously unharmed by its lethal aura. This sword, as radiant as moonlight, captivated Lin Yu's heart, for such a weapon was perfectly suited for him. What he truly required was indeed a splendid sword. Chapter 36, A Branch. Lin Yu vividly recalled the sword wielded by Zhao Yu during their last encounter, exquisite and razor-sharp. Yet, the blade now in his grasp seemed to shimmer with an even greater brilliance than that of Zhao Yu's weapon. With a vigorous swing, Lin Yu unexpectedly shattered a space, resembling a broken glass portal, leaving him utterly astonished. Standing at the threshold of this enigmatic realm, Lin Yu peered inside, revealing a moderately sized, square space. Could this sword possess such extraordinary capabilities? As he stepped into the realm, he discovered a skeleton lying there, seemingly untouched by time for ages. This skeleton must belong to the master of the sword and the ship. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, noting the abundance of gold and silver treasures, yet he paid them little heed. The skeletal remains appeared quite pitiful, with scars etched upon the bones, indicative of grievous injuries. Lin Yu spotted a piece of paper nearby, revealing that this individual was a certain Wang from the Zhao family. The king of the desolate palace, known for his tyranny, had become intolerable to him. After a fierce battle, both were gravely wounded, causing the mountains to tremble and the earth to quake, with numerous injuries rendering him unable to save himself. He arrived here in hopes that the descendants of the Zhao family would come forth to halt the minions of the desolate palace, allowing him to depart without regrets. Some of the Wang from the Zhao family left no names behind, suggesting that this vessel had sought refuge here. Lin Yu gazed at the sword in his hand, which possessed the capability to open a portal to another realm. Today, he had acquired numerous remarkable treasures. However, he pondered how to extricate himself from this perilous place. The sheer cliffs within the abyss posed formidable challenges for any ascent. Moreover, upon departing the confines of the ship's structure, he would find himself unable to breathe, rendering any attempt to climb utterly impossible. As Lin Yu contemplated his predicament, his eyes fell upon a mechanism and a nearby scroll, which he picked up to examine. The scroll bore peculiar inscriptions, yet he deciphered the instructions on how to navigate the vessel. Perhaps this was the key to escaping the abyss. After a period of study, Lin Yu successfully maneuvered the ship upwards. A vessel capable of soaring through the skies was indeed an impressive creation, a testament to the ingenuity of the Zhao family. Upon returning to the precipice, Lin Yu peered outside, only to behold an endless expanse of forest. The herbs he sought, particularly the elusive wasteland Dan, remained unattained, and his journey's purpose had yet to be fulfilled. Remaining aboard the conspicuous ship was not a viable option. Thus, he resolved to continue on foot. However, the absence of the lion left him somewhat apprehensive, as he was uncertain of his ability to confront it. The locations of the Chihuahua fruit and Yunxian grass were equally ambiguous, and Lin Yu was unsure if he would be able to locate them. The wasteland Dan was crucial for his breakthrough in cultivation, and he was determined to find it. To ascend from the martial artist realm to the martial sect realm would require an extensive amount of time, even for prodigies, often spanning 1 to 2 years, a duration Lin Yu could not afford. The acquisition of the Wasteland Dan would significantly enhance Lin Yu's progression, as his ability to advance to the martial sect realm hinged upon it. This forbidden land appeared boundless, and Lin Yu was unaware of when he might reach its conclusion. Since mastering the Divine Moonsword technique, his sensory abilities had greatly intensified. Previously, his perception was solely employed in alchemy, but now he could sense entities within several kilometers. Whether they were living beings or flora, Lin Yu could distinctly identify them, thereby increasing the likelihood of discovering the two sought-after herbs. Lin Yu departed from the vessel and made his way toward the opposite side of the cliff. Along his journey, he encountered a variety of medicinal herbs and decided to gather them, for they might prove useful in the future. After an extensive trek, Lin Yu finally sensed the presence of the Qianhua fruit and Yunxian grass, and he was filled with elation, hastening his pace. However, the situation was not as straightforward as he had hoped. A peculiar assembly of creatures, the nature of which was uncertain, stood before him, blocking his path. Lin Yu was unperturbed. He was eager to test the prowess of his swordsmanship and discern the extent of his mastery. In the midst of the forest, he continually executed the wind-step technique. Ding! The master has performed the yellow-tier lower-level martial skill, wind-step, earning a martial skill experience of 100 by 1000. Speed was of the essence, for the magical beasts within this forbidden forest were formidable indeed. Before Lin Yu lay a vast expanse of blossoms. A myriad of flowers arrayed before him. In this world of martial arts and spiritual cultivation, the breathtaking scenery captivated him. The kaleidoscope of thousands of different flowers dazzled the eyes. Lin Yu pressed on, aware that a multitude of magical beasts lurked within the vibrant thicket. As anticipated, a flurry of swift shadows darted forth, obscuring their true nature. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, finding the figures exceedingly grotesque and profoundly unsettling. How could such a beautiful floral display conceal these bizarre and hideous creatures? Suddenly, a particularly repugnant being emerged, brandishing a wicked dagger, its drool dripping like that of a gnome. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. These beasts were truly disconcerting. Following the initial dwarf, a veritable swarm appeared, concealed among the blossoms. Lin Yu soon discerned nearly 100 of them. Each dwarf possessed formidable prowess. At the mid to late stage of the sixth realm of martial arts, and with their sheer numbers, totaling in the hundreds, Lin Yu realized that had it been in his earlier state, he would surely have met his demise here. Lin Yu soon beheld numerous corpses of martial artists, each of whom had ventured here in search of something, yet their fates were all tragically dire. Lin Yu was on the verge of drawing his sword when he pondered whether it might be premature to unleash the moonlit sword technique. Initially intent on unsheathing his blade, he instead picked up a branch, gesturing towards the dwarves. The dwarves erupted into laughter, deeming Lin Yu a fool for daring to confront them with nothing more than a stick. They held him in contempt, recalling how numerous formidable martial artists had previously fallen to their might. What audacity did this young man possess to challenge them with such a trivial weapon? The dwarves charged forward with frenzied speed, yet Lin Yu merely smiled. The branch in his hand had become as sharp as a sword, imbued with the essence of his swordsmanship. When one possesses immense strength, even the most fragile twig can serve as a potent weapon. With that thought, Lin Yu skillfully wielded the branch. The moonlit sword technique, akin to the luminous moon in the sky, was a sight to behold yet elusive to grasp. As he executed the technique for the first time, Lin Yu felt rejuvenated. A mere flick of his wrist was sufficient. The advancing dwarves were cleaved in two with a tragic swiftness. The remaining dwarves stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the turn of events. Lin Yu merely holds a branch. It is certainly not a sword or blade. Moreover, he has yet to draw his sword. What would happen when he finally unsheathes it? Lin Yu's sword aura surged like a mighty tide, as enchanting as the moon in the celestial palace. Yet its chilling brilliance was swift enough to claim lives. In an instant, a significant portion of the dwarves fell, for although they were usually fierce in battle, Lin Yu's swordsmanship was overwhelmingly superior. The remaining dwarves trembled in fear, ultimately retreating in disarray. Lin Yu panted, his entire being filled with exhilaration. Chapter 37. A Brush with Death. Ding. The master has employed the celestial tier lower grade martial technique, the divine moon swordsmanship, gaining an experience multiplier of 100,000 times. Lin Yu understood that only through the relentless honing of his swordsmanship could he become truly formidable. The dwarves, once emboldened, dared not lay a hand on him any longer. They initially fled in disarray but soon returned, bowing fervently in submission. These dwarves were filled with trepidation, their prostrations earnest and vigorous. Lin Yu shook his head and continued his pursuit of the precious herbs. Amidst the myriad blossoms, he soon spotted a fruit, and a wave of relief washed over him. His earlier fears of failing to find it dissipated, for fortune favored him at that moment. After collecting the Qianhua fruit, Lin Yu resolved to continue his search. You all, assist me in locating various medicinal herbs, particularly the Yunxian grass. The dwarves trembled at his command and, one by one, departed. Lin Yu patiently awaited their return. Before long, the dwarves reappeared, bearing an assortment of herbs. Although Lin Yu was not yet familiar with these herbs, he knew he would gradually become acquainted with them. This must be the Yunxian grass, he mused. After securing the herbs, he prepared to leave, having gathered all the ingredients for the wasteland elixir. Even now, he felt no desire to linger within the confines of the forbidden forest. Lin Yu closed his eyes, sensing the surrounding circumstances through the momentum of his sword. He truly wished to avoid encountering that lion at this moment. After spending considerable time in the forbidden forest, Lin Yu retraced his steps and returned with relative ease. At the back mountain of the Heavenly Tao Academy, a multitude of people had gathered. Qin Shui and several elders were preparing to head to the back mountain. What was Lin Yu doing in the forbidden forest? Where should we search for him? Alas, despite being a prodigy, he was far too impulsive. The forbidden forest was fraught with danger. What are we to do? Lin Yu shook his head, feeling it necessary to greet these individuals. Within the Li family mansion, Li Tiankong bore a grave expression, while Zhao Qifeng languidly sipped his tea, seemingly unfazed. Senior, could you not offer me a modicum of guidance? Why bestow so many advantages upon Lin Yu? Those techniques and formulas belong to the abandoned palace, he lamented. Zhao Qingfeng chuckled. There is no need for concern. Even if Lin Yu acquires those techniques, they will serve him little purpose. Such are the gifts of the abandoned palace. Should he attempt to master those martial arts or concoct elixirs, he may very well meet his demise. Is that truly the case? Your methods are indeed remarkable, Senior. Li Tiankong replied, his apprehension growing. The elder, appearing harmless, was in fact cunning and treacherous, capable of striking without a trace. While publicly offering Lin Yu such esteemed techniques, he was, in reality, nudging him towards the precipice of death. I suspect that lad is already endeavoring to learn those techniques. Anyone daring to study the martial arts of the abandoned palace is doomed to fail, even if he is a genius, Zhao Qifeng remarked with a sinister smile, raising his teacup to his lips. The martial arts of the abandoned palace initially seem innocuous, granting strength to the practitioner. However, in due time, they will devastate one's dantian. The concoction of the abandoned elixir requires certain herbs to be combined, which may lead to explosive reactions, resulting in catastrophic blasts that could obliterate an alchemist. Nonetheless, I am quite astonished that Lin Yu managed to defeat Zhao Yu, Zhao Qifeng mused, shaking his head, unable to fathom such an outcome. As long as Lin Yu is either dead or rendered incapable, it would be for the best, he continued. Rest assured, with his exceptional talent, he will be eager to break through. In the moment he attempts to refine elixirs, it will mark the beginning of his end. Zhao Qifeng smiled, declaring that those who dare to oppose the abandoned palace must perish, with no hope of a favorable outcome. He then retrieved a herb from his sleeve, placing the abandoned herb upon the counter, knowing that Lin Yu would soon require it. Very well, I shall have someone attend to it at once, Li Tiankong nodded, feeling a profound fear towards Zhao Qifeng. If such a formidable individual could offer assistance, obtaining the position of clan leader would no longer be a mere dream. Li Tiankong regarded Zhao Qifeng with growing admiration, suspecting him to be affiliated with the abandoned palace. Upon returning to the Tiandao Academy, Lin Yu greeted the members there. As he was in need of numerous herbs. Lin Yu, you ventured into such a perilous place. We were greatly worried about you. Please refrain from such reckless endeavors in the future. We were even prepared to enter and search for you, an elder remarked. Even clan leader Li Haoran intended to gather people to find you. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yu shook his head, declining a few offers, and hastened to seek the herbs he required. A sense of unease crept over him. How could the Tiandao Academy possibly possess the abandoned herb? Elder, this herb appears to have been sold by a passing merchant, he remarked. Lin Yu gazed at the desolate grass, his mind devoid of distractions, for he was on the verge of concocting the withering pill. The formula for the withering pill appeared to be quite formidable upon his examination. Despite possessing a wealth of alchemical knowledge and a profound mastery of the craft, he found the process of creating this particular elixir to be exceedingly challenging. Years of accumulated experience suddenly illuminated a truth for Lin Yu. The treasures of the Withering Palace were indeed far from straightforward. This realization instilled in him a newfound seriousness. After scrutinizing the formula for an extended period, he raised an eyebrow. While the enhancement properties of the withering pill were substantial, they came with considerable risks. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate the darker aspects of the pill, as the success or failure of its creation hinged upon this critical juncture. If the sinister components of the withering pill were not eradicated, consuming it would undoubtedly spell doom for Lin Yu. However, even if he ventured out, success in its formulation remained uncertain. The degree of difficulty associated with the withering pill was staggering. Those who were not from the Withering Palace would surely meet an unfortunate fate if they attempted to use it. He recalled Zhao Qifeng, who had so readily provided him with the formula and techniques, realizing now that there had been a reason behind that seemingly unhesitant gesture. Lin Yu naturally continued his alchemical endeavors, as the wilderness pill held great significance for him. After meticulously selecting a plethora of herbs, Lin Yu immersed himself in the art of pill refinement. To eliminate the dark aspects of the wilderness pill, it was imperative that the ingredients did not clash with one another. Lin Yu proceeded with utmost caution, drawing upon the vast reservoir of knowledge regarding pill concoction that resided in his mind, accumulated from centuries of alchemical experience. Thus, during this attempt to refine the wilderness pill, Lin Yu felt a measure of confidence, as he sought to harmonize the conflicting elements of the ingredients. Ding! The master has successfully refined a second-tier intermediate pill, the harmonizing pill. Ding! The master has successfully refined a second-tier intermediate pill, the harmonizing pill. Lin Yu has successfully concocted these elixirs, which are certain to prove invaluable. Although the refinement of the desolation pill is notoriously arduous, he now possesses considerable confidence in his abilities. By utilizing the elixir to neutralize the darker aspects of the desolation pill, he believes that any conflicting elements will not yield adverse effects. However, it remains uncertain whether the outcome will align with his expectations, and Lin Yu feels a twinge of anxiety as he embarks on his inaugural alchemical endeavor. Chapter 38. Success in Refinement. Truly, the elixirs from the Hall of Desolation demand utmost respect. Lin Yu is acutely aware of the stakes involved. A failure in this process could result in significant harm, and in severe cases, it could even pose a threat to his very life. Lin Yu smiled, realizing that Zhao Qingfeng was not as benevolent as he appeared. He had exchanged Lin Ming's life for martial arts techniques and medicinal formulas, effectively employing a different means to bring about his own demise. Previously, Lin Yu lacked such vigilance, but with a millennium of alchemical experience, he naturally grasped the implications of such actions. Numerous alchemists on the continent had perished while concocting the elixirs of the Desolate Palace. The Desolate Elixir significantly enhances a warrior's capabilities, yet its side effects are profoundly evident. Unless one belongs to the Desolate Palace, the use of the Desolate Elixir is strictly prohibited. Having prepared the medicinal ingredients, Lin Yu noted that there were somewhat more than required. Lin Yu placed various medicinal herbs into the alchemical furnace, where the Qianhua fruit and Yunxian grass were virtually at odds with one another. The addition of the barren grass only intensified the conflict between the two herbs. However, after Lin Yu introduced a harmonizing pill, the imminent explosion due to the volatile combination was significantly mitigated, even leading to a gradual neutralization of the discordant elements of the barren herb. Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. There was scant documentation among alchemists regarding such occurrences. Should the situation within the furnace deteriorate to the point of explosion, Lin Yu had already taken the precaution of adding a harmonizing pill, which stabilized the internal conditions. As time passed, Lin Yu diligently continued his alchemical work, unwittingly spending an entire day in this endeavor. The immense expenditure of his spiritual energy gradually melted the herbs into a pill liquid, leaving Lin Yu breathless. Realizing the physical toll that pill refining exacted, the pill liquid was nearing completion, solidifying into its final form, yet Lin Yu remained apprehensive. At this critical juncture, a single misstep could render all his efforts futile. The formation of the pill was imminent. As he extended his hand, the alchemical furnace remained restless, continuing to tremble. For failure was still a possibility in such a precarious moment. As the pill began to take shape, Lin Yu harnessed his spiritual energy to guide the liquid within the furnace toward its intended form. The once trembling furnace now settled into complete tranquility, and Lin Yu watched with bated breath, uncertain of the outcome. A flicker of fear lingered within him. What if an explosion were to occur due to an unforeseen mishap? Lin Yu had been resting for quite a long time, and he did not hastily open the alchemy furnace. A sense of trepidation regarding potential failure lingered within him as he prepared to concoct the second-tier elixir, the Desolate Pill. Gradually, he opened the furnace, holding his breath and focusing intently. To his relief, his anxious emotions began to dissipate significantly. The enchanting fragrance of the elixir was utterly delightful, instantly alleviating all his stresses. This aromatic scent invigorated his spirit, and Lin Yu smiled gently as he beheld a dark purple pill materializing before him, adorned with faint streaks. Indeed, the elixirs from the Desolate Palace were extraordinary. Lin Yu found himself momentarily entranced, astonished to discover not one, but two pills. He could scarcely believe his eyes. He had merely hoped for a single successful creation, and to produce two exceeded all his expectations. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully refining a top-tier second-grade elixir, the Desolate Pill, earning you 200 times 1,000-fold alchemical experience. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully refining a top-tier second-grade elixir, the Desolate Pill, earning you 200 times 1,000-fold alchemical experience. Lin Yu dedicated an entire day to the alchemical process of potion crafting, accumulating a wealth of experience. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully attaining the preliminary stage of a third-rank alchemist. Lin Yu held the Wasteland Pill in his hand, having assured himself that the dark essence within had been expelled, thus safeguarding his life from imminent peril. Without hesitation, he consumed 2 Wasteland Pills. Ding! The Master has ingested a top-tier second-grade elixir, the Wasteland Pill, resulting in a martial cultivation enhancement of 10,000 times. Ding! The Master has ingested a top-tier second-grade elixir, the Wasteland Pill, resulting in a martial cultivation enhancement of 10,000 times. Lin Yu raised his head, and his entire being seemed to undergo a profound transformation, entering a state of renewal and enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has reached the early stage of the martial sovereign realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your martial arts cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm. Initially, it was believed that the desolate elixir would enable Lin Yu to attain the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the martial master realm. Yet he has unexpectedly ascended to a second major realm, radiating an invigorating aura of newfound strength. In the room where Lin Yu resided, a sudden surge of intense energy erupted, leaving the space in disarray. A faint rumbling akin to an earthquake resonated, a rarity for the Celestial Path Academy. Qing Shui and Di Ming, engaged in conversation, were momentarily startled by the tremor. What could be happening? Could it be an attack on the Celestial Path Academy? Qing Shui, the most talented elder of the academy, seemed to sense something. The powerful energy that induced the tremor suggested that someone had broken through to the second major realm. He exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly possible for such a phenomenon to occur? Yiming pondered. Though not overwhelmingly strong, who could it be? If it were an enemy from the ancient city, it would be disastrous. It couldn't possibly be Lin Ming. Suddenly, a realization struck Yiming. Could it be Lin Yu? No, it can't be. When he returned, his cultivation hadn't changed. It's implausible for him to break through to the second major realm in just a day of training. The academy's president, Qing Shui, hurriedly arrived, eager to uncover the truth behind the significant event. Has someone truly broken through to the second major realm, causing such a tremor? Could it be Lin Yu? Yiming said anxiously. Indeed, Lin Yu was the only one within the academy who possessed such potential. If Lin Yu crafted a top-tier second-grade elixir to aid his cultivation, a breakthrough in martial arts would not be out of reach. This remarkable pace of advancement was astonishing. Even Zhao Yu took 3 months to ascend to the second major realm, relying heavily on second-grade elixirs. The essence of martial cultivation lies in the investment of time and resources. However, compared to Lin Yu, those 3 months had been compressed to mere days, leaving Qing Shui and the others in a state of shock. Such a terrifying talent, surpassing even Zhao Yu, indicated that the ancient city was poised for a resurgence. With Lin Yu, a genius of dual cultivation in both alchemy and martial arts, the empire would be hard-pressed to find another like him. They had come to the conclusion that the individual who had transcended to the second major realm was indeed Lin Yu. His breakthrough had caused a subtle tremor in the Celestial Path Academy. The room where he was located was in ruins, with the columns near the door teetering on the brink of collapse. The first level of the martial sovereign realm represented a qualitative leap. Lin Yu could channel his vital energy outward, enhancing his defenses, while simultaneously fortifying his fists and feet, resulting in a tremendous amplification of his attacks. Lin Yu had previously mastered the Divine Moonsword technique, which endowed him with an exceptionally robust physique and an aura that surpassed that of others at the same cultivation level. He now possessed the confidence to defeat an individual at the second level of the martial sovereign realm. Chapter 39. The Second Great Realm with the Divine Moonsword Technique. Lin Yu found it trivial to contend with those at the second level of the martial sovereign realm, even against opponents at the third level. While victory was not guaranteed, he certainly possessed the strength to engage in battle. Lin Yu had devised a plan in his heart. He understood that by consuming the Wasteland Pill, he would tacitly acknowledge himself as a member of the Wasteland Palace. This sect, which had vanished for a century, had now re-emerged into the world, undoubtedly harboring some sinister schemes. Moreover, to unlock the Wasteland Jade Pendant, it was imperative to journey to the Wasteland Palace. Lin Yu has not yet reached the level of strength sufficient to venture into the desolate palace. However, he has firmly determined his next destination, the cultivation grounds of Tianlan Sect in Ming City, a place that truly aligns with his aspirations for advancement. The back mountain of the Tiandao Academy is no longer suitable for his cultivation, having attained the first level of the martial sovereign realm. Further training there would yield no significant benefits. Holding a gentle wave, Lin Yu summoned a space that appeared before him. Upon entering, he discovered an abundance of medicinal herbs, many of which were sourced from the Forbidden Forest. His proficiency in alchemy allowed him to concoct elixirs with remarkable speed, and he decided to create a further batch of pills. After all, he wished to depart from this place, yet the Ming-Qing Shui family had been exceedingly gracious towards him. He felt it was inappropriate to leave without expressing his gratitude. Thus, he resolved to refine a considerable quantity of pills as a token of appreciation. Ding! The master has successfully refined a second-tier elixir, earning 100 times 1,000 in alchemical experience. Ding! The master has successfully refined a second-tier elixir, earning 100 times 1,000 in alchemical experience. Lin Yu devoted several days to concocting an array of elixirs, each serving a distinct purpose, some for healing wounds, others for restoring vitality, and yet others to aid in cultivation. In total, he produced 22nd-tier pills and 21st-tier pills. A portion of these he reserved for his own use, while the remainder was set aside for the Tiandao Academy and the Li family, which holds considerable value. Lin Yu took out the desolate jade pendant, and inevitably, memories of his father flooded his mind. In his recollection, his father was a rather stern individual, often speaking in a cold manner. Yet he always took great care of Lin Yu, even when his innate talent for cultivation was exceedingly poor. More often than not, his father offered encouragement to Lin Yu. Since his father's disappearance, the only thing left behind was this desolate jade pendant. He still remembered his father's instructions to unlock its mysteries. However, how did his father come into possession of this jade pendant? Moreover, it seemed utterly implausible that he would entrust such a task to Lin Yu, who possessed no cultivation skills at the time. Lin Yu shook his head. Perhaps upon unlocking the desolate jade pendant, he would uncover the truth behind it all. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. As Lin Yu opened the door, he found that nearly all the elders of the Heavenly Tao Academy were present, with Qing Shui and Yiming standing at the forefront. Lin Yu, it is truly remarkable that you have broken through to the second major realm. Congratulations, exclaimed Yiming. I, too, have reached the age of 18 and advanced to the second major realm, yet I shall not cease my pursuit of cultivation. Despite his own accomplishment, Yiming felt a tinge of disappointment, as it seemed unusual to achieve such a breakthrough at 18. Qing Shui, at a loss for words, could only ponder the extraordinary nature of Lin Yu. Even the most gifted martial artists typically reached the second major realm around the age of 21. What kind of prodigy was Lin Yu? I have but one gift to offer you, a substantial number of pills. I am grateful for the care you have provided during my time here. I must now set off for Ming City, Lin Yu declared, producing an impressive array of second-grade pills, all of the highest quality. Yiming could not help but be astonished at the sight. Surely, the value of these pills amounted to no less than several 100,000 gold coins. Lin Yu removed the jade pendant of the chief elder from around his neck, saying, "Please return this to the Li family. I shall keep the token of my alchemist qualification." Yiming nodded in understanding. Lin Yu, should you encounter any difficulties, the ancient city shall always be your home. No matter when you return, the position of chief elder will remain reserved for you. Lin Yu expressed his profound gratitude, stating, "I wish to return the elder's token discreetly, for the identity of an elder draws too much attention." It was only natural that the Li family could not retain Lin Yu. Noticing Lin Yu's eagerness to cultivate in Ming City, Yiming and the others understood his sentiments. It is only natural for a genius to seek higher realms. Moreover, Lin Yu had shown immense loyalty by leaving behind numerous elixirs, leaving Yiming at a loss for how to express his gratitude. After bidding farewell to the members of the Heavenly Path Academy, Lin Yu prepared to depart. Lin Yu, do take care. Ming City is fraught with peril, especially since it is the domain of your cousin Lin Ming's family. They will undoubtedly wish to harm you. Yiming warned. Rest assured, I am well prepared. There is no need for concern, Lin Yu replied with a bow, feeling genuinely grateful for the support he had received during this time. As Lin Yu slowly departed, the group felt a mix of emotions. Though they were reluctant to see him go, they understood they could not hold back such a prodigious talent. At the Li family estate, a crash echoed as Zhao Qingfeng, astonished, spilled his tea. Has Lin Yu truly broken through to the second major realm? He incredulously asked, to which his subordinates quickly nodded in affirmation. How can this be possible? Zhao Qifeng struggled to comprehend the situation. Lin Yu had successfully refined the wasteland pill without incident, and instead of perishing, he had broken through his cultivation? Elder, did you not say that Lin Yu would surely die from refining the elixirs? Yet, how is it that he has succeeded? Li Tiankong felt a chill run down his spine. With Lin Yu's extraordinary talent, any future grievances could spell disaster for him. Previously, Zhao Qifeng had appeared relaxed and unconcerned. But now he was filled with ire, realizing that Lin Yu could no longer be underestimated. This lad may very well become a source of trouble in the future. Zhao Qifeng mused, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Should we devise a plan to deal with him? I have my own strategies. Lin Ming's injuries are almost healed. I shall take him back to Ming City. Lin Yu is heading there as well, and I see this as an opportunity for him to court danger. The Lin family in Ming City will surely not let him off easily, Zhao Qingfeng replied coldly. Li Tiankong was curious about the connection between the Lin family and the Wasteland Palace, questioning why they were so concerned about Lin Ming. Lin Yu is indeed a member of the Lin family, yet his father was expelled, leaving them unrecognized. Zhao Qifeng lamented, feeling quite troubled. His initial plan to ruin Lin Yu through the wasteland pill had backfired, as Lin Yu had instead utilized it to enhance his cultivation, having failed to eliminate his foe. Zhao Qingfeng's expression darkened considerably. "I shall set off for Ming City today," he commanded, and Li Tiankong promptly arranged for a carriage. Lin Yu rode away on horseback, gradually distancing himself from the ancient city, a place etched in his memory. He recalled the days spent at the Tiandao Academy, receiving elixirs, when he had been woefully mistreated. Yet, the youth who had once endured such humiliation now rose to prominence. Beneath the setting sun, he strode forward with unwavering determination, never looking back. As Lin Yu gradually departed, the men of the Black Iron Cavalry trailed closely behind him, their gazes fixed upon Lin Yu, creating a profoundly tense atmosphere. The leader's eyes gleamed with an unusual sharpness. The ancient city, remote and impoverished, stood in stark contrast to the relatively affluent Ming City, where the roads leading to it were notably broader and meticulously arranged. Lin Yu rode his horse to a relay station, where he found quite a few people resting. Sensing the alluring aroma of wine, he decided to take a moment to relax. Chapter 40. The Mu family, bring me a jar of wine, Lin Yu called out. The innkeeper promptly delivered exquisite wine and roasted chicken, and Lin Yu indulged himself in the feast. Lin Yu was enjoying his meal when suddenly someone lunged at him from the side, greatly disturbing his appetite. The person appeared to be dressed like a man, however. Moments earlier, Lin Yu had encountered a bear, and at first glance, it was hard to tell that this was anything but a man. In reality, it was a woman. Her face was exquisitely delicate, with large eyes and slender eyebrows, giving her an alluring and vibrant appearance. She had merely tied her hair up and donned a hat, leading one to mistakenly perceive her as a man. It seemed she was indeed a woman masquerading as a man. Lin Yu was enjoying a peaceful meal when he was abruptly disturbed, naturally leading to a sour mood. "Brother, you must come to my rescue," the woman said, her voice laced with a playful charm. Lin Yu shivered. Such antics were the most vexing for him. While an ordinary person might have been swayed, Lin Yu remained entirely indifferent. Soon, several menacing figures approached, their azure robes suggesting affiliation with some sect. The utterance of brother resonated deeply, almost sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of disgust, to the point that he could scarcely eat. The individuals who arrived were taken aback, their scalps prickling. They had never encountered such a flamboyant character before. A grown man, calling another brother in such a coy manner? Was he not deranged? The man in the azure robe appeared to possess considerable cultivation, yet the leader bore an expression of sternness. Lin Yu assessed their abilities, realizing they were not particularly formidable, all hovering around the 6th level of martial mastery, of little interest to him. "So, you are his elder brother?" one of the men questioned, clearly displeased. "You cannot possibly be as effeminate as he is." They were too foolish to recognize that this person was a man masquerading as a woman. "Brother, once you finish teaching them a lesson, do come to my room," she said, deliberately fawning over him, enveloping Lin Yu in a tight embrace. For reasons unknown, she found him extraordinarily handsome, exuding an air of regal authority. Having received her affection, Lin Yu felt compelled to assist her. But as she smiled and attempted to dart away, he seized her. With a gentle palm strike, she collapsed to the ground. The men in azure robes stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Why had Lin Yu struck one of his own? "Cease your insincere flattery." "I am not swayed by such tactics," Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. He regarded the woman with a smile, pondering how much longer she could maintain her charade. There must be a reason for her cross-dressing. Regardless, it was evident that her intentions were far from noble. She sought to manipulate Lin Yu, and he was certainly not foolish enough to believe that a mere embrace would compel him to come to her aid. Such a notion was utterly laughable. The woman promptly regained her footing, her delicate brows furrowed as she scrutinized Lin Yu, astonished by his impressive cultivation. Where had this prodigious talent emerged from? The depth of his martial prowess left her astounded. She had not anticipated that this place harbored such hidden talents. With a gentle flick of his hand, Lin Yu sent the woman's hat flying, causing her elegantly arranged hair to cascade down. The men in blue robes were taken aback, astonished to discover that she was, in fact, a girl, a revelation that had eluded them until now. The woman bit her lip, feeling deeply insulted. Was Lin Yu deliberately humiliating her? Not only had he chosen not to assist her, but he had also struck her and exposed her gender, an affront she found utterly intolerable. Could she possibly be the third miss of the Mu family, Mu Mingxue? The blue-robed man appeared as if he had seen a ghost, his face draining of color. A wise man knows when to retreat. If we do not flee at once, we shall surely perish here. The group of blue-robed men fled with remarkable speed, evidently terrified of this woman from the Mu family. The nature of the Mu family was well known to the blue-robed man. If he wished to preserve his life, he had no choice but to escape without delay. Lin Yu sensed the approach of individuals who appeared to possess even greater strength. After the departure of the man in the blue robe, Mu Mingxue fixed her frosty gaze upon Lin Yu. It seems you are unaware of the ruthlessness of the Mu family. If you were wise, you would flee at once. Why should I run away? Lin Yu retorted. Humph. You take advantage of me, yet you have the audacity to accuse me of wrongdoing. It was you who initiated this overture. Lin Yu perceived her to be of an unreasonable disposition. Although Mu Mingxue was stunningly beautiful, resembling a celestial being, few men could remain unaffected by her allure. However, her icy demeanor kept others at bay. Initially, Mu Mingxue had wished to prevent her family from intervening, which explained her previous treatment of Lin Yu. Reflecting upon her actions, she now regretted them and was determined to ensure he paid a price. The individuals who arrived were at the pinnacle of the seventh realm of martial arts, and Lin Yu had no trouble dealing with them. Indeed, after leaving the ancient city, he encountered increasingly formidable adversaries, and he realized that his current cultivation level was insufficient in Ming City. You truly possess commendable courage. You may not realize that soon you will find no place for burial, she proclaimed ominously. Please, do not jest. What I truly wish to convey is rather trivial. Lin Yu quipped with a teasing tone. Mu Mingxue was immediately incensed by his audacity. How could she tolerate such insolence? You little brat, you are doomed. My family will not let you escape, she declared with a fierce determination. Lin Yu turned to leave without a glance back, but was intercepted by several individuals who exuded a far more formidable presence than the man in the blue robe. You have acted against our young lady, and you think you can simply walk away unscathed? The members of the Mu family declared fiercely, their expressions betraying a desire to see Lin Yu utterly destroyed. This scoundrel has just provoked me, and since you are here, you must assist me in dealing with him. The Mu family members immediately assumed a threatening stance. As if ready to strike at any moment, Lin Yu's demeanor was remarkably composed, leaving the Mu family members somewhat perplexed. This young man appeared rather unfazed. Quickly get out of my way, or you shall all perish here, Lin Yu stated coldly. Mu Mingxue was taken aback. She had not expected Lin Yu to utter such bold words at this juncture. After all, he was but a solitary individual. What audacity propelled him to make such claims? Young man, do you not think you are being rather presumptuous? You believe you can condemn us all to death? She wondered where such foolishness stemmed from. Let us cease this idle chatter and swiftly deal with him. How dare you take advantage of the third young lady of the Mu family? You shall undoubtedly pay the price today. The Mu family members encircled Lin Yu. Mu Mingxue sensed something amiss. Lin Yu's cultivation level appeared to be quite formidable. She had felt the potency of his earlier strike. His energy was exceedingly profound, unmistakably indicating a powerful martial artist. The current members of the Mu family were all at the pinnacle of the seventh realm of martial arts, so confronting an 18-year-old youth should pose little challenge. Since you refuse to leave, I shall have to teach you a lesson, Lin Yu remarked indifferently, causing the members of the Mu family to adopt a more serious demeanor. Chapter 41. Do you think I dare not? Lin Yu's expression hardened, and his vital energy immediately radiated outward. A faint layer of vital energy became distinctly visible on his hands, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled a profound sense of dread. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's unleashed vital energy, the members of the Mu family grew increasingly vigilant. The transformation in his energy was monumental. A surge of sword intent erupted suddenly, leaving the Mu family members with little time to react. Lin Yu picked up the chopsticks beside him and waved them gently. The combination of sword aura and the enhancement of vital energy rendered the defenses of the Mu family members futile, resulting in a tragic scene where their limbs were severed in an instant. Mu Mingxue was taken aback by the horror unfolding before her. The brutality of the moment was staggering. Initially, when Lin Yu unleashed his vital energy, she was not particularly astonished. However, the subsequent display of sword force was astonishingly powerful. Had he truly mastered the art of swordsmanship? This young man had not only ascended to the second major realm, but had also comprehended the essence of sword force. Such a terrifying talent. The cries of the Mu family echoed like those of wounded beasts, their capacity to resist utterly depleted as they swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Yu smiled faintly, his heart unperturbed. He was thoroughly satisfied with his current strength, yet he knew it was still inadequate. He needed to grow even stronger. Lin Yu had undoubtedly ascended to the second major realm, possessing an extraordinary martial talent. Otherwise, It would have been impossible for him to effortlessly defeat so many martial artists at the master level, almost in a crushing manner. The disparity in strength was indeed immense. Mu Mingxue's expression hardened as Lin Yu turned to glare at her, a chilling aura permeating the air, leaving her to wonder if this youth truly intended to take her life. Do you still wish to kill me? Mu Mingxue's face turned pale. What? Do you think I would hesitate? I am a member of the Mu family. Humph, I care not for your lineage. Those who provoke me shall meet an unfortunate end. Lin Yu replied with a cold smirk. Unwilling to endure humiliation, Mu Mingxue hastily grasped her sword, seemingly intent on self-destruction. Initially perceived as a malicious woman, her unexpected resilience surprised Lin Yu, and given her remarkable beauty, he found it difficult to take action against her. The dagger in Mu Mingxue's hand was sent flying, her eyes widening in shock as a powerful sword force shattered the jade bracelet on her wrist, deepening her awareness of Lin Yu's terrifying prowess. Although Lin Yu possessed formidable strength, he had not yet hardened his heart to the extent of annihilating women. If he could not bear to harm even a woman who dared to provoke a man, how could he bring himself to kill a woman? Leave, and do not perish before my eyes. With a nonchalant demeanor, Lin Yu departed without a backward glance. Mu Mingxue bit her lip, feeling an intense dissatisfaction within her. Having been mocked in such a manner for the first time, she was resolutely unwilling to let this scoundrel go unpunished. Lin Yu understood in his heart that sparing Mu Mingxue would undoubtedly invite future troubles. However, he remained indifferent, confident that as long as he grew stronger swiftly, he could disregard any familial troubles that might pursue him. Despite Lin Yu's departure, Mu Mingxue remained frozen in fear, unable to move, for his imposing presence was truly intimidating. What gnawed at her even more was the realization that Lin Yu harbored no thoughts of her at all. Perhaps Mu Mingxue's greatest pride lay not in her formidable strength, but in her beauty, which no man could resist, inevitably drawn to steal glances at her. Yet, Lin Yu's complete lack of interest today left her feeling profoundly disheartened. Lin Yu donned a nearby straw hat, and, feeling a sense of ennui on his journey, took up the Shenyue sword technique to peruse. The martial art he had transcribed, a lesser technique of the heavenly rank, captured his full attention. The ancient script was inscrutable to the average person, yet after a confident appraisal, he discerned a critical issue. The Shenyue sword technique was divided into 4 chapters, and he possessed only the first, rendering his copy incomplete. Should he acquire the entirety of the Shenyue sword technique, he could cultivate the moon goddess physique and attain a lifespan of a millennium. The thought ignited excitement within him. Indeed, the harvest from the forbidden forest was substantial. Meanwhile, within the inn, Mu Mingxue's jade bracelet shattered, and a faint smile graced her lips. In that very moment, a noble middle-aged man, situated hundreds of kilometers away, instantly sensed the fracture of the jade bracelet. The shattering of the Mu family's jade bracelet, could it signify that Mu Mingxue was in peril? His voice resonated with profound despair and concern. In the next instant, numerous elders and guardians hastened to his side. Patriarch, what has transpired? Mu Mingxue is in danger. Her protective bracelet has shattered. One elder pondered for a moment and remarked, Miss Shui has long sought to escape the family's oversight, believing our regulations too stringent. Could it be that she broke the bracelet herself? The patriarch shook his head, asserting that is utterly impossible. She lacks the strength to shatter the jade bracelet. Mobilize the entire clan. We must locate Mu Mingxue at once. Who possesses such audacity to assail our third miss? They shall pay dearly for their transgressions. The patriarch's expression was one of profound anguish. Once we find that person, do not kill them immediately. If any harm befalls Mu Mingxue, I shall personally exact vengeance upon him. By the way, Patriarch, the Lin family has also sent word. They have an adversary who has arrived and advised us to be vigilant. The Lin family is also a prominent clan in Ming City, and it is essential to cultivate amicable relations with them. Their adversary seems to be someone named Lin Yu, so it would be prudent for everyone to remain vigilant. This is the first time the Mu family has convened such an urgent meeting, and the entire residence has erupted in a flurry of activity. As the formidable members of the Mu family are filled with curiosity about the unfolding events, Lin Yu pressed on, swiftly reaching Ming City, where a towering gate stood heavily guarded. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted a warrant for his arrest, undoubtedly issued by the Lin family, who held considerable influence in Ming City. Confident that Lin Yu would inevitably come, the guards stationed at the gate possessed formidable strength, making it not a trivial task for Lin Yu to dispatch them. The true challenge lay in the potential arrival of even more formidable adversaries, despite his high level of cultivation. He was acutely aware that he could not afford to overlook other powerful beings. With a heightened sense of caution, Lin Yu lowered his hat slightly, devising a plan to gain entry. The guards in Ming City were at levels 6 and 7 of the martial master realm, and the atmosphere was thick with vigilance. Their rigorous defenses seemed specifically aimed at capturing a certain individual named Lin Yu. The Lin family displayed extraordinary wealth, offering a staggering 50,000 gold coins for Lin Yu's head. Whispers among the crowd at the city gate revealed that Lin Yu's prowess was formidable, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals like themselves. Before Lin Yu even entered the city, his reputation had already reverberated throughout Ming City. He did not desire such ostentation. Rather, he believed that operating discreetly was the safest approach. Lin Yu lingered, pondering how he might gain entry. A forceful intrusion was out of the question. This time, he would have to rely on his wits. Inadvertently, Lin Yu noticed the bustling scene at the city gate, where numerous vendors were peddling their wares. Intrigued, he approached to take a closer look. The merchandise was a cacophony of oddities, featuring tiles inscribed with peculiar characters and items that appeared to be martial arts techniques, yet were, in reality, mere imitations. Chapter 42. Acquaintances. Lin Yu initially intended to browse casually, yet upon discovering a particular book, his brows arched in intrigue. The scroll depicting the divine moon sword technique left him utterly spellbound. He could not resist the urge to pick it up and examine it closely. The illustrations and text closely resembled those of the divine moon sword technique, and after careful scrutiny, he confirmed it to be a fragment of the second chapter, regrettably marred by the loss of the subsequent pages. Ah, young man, this peculiar text is indecipherable to anyone. If you wish to purchase it, merely 200 gold coins will suffice. It could serve as a cherished heirloom for your collection, the elder remarked with a chuckle. Never before had anyone shown interest in this scroll, and today it was indeed curious that a young man was so captivated. Lin Yu found it astonishing that such a rare treasure could be found at such a modest stall. He feigned an air of nonchalance. Well, I might as well buy it for a look, he smiled. The elder, however, regarded Lin Yu as foolish, mocking his choice to acquire such a tattered scroll filled with incomprehensible script. It was evident to him that the young man was quite naive. Lin Yu readily offered the gold coins and promptly stowed away the scroll. However, he remained at a loss for how to enter Ming City, as the guards had intensified their vigilance since earlier. Alas, are you not that young man? Remarkably, you are still alive, came a familiar voice. Lin Yu became alert. Being recognized at this moment could only bode ill. Turning around, he saw Mo Ming speaking directly to him. Why am I still alive? Shouldn't I be doomed? That day, the elder had sensed danger and led him to escape, for it was said that the beast had slain countless formidable warriors. Surely, one would assume he was destined for death. However, he chuckled, I hope to disappoint you. Lin Yu recalled that ferocious lion, which had indeed posed quite a challenge. Mo Ming's bodyguard grew indignant. What insolence! How dare you speak to our young master in such a manner? Do you seek your own demise? With a sharp crack, Mo Ming delivered a resounding slap to the bodyguard's face. What right do you have to interrupt my conversation? Go stand aside. The bodyguard was left stunned. He had never witnessed Mo Ming defending someone with such fervor. Could it be that this figure cloaked in a hat was unlike any other? The bodyguard, who had seen Mo Ming dismiss everyone else with disdain, now pondered in disbelief at the deference shown to Lin Yu. Who exactly was this young man? Lin Yu remained silent, yet Mo Ming seemed to discern the underlying circumstances. The fact that he was donning a bamboo hat to avoid entering the city undoubtedly held significance. Young master, since fate has brought us together, why not forge a friendship? What do you think? Mo Ming proposed. I think it's best to refrain, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. With someone like Mo Ming, the prospect of friendship seemed futile. Lin Yu, I understand that you are currently wanted under a warrant, and given the multitude of guards at the city gates, your entry would be exceedingly difficult. Should you attempt to force your way in, it would surely attract formidable adversaries. Lin Yu regarded Mo Ming with newfound respect, initially perceiving him as a frivolous playboy solely engrossed in indulgence. However, he soon recognized Mo's cleverness as he swiftly discerned Lin's predicament. Haha, young Master Lin. I merely wish to assist you. With my presence, I can guide you into the city, Mo Ming remarked with a respectful bow. Lin Yu squinted as he regarded Mo Ming, who appeared rather respectful. I will trust you this once. Mo Ming held a deep admiration for Lin Yu. Not only had he fought against a beast, but he had also managed to survive an encounter with such a formidable creature. What astonished Mo Ming the most was that Lin Yu had actually defeated the martial arts prodigy Zhao Yu, an event that had sent shockwaves throughout the empire. Undoubtedly, he was a martial arts genius in his own right. However, young Master Lin, why do you wish to purchase this scroll? It clearly seems like worthless drivel. What I choose to buy is none of your concern. Do you have an objection? I dare not. I was merely curious, Moe Ming replied with a smile. Though Lin Yu's actions were somewhat peculiar, shrouded in mystery, the guards at the city gate were on high alert, meticulously inspecting everyone who approached. The captain of the guards was particularly stern, exuding a fierce demeanor. He would not allow Lin Yu to slip through unnoticed. Ensure that every carriage is thoroughly inspected. We must not let any potential threats escape our scrutiny. As Moe Ming's carriage slowly approached, the guards initially bowed upon recognizing a member of the Mo family. Young Master Mo, you have arrived. Please allow us to conduct a thorough inspection. It is protocol. Moe Ming's expression turned icy, embodying an air of superiority, while the guards regarded him with utmost respect. Inside the carriage are only myself and my alchemist. The guards pulled back the curtain and caught sight of a figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat. They wished to see his face. Noticing the alchemist's token boldly marked as a second-tier alchemist, he appeared to be a young man, which surprised the guard slightly. Youth, we must see the appearance of your alchemist. What? Moe Ming erupted, kicking the guard away with force. I have already stated that you are not to look. Dare you defy me, and I shall have your eyes. Moe Ming roared. The guards were left dumbfounded. Moe Ming had a notorious reputation for being unreasonable, and his arrogance had reached new heights. My apologies for the disturbance, young Master Mo. Please, proceed swiftly inside, one guard stammered in fear. Moe Ming smiled. And just then, the captain of the guards rushed over. Young Master Mo, I hope all is well. Aware that the captain was a difficult adversary, Moe Ming tossed him a bag of gold coins. Should you require anything, feel free to command. Indeed, wealth made matters remarkably simple. Inside the carriage, Lin Yu was prepared to take action, but he had not anticipated that Moe Ming possessed some degree of capability. He was not just an ordinary young master. Thus, they entered Ming City with ease. Moe Ming felt a surge of excitement at being in the company of someone like Lin Yu. It was undoubtedly a matter of prestige. If he could receive guidance from Lin Yu, perhaps his own cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Currently, outsiders referred to Lin Yu as the #1 genius of Ming City, much to the chagrin of the Lin family, who were seething with resentment and sought to eliminate him. Moe Ming, harboring a poor relationship with the Lin family, was inclined to assist Lin Yu. Lin Yu should be regarded as a prominent figure in the empire, having triumphed over Zhao Yu, and he is bound to achieve even greater feats in the future. Thus, being in the company of such an individual, Moe Ming will undoubtedly reap immense benefits. Young Master Lin, if you are not pressed for time, why not rest at my residence for a few days? That may not be necessary. My schedule is quite tight. Perhaps another time, Lin Yu replied. Moe Ming felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he understood that he could not compel Lin Yu. Allow me to present you with a few second-grade elixirs. They will surely aid in your cultivation. Really? I am immensely grateful for such a precious gift. It is but a trifling matter, came the modest response. Chapter 43. Moving forward together, the effortless bestowal of second-grade elixirs left Moe Ming profoundly appreciative. In Ming City, it is unlikely that anyone could match Lin Yu's generosity. These elixirs are invaluable for cultivation. Young Master Lin, it is exceedingly unwise for you to venture out alone at this juncture. The people of Ming City are actively searching for you, and the Lin family is offering substantial rewards. Those pursuing you will be numerous. Rest assured, I am well prepared. Lin Yu replied confidently. The major families in Ming City include the Lin family, the Mu family, and my own Mo family. I cannot continue to evade indefinitely. I have my own strategies for the challenges that lie ahead. If Lin Yu were to take refuge in the Mo family, it might bring trouble upon them. He would be better off not implicating others. Soon, Lin Yu departed from the carriage. Throughout Ming City, patrolling guards were visible everywhere. His intended destination was the Tianlan sect, a place rife with internal strife, impartial to any particular faction. Lin Yu had not walked for long before he halted his steps, soon confronted by numerous martial artists. He had not anticipated that his adversaries would find him so swiftly. Observing their attire, it was evident they belonged to the Mu family. Lin Yu recalled distinctly that these were the individuals dispatched by Mu Mingxue. You must be Lin Yu. One of the Mu family members declared with a tone laden with disdain. It has proven quite challenging to inquire about you. You've certainly made an entrance, striding boldly down the street despite so many seeking you out. Do you not think you are drawing enough attention to yourself? The Mu family member's words dripped with mockery. What has become of our young lady? You had better confess at once. Ah, I know not of her whereabouts. You are welcome to seek her out yourselves. Lin Yu replied, maintaining his composure. The martial artists from the Mu family appeared exceedingly agitated, their demeanor suggesting an insatiable hunger for confrontation. This day marks your demise. If you possessed any wisdom, you would have fled by now. Enough of your prattle. If you intend to fight, then let us begin, Lin Yu retorted, growing increasingly impatient. He desired a swift resolution, for attracting more attention would be detrimental to him. These martial artists from the Mu family had yet to attain the martial sovereign realm, all being in the latter stages of the 9th layer of martial master. They appeared formidable enough. Lin Yu was entirely confident that they would not pose a challenge to him. Soon, a surge of vital energy enveloped him, leaving the warriors of the Mu family in a state of astonishment. They realized that only those who had attained the 2nd major realm could project their vital energy outward. Could it be that this young man had indeed reached the 2nd major realm? Their faces were filled with disbelief. Had he truly achieved the level of a martial sovereign? And with such formidable power? The expression on the faces of the Mu family warriors shifted dramatically, as they now comprehended the gravity of the situation. No wonder Lin Yu exuded such audacity. Even if he were a prodigy, his cultivation would typically be confined to the 7th level of martial master. But how could he possibly have attained the realm of martial sovereign? Could he be a member of an illustrious family, receiving an extravagant influx of training resources, coupled with exceptional martial talent, thus achieving such a remarkable level? Yet, judging by Lin Yu's attire, which was merely humble cloth, such a notion seemed implausible. Initially, he emanated vital energy, and shortly thereafter, a sword aura manifested around him, further draining the color from the faces of the Mu family warriors. They were already at a disadvantage against Lin Yu, but now, with his mastery of sword aura, victory seemed utterly unattainable. Lin Yu would naturally refrain from wielding a sword in this moment, a branch from the ground sword into his grasp, and he immediately harnessed its momentum to launch an attack. The members of the Mu family collapsed in an instant, blood gushing forth. The most formidable warrior of the Mu family desperately sought to defend himself, conjuring a protective barrier with his defensive technique, his sole intention being survival. Little did he anticipate that his defensive skills would prove utterly inadequate. Lin Yu could effortlessly shatter the barrier with a mere branch, which ceased to exist in less than a second. Lin Yu merely unleashed his sword intent, rendering the feeble warriors of the Mu family utterly powerless. Now, only one remained, and he possessed no desire to engage in battle. Humph, simply pathetic, Lin Yu remarked disdainfully. Ding. The master executed the celestial grade lower tier martial technique, the divine moon sword art, gaining an experience multiplier of 100 times 100. Lin Yu gazed at the warriors of the Mu family with an impassive expression. He was the sole survivor among them, and dealing with them was indeed a trivial task. Witnessing Lin Yu having already slain numerous Mu family warriors, one among them was thrown into a state of panic. For the Mu family had suffered considerable losses in their relentless pursuit of Lin Yu. You are truly formidable, he remarked, but this matter will not conclude so easily. Lin Yu smiled faintly, brandishing a branch that exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The makeshift weapon in his hand resembled a razor-sharp blade, instilling boundless fear in those who beheld it. He understood that if he did not eliminate these adversaries, they would relentlessly pursue him. This time, Lin Yu was resolute in his actions. While he could spare the women, the other foes must be eradicated. The members of the Mu family appeared unwilling to relent, and Lin Yu deemed it unnecessary to engage with them further. His priority was to depart swiftly. The warrior soon succumbed to the onslaught of his sword's might, and without a backward glance, Lin Yu left the scene, a strong premonition lingering in his mind that he would encounter Mu Mingxue again. This feeling was profoundly intense. He did not linger in Ming City for long, setting his sights on Tianlan's sect, which loomed majestically at the highest elevation. The path ahead was desolate, shrouded in darkness, concealing an unknown multitude of dangers. As a group of people passed by, Lin Yu paid them little heed. Ah, young sir, why not join us on our journey? Surely, you two are headed for Tianlan's sect, a melodious and enchanting voice called out. Lin Yu glanced up to see a beautiful girl addressing him. Indeed, I intend to go to Tianlan's sect, but I believe I shall continue alone, he replied. The girl appeared somewhat taken aback. After all, she considered herself a striking beauty. Why would Lin Yu refuse her company, especially when they were destined for the same destination? As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, several individuals immediately darkened their expressions. You insolent brat, what do you mean by that? Our young lady has graciously invited you to accompany us, and you dare to show such disdain and decline? How audacious of you! Lin Yu smiled faintly and retorted, Oh, why should I accompany you? Must I concede to your wishes? The girl, with a serious demeanor, declared. "You insolent brat, it's unacceptable to let you off the hook today. If others are unwilling, why impose upon them? You should withdraw at once." This woman possessed striking beauty and exuded an air of maturity and composure, reminiscent of a sophisticated lady, inciting admiration from those around her. The sight of her prompted Lin Yu to recall Zhao Yu, another stunning woman, yet their auras were entirely distinct. Like Zhao Yu, she emanated a formidable presence, leading Lin Yu to feel an illusion of her possessing immense strength, perhaps rivaling Zhao Yu. Engaging in combat with such individuals would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. Lin Yu remained vigilant, sensing that this woman seemed poised for action. Chapter 44. The Art of Black Eyes. Lin Yu had already grasped the sword, poised for combat at any moment, for this girl appeared extraordinary. The color of her eyes seemed peculiar, as if she could see right through him. It was then that Lin Yu realized the girl possessed a martial skill in her gaze. Lin Yu mastered the art of observation, which enabled him to learn the celestial level martial technique, boasting a thousandfold enhancement in training efficacy. Upon witnessing another's utilization of ocular martial arts, he felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. In the Nine-Dragon continent, ocular martial techniques are exceedingly rare, thus Lin Yu approached this encounter with utmost caution, aware that a moment's negligence could lead to his demise. If others could wield eye techniques, he too would engage in their practice. Observing the girl's shifting eye color, he surmised that her ocular martial skill must surpass his own. Ding. The master has employed the intermediate yellow level technique, Ninja Insight, and gained experience 100 by 1000. Ding. The master has employed the intermediate yellow level technique, Ninja Insight, and gained experience 100 by 1000. Ding. Congratulations to the master. The experience for Ninja Insight has reached its limit, attaining the intermediate stage. Ding. Congratulations to the master. The experience for Ninja Insight has reached its limit, attaining the advanced stage. Ding. Congratulations to the master. The experience for Ninja Insight has reached its limit, achieving the pinnacle stage. The girl raised an eyebrow, astonished that she could not penetrate the boy's thoughts, for her black eye technique was capable of discerning anyone's innermost feelings. Yet, Lin Yu's eyes seemed to possess a certain defense, repelling her attempts to unveil his mind. This young man was remarkably formidable, exhibiting ocular martial arts at such a tender age. Ding. The master observed the intermediate black eye technique and gained experience 100 by 1000. Ding. Congratulations to the master for learning the black eye technique. Experience gained 100 by 1000, refining it to the minor accomplishment stage, enabling the piercing of others' inner thoughts and doubling the destructive power of his martial skills. Although the black eye technique reached only the minor accomplishment stage, Lin Yu's mind was enriched with extensive knowledge and insights from seasoned practitioners of this art. This realization struck Lin Yu profoundly. The black eye technique appeared to be exceptionally powerful, and upon acquiring it, he felt as though he could perceive further than before. Upon noticing the darkening of Lin Yu's eyes, the girl was taken aback. The black eye technique was unique to her family, a skill that others could never hope to master. How could this boy possibly possess it? Ding. The black eye technique has merged with Ninja Insight, combining their effects into one. Lin Yu felt a twinge of joy within, as he recognized that the ninja's ability to see through deceptions was a crucial aspect of his observational martial arts, which he had quickly mastered. The synergy between the two had significantly enhanced the power of his ocular techniques. "Miss Ling Shui, shall we take action?" he inquired, noticing the guardian beside him, a warrior on the verge of reaching the martial sovereign realm. The formidable presence of the escorting warriors hinted at the strength of their entourage, evoking curiosity about the nature of their group. Ling Shui waved her hand, signaling that there was no need for confrontation. Her curiosity was piqued regarding Lin Yu's proficiency in the black eye technique. Could it be that he was a lost member of the Ling family? However, upon closer inspection, Ling Shui appeared somewhat disheartened, as Lin Yu bore no resemblance to her kin. Their bloodlines were distinctly different. Ding. The black eye technique was not something that just anyone could cultivate. Practitioners of this technique faced the risk of backlash, and if one could not manage the repercussions, it could lead to dire consequences, even death. Lin Yu was taken aback, sensing that this might be a case of incurring more losses than gains. He never anticipated that the black eye technique would come with such significant side effects. While it offered advantages, it also harbored considerable drawbacks. "If you wish to learn more, let us journey forward together," suggested Ling Shui. Lin Yu lifted his gaze, and it seemed as though the girl could see through the depths of his soul. He offered a faint smile. Had she truly discerned all his thoughts? Not quite, yet she was remarkably perceptive. He found himself at a loss for words of praise. "I can only glimpse a portion," Ling Shui replied with a gentle smile, her expression radiating warmth reminiscent of the sun in spring. The individuals surrounding Ling Shui cast disdainful glances at Lin Yu, recalling how he had boasted about walking alone not long ago, only to now seek companionship. When this person became brazen, he truly lost all sense of shame. "Pray, young sir, remain upon your horse," one remarked. "Is there not a carriage? Am I not permitted to sit within?" Lin Yu inquired. One of the guards retorted with dissatisfaction, "You think you can share the carriage with the young lady? That is utterly out of the question." Ling Shui, however, was unfazed. "Let him sit inside. I have matters to discuss with him." Yet, the people around her were taken aback, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. To allow Lin Yu into the carriage seemed excessively intimate. Countless suitors pursued Ling Shui, many of whom were exceptionally talented and handsome, yet she had shown no interest in any of them. Why, then, did she wish to converse with Lin Yu today? On the surface, he appeared to be an ordinary youth, unremarkable in every aspect. To share a carriage together was indeed an act of undue familiarity. Was this what they termed love at first sight? Yet, her choice seemed to reflect a rather low standard. Alas, the affairs of the young lady remained a perplexing enigma. Lin Yu smiled, and inadvertently, Ling Shui caught sight of the token at his waist. Was that a token of a second-grade alchemist? A fleeting glance confirmed its authenticity. This young man, so remarkably youthful, was indeed a second-grade alchemist? The mere thought sent a wave of anxiety through her. His cultivation level was undoubtedly formidable. Setting aside the question of how he mastered the black eye technique, she pondered why he held the title of a second-grade alchemist. His innate talent was exceedingly terrifying, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. Ling Shui speculated whether Lin Yu hailed from a prominent family. Not only was he an alchemist, but a second-grade one at that, truly impressive. In the entirety of the empire, few could claim the title of second-grade alchemist at the tender age of 18. What perplexed Ling Shui the most was how he came to wield the black eye technique. He had even employed it moments ago. Once the black eye technique is activated, the eyes turn black, and Ling Shui was certain she had not misjudged this. The guard shook his head, indicating their ignorance. However, there was a reason for the young lady's interest in him. Had they ever encountered such a youthful second-grade alchemist? What did you say? He is actually a second-grade alchemist? Is this a jest? The expressions of all present shifted to disbelief. Astonishment etched across their faces as they gazed into the carriage. Lin Yu, a second-grade alchemist, maintained such a low profile, leaving everyone in utter surprise. Typically, alchemists would flaunt their accomplishments, yet here was one who was remarkably unassuming. Among the guards, some felt envy, while others harbored admiration. Had they been alchemists, they too would have been invited into Miss Ling Shui's carriage, rather than just being mere spectators. "You seem to possess the black eye technique as well. I find that quite astonishing," Ling Shui remarked with a smile, inquiring further. Lin Yu no longer concealed his feelings, admitting his dissatisfaction. Chapter 45, Guidance. "May I inquire how to address you, young sir? It is truly an honor to encounter a genius such as yourself. My name is Lin Yu, and I do not consider myself a genius. If you are not a genius, then there would be no other geniuses in the empire. Your cultivation level must be at the second realm, the martial sovereign realm, and you are also a second-grade alchemist," Ling Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Such talent is indeed rare throughout the entire empire. A modest achievement is hardly worth mentioning. You must have other matters at hand. I wish to know how you mastered the black eye technique, as it is unlikely that anyone outside our family has studied it. I am uncertain. It was an innate ability I possess since birth. I am an orphan and no little else. His evasive reply made it clear to Ling Shui that further inquiry would be inappropriate. "It seems you have another question. You know what I wish to ask. With such remarkable accomplishments and being a dual cultivator of both alchemy and martial arts, you must have had a renowned mentor guiding you." "In truth, I had no such mentor. I am merely an individual." Upon hearing this, Ling Shui's dark eye sparkled with surprise, clearly unprepared for such a revelation. It seems rather implausible that a prodigy like Lin Yu has had no esteemed mentors guiding him. No matter how exceptional your talent may be, it is doubtful that one could make significant strides without the guidance of a master. I assure you, I have possessed the black eye technique since birth. No one else could teach it to me. As Ling Shui activated her black eye technique to penetrate Lin Yu's heart and discern if she was being deceived, she found her own abilities lacking in comparison to his. His eyes resembled an impenetrable wall, rendering her efforts futile. Indeed, this young man exudes an unsettling aura, causing Ling Shui to feel a twinge of anxiety. "Miss Ling Shui, there is something I hesitate to disclose. Please, go ahead. It appears that your mastery of the black eye technique has only reached an intermediate stage and has since stagnated. The black eye technique possesses formidable side effects, and if mishandled, it can be life-threatening. This unique martial art of the Ling family allows one to see into the hearts of their enemies, effectively doubling their martial prowess. While it offers significant advantages, it also harbors numerous drawbacks. Should the practitioner fail to manage the backlash from the black eye technique, they may pay with their life. After learning the black eye technique, Ling Shui dedicated herself to relentless training, driven by the dual motivations of becoming stronger and safeguarding her own life. Only by refining the black eye technique to a higher level could she hope to preserve her existence. How did Lin Yu come to know this? You actually possess such knowledge? Ling Shui speculated that Lin Yu must have employed the black eye technique to perceive her circumstances with utmost clarity. Lin Yu's mastery of the black eye technique surpassed even his own capabilities, instilling a sense of unease within Ling Shui. This individual appeared shrouded in mystery. Could he truly be merely a youth? Sensing the atmosphere grow tense and frigid, Lin Yu merely smiled faintly. Would you believe me if I claimed to be an expert in the black eye technique, a true master of it? Ling Shui's demeanor remained icy. She did not return his smile. Lin Yu exuded an aura of enigma, filled with countless inexplicable traits. In the Empire, the number of individuals proficient in the black eye technique was exceedingly scarce. Even members of the Ling family would not dare to assume such a title. Of course, there were outsiders who risked their lives to learn this formidable art, as it was one of the means to harness immense power. Moreover, it allowed one to delve into the minds of others, fully discerning their enemies, thus ensuring victory. Consequently, formidable warriors often chose to embark on the perilous journey of mastering the black eye technique. However, to declare oneself a master of it was a first for Ling Shui. She had never encountered such audacity before, as no one in her family possessed such confidence. Lin Yu did not appear to be jesting. His dark pupil technique was indeed formidable. I could not penetrate the depths of his heart, which could only imply that his dark pupil technique surpassed mine by a considerable margin. Surely you must know how to master this dark pupil technique, then. Lin Yu, lost in thought, made Ling Shui aware that a brief conversation with him would reveal the truth behind his words. The drawback of the black eye technique lies in its unpredictable backlash. Should it suddenly occur, the user may lose control and face dire consequences. Ling Shui nodded, inquiring. You claim to have mastered the black eye technique since childhood. Who imparted this knowledge to you? I have diligently studied the black eye technique. My understanding is quite profound. Lin Yu elucidated. To counter the backlash of the black eye technique, one method is to elevate its level to perfection for better control. Alternatively, taking a few days to rest while allowing your eyes to release the dark energy is another approach. How does one achieve that? Ling Shui had never heard of such a remedy. Observing Lin Yu's earnestness, she wondered if he could be deceiving her. Simply massage your temples and gently infuse a small amount of vital energy. Too much will cause pain, but a little should suffice to alleviate the discomfort caused by the black eye technique. Ling Shui, though skeptical, decided to give it a try. Following Lin Yu's instructions, she found her eyes felt remarkably less strained than before. She had never experienced such relief. It is important to note that this method only offers temporary respite. You must hasten the advancement of your black eye technique to truly safeguard your life, Lin Yu advised. Indeed, this master was no charlatan. Your backlash from the black eye technique has intensified. If the dark circles around your eyes worsen, it may become irreversible. His words struck a chord with Ling Shui. For her current predicament was far from optimistic, with the adverse effects of the black eye technique weighing heavily upon her. What should I do to reach the intermediate stage? I seem to have hit a bottleneck and cannot break through. You should first enhance your cultivation level before practicing the black eye technique. This may expedite your progress. Your martial arts cultivation is insufficient to support the advancement of the black eye technique. Ah, I see. Your explanation has illuminated my understanding. No wonder I have always felt my vital energy lacking when practicing the black eye technique. Lin Yu slightly nodded, carefully observing Ling Shui, and deemed her talent quite commendable. Lin Yu's words are indeed trustworthy. For the first time, Ling Shui found this youth to be reliable. His suggested methods were undoubtedly effective, and she felt compelled to humbly seek his guidance. The dark eye technique must pose a threat to your life now, as the pain in your eyes precedes a state of unconsciousness. You are absolutely correct. The dark eye technique is exceedingly vexing. After all, I am still young, and my time for research is limited. If you possess any texts on the martial arts of the dark eye technique, I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to borrow them for study. Lin Yu realized that his knowledge was still insufficient, and he needed to acquire more information. He decided to inquire with Ling Shui to see if she had any insights, as any discoveries would be beneficial. I sincerely apologize for my earlier doubts about you, Ling Shui said, her expression laden with guilt. Chapter 46. The impossible, there is no need for formality. I understand that such words may indeed raise suspicion, she continued. Should I encounter any unforeseen circumstances in the future, I would greatly appreciate your assistance, young Master Lin. As long as it is within my capacity to help, I shall do my utmost. However, I wonder if your family possesses any scrolls pertaining to the black eye technique. If so, might I be allowed to peruse them? Such family martial arts techniques are not easily shared with outsiders, particularly since Lin Yu was still a stranger. There was a natural inclination to exercise caution. Many have risked their lives to obtain the secrets of the black eye technique, and it would be unwise to reveal them to an outsider so readily. If it is inconvenient for Miss Ling, I shall not press the matter, Lin Yu acknowledged, aware that his request might be somewhat excessive. It was entirely reasonable for others to decline. For the Ling family, the black eye technique was their lifeblood and held immense significance. Should they casually expose such a technique to outsiders, it could lead to dire repercussions. Perhaps I could offer some gold or treasures instead. I am open to providing other forms of compensation, Ling Shui inquired. Lin Yu shook his head, stating that his knowledge of the black eye technique was limited, and he had never encountered any books pertaining to it. If you cannot show me, I am unable to assist you. At that moment, Ling Shui hesitated. Her family had explicitly instructed her that under no circumstances should she allow others to witness the black eye technique, for it was a grave taboo. Lin Yu initially believed all hope was lost and began to contemplate alternative methods to discover the secrets of the black eye technique, perhaps relying solely on the system. The knowledge acquired by the system could provide relevant insights, yet Lin Yu was uncertain whether it could encompass the entirety of the black eye technique's wisdom. Ling Shui's expression grew serious, tinged with a hint of coldness, as numerous questions began to swirl in her mind. Today marked the first encounter between her and Lin Yu, a seemingly serendipitous coincidence. It was rather fortuitous to meet a youth skilled in the black eye technique who was also willing to save her. Could this all be part of a grand design? Though she could not fully discern the thoughts of others, Ling Shui found herself pondering the situation. However, upon reflection, it seemed flawed. Lin Yu had already shared with her numerous insights regarding remedies for her eye ailment, which had proven effective. What if Lin Yu genuinely sought to assist her while she remained skeptical of his intentions? Was that not rather unkind? I apologize for my earlier abruptness. If you choose not to assist, it's quite all right. I shall seek other ways to study the black eye technique, Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Lin Yu's words easily instill a sense of trust. He exudes an aura of security. The Ling family appears to be a prominent clan, and the ancient martial art of black eye technique is remarkably unique, despite not being a member of the Ling family. Lin Yu must consider the side effects associated with mastering this technique. In essence, anyone who learns the black eye technique is destined for peril. It is merely a matter of time. It is perplexing that Lin Yu has chosen to acquire such a life-threatening martial art, suggesting that not all martial arts are beneficial. You are likely aware that a technique as dangerous as the black eye technique is not something I would carry lightly. Perhaps you could discuss this matter with my father, though I am certain he would willingly bestow the martial art upon me. Why are you so confident? I doubt I would consent to such an arrangement. My elders would likely be even more difficult to persuade. The expressions of the guards outside the carriage were quite grim. Their convoy consisted of several carriages. Yet the privilege of traveling with the ethereal Ling Shui is a rare delight. Caution is paramount on the journey to Tianlan's sect, should any formidable adversaries appear. They are sworn to protect Miss Ling Shui at all costs. The guards are not only concerned about potential dangers on the road, but also wary of Lin Yu within the carriage, who seems to harbor ulterior motives that could jeopardize Miss Ling Shui's safety. Some even contemplated peeking inside to ascertain the situation, though such an act would be exceedingly impolite. Noticing Lin Yu in a meditative state, Ling Shui became aware of the constant absorption of vital energy around him. Is he cultivating? Why does his method of cultivation differ so greatly from others? Moreover, his speed in gathering vital energy is astonishing. Typically, martial artists at the martial sovereign level expend considerable physical stamina when absorbing vital energy, yet Lin Yu appears unfazed, exhibiting remarkable ease. Such a person seems rather peculiar. This clearly demonstrates the extraordinary nature of Lin Yu's cultivation talent. It seems he requires no rest and can engage in uninterrupted training. No wonder his martial prowess surpasses that of others. There are reasons behind such achievements. Ding. The master absorbs vital energy, gaining martial arts experience 100 by 1,000 times. Lin Yu exhibited an unwavering seriousness, devoid of any semblance of laxity. Ling Shui found herself profoundly captivated. Never had a young man stirred her heart so deeply. His martial prowess was formidable, coupled with mastery of the black eye technique and his status as a second-tier alchemist. Remarkably, Lin Yu displayed no arrogance. Nor did he boast of his abilities, reflecting the profound steadiness of his character. If Lin Yu were to negotiate amicably, he might be granted the black eye technique. However, the condition would be that they must wed. Unfortunately, Lin Yu harbored no feelings for Ling Shui, being solely focused on the mastery of the black eye technique. He regarded her with a calm demeanor, treating her merely as an ordinary friend. Reflecting on this, Ling Shui could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. If Lin Yu were to open his eyes at this moment, Ling Shui would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming sense of shyness. Her delicate face is flushed crimson, her heart racing like a startled deer, experiencing such emotions for the very first time. Lin Yu casually practiced for a while, remaining unaffected by other distractions. Initially, he focused on absorbing elemental energy, but found the pace of his cultivation to be exceedingly slow. He believed that to expedite his progress, the assistance of medicinal pills was essential to enhance the absorption of elemental energy. Halfway through his training, Lin Yu repeatedly employed the black eye technique, which seemed to augment his swordsmanship significantly. He was eager to seize an opportunity to put it to the test. The black eye technique could substantially amplify a warrior's strength. Yet the repeated application left Lin Yu feeling quite drained in terms of both stamina and elemental energy. Ding! The master observed the intermediate level of the black eye technique, gaining an experience boost of 100 multiplied by 1000. Lin Yu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Is this the side effect of the black eye technique? He had no choice but to cease its use for the time being. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Yu noticed that they appeared darker than before, with a faint, unclear ring surrounding them. Sighing, he felt a sense of trepidation regarding the side effects of the black eye technique. Although he had acquired a wealth of knowledge about it, he lacked crucial information concerning its life-saving capabilities. He believed that breaking through to the second level of the martial sovereign realm seemed unlikely. Even if he doubled his efforts in cultivation, it would require more than half a month, perhaps even a full month. While others might be content with such progress, Lin Yu found it to be rather sluggish. Anyone else aware of this situation would surely be infuriated, bleeding from the mouth at his perceived lack of rapid advancement. Dear Lin, did you just employ the black eye technique? Were you not in the midst of cultivation? Oh, I was cultivating while simultaneously utilizing the black eye technique, he replied. Ling Shui was taken aback by his words. In her understanding, this was an absolute impossibility, almost akin to a madman's delusion. Chapter 47. Disdainful. Is it truly feasible to cultivate within a carriage? Surely, the efficacy of such cultivation cannot be significant. I wonder what level Lin Gongzi has attained now. Although Lin Yu is currently merely at the first level of the martial sovereign realm, Ling Shui possesses an instinctive feeling that he might be capable of defeating those at the second level or above. I have reached the second level of the martial sovereign realm. Could it be that after just a brief period of cultivation, I have attained the second level? That is utterly impossible. After all, this is not a sacred ground for cultivation, and breaking through to the second level remains exceedingly challenging. I knew you were deceiving me. Ling Shui, with a playful demeanor, playfully struck Lin Yu, an action that undoubtedly conveyed a deep sense of intimacy. Lin Yu paid no heed, nor did he offer any response. For a moment, Ling Shui felt a pang in her heart. Was this youth truly as dense as a block of wood? Unable to perceive her affection for him? Yet, this only served to reveal that Lin Yu's inner turmoil was far from tranquil. Such a cold and beautiful girl, akin to a celestial being, playfully teasing him, how could he possibly remain unmoved? It seemed his heart was not yet composed enough. He ought to face every situation with the calmness of still water, for that is the mindset a true warrior should possess. Although Ling Shui would not wish him harm, Lin Yu felt the need to further hone his mental fortitude. My own cultivation is rather modest, merely at the first level of the martial sovereign realm. At present, my progress has become exceedingly arduous. Lin Yu had cultivated for an extensive period, absorbing a significant amount of vital energy. Yet, he remained firmly entrenched in the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm, struggling to even reach the latter phase. Ling Shui observed Lin Yu silently, her gaze imbued with a hint of admiration. She harbored an intuition that Lin Yu was destined to surpass others of the same cultivation level, especially considering his possession of the black eye technique. As they journeyed toward Tianlon's sect, Lin Yu, in the company of a beautiful maiden, chose the path of cultivation over engaging in life's discourse. Truly, this young man appeared rather oblivious, especially since Ling Shui had already shown signs of interest in him. Ling Shui felt a pang of frustration, wishing he would take initiative. However, she restrained herself, as such overt displays would contradict her noble status as a refined young lady. Lin Yu nodded, expressing his intention to cultivate for a while longer. This time, he chose to practice the divine moon sword technique. Perhaps due to the influence of the black eye technique, he found that mastering the divine moon sword technique seemed more challenging than before, and he was nearly certain that his swordsmanship had indeed improved. Ding. The master has cultivated the celestial rank lower grade martial skill, divine moon sword technique, gaining experience at a rate of 100 by 1000. Ding. The master has cultivated the celestial rank lower grade martial skill, divine moon sword technique, gaining experience at a rate of 100 by 1000. Ding. Congratulations, master. The first chapter of the divine moon sword technique has reached the intermediate stage of sword intent. The sword intent felt more potent, with his eyes closed. Lin Yu sensed everything around him, realizing that anything could be transformed into a weapon in his hand. The journey to Tianlan's sect was fraught with danger, as magical beasts were known to roam the area. The origins of these beasts were shrouded in mystery, and despite the efforts of Tianlan's sect to investigate, no answers had emerged. Consequently, this path had become perilous, with many martial artists losing their lives en route to the Tianlan sect. The appearance of a guardian team leader, Lin Cheng, brought forth a conversation. Is Ling Xue being too excessive this time? Last time, I thought she had an interest in you. Guardian Li Cheng shook his head, sharing the same sentiment. He felt honored to converse with a stunning beauty like Ling Xue, and thus, he had assembled a considerable number of capable assistants for this escort mission. However, their plans were unexpectedly disrupted by the emergence of Lin Yu, a second-tier alchemist, which left them feeling rather discontented and surprised. Upon reaching the Tianlan sect, Li Qingshan vowed to teach that young man a lesson, hoping to instill in him the importance of humility and restraint. What of a second-tier alchemist? The Tianlan sect has its own people, he expressed with displeasure. Indeed, the divine moon sword technique was unparalleled. After practicing it, Lin Yu swiftly grasped the sword intent, a supreme realm that would not only advance a martial artist's swordsmanship, but also enable the release of sword energy, providing a significant advantage in battle. Lin Yu had previously experienced Zhao Yu's sword intent, and even a slight touch could pose a life-threatening crisis. Lin Yu glanced at the wound on his hand, which was remarkably sharp and neatly defined, still emanating a faint ache. Ling Xue found herself at a loss for how to communicate with Lin Yu. His apparent intent seemed solely focused on mastering the black eye technique. A twinge of reluctance stirred within her. If only he were willing to consider marrying her, there might be room for negotiation. Yet, Lin Yu displayed no interest in her whatsoever. As a stunning beauty, it was her first encounter with such a sense of defeat. Countless suitors had pursued her in the past, some even queuing in long lines. Ling Xue, too, faced moments of being overlooked. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Yet Lin Yu harbored no feelings for her, prompting a deep sigh to escape her lips. Ding. The master has cultivated the celestial grade lower-level martial art, divine moon sword technique, gaining an experience multiplier of 100 by 1000. Ding. The master has cultivated the celestial grade lower-level martial art, divine moon sword technique, gaining an experience multiplier of 100 by 1000. Ding. Congratulations to the master for achieving the consummate stage of the first chapter of the divine moon sword technique. The might of Lin Yu's swordsmanship grew increasingly formidable, yet he did not relent. The urgency of his training weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to strive for greater strength. As he practiced the divine moon sword technique, Lin Yu discovered that his martial arts prowess concurrently enhanced, affirming the extraordinary nature of the celestial tier martial skills. Ding. Congratulations to the master for achieving the late stage of the martial sovereign realm. Lin Yu had been cultivating for over half a day, and it was only after considerable effort that he managed to break through a minor stage, primarily due to his practice of the divine moon sword technique. He is now at the late stage of martial sovereign, yet it will require some time before he can reach his pinnacle, as he is still some distance away from the second level. Lin Yu transcended the stage of mere smiles, causing the carriage to sway slightly, which startled the horses. Had it not been for Li Chengshan's desperate grip, chaos might have ensued. Outside the carriage, onlookers began to speculate about the cause of the recent disturbance. Could it be that Lin Yu had acted against Ling Xue? Such an act would be utterly intolerable. Li Chengshan felt an urge to rush in, but was restrained by those nearby. Was Ling Xue's discernment truly so lacking? That young man was merely a second-tier alchemist, and I suspect he may not even be genuine. Indeed, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for some to deceive. That young man certainly appears to be a counterfeit alchemist. Miss Ling Xue ought to recognize her worth. With so many prestigious families vying for her attention, she has, in this instance, diminished her own standing. Lin Yu, of course. Overheard the murmurs from outside the carriage. He could not help but smile, for within the carriage lay a platter of fruits, ensuring that this young lady was well provided with both sustenance and refreshment. Lin Yu discarded a banana peel, which fortuitously landed atop Li Qingshan's head, igniting his ire. Chapter 48. The sword's momentum. Stop, stop. The lead guardian, visibly anxious, commanded. Li Qingshan was bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events. The foremost guardian, a formidable figure named Qingshan, was even more powerful than he. What transpired? Li Qingshan inquired. You fools! Did you not perceive the formidable presence that just swept through? Are you oblivious to the approaching enemy? Qingshan admonished. Li Qingshan wore a perplexed expression. Indeed, there had been an overwhelming force that caused the carriage to sway, startling the horses, yet he had dismissed it at the time. You are all too weak to sense such a potent aura. Qingshan's expression turned grave, apprehensive about the potential arrival of a significant adversary. Should they encounter a formidable foe, it would pose a considerable challenge. Qingshan's countenance hardened. What he sensed earlier was the essence of a sword. It appeared they had encountered a strong opponent. Anyone who could wield such a force should not be underestimated. Could that individual be hiding within the carriage? Qingshan pondered gravely, instantly directing the gaze of all present toward the carriage, each adopting a stance of readiness. Who has infiltrated the carriage, intent on causing harm to Miss Lingxue? This matter warrants serious discussion. Qingshan's expression darkened. Not knowing when the enemy had arrived left Qingshan feeling derelict in his duties. The notion of someone adept in sword essence infiltrating their midst was profoundly unsettling. Lingxue was undoubtedly in grave danger, her life potentially at stake. If anything were to befall Lingxue, their lives as guardians would be forfeit, as none would escape the wrath of the Ling family. Yet, against an opponent wielding sword essence, could they truly stand a chance? Masters of sword essence were typically formidable. Even if their martial prowess seemed equal, they would invariably possess greater strength. Such powerful beings were not commonplace along this road. Qingshan lamented their misfortune in encountering such a formidable adversary. He appeared exceedingly anxious. His own cultivation merely at the 8th level of martial mastery, and the collective strength of their group was not particularly high. If they were to face a true stronghold, their odds of survival were nearly non-existent. The guardians were palpably tense, witnessing Qingshan's unusual severity for the first time. They surmised that a grave incident must have occurred. After a prolonged silence within the carriage, Qingshan felt compelled to ascertain Lingxue's safety. Upon lifting the curtain, he was taken aback to find the interior empty. Lingxue, seemingly fatigued, had fallen asleep with her eyes closed, while Lin Yu sat nearby, observing Qingshan. Is something amiss? Did anyone come by just now? Qingshan asked, astonished. No, it was just Lingxue and me, Lin Yu replied. Impossible. That previous essence of the sword. Qingshan fell silent, realization dawning upon him. Could it be that you were the one who unleashed it? Lin Yu smiled as he responded. The sword intent is something I unleashed. My apologies. Is it you? Qingshan gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief, as if he were staring at a monster. A second-tier alchemist is not enough. He has actually comprehended sword intent? Qingshan's face was etched with incredulity. He had never heard of such a prodigy. Why had he remained so obscure? Previously, the martial arts genius Xiaoyu had gained widespread fame, effortlessly defeating numerous talents, yet ultimately encountered a formidable opponent and lost. If Lin Yu were indeed a martial arts genius, why had he remained in the shadows? Recalling Xiaoyu's tale, Qingshan remembered the rumor that she had been defeated by a young man, barely securing her victory. A young man? For some reason, Qingshan found himself associating Lin Yu with that individual. They were both mere common boys. This young man's prowess seemed to surpass his own. Likely at the martial sovereign level, and he had even mastered sword intent. It was utterly astonishing. Qingshan was left speechless, overwhelmed by the revelation. My apologies for the intrusion. What are you so arrogant about, kid? Li Qingshan seized the opportunity to speak, having long harbored resentment against Lin Yu. Did I offend you? Lin Yu inquired. Of course. Apologize, or you will regret it, Li Qingshan retorted. Very well, if you were wise, you would be wise to retreat. Lin Yu coldly remarked. In an instant, Li Qingshan was struck back by an invisible force, stumbling backward 10 meters before collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his wounds. Lin Yu has shown mercy, otherwise, Li Qingshan would undoubtedly have met a fate worse than death. Even before the confrontation began, Li Qingshan had nearly lost all combat capability. He could scarcely believe such a reality. The disparity between their strengths was staggering. Lin Yu's extraordinary strength is utterly perplexing. Reality can be exceedingly harsh at times. Li Chengshan felt as though he was on the brink of demise. Please, spare me, my lord. I have come to realize my mistake this time. Humph. Lin Yu maintained a frosty demeanor. Chengshan hastily bowed in apology. My lord, I did not intend any disrespect. I sincerely apologize for my indiscretion. Lin Yu did not delve deeper into the matter, while Chengshan felt a considerable tension within. After all, if Lin Yu were to be displeased, he could obliterate their entire team without a second thought. Li Chengshan, that fool, nearly endangered everyone's lives. Young Master Lin, I implore you for but one favor. Do not harm Miss Ling Shui. Rest assured, I harbor no intention of causing her any harm. If I were to take action, I would have done so long ago. It was he who first disrespected me. Yes, indeed, it is all Li Chengshan's fault. The other guards swallowed hard, their hearts filled with trepidation. They had not anticipated that this youth possessed such extraordinary prowess. No wonder Miss Ling Shui had taken a liking to him. There must be a reason for it. In an instant, everyone regarded Lin Yu with profound respect, realizing that even without having made a move, Li Chengshan had already lost. What terrifying strength he must possess. Why do you linger if you are uninjured? Lin Yu inquired. Of course, young master, Chengshan replied, bowing respectfully. With a wave of his hand, the group resumed their journey. Li Chengshan, lying on the ground, considered himself unfortunate. He had sustained grave injuries, and it was only through Chengshan's offering of a medicinal pill that he managed to cling to life. Chengshan felt a mixture of astonishment and joy. If Lin Yu did not wish to harm Ling Shui, might he harbor feelings for her? After all, the two had shared intimate conversations within the carriage. Perhaps they had even made silent vows to one another. If this were the case, Ling Shui would be exceedingly fortunate. Lin Yu was indeed a golden son-in-law for the Ling family. Chengshan felt completely at ease, even should they encounter any ferocious beast along their journey. Lin Yu would not stand idly by, for this path was fraught with peril. Ah, you are awake, Lin Yu remarked as Ling Shui, just opening her eyes, appeared somewhat dazed, a sight that exuded a certain charm, prompting Lin Yu to steal several glances. I merely slept for a while. Ling Shui was somewhat aware of the events that had transpired. She had not entirely succumbed to sleep and remained oblivious. Chapter 49. Heavy rain. It seems the person seated beside me is a genius ranked among the elite of the empire. You flatter me, young lady. I do not believe that to be the case. However, without a competition, you could achieve fame with but a single battle, Ling Shui asserted with conviction. The sword aura emanating from Lin Yu is formidable. Although Ling Shui cannot articulate the exact realm it represents, she recognizes its immense strength. It is unlikely that anyone in the entire empire possesses greater talent than Lin Yu. At his age, he is undoubtedly the strongest, though his prowess has yet to be recognized by others. With your remark, how many geniuses does the empire truly have? If I am not mistaken, Zhao Yu must have been defeated by you, correct? Lin Yu remained silent, choosing not to respond with any display of flamboyance. At her age, Zhao Yu was considered extraordinarily gifted among the younger generation of the empire, likely ranking within the top 5. She began her cultivation at the tender age of 6 and reached the 5th level of the martial master realm by 12. By 17, she had ascended to the 8th level of the same realm, a cultivation speed that earned her a notable position within the empire. Yet, despite her impressive achievements, Zhao Yu was ultimately defeated by Lin Yu, underscoring the remarkable prowess he possessed. Lin Yu felt a tinge of curiosity as he recalled his last encounter with Zhao Yu. He wondered what level of cultivation she possessed at that time. It had been a narrow victory, and had it not been for his cunning, defeat would have been inevitable. Ling Shui could not help but feel a profound envy towards Lin Yu. His martial prowess was astonishingly high, and he held the esteemed title of a second-tier alchemist, eliciting a sense of jealousy within her. Ling Shui was acutely aware that in comparison to Lin Yu, she was utterly insignificant. The disparity between them was indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. You should indeed have long-term aspirations. This empire is by no means your final destination. You are destined for greatness, and it is truly a privilege to know you, she remarked. Miss Ling Shui, you flatter me. I am not as remarkable as you suggest. Lin Yu replied modestly. Ling Shui contemplated surrendering the black eye technique soon. For establishing a rapport with someone of Lin Yu's caliber would undoubtedly be a blessing for the Ling family. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she gently closed her eyes. Wishing to rest a while longer, Lin Yu glanced out the window, observing the long and spacious road ahead, where numerous massive carcasses lay scattered, remnants of magical beasts. The creatures that prowled this area were not particularly formidable, as this was not fully considered their territory, and the presence of the Tianlan sect often led to their extermination, resulting in a sparse population of these beasts. Chun Shan surveyed his surroundings, his brows knitting together as a heavy rain began to fall. Such inclement weather made traversing the road increasingly arduous, inevitably slowing their progress. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear and bright. Now, the sudden downpour stirred an unsettling feeling within him. The escorting duty was not new to Chun Shan, as he had encountered magical beasts before, albeit those of lower cultivation levels, which were generally manageable. Higher-level beasts could be dealt with by their large escort team. But should they encounter creatures of the 4th rank in the martial master realm or above, the situation could become quite dire. Magical beasts inherently possessed greater strength than humans, with those at the 4th rank surpassing even humans at the 6th or 7th rank, keeping Chun Shan on high alert for potential trouble. Look over there. That's the Tianlan sect, Chun Shan exclaimed upon spotting a structure atop a distant mountain, a wave of relief washing over him as they neared their destination. Hoping for a safe passage thus far, he quickened their pace, sensing that the intensity of the rain was indeed unusual. As the caravan hastened, Lin Yu opened his eyes, sensing an ominous presence approaching. The thunder roared, and Chun Shan knew something was amiss. Such a sudden downpour could not be normal. Just as he realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. A swarm of agile magical beasts emerged before him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. A horde of grotesque, bloodthirsty dwarves bounded forth, their terrifying appearance instilling fear in Chun Shan. He had never encountered such creatures before. What manner of beasts were these dwarves? The dwarves shrieked as they unleashed a brutal assault, swiftly dispatching numerous guards as if they were mere insects. Panic seized Chun Shan, who had never before faced such ferocity. Initially, there were only a few dwarves, but soon, a vast multitude appeared, all of considerable strength. Chun Shan bellowed for everyone to prepare for battle. Amidst the chaos, he spotted a particularly imposing dwarf whose fierce demeanor suggested he was a leader. The aura of malice radiating from him was palpable. Upon sensing the leader's power, Chun Shan's face drained of color. This dwarf possessed at least the strength of a 4th-rank martial master, and their overwhelming numbers spelled doom for the escort team. Why had so many dwarves appeared so suddenly, especially in such adverse weather? The likelihood of escape was rapidly diminishing, and panic engulfed the group. Miss Ling Xue, we are in grave danger. It will be exceedingly difficult for us to escape. You must lead everyone to flee at once, or it will be too late, Chun Shan urged in desperation. Though it was disrespectful to draw back the curtain of the carriage without permission, Chun Shan could no longer afford to care. However, upon peering inside, he was taken aback. Miss Ling Xue was sound asleep, and Lin Yu was still meditating despite the chaos surrounding them. With disaster looming, Chun Shan could not comprehend why Lin Yu remained unperturbed. Sir, please awaken. We are on the brink of catastrophe, besieged by numerous magical beasts, Chun Shan implored. Relying on an outsider in such a dire moment left him feeling uncertain, yet he saw no alternative. The dwarves were swift and brutal, capable of delivering lethal blows with a single strike. Chun Shan called out to Lin Yu, who remained unresponsive. It seemed he had no intention of offering assistance. If he were willing, why would he not awaken? Chun Shan understood that this prodigy from the Danwu realm was beyond his reach. With beasts in front and a formidable talent behind, he felt utterly helpless, wishing only for the ground to swallow him whole. What would become of Miss Ling Xue? Still lost in her slumber? Would she panic and flee upon awakening? Resigned to their fate, Chun Shan prepared himself for the worst. Outside, the cries of despair echoed. And Lin Yu could not ignore them. He would not remain idle. If Chun Shan sought his aid, Lin Yu would undoubtedly assist. However, it was unfortunate that Chun Shan, preoccupied with the unfolding chaos, hesitated to disturb him. Lin Yu regarded Chun Shan with newfound respect. Beside him, Ling Xue appeared to be asleep, yet in truth, she was merely weakened, likely due to the effects of the black eye technique. In Chapter 50, A Helping Hand. It must be said that Ling Xue's defenseless state was quite disarming. Lin Yu could not resist the temptation to caress her cheek, which was indeed soft. She was undeniably a great beauty. Were it anyone else in his position, they might have taken advantage of her vulnerability. However, Lin Yu was a man of integrity and would certainly refrain from exploiting someone in such a state. What occupied Lin Yu's thoughts was the martial prowess associated with Ling Xue's family's black eye technique. Beyond that, he held little interest. Meanwhile, Chun Shan was engaged in a fierce battle against the dwarfs. Though he could handle one or two, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming, and he had sustained considerable injuries from their merciless blades. Li Qingshan was already gravely wounded, making him even more vulnerable in this dire situation. Among the guards, aside from Chun Shan, the others were nearly powerless. Many had perished or were severely injured. Despair was setting in for Chen Shan, as the prospect of survival seemed bleak. The dwarves, brimming with arrogance, continued to leap around, and it seemed Chen Shan was on the brink of death. "Stop!" A voice rang out, imbued with considerable authority, causing the dwarves to retreat in an instant. Chen Shan sensed something and swiftly turned around, utterly astonished. Before him, Lin Yu emerged slowly, and the dwarves recoiled as if they were mice confronted by a cat. The dwarf leader, too, was taken aback, attempting to launch an attack in a desperate bid. The sheer fear displayed by the dwarves upon hearing Lin Yu's voice spoke volumes about the power he wielded. It was evident that Lin Yu's swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to stand above the rest with undeniable superiority. Lin Yu swiftly drew his sword and with a single stroke, felled the leader of the dwarves, who immediately succumbed to his fate. In that instant, the dwarves lost their command, and upon witnessing the demise of their chief, the remaining members fell into a state of panic. Lin Yu's swordsmanship is truly astonishing. The lethal force of his blade is wielded with remarkable ease. A haughty and overwhelming aura emanates from his sword, compelling nearly all the dwarves to submit. Is this not excessively powerful? Such a multitude of magical beasts and dwarves dares not lay a hand on him, leaving Chen Shan utterly astounded. As he could never have anticipated such a scenario, Lin Yu wielded the sword, marking his inaugural experience with this weapon. The formidable prowess of the moonlit sword technique had long piqued his curiosity. With a decisive slash, Lin Yu unleashed a radiant arc that shimmered like a full moon before Chen Shan. In an instant, a multitude of dwarves fell, their lives extinguished before they could react. The ground bore the scars of the blades, sharp enough that even the slightest touch could prove fatal. Terrified, the remaining dwarves discarded their weapons and fled in haste. Chen Shan stood agape, utterly astonished by the unfolding drama, as the spectacle was nothing short of shocking. Grateful for Lin Yu's intervention, he felt as though he were witnessing a savior. He nearly wished to kneel in gratitude. In a single moment, Lin Yu had rescued the remnants of the caravan, though only a few remained. Ding! The master executed the celestial grade lower tier martial art, the moonlit sword technique, gaining experience at a rate of 100 times 100. Ding! The master executed the celestial grade lower tier martial art, the moonlit sword technique, gaining experience at a rate of 100 times 100. Lin Yu was increasingly intrigued by the sword's momentum, yearning to fully demonstrate his formidable power. However, the dwarves before him were hardly worthy of his attention, as he effortlessly triumphed over them with ease. Chen Shan gazed at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with astonishment. This genius of alchemy and martial arts was undeniably deserving of his reputation. His prior trepidation towards Lin Yu had proven to be well-founded, for such a prodigy was indeed not to be trifled with. Merely his command to halt rendered the monstrous dwarves motionless, leaving Chen Shan in profound admiration of Lin Yu's prowess. The remaining survivors were overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly wishing to embrace Lin Yu in appreciation, for they had narrowly escaped death, holding him in the highest esteem as a veritable genius. "Young master, we are immensely grateful to you. Without your intervention, we would surely have perished. We cannot express how indebted we are for your life-saving assistance. Should you ever require my aid in the future, I shall strive earnestly to repay your kindness. Young master, despite your earlier self-deprecating remarks, you have truly come to our rescue, and we are eternally thankful." Lin Yu shook his head and tossed out several second-tier medicinal pills. "Let us tend to your injuries. There is no need for excessive gratitude at this moment. Just ensure the carriage is ready shortly." The guards were overwhelmed with appreciation, some unable to contain their tears. Lin Yu seemed nothing short of a living bodhisattva, not only sparing them from reproach, but also generously providing them with valuable medicinal pills. Chen Shan felt a profound sense of guilt. When Lin Yu first arrived, he was met with disdain from so many. Yet now he witnessed the vastness of Lin Yu's heart. Their own inadequacies and envy were starkly apparent, rendering them incomparable to him. Soon, they would reach Tianlan's sect. Lin Yu gazed upon the structures perched atop the distant mountains, sensing that someone might be watching him, though he could not discern whether it was merely an illusion. Such a distance seemed too far for anyone to observe him, yet he raised an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable awareness of being scrutinized at that very moment. Lin Yu returned to the carriage, where Ling Shui was indeed sleeping soundly. Lin Yu, naturally, could not afford to sleep as he was nearing Tianlan's sect, for he needed to seize every moment to cultivate. Otherwise, encountering formidable opponents would pose a significant challenge. Soon, Lin Yu immersed himself in focused training, and before long, Ling Shui awakened. As she opened her eyes, she realized she was leaning against Lin Yu's shoulder and suddenly felt a pang of self-consciousness. However, Noticing that Lin Yu had his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to her position, she felt reassured. After all, it was rather comfortable resting against his shoulder, and she understood why she had fallen into such a deep slumber. Yet, Ling Shui felt a tinge of apprehension at such close proximity. What if Lin Yu suddenly lunged at her? She was unsure how to react, despite his strikingly handsome appearance. Shaking her head, she reprimanded herself for her errant thoughts. At that moment, Lin Yu was still engrossed in his training, and she couldn't help but feel a hint of dissatisfaction, pouting slightly. Indeed, Lin Yu was a martial arts prodigy, yet in other aspects, he seemed rather oblivious, likely harboring no romantic interest in her. Ling Shui wished to cultivate for a while as well, but alas, she found it futile. The spiritual energy in this area was too sparse for her to gather any. Remaining against Lin Yu felt increasingly awkward, especially since she, being the girl, should take the initiative. The thought of Lin Yu awakening and the ensuing embarrassment made her hesitate. As she scrutinized Lin Yu, she found him increasingly appealing. At merely 18, he exhibited a maturity beyond his years, displaying neither restlessness nor arrogance, qualities so rare in the young. She was genuinely curious about Lin Yu's past. Being a genius, he must have faced numerous trials. Chapter 51. The Master observing the wounds on Lin Yu's hands. It was evident that he had endured brutal battles. The scars appeared rather daunting. Ling Shui felt an urge to inquire about them. If others were to discover that she was alone with Lin Yu in the carriage, and that they were so close, with her resting on his shoulder, her suitors would undoubtedly seek to take revenge on him. Ling Shui's greatest fears were about to materialize as they were approaching Tianlan's sect, where Lin Yu might soon part ways with her. The mere thought caused her heart to ache, leaving her wondering if there was any way to prevent his departure. Upon arriving at Tianlan's sect, Lin Yu did not rush to gaze upon the surroundings. His heightened senses allowed him to perceive the grandeur outside. A tall and wide gate stood before them, flanked by two massive stone pillars, upon which the three characters of Tianlan's sect were prominently inscribed, exuding an imposing aura. The place resembled a grand palace, bustling with people from various sects converging here. Lin Yu arrived here believing it to be a sacred place for cultivation. Additionally, he felt a connection to the desolate palace and wished to test his fortune. Chen Shan escorted the convoy, and only a few of their group remained. Although they ultimately secured their payment, the experience felt perilous, akin to facing death. Miss Ling Shui, we have arrived at Tianlan sect. The Ling family estate is within the sect, and we shall reach it shortly. All right. Lin Yu had ceased his cultivation, appearing to ponder something deeply. As Ling Shui stepped out of the carriage, she realized that a significant portion of their group was missing. Chen Shan recounted the events to her. Is there truly such a matter? Ling Shui inquired in astonishment. Thanks to young Master Lin. Otherwise, we would all have perished, he replied. Then I must express my utmost gratitude to young Master Lin. Ling Shui, having fainted earlier due to her weakness, was entirely unaware of the events that had transpired. Miss Ling, you were indeed fortunate this time, encountering young Master Lin. He saved all our lives. Had we faced that formidable beast alone, we would have met our demise. Chen Shan expressed, his words imbued with profound gratitude. Ling Shui nodded in agreement. Lin Yu disembarked from the carriage, and the plaza of Tianlan's sect appeared even more spacious to him, leaving him momentarily uncertain of his next direction. Young Master Lin, if you are not pressed for time, why not visit our residence for a while? Ling Shui inquired. Very well. To her surprise, he readily acquiesced. Ling Shui pondered various strategies, fearful that Lin Yu might decline. How could he have suddenly agreed? Are you not welcoming me? Lin Yu asked. No, I am simply overjoyed. Let us proceed this way, Ling Shui replied, her smile radiating delight. Within the confines of Tianlan's sect, several prominent families existed, and the Ling family was among them, holding significant positions within the sect. Lin Yu walked slowly. Ding. The master executed the yellow rank low-level martial art, Wind Step, gaining 100,000 martial arts experience. Ding. Congratulations, master, for reaching the pinnacle stage of Wind Step. Ding. The master executed the yellow rank low-level martial art, Wind Step, gaining another 100,000 martial arts experience. Ding. Congratulations, master, for advancing Wind Step to the yellow rank intermediate martial art, Moon Step. Lin Yu has indeed traveled a considerable distance, and he now walks with the grace of the Moon Step. Ling Shui felt a sense of unease, her heart burdened with concerns about how to prevent conflicts between her family and Lin Yu. The Ling family has always been proud, and they could never tolerate Lin Yu in their midst. The purpose of Lin Yu's visit is likely to pursue the black eye technique. If a conflict arises during this trip to the Ling family, it would be detrimental to both parties. Ling Shui is uncertain how to persuade her father. striving to avert any discord with Lin Yu. Upon entering the Ling family estate, Lin Yu immediately sensed the uniqueness of the place. The members of the Ling family seemed less than welcoming to outsiders. However, Lin Yu paid no heed to this, as he was merely honoring Ling Shui's invitation. "Young Master Lin, please wait here while I go to see my father. I shall return shortly." Lin Yu nodded slightly, while Ling Shui appeared to be somewhat anxious. Was it due to her own nervousness? How could a young man possibly arrive at the Ling family? Who could say? Perhaps he was yet another fool-courting disaster, destined to leave this place in disgrace shortly. Several servants were engaged in hushed discussions. Lin Yu maintained a vigilant demeanor, for he was on unfamiliar territory, and exercising caution was prudent. Ling Shui hurried to meet her father, Lin Cheng, who was evidently engrossed in the study of some texts, exhibiting a serious countenance. "Ah, Ling Shui, you have finally returned. I have heard that the roads are perilous, with numerous magical beasts roaming about." Ling Chengming's tone was commanding, leaving Ling Shui momentarily at a loss for words. She was truly reluctant to have Lin Yu visit the Ling family only to depart in discontent, for inciting a prodigious talent could spell disaster for the Ling clan. "Father, you are aware of my condition, are you not? The black eye technique is rendering me increasingly feeble." This statement elicited a sigh from Lin Cheng. "Do not worry, my daughter. I shall find a solution. I have contacted several alchemists for assistance. Please be patient. I have encountered an extraordinary individual." "What kind of extraordinary individual?" Lin Cheng inquired, his displeasure palpable as his tone shifted. Ling Shui felt her resolve waver. Her father was known for his assertiveness. Such a temperament was in stark contrast to Lin Yu's, and a dispute could prove disastrous. "A young man. A young man? Have you lost your senses? How could you place your trust in a mere boy? Surely, you have not been beguiled," Ling Cheng reproached. "Father, please listen to me. That gentleman claims to be a master of the black eye technique and is exceedingly knowledgeable, even providing me with numerous insights." "Haha, my daughter, you are truly naive. Not one of our kin would dare claim the title of master of the black eye technique. That impudent boy is undoubtedly a charlatan. Father, he has indeed offered me remedies that alleviate my eye pain." Ling Chengming regarded Ling Shui with skepticism. After testing the methods she described, he was astonished to find that the discomfort in his eyes had significantly diminished. For years, the affliction from the black eye technique had tormented him, yet now he felt a notable reprieve. "I cannot believe it. There may be some merit to this after all. How could this be?" Ling Chengming was taken aback, beginning to entertain the possibility that Ling Shui's claims held truth. Perhaps this young man was a reclusive sage. Such phenomena were not beyond the realms of possibility in this vast world. "See, father, it is indeed effective." Thus, his claim as a master of the black eye technique may not be entirely false. Moreover, he has attained the first level of the martial sovereign realm at only 18 years of age. Is it truly possible for such a youth to exist? Ling Cheng asked incredulously, shocked by the notion that a mere youth could possess such prowess. Chapter 52, Conditions. If this young man possesses such abilities, it is indeed remarkable, Ling Cheng remarked gravely. Ling Shui was a sensible child, not one to exaggerate. At 18, to attain the first level of the martial sovereign realm, Ling Cheng felt a twinge of jealousy. He had encountered countless prodigies, but an 18-year-old at that level was undoubtedly a genius of monstrous proportions. "Father, I believe this person can save my life. Otherwise, the black eye technique will claim it." Ling Cheng nodded. Although he had sought the help of numerous alchemists and various remedies without guarantee of success, "We must find this gentleman and speak with him at once," he declared, his spirits lifted. "However, father, I hope you can temper your temper. Otherwise, it may become awkward," Ling Shui cautioned. "I understand, my daughter. As long as he can save your life, I am willing to comply with any request." "Father, can you truly agree to anything?" Ling Shui inquired. "Does he possess a means to save you?" "I am eager to meet such a remarkable individual." Ling Shui appeared somewhat bashful, and Ling Cheng sensed there was something she wished to express but hesitated to voice. "He can indeed save me, but he has conditions. What does he desire from you?" Ling Cheng questioned. "Father, what are you suggesting?" Ling Shui replied, slightly embarrassed. "Haha, my daughter, if you were to bring home an unparalleled genius, I would not blame you. Rather, I would support you. However, what are the conditions he mentioned? Pray, enlighten me," Ling Cheng mused, secretly hoping for an illustrious son-in-law. If Lin Yu truly sought Ling Shui, she would feel a thrill in her heart, yet regrettably, Lin Yu merely desired the martial skill of the black eye technique. "He seeks our family's legacy martial skill, the technique of the black eye." Upon hearing this, Ling Cheng halted abruptly, his expression growing grave. "He seeks the martial skill of the black eye? His tone turned icy, and Ling Shui felt a wave of despair wash over her. It was evident that her father would not engage in amicable negotiations with Lin Yu. I must meet this young man. I shall determine the course of action. Ling Cheng insisted, hurriedly making his way. Ling Cheng had not intended such an approach, while Ling Shui worried that her father and Lin Yu might clash, as both were proud individuals unwilling to yield easily. Father, are you aware of the recent significant events? Which event do you speak of? The defeat of Zhao Yu, which has caused quite a stir in the empire. Ling Cheng chuckled, recalling the incident. I had heard of it. I never imagined that the prodigious Zhao Yu could suffer a loss. I thought he was invincible. Suddenly, a realization struck him. What is it, my daughter? Are you suggesting that this young man was the one who defeated Zhao Yu? Ling Shui nodded slightly. To possess such cultivation at such a young age must indicate extraordinary talent. Thus, I believe he is the one who bested Zhao Yu. If that were true, then this youth was indeed remarkable, a prodigious talent residing within the Ling family's estate. Ling Cheng felt a surge of joy. It had been long since he had experienced such happiness. And he is also a second-tier alchemist. Ling Cheng found it hard to believe such claims. Could there truly exist an individual with such extraordinary talent? It was simply unfathomable. Considering Lin Yu's exceptional cultivation potential, he surmised that many would likely take note of him. And undoubtedly, he would have numerous factions supporting him. Ling Cheng understood that he must treat Lin Yu as an esteemed guest. He felt an unfamiliar nervousness. Never before had someone elicited such feelings in him. Lin Yu was destined to dominate a realm of his own, and thus, if negotiations fell through, he must refrain from resorting to harsh words. I comprehend, yet that request seems somewhat implausible. The elders of the family are not easily swayed, and they are eager for me to err. Ling Cheng expressed his concerns. Should he inadvertently offend Lin Yu, it would spell disaster for the Ling family. The remedies Ling Shui had provided indeed alleviated the pain caused by the black eye technique, leading Ling Cheng to believe that Lin Yu might possess the means to rescue Ling Shui. However, how to negotiate this matter effectively remained a significant challenge. The ancestral black eye technique was a formidable martial skill granting immense power, yet it bore a curse. Members of the Ling family rarely lived long lives due to this very reason. Exposing the martial skill of the black eye technique to outsiders would invite condemnation from the family elders, a thought Ling Cheng dared not entertain, as such occurrences had never transpired before. Father, please engage in a civil discourse. I ask for nothing more, Ling Shui implored. Yes, I understand. In the grand hall, Lin Yu leaned against his seat. Possibly due to having practiced for an extended period, he took a brief respite. At that moment, Ling Cheng approached and, upon encountering Lin Yu, his initial impression was far from favorable. The youth appeared to be rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable traits. What baffled him further was that Lin Yu was even asleep in this setting. How utterly careless. Ling Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a martial arts prodigy to possess a certain elegance and charisma, yet Lin Yu resembled nothing more than a common lad, unremarkable and even dozing off. This stark contrast to his expectations made him question Lin Yu's status as a martial arts genius, as he seemed more like someone here to take advantage of hospitality. Ling Cheng scrutinized Lin Yu, his disappointment evident. Just as he was about to speak, the clan leader arrived, prompting him to apologize for his presumptuousness. At that moment, Lin Yu stirred awake. You must be the gentleman spoken of by Ling Shui, he remarked. Ling Cheng inquired, and Ling Shui nodded affirmatively, her fondness for Lin Yu unmistakable. To be candid, Ling Cheng harbored doubts about Lin Yu being a martial arts genius, let alone a second-tier alchemist, though he concealed any displeasure on his face. Let us get straight to the point, he stated. You must be the clan leader, if you wish to avert the demise wrought by the black eye technique. I implore you to demonstrate its martial skills. Ling Cheng nodded, his expression betraying some reluctance. I have heard from Ling Shui about this condition. Might we consider an alternative? Coins or martial skills. Everything else is negotiable. Lin Yu shook his head, expressing his complete disinterest in other martial arts techniques or gold coins. If he could not gain access to the secrets of the black eye technique, he felt his life was at stake. Thus, it was imperative that he acquired this knowledge swiftly. I merely wish to observe. My research lacks substantial information about the black eye technique. It could unravel my confusion and potentially save both my life and that of your family, Lin Yu declared with unwavering conviction. This left Ling Cheng at a loss for words for the first time, plunging him into silence, while Lin Yu appeared even more assertive. This was precisely what Ling Shui feared. She worried that a disagreement might escalate into violence. If that were to happen, it would be utterly disastrous. Lin Yu meticulously examined the mansion. Even if Lin Cheng were to withhold assistance, he possessed the capability to seek out martial arts techniques on his own, confident that uncovering such skills would not prove to be a daunting task. Chapter 53. An inappropriate visit. If that were not feasible, then he would gracefully take his leave. Lin Yu said with a respectful bow. Lin Cheng swallowed hard, feeling somewhat indecisive. Lin Yu's unwavering confidence was indeed somewhat convincing. Master Lin has graced us with his presence. Why the haste to depart? Is there something lacking in our hospitality? Perhaps you might consider staying a few days. I could offer some assistance regarding the Tianlan sect. I require no further assistance. In this sect, one must rely solely on their own strength. Should you come to a realization, feel free to seek me out. Locating me at the Tianlan sect will not prove difficult, Lin Yu replied with a smile, exuding an air of courtesy. Lin Yu possesses a wealth of knowledge regarding the dark eye technique, accumulated over centuries of experience by numerous martial artists. This knowledge may encompass a portion of martial arts skills, yet it is not exhaustive, which is a source of his frustration. Most critically, the dark eye technique holds the key to survival. Lin Yu is unwilling to sacrifice his life for a mere martial skill. Very well. If there is anything you require assistance with, feel free to seek my help. Lin Yu produced a piece of paper, presenting another remedy for eye pain. Knowledge, albeit temporary, can prove beneficial. I hope you will give it due consideration. Lin Cheng accepted the paper and, after a glance, felt quite astonished. This seemed to be yet another folk remedy, and the eye pain brought about by the black pupil technique should not be underestimated. Ling Shui hurriedly followed suit. I apologize. I am powerless regarding family matters. Do not worry, I shall find a way on my own. Lin Yu resolved firmly that he must acquire the martial arts technique of the black pupil, even if it required employing certain measures. By the way, here is a map of the Tianlan sect. I trust it will be of use to you. Thank you so much. As Lin Yu's hand brushed against Ling Shui's, she momentarily felt shy and flushed. When she regained her composure, Lin Yu had already departed. Lin Yu's aspiration is remarkably straightforward. Tianlan sect is an excellent place for cultivation, and he naturally seizes the opportunity to hone his skills. However, the path is fraught with challenges, as Tianlan sect is an immensely vast sect, and Lin Yu soon finds himself entangled in difficulties. The inhabitants here don azure robes, with those adorned with stone patterns being inner disciples, while the unadorned garments signify outer disciples. This clear demarcation reflects the meticulous nature of those who arrive in this place. Lin Yu stood out conspicuously among the crowd. He donned no elaborate robes, merely a humble garment that marked him as a lowly commoner. The glances directed at him were laced with incredulity. What business does this peasant have here, daring to enter clad in such modest attire? The Tianlan sect is not a place for individuals of his standing. Alas, once he is met with a swift reprimand, perhaps he will learn where he truly belongs and where he ought not to tread. The guards regarded Lin Yu with disdain, their impatience palpable as they longed to deliver a swift kick to send him packing. Lin Yu aspired to enter the grand hall of the sect, yet the guards stationed there regarded him with disdainful eyes. As the sole sect in Ming City, Tianlan sect naturally attracted countless martial artists, but not everyone was permitted entry. Those deemed unworthy would find themselves at the mercy of the guards, often facing severe repercussions. The lightest punishment involved the crippling of limbs, while the gravest could result in the loss of one's cultivation, a fate most lamentable. You lowly peasant, I've been watching you for quite some time. Do you not understand that you should leave? What business do you have here? One of the guards inquired with evident irritation. Lin Yu wore a solemn expression. He had no intention of causing trouble, yet there were always those with a disdainful gaze. The guards' voices rose sharply, drawing a crowd of onlookers. For such spectacles frequently transpired, and the audience delighted in the chaos. Just last time, someone had suffered broken limbs. Now, another foolhardy individual had stepped forward. Remarkably, this one was a commoner, clad in tattered garments, undoubtedly among the lowest of society. While the other guards were manageable, today's situation was particularly dire, as it was Zhao Shan, a man known for his ruthlessness. Each time he struck, he left others crippled, instilling fear in all who witnessed it. Lin Yu gazed at Zhao Shan before him, who appeared exceedingly imposing in his long guard's robe, truly a remarkable sight. Initially, Lin Yu had anticipated that this guard would possess formidable abilities. However, upon employing his perception, he was met with great disappointment, discovering that Zhao Shan's cultivation level was merely that of a mid-stage warrior at the 9th rank. Lin Yu could not help but chuckle. You cheeky rascal. How dare you laugh? What is it that amuses you, you lowly wretch? Lin Yu shook his head, urging him to leave at once, lest his limbs be rendered useless. What a lowly wretch you are. It seems you are yearning for a premature end, he retorted. Zhao Shan immediately unleashed a powerful punch, its formidable force suggesting catastrophic consequences, capable of shattering even the mightiest granite. Onlookers felt a profound sorrow for Lin Yu, knowing he would surely spew blood and meet a dismal fate. However, for Lin Yu, Zhao Shan's punch seemed excruciatingly slow. His black eye technique had thoroughly penetrated Zhao Shan's intentions, allowing him to foresee every movement. Lin Yu casually delivered a backhanded punch, and the sound of shattering bones echoed as Zhao Shan's fist was crushed. After receiving a blow from Lin Yu, Zhao Shan's face contorted in pain. In an instant, he was sent flying, crashing heavily against a pillar, quickly losing consciousness, his visage grotesquely disfigured. What had transpired moments ago was lost on the crowd. But the current scene left everyone in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. Zhao Shan was an inner sect disciple. How could he be so effortlessly defeated, rendered incapable of rising again? The onlookers believed they must have misperceived the event, yet the harsh reality was undeniable, leaving them in utter disbelief. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of excessive noise. Could it be that I misjudged? Had Zhao Shan truly been vanquished so easily? It was simply inconceivable. Upon confirming that the figure against the pillar was indeed Zhao Shan, they were forced to accept the grim truth, which was utterly unfathomable. The crowd knew Zhao Shan was a martial artist at the 9th level, a figure of considerable standing among the guards. Yet he had been subdued by Lin Yu with a single blow. Moreover, they had scarcely witnessed how Lin Yu had struck. His speed was astonishingly swift. His strength seemed to crush all opposition effortlessly, sending chills down the spines of those present as they regarded Lin Yu with newfound respect. No longer were they dismissing him as a mere commoner. Their attitudes had shifted entirely. This individual's prowess must certainly exceed the 9th level of martial arts. Could he possibly be at the martial sovereign level? Lin Yu was undeniably a prodigy of martial arts. Well, it seems no one dares to obstruct me now, Lin Yu remarked with a smile as he stepped forward. The crowd trembled incessantly. Lin Yu was acutely aware that trouble would inevitably come knocking at his door. After all, he was not a disciple of the Tianlan sect, and outsiders seeking to enter the sect for cultivation would undoubtedly face incessant difficulties. This posed a significant concern, as he had yet to attain a level of invincibility that would allow him to disregard the might of the sect's powerful members. At that moment, an extraordinarily beautiful woman made her entrance. Chapter 54. A chance encounter. Zhao Yu, clad in a flowing azure robe, radiated a celestial beauty that seemed even more enchanting than before, though the icy demeanor she exuded had not waned in the slightest. Her appearance instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Could it be that we are truly witnessing Zhao Yu in person? She is indeed breathtaking. But it seems she has come with a purpose. After all, this was the grand entrance of the front hall, and such a commotion could not go unnoticed, particularly given Zhao Shan's acquaintance with Zhao Yu. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Since Zhao Yu's arrival, astonishment rippled through the assembly. Her reputation was illustrious, having challenged every genius of the Tianlan sect and bested them all. Coupled with her ethereal beauty, she was unforgettable to the masses. The sect leader of the Tianlan sect had personally approached Zhao Yu, hoping to recruit her, yet she had gently declined, indicating that the sect had yet to reach a stature worthy of her presence. Given Zhao Shan's recent defeat, it was evident that Zhao Yu would not stand idly by. Whispers suggested they shared a friendship of sorts. Indeed, the word is out that Zhao Shan has been bested. Surely Zhao Yu will seek retribution on his behalf. The assembled crowd surmised that the young man in plain attire was doomed. Zhao Yu's challenge would be all too easy for her. Everyone believed Lin Yu's fate was sealed. With Zhao Shan's fall, Zhao Yu would undoubtedly seek to avenge him. Furthermore, she was known for her combative spirit, leaving Lin Yu with no choice but to confront her. Look, Zhao Yu is approaching that young man. If a confrontation were to occur, the youth would surely suffer, as he had dared to strike Zhao Shan. It was almost a foregone conclusion that Zhao Yu would emerge victorious, with little room for doubt. Lin Yu raised his gaze and beheld a familiar figure, Zhao Yu, whose demeanor was as frosty as ice, exuding an undeniable elegance. It seemed that her strength had increased significantly during their time apart. I didn't expect you to arrive at Tianlan sect so swiftly, even faster than I had anticipated, Zhao Yu remarked, her beautiful eyes blinking as her delicate lips parted. You flatter me. It appears you have grown stronger as well, Lin Yu replied. Zhao Yu's attention was soon drawn to the sword at Lin Yu's waist, evoking a sense of familiarity within her. During their last encounter, he had not wielded a sword. Why, then, did he possess one now? It struck her that it resembled a family heirloom, stirring a deep recognition. Have you also taken up swordsmanship? She inquired. Yes, I have learned a few techniques from you. The sword's momentum is indeed quite effective, Lin Yu chuckled, gently brushing his fingers along the blade. In that moment, Zhao Yu sensed an undeniable aura emanating from him. The sword's presence was formidable, yet Lin Yu concealed its true strength too well for her to gauge. Zhao Yu was taken aback. How is it possible that you have mastered sword momentum in such a short span of time? She mused, quickly regaining her composure. I truly did not expect your rapid advancement. I now realize I am no match for you. A hint of disappointment flickered within her, as she had believed she could surpass Lin Yu, but the evident gap between them was far too great. It seems I cannot hide anything from you. Lin Yu replied with a smile, though a twinge of concern lingered in his heart. Zhao Yu had completely discerned his cultivation level, which had already reached the martial sovereign realm, along with the mastery of sword momentum. Ding! The master has observed the intermediate Xian-level black eye technique, earning 100 by 1,000 experience points. Lin Yu sought to penetrate Zhao Yu's cultivation, yet his efforts proved futile. He could not even glimpse her innermost thoughts. It was evident that Zhao Yu possessed considerable prowess. Even with the black eye technique now at his disposal, Lin Yu found himself unable to discern her capabilities, rendering her truly enigmatic. As soon as Zhao Yu finished her statement, the onlookers gaped in astonishment, at a loss for words, having just received a sensational revelation. What had Zhao Yu just confessed? She had openly admitted to being inferior to the common youth, a revelation that left everyone utterly astounded. Who could have imagined that someone could surpass Zhao Yu? The young talents of Tianlan's sect were no match for her. Now, it seemed there existed an individual stronger than Zhao Yu herself. Just how extraordinary was the cultivation of this common youth? It was no wonder he had swiftly bested Zhao Shan moments ago, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Previously, the aloof and frigid beauty who kept others at bay was now engaged in an extended conversation with a mere boy. What could possibly account for this transformation? They must be acquainted, and one could hardly miss the admiration reflected in Zhao Yu's gaze towards Lin Yu. It was truly enviable. Suddenly, the crowd had an epiphany. Zhao Yu's unusual behavior and lengthy dialogue with the youth prompted them to recall the last individual who had bested her. Could it be that this very person stood before them? They had heard whispers that the sect leader of Tianlan had invited him to join the inner circle, only to learn that he had declined the offer. Please, do not mock me. If it were you, you would surely find it unworthy as well. Ultimately, this place cannot retain great talent, Zhao Yu explained. Internally, she felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing Lin Yu wielding a sword. She was eager to engage in a contest. The last time Lin Yu emerged victorious was due to his advantage in close combat, a mistake she vowed not to repeat. Shall we have another duel? Zhao Yu proposed. Certainly, I have noticed your interest in the sword I wield for quite some time. So I understand your desire to challenge me, Lin Yu replied. At this moment, Lin Yu noticed that the scabbard at his waist bore a certain resemblance to Zhao Yu's, although Lin Yu's sword appeared to be even more exquisite. How is it that you can move about so freely here? Lin Yu inquired. Oh, that's quite simple. It is due to my family background. You need not worry. As long as you stay by my side, you too can enjoy the same freedom. Zhao Yu replied with a smile. I am truly grateful. Countless disciples of the Tianlan sect cast their gazes upon Zhao Yu, yet none could capture her attention. She did not even spare them a glance. The inner disciples of the Tianlan sect harbored a deep resentment towards Lin Yu, who, with his humble appearance as a mere commoner, was hardly comparable to them. As Zhao Yu, the goddess admired by so many, stood beside Lin Yu, it incited a wave of jealousy and envy among the crowd, yet none dared express their discontent, mindful of Lin Yu's formidable prowess. Had he been an ordinary disciple, countless challengers would have already stepped forward. They were envious of Lin Yu's ability to converse and laugh with Zhao Yu. Will you grant me a request for this upcoming competition? Lin Yu curiously inquired. Well, just state your demands. If I emerge victorious, would you be willing to bestow your sword upon me? Lin Yu raised the sword in his hand, a weapon capable of opening portals to otherworldly realms, which he regarded as his most treasured possession at present. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he believed that he would not be defeated, unless Zhao Yu's rate of improvement matched his own remarkable speed. Chapter 55. The duel. Very well, I accept your challenge. I did not expect you to take such an interest in my sword, Lin Yu remarked with a smile as he lifted his sword sheath. Zhao Yu gazed at the blade with eager anticipation, as if it were a priceless artifact radiating countless golden glimmers. She pondered incessantly about the profound familiarity she felt, a sensation that surpassed even the sword she wielded by a factor of 10. After Lin Yu and Zhao Yu departed, a few individuals carried Zhao Shan away, as his injuries were exceedingly grave, nearly incapacitating his core. I believe it is imperative to inform Elder Zhao, otherwise, Zhao Shan may not survive. An inner disciple hastily rushed to the front hall to relay the news to Elder Zhao. At that moment, Elder Zhao was in his residence, savoring tea with great delight. Having just consumed a medicinal pill that elevated his spirits, the inner disciple, in a state of panic, hurriedly approached. Elder Zhao, there has been a grave incident. Elder Zhao? An elderly man was so startled that he nearly dropped his teacup. Calm down. What is the matter? Do not be so flustered. It is quite unbecoming. You have ruined my enjoyment of tea, Elder Zhao reprimanded. The inner disciple, trembling, bowed. What has happened now? Has Zhao Shan injured someone from another clan? These are trivial matters of no consequence. No, Elder Zhao, this is truly serious. Zhao Shan has been attacked, and his injuries are severe. He lies unconscious and may be in mortal danger. What? Who dares to strike my grandson? They must be seeking death. The people of Tianlan's sect would never dare to act against my wishes. Who is responsible? It seems they are not from Tianlan's sect, but rather an outsider. A martial arts prodigy. Humph, what does it matter if he is a martial arts prodigy? He has provoked me here, and he shall face dire consequences. I will ensure that he pays dearly for this affront. Elder Zhao fumed, his face flushed with anger, for Zhao Shan was his most cherished grandson, and he could not tolerate such indignity. What did the assailant look like? He is a young man in simple clothing, with a sword at his waist. Quite handsome and refined. Elder Zhao nodded thoughtfully. Then I shall take my leave, Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Damn it. Once I complete the final refinement of my medicinal pills, I will settle the score with that brat. Lin Yu and Zhao Yu walking together naturally attracted the attention of many onlookers. Where shall we duel? Let us find a secluded spot. As you surely do not wish to be the center of so many gazes. It matters little. A spacious area will suffice. Wherever you go. There are bound to be crowds, Lin Yu chuckled. The disciples of Tianlan's sect, upon seeing Zhao Yu, were enveloped in a sense of panic. For the young prodigies of their generation had all been decisively bested by her. It was a total defeat. No one from Tianlan's sect, not even the male disciples, could compare to Zhao Yu, which was a source of embarrassment for the inner disciples. They trembled in fear. Why is she here again? Our strongest martial talent has been injured and has yet to recover. Surely, she is not here to challenge an elder now. Zhao Yu's prowess was formidable, compounded by her nearly invincible sword intent. Her presence seemed to chill the air, and the gazes directed at her were tinged with trepidation. Upon spotting Zhao Yu, the sect leader of Tianlan's sect hurriedly bowed. I did not expect to see you again, Zhao Yu. Who is it this time that you wish to challenge? The leader inquired politely. Oh, just a casual spar, Master Lu Fei, Zhao Yu replied with a slight smile. You truly are diligent, Zhao Yu. Every time you come, it is to compete with someone. Who is your opponent this time? This young man beside me, Lin Yu. Zhao Yu gestured toward him. Lu Fei turned to observe Lin Yu, a plain-clothed youth whose abilities were not immediately apparent. Who might you be? Lu Fei shook his head, seemingly unimpressed. As Lin Yu was not a disciple of Tianlan's sect, and he presumed his strength must be lacking, why would Zhao Yu wish to duel with him? How peculiar. Yes, it is I. Is there a problem? Lin Yu asked. Lu Fei had much to say, but refrained, respecting Zhao Yu's presence. Must we register for the duel here? Lin Yu inquired curiously. Indeed. Tianlan's sect aims to prevent fatal encounters among its disciples, thus registration is mandatory for safety, Lu Fei explained. This measure was undoubtedly to protect their talented individuals from untimely demise. If several prodigies were to perish in internal strife, it would be a significant loss for the sect. Lu Fei glanced at Lin Yu, impatiently registering him, reasoning that Zhao Yu must have her reasons for selecting this opponent. He would merely observe the spectacle without further involvement. Initially intending to find a random spot for their duel, Lu Fei insisted they proceed to the arena upon Zhao Yu's arrival. After all, a figure of her stature deserved a proper stage. Please, follow me. The arena is this way, Lu Fei gestured, producing a letter for an inner disciple. The disciple promptly delivered the letter to the deputy sect leader, and news of Zhao Yu's duel spread swiftly. What? Zhao Yu is dueling again? Who is the unfortunate soul this time? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through Tianlan's sect. The deputy sect leader soon received the letter and, upon reading it, his expression grew grave. Realizing the complexity of the situation, is Zhao Yu dissatisfied with some elder and seeking a duel with them? He remarked in astonishment. Not at all. We shall see who she intends to challenge at the arena, the deputy sect leader replied, nodding as he was followed by several elders who set out to discover the truth of the matter. Zhao Yu, who should have had no interest in Tianlan's sect, given that its talents were no match for her, was here once more for an undisclosed reason. The deputy sect leader speculated. Could it be that she was intrigued by Tianlan's sect? Even if she had no desire to become an inner disciple, might she be interested in other positions within the sect? The deputy sect leader would gladly relinquish his own position to Zhao Yu, allowing her to serve as an inner disciple for a few years before assuming the role of deputy sect leader. He pondered whether such an offer would appeal to her. Burdened by thoughts of Zhao Yu's powerful familial influence, realizing that perhaps Tianlan's sect was not worthy of her, as the crowd around the arena swelled, Lin Yu was puzzled by the throngs gathering for their duel. Do not be astonished. It is likely due to my considerable reputation, Zhao Yu remarked, scanning the crowd and soon spotting the deputy sect leader and the elders of the sect. She felt a wave of displeasure. These elders were cunning individuals, each harboring ulterior motives, and she knew she must remain vigilant. Chapter 56. Unleashing full power. Who would have thought we would encounter the deputy sect leader here? It must surely be due to Zhao Yu. Her every appearance creates a tremendous stir. Whom will she duel this time, drawing such a large audience? Lin Yu glanced around at the crowd. He had intended to remain inconspicuous, yet it seemed that such a desire was now futile. The deputy sect master scrutinized Lin Yu and couldn't help but chuckle. Did he truly dare to challenge Zhao Yu? Surely there must be some misunderstanding. Beside him, an elder, still apprehensive, remarked that the deputy sect master might not believe it, but Zhao Yu had personally declared her defeat to that commoner youth. I can hardly believe it myself. Is it truly the case? The deputy sect master's gaze towards Lin Yu shifted dramatically, as if he recognized him from a previous encounter. Lin Yu cast a furtive glance, once again experiencing that familiar sensation. During his initial journey to Tianlan's sect, he felt as though someone atop the mountain was observing him, and now that feeling had returned. The unnerving sense of being scrutinized, as if someone wished to peer into his very soul, made Lin Yu uneasy. He could not shake the impression that someone was watching him from behind. The deputy sect leader exchanged a brief look with Lin Yu, raising an eyebrow slightly, as if to affirm that this feeling was indeed familiar. On that day, along the path to the sect, it was this individual who had watched Lin Yu. One had to wonder if such a great distance could truly allow for clear sight. Contemplating this, Lin Yu realized the individual's formidable power and recognized him as a true master. The deputy sect leader's strength far surpassed that of those around him, his aura distinctly extraordinary, palpable even from such a distance. Lin Yu could not help but remain vigilant. After all, he was in Tianlan's sect, alone and without allies. And should any misfortune befall him, there would be no one to offer assistance. Lin Yu felt that the individual before him seemed to possess the same dark pupil technique, leaving him pondering how this person could perceive him from such a considerable distance. His expression turned grave, a blend of astonishment and joy. What troubles you? It appears you can duel with a distracted mind, Zhao Yu remarked, oblivious to Lin Yu's concerns, as his previous demeanor had revealed much. The deputy sect master wore a serious expression. Initially dismissive of Lin Yu, he now recognized the extraordinary nature of the youth, nearly misjudging him. Deputy sect master, whom do you favor in this duel? Someone inquired. I suspect the young man. He is indeed remarkable, and I sense he is already on the path to victory. The deputy sect master replied. The elder nearby was taken aback, astonished by the high regard the deputy sect master held for Lin Yu, finding it somewhat unbelievable. You may not be aware, but Zhao Yu has grown stronger than before. Her sword aura has evolved, and isn't it premature to reach a conclusion so early? Nevertheless, that young man appears even more enigmatic, seemingly unfathomable. Hence, I believe he may triumph. The deputy sect master expressed his admiration for Lin Yu. The surrounding elders were equally astonished, for the deputy sect master rarely placed such faith in others. After a brief wait, the two were finally set to engage. Zhao Yu's gaze fixed intently on the blade of Lin Yu's sword. It seems you are quite eager for this sword. I did not anticipate your interest, Lin Yu smiled. Yet he had yet to draw his weapon. Zhao Yu's expression was one of eager anticipation. She was determined to possess that sword. In the past, she had faced any genius with composure, but today, before Lin Yu, her demeanor was grave, as if prepared to unleash her full strength from the outset. In contrast, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. This sword will not be yours. I will not be defeated, he declared confidently. Begin, Lu Fei shouted, and the two immediately sprang into action. Zhao Yu's icy visage became even more fearsome, her sword aura radiating with an intensity far surpassing her previous strength, tenfold or more. The onlookers were incredulous. unable to comprehend that a seemingly delicate woman like Zhao Yu could harbor such formidable power. The overwhelming sword aura compelled those nearby to retreat a few steps, leaves swirling chaotically around them. Both the deputy sect master and the elder were astonished. Zhao Yu was utterly serious this time, unleashing her full strength at an alarming speed. This is the pinnacle of Zhao Yu's Ming US sword technique. She aims to sever the young man with a single strike. The deputy sect master marveled, witnessing Zhao Yu wield her peak sword aura for the first time. Lin Yu remained unperturbed in the face of Zhao Yu's sword aura, his expression scarcely shifting. Devoid of any hint of panic, this sword momentum was, indeed, far too familiar to him. Lin Yu's divine moon sword technique transcended Zhao Yu's skills entirely. Her bright moon sword technique paled in comparison. Nevertheless, Lin Yu approached the challenge with utmost seriousness, fully aware of the dire consequences that awaited any misstep. It was my first time wielding a sword. I must not be disappointed. In an instant, Zhao Yu appeared before Lin Yu, her hands gripping the sword as a surge of sword energy erupted forth, rendering escape nearly impossible. The arena was limited in size, and if Lin Yu did not defend himself, the repercussions would be grave. Clang! The master executed the celestial grade lower tier martial skill, divine moon sword technique, gaining experience multiplied by 100-fold. Zhao Yu launched a full force strike, and the two swords clashed, igniting a shower of sparks. Lin Yu deftly raised his hand, deflecting Zhao Yu's blade with ease. After successfully parrying the initial attack, Lin Yu began to feel a flicker of confidence. However, he did not anticipate that Zhao Yu's subsequent strike would possess even greater strength than the first. Lin Yu was repelled this time. The immense force stunned him, forcing him to retreat several steps. Zhao Yu bit her lip, having exerted all her strength, yet Lin Yu managed to withstand her assault. She clutched her sword tightly, though her hand began to tingle. Lin Yu's swordsmanship was extraordinarily formidable, nearly impenetrable, and what troubled Zhao Yu further was that Lin Yu remained in a defensive stance, not launching any attacks. After their recent encounter, Lin Yu discerned that Zhao Yu's cultivation was likely at the early stage of the first level of the martial sovereign realm, giving him a greater edge in this contest. Your sword momentum is surprisingly potent. It truly astonishes me, Zhao Yu said, trying to regain her composure by regulating her breathing. Lin Yu appeared to be minimally drained of energy, showcasing his remarkable strength, which left Zhao Yu feeling exceedingly challenged. Even in terms of energy consumption, Zhao Yu found herself outmatched by Lin Yu, leading to a dire situation if this continued. The spectators were utterly astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief, as if they had been struck dumb. The swordsmanship of that young man clad in simple attire was astonishingly powerful. Zhao Yu seemed utterly helpless against him. Who was this youth? His prowess was truly extraordinary, and it was no wonder he had effortlessly defeated senior brother Zhao Shan upon entering the main hall. Most importantly, he was not even a disciple of the Tianlan sect. It was unclear from where this prodigy had emerged. Alas, yet another genius had appeared. The disciples of the Tianlan sect were witnessing a revelation, realizing that the cultivation of a genius could reach such unprecedented heights, something they could never attain in their lifetimes. Chapter 57. Accepting him as a disciple, the crowd was in shock. Having never before witnessed someone gain the upper hand in a duel against Zhao Yu, let alone to such a significant extent. In a mere few minutes, the contest between the foremost genius of the Tianlan sect and Zhao Yu had concluded, with Zhao Yu completely overwhelmed. Now, the revelation of someone even more formidable than Zhao Yu had opened their eyes to the truth that there are those beyond the realm of the ordinary. The vice sect leader raised an eyebrow, genuinely astounded by Lin Yu's formidable capabilities. Under Zhao Yu's overwhelmingly oppressive sword intent, one would expect Lin Yu to possess no means of resistance, yet, astonishingly, his sword intent seemed to surpass even hers. The elders exchanged glances, once again witnessing the emergence of a new genius, and a wave of trepidation washed over them. After all, a genius not belonging to their sect was not a favorable prospect. Zhao Yu, filled with reluctance, wielded her sword, the sword energy radiating like the luminous moonlight, attempting to launch one final assault. If this endeavor failed, all hope would be lost. Lin Yu, holding his sword, remained unfazed as Zhao Yu fiercely swung her blade downwards. With a resounding clang, Lin Yu successfully parried the strike. In a swift motion, he pivoted and unleashed a powerful counterattack, his speed astonishing and his sword aura overwhelmingly fierce. In an instant, her full moon sword aura vanished, while Lin Yu's own sword aura was equally formidable, yet devoid of any murderous intent. Zhao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the scene. Her sword had shattered, leaving her utterly stunned. Lin Yu's swift counterattack effortlessly severed her sword, leaving her heart profoundly shaken. How could the treasured sword of her family be shattered? The audience erupted in astonishment, all rendered speechless by the spectacle. Had Lin Yu chosen to strike just moments ago, Zhao Yu would undoubtedly have faced her demise. He barely exerted his full strength yet effortlessly defeated her. The disparity between them was staggering, almost like the divide between heaven and earth. Zhao Yu found it absurd that she had once considered herself a genius, only to realize she couldn't even withstand half of Lin Yu's prowess. It was indeed laughable. I have completely lost, Zhao Yu declared, her tone laced with bitterness as she gazed at her short sword embedded in the floor. This sword was a gift from her father on the occasion of her coming-of-age ceremony, and she never anticipated it would be broken so swiftly. Lin Yu wielded his sword with a flourish, his sword aura intensified. Zhao Yu discerned the silhouette of a full moon, and without a doubt, his swordsmanship surpassed her own by a considerable margin. His technique was more refined than the Mingyue sword art, nearly flawless in execution. Zhao Yu was perplexed, wondering from where Lin Yu had acquired such extraordinary sword skills. To her astonishment, she voluntarily conceded defeat, a scenario she could scarcely have imagined. Her sword had been shattered. The incredibility of the situation left her bewildered. The vice sect leader's expression grew increasingly grave. Both Zhao Yu and Lin Yu were not the prodigies of Tianlan's sect. Witnessing the talents beyond their sect filled him with envy. Indeed, the vice sect leader's judgment proved astute. That young man had truly triumphed, an outcome he had not anticipated. This youth was undeniably remarkable. How fortunate it would be if he were a disciple of their sect, the vice sect leader remarked, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Thank you for your mercy. Otherwise, I would surely have been injured, Zhao Yu said with a respectful bow. You are too courteous, Lin Yu replied. I find it perplexing. Your swordsmanship should also be of the Mingyue style, yet why does it seem to eclipse mine? The similarities in our moonlit sword aura leave me with numerous questions. Lin Yu smiled faintly. By a fortunate turn of events, I have acquired this. Perhaps my swordsmanship surpasses yours, and it is not as burdensome as you might think. Lin Yu would naturally refrain from sharing his extraordinary experiences with her. It seems that henceforth, my ambition shall be to surpass you, Zhao Yu remarked with a smile. Lin Yu nodded, fully aware that Zhao Yu would never surpass him in her lifetime. Naturally, he refrained from uttering such hurtful words to her. I will continually challenge you, he thought, but you must understand that each attempt will end in failure. Zhao Yu comprehended this inevitability. She picked up her broken sword, feeling the sting to her pride, as she had never encountered such a situation before. The crowd below erupted in cheers, although they did not know Lin Yu's name. It seemed they were all rallying in his support. At that moment, a group approached, one of whom applauded appreciatively for Lin Yu. I never expected to witness such a prodigy. I have no regrets in this life, remarked the vice sect leader, clapping his hands. Upon seeing him, Zhao Yu greeted. Vice sect leader Lin Cheng. I thought you would struggle to find an opponent for a while, yet you lost so quickly. This is my second defeat, Zhao Yu replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly your second time? Greetings, vice sect leader. Lin Yu nodded slightly. You, young man, are remarkably strong. May I inquire your name? Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng seemed to recall something. Could it be that you are from the Lin family of Ming City? Oh. No. My father has already been expelled from the Lin family. I have no connection with them whatsoever. The Lin family has suffered a tremendous loss in losing a talent like you. However, they brought this upon themselves. Their arrogance will undoubtedly lead to regret for losing someone of your caliber, Lin Cheng expressed, seemingly harboring discontent towards the Lin family. Lin Yu. This man is the vice sect leader, and he holds you in high regard. Why not consider joining our sect? It could greatly assist your cultivation. Lin Yu nodded, yet expressed his reluctance to join the sect as a disciple. Lin Cheng erupted into hearty laughter, while the expressions of the surrounding elders turned exceedingly grim. What did Lin Yu mean by this? He was unwilling to become a disciple, yet desired to cultivate here. Such an arrangement seemed exceedingly favorable. I comprehend your stance. Then let us regard you as a distinguished guest of the sect, granting you the utmost privileges. You may cultivate within our domain, thus not being a disciple of our sect. How does that sound? Lin Yu nodded, assuring, rest assured. I will certainly ensure your benefits and will never let the Tianlan sect suffer any losses. Lin Cheng responded with a slight nod, casually inquiring, Lin Yu. Your martial prowess is remarkably high. Could it be that you have a distinguished master behind you? Lin Yu replied, this is a personal matter, and I find it inconvenient to disclose. Lin Cheng, initially believing that without a master he could offer some guidance, now perceived Lin Yu's disinterest. However, I understand that exceptional talents often possess their own paths. Ling Tian shook his head, contemplating that Zhao Yu was unwilling to join the Tianlan sect. And even more so for Lin Yu, who could be regarded as the foremost genius of the empire, despite not having participated in any formal competitions. Ling Tian's desire to become Lin Yu's mentor was evident, yet Lin Yu recognized that no one within the sect was truly worthy. And it was likely that none in the empire were either, so he dismissed such thoughts from his mind. In Chapter 58, Your Sword, the vice sect leader wished to take him as a disciple, yet Lin Yu declined. Alas, if it were me, how splendid it would be, he mused. The demands of a genius are indeed lofty, yet one wonders why he lacks a master. It is truly enviable. Had I assisted him upon his arrival, it would have been wonderful. The disciples of the Tianlan sect were filled with admiration. Some envied Lin Yu, while others deemed him overly ostentatious, believing he disrespected the vice sect leader and would eventually reap no rewards. Ling Tian regarded Lin Yu with a sense of regret, acknowledging that retaining him within the Tianlan sect would prove to be a formidable challenge. Bring forth the guest's insignia. This serves as a token of identification. I hope you will safeguard it well to avoid unnecessary troubles. Now, I shall take charge. I will guide Lin Yu in familiarizing himself with the Tianlan sect. Zhao Yu grasped Lin Yu's hand. Vice sect leader Ling Tian, I hope to seek your counsel on matters in the future. Lin Yu glanced into Ling Tian's eyes and confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, his eyes possessed the black eye technique. However, Ling Tian had yet to employ this technique to see through him. Lin Yu was acutely aware of this and deemed it necessary to find a moment to discuss the intricacies of the black eye technique with him. Observing Zhao Yu swiftly taking Lin Yu away, Ling Tian could only manage a wry smile. The Tianlan sect is vast, and rest assured, I will introduce every corner of it to you. Was Zhao Yu perhaps captivated by the sword at Lin Yu's waist? Lin Yu walked along the path. Surrounded by envious glances from passers-by, the enchanting beauty beside him was simply irresistible. Lin Yu suddenly became a distinguished guest of the Tianlan sect, and notably, the youngest among them, which was significant news that spread throughout the entire sect. The rapid dissemination of this information was largely due to Zhao Yu, who was regarded as a goddess in the hearts of many. Countless disciples held her in high regard. Naturally, rumors began to circulate, claiming that Zhao Yu had a boyfriend, and they were seen holding hands, inciting a mix of envy and resentment among many. Numerous inner disciples could only watch from afar. While Lin Yu enjoyed a closeness with Zhao Yu that resembled that of a couple, this situation left many inner disciples heartbroken. Witnessing the woman they adored alongside another man, what a painful realization it was. A multitude of disciples trailed behind Zhao Yu, finding contentment in simply seeing her smile and laugh, daring not to hope for anything more, as their low cultivation levels rendered them invisible to her. That young man, Lin Yu, is he not? Ah, now he stands as an adversary of our Tianlan sect. Indeed, although no peer can rival him, surely the senior brothers older than him can defeat him. And they must make Lin Yu pay for this. Lin Yu was still unaware that the chief inner disciple of the Tianlan sect had begun to take notice of him. Lin Yu, I have a request. Zhao Yu suddenly spoke up. Yes, please feel free to express what you wish. After all, you have shown me around the Tianlan sect today, and I am now quite familiar with places such as the front hall, the central hall, and the grand hall. Lin Yu responded gratefully. Could I perhaps take a look at the sword in your possession? Of course, Lin Yu said as he handed over his sword. Zhao Yu appeared exceedingly excited. Upon seeing the design on the scabbard, her certainty grew. This must undoubtedly be the sword of the Zhao family. Yet, how had Lin Yu come to possess such an ancient treasure? The pattern on the scabbard depicted a lunar orb, which was indeed the emblem of the Zhao family, causing her heart to flutter with emotion. You seem to have a great fondness for this sword, Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Yes, it bears a striking resemblance to my family's sword, Zhao Yu replied, unable to put it down. As she drew the sword, it gleamed with a dazzling light, leaving her in awe. She imagined how astonished her father would be if she could present it to him. When I no longer require this sword, I shall gift it to you, but that will be in the future. Really? You mustn't be jesting. Would you truly be willing to part with such a magnificent sword? I assure you, I am not joking, but it will be after I find a more suitable weapon. Lin Yu had a general understanding of the Tianlan sect, including its front hall, middle hall, and rear hall. The only matter of significance to him was the cultivation grounds, as he sought to expedite his training. Currently, Lin Yu enjoyed the status of a distinguished guest within the sect, granting him access to the majority of its resources without the need to compete with other inner disciples. The disciples of the sect were categorized into outer disciples, inner disciples, chief inner disciples, true disciples, and chief true disciples. with the latter holding the eligibility to succeed the position of the sect master. Lin Yu had lost interest in these positions and had no intention of competing for them. The benefit of being a disciple of the sect was the monthly allocation of cultivation resources. Naturally, as an esteemed guest of the sect, he would not receive such resources. However, Lin Yu was untroubled by this, as he found it more reliable to refine his own alchemical materials. As a distinguished guest, your accommodations will be in that inn, Zhao Yu remarked, gesturing towards a nearby ancient building. Having accompanied Lin Yu for a day, Zhao Yu felt it was time to take her leave. Thank you for the introduction to Tianlan's sect today. You're welcome. Until we meet again, Lin Yu replied. With a hint of reluctance, Zhao Yu departed. Feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at the outcome of the day, Lin Yu had no intention of resting. As night fell, he ventured out. Not far from the inn stood an ancient edifice known as Shuwen Tower, which primarily chronicled the history of various sects and the significant events that had transpired over the years. Lin Yu harbored a keen interest in exploring the ancient edifice, eager to uncover any records pertaining to the elusive black eye technique. Legend has it that the origin of this arcane art lies within these very walls, intertwined with the lineage of the Ling family. Driven by his curiosity, Lin Yu ventured into the ancient building. This library of texts was not accessible to just anyone. Only the true disciples of the sect were afforded entry. However, as an esteemed guest of the sect, Lin Yu naturally possessed the privilege to enter. Please, enter, esteemed guest. The gatekeeper addressed him with utmost respect and courtesy. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement and stepped into the ancient structure. The atmosphere within exuded an air of mystery. As he crossed the threshold, a chilling gust of wind sent a shiver down his spine. Upon his arrival, he quickly realized that he was the sole individual of his age present, which led to a palpable sense of alienation. Deep down, he understood that he must cultivate greater strength, for within this sect, there were many who would harbor ill intentions towards him, and discontented gazes were omnipresent. Lin Yu perused several scrolls, glancing briefly at the historical accounts of the sect, finding little of interest that warranted further exploration of the Tianlan sect's history. He sought information regarding the black eye technique, but was unable to uncover even the slightest clue. Lin Yu harbored a degree of trepidation towards the black eye technique. Recognizing it as a potential threat, Lin Yu wished to eradicate this hidden danger at the earliest opportunity. However, the black eye technique, once learned, could not be discarded. His current cultivation was quite advanced, and should the technique backfire, he might have to endure even greater suffering, with the possibility of losing his life significantly heightened. In his duel with Zhao Yu, Lin Yu's effortless victory was largely attributable to the black eye technique, which amplified his swordsmanship severalfold, leading to an overwhelming advantage. Chapter 59. The secret of the book. While Lin Yu was acutely aware of the advantages and drawbacks of the black eye technique, he still found little of value and felt a tinge of disappointment as night deepened. Suddenly, he noticed a volume of the Ling family's historical records and approached it, intending to peruse the scrolls within. The Ling family was indeed one of the origins of various sects, and Lin Yu was keen to explore this. However, he soon perceived a figure blocking his path. Assuming it was an intersect female disciple deliberately obstructing him for some ulterior motive, Lin Yu glanced at her. She was undeniably attractive, possessing a unique charm that set her apart from Zhao Yu. Please step aside, young lady, Lin Yu said. Young lady? Humph. The tone of the female disciple dripped with disdain, as if she had instantly taken a dislike to Lin Yu. Who are you to be granted entry into this library? The female disciple inquired. Lin Yu was disinclined to explain. Oh, it suddenly dawned on me. There was a young lad who was treated as an esteemed guest. It turns out to be you. How unexpected. Your name is Lin Yu, if I recall correctly, the female disciple realized. Very well, if you understand, then step aside. Lin Yu had no intention of showing off. No, I desire the book in your hands. Why should you be the first to take it? Even if I were to read it, I should have the first chance, Lin Yu replied, somewhat displeased. This girl was quite unreasonable, exuding an air of arrogance, which Lin Yu naturally found unappealing, despite her reasonable beauty. Why can't you just let me have it? I'm afraid I cannot, Lin Yu responded. Standing firm against her demands, Lin Yu deliberately provoked her, swaying in front of her for a moment. I shall take this book with me. You may return to peruse it later, he said, before turning on his heel and departing. Lin Yu glanced at the book in his hands, which was rather hefty and substantial. Lin Yu, you are so formidable. You wouldn't be thinking of breaking the fire formation, would you? Inquired a female disciple. Break the fire formation? What nonsense is that? I have no idea, Lin Yu replied with an awkward smile. The female disciple was quite irate. Yet she dared not take action, The literary pavilion forbade any physical confrontations. Moreover, Lin Yu was the one who had triumphed over Zhao Yu, who would have the audacity to challenge him. Feng Shui raised an eyebrow as she regarded Lin Yu. He's merely a martial arts prodigy. What is so remarkable about that? Does he truly believe he can act with impunity in the Tianlan sect? Sooner or later, he will encounter trouble, just like any arrogant fool. Could it be that he had uncovered the secret within that book? That would indeed be unfortunate. A secret that had remained undisclosed for decades. Feng Shui's expression darkened as she contemplated the book, which chronicled the history of the Ling family. Now fortuitously borrowed by Lin Yu at such a critical moment. It felt far too coincidental. Feng Shui swallowed hard. Uncertain of how long Lin Yu intended to read it, or when it might be her turn to peruse the book. It concealed a secret that had taken her years to uncover, and now she could only watch, fuming inwardly, as someone else had taken possession of it. As Lin Yu walked, he perused the pages for a while. The Ling family was one of the earliest clans in the region and had once been considered friends with the Lin family. However, conflicts later arose between them. One of the founders of the sect was from the Ling family, and that founder also possessed the black eye technique. After a prolonged examination, Lin Yu found no additional clues apart from the mention of the black eye technique. Ding! The master perused the Book of Secrets and gained an experience boost of 100 times 300. Lin Yu blinked in surprise, not anticipating that such an occurrence could yield experience points. Wait, what is the hidden book indicated by the system prompt? Lin Yu continued to read without much thought. Ding! The master perused the concealed tome, acquiring an experience multiplied by 100 times 300. Gradually, Lin Yu began to discern the hidden aspects of the book. He never anticipated this. What secrets could this book possibly hold? Lin Yu then recalled that female disciple. No wonder she cared so deeply for this book, as it concealed some profound secret. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This was indeed quite unexpected. He continued to delve into the secrets of the book and soon uncovered its hidden mysteries. Within its pages lay 2 martial techniques as well. Lin Yu managed a wry smile. While martial skills were not of utmost importance to him, he certainly welcomed the additional knowledge. Lin Yu wished to take the martial arts manuals back to the guest house, but was intercepted by an elder. Young Master Lin, although you are a distinguished guest of our sect, you cannot leave with these martial arts techniques, especially not 2 volumes, the elder said, his tone laced with caution. These are merely items from the book. I only wish to acquire the history of the Ling family, Lin Yu replied, explaining that he had unexpectedly discovered the martial arts within. The elder appeared puzzled, as he had never heard of such a thing before, hidden martial techniques within a book. After all these years, it was a revelation to him. Let me see, the elder said, taking the volumes into his hands. He hesitated, contemplating whether to consult the deputy sect master, but upon noticing the distinguished guest badge on Lin Yu, he decided against it. As he examined the 2 manuals, surprise washed over him. They were actually mid-level Xian rank martial techniques, a remarkable find within the Tianlan sect. You may borrow them, but there is a time limit. You are merely a guest, after all, and your privileges are limited, the elder stated. That is acceptable, Lin Yu replied confidently. Wait. You wish to borrow both manuals at once? You have only 3 days, are you certain? The elder questioned. Why not? Lin Yu responded boldly. Haha, young man. You are too naive. Even if you are a martial arts prodigy, mastering 2 manuals in such a short time is implausible. But go ahead and try. You will understand soon enough. The elder shook his head, thinking Lin Yu was overly presumptuous. The idea that a martial arts genius could comprehend 2 manuals in just 2 or 3 days was simply ludicrous. Rest assured, I will return the techniques. And I will succeed in mastering both by then, Lin Yu assured him. The elder was incensed, realizing that this audacious youth was intentionally provoking him. Fine. As long as you return them on time, I shall not say more, the elder replied, his voice tinged with frustration. Lin Yu departed with the tome and martial skills in hand. This volume on the history of the Ling family appeared to be quite extraordinary. However, he soon found himself disheartened. Why wasn't it a book pertaining to the black eye technique? Such a pity indeed. When Feng Shui emerged and beheld the scene, her expression mirrored his disappointment. Alas, he had taken the book away, but how could he have uncovered its secrets so swiftly? Feng Shui was left astounded. Lin Yu glanced at the text, and within just a few minutes, he astonishingly uncovered the secrets contained within the book. Could he truly be an ordinary person? Perhaps he had already been privy to these mysteries. Feng Shui felt an even deeper disappointment. Lin Yu's demeanor was undeniably peculiar. What does it matter if he is a genius? Must he not exercise a bit of humility? Such arrogance will inevitably lead to his downfall, the elder remarked disdainfully. Feng Shui's anxious expression suggested that the secrets of the book had indeed been unveiled. Feng Shui, as a true disciple. Surely you would not attempt to borrow two martial arts manuals simultaneously. It seems that Lin Yu is blissfully unaware of the gravity of his situation. I shall be most curious to observe his fate, the elder lamented to Feng Shui. Chapter 60. The performance. The elder urged patience. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Yu dedicated himself earnestly to the cultivation of martial skills, which, to his surprise, were of a notably high caliber, and he was determined to master them. Lin Yu had mastered numerous martial arts techniques over time, and he believed it sufficient to retain only a portion of the useful ones. Presently, possessing two mid-level martial arts techniques was quite satisfactory. Upon reflecting on the Ling family's martial arts, namely the celestial severing kick and the fiery cloud palm, Lin Yu smiled faintly as he eagerly perused the techniques. Ding. The master has perused the mid-level martial art, celestial severing kick, and gained experience worth 100 by 100 times. Ding. The master has perused the mid-level martial art, fiery cloud palm, and gained experience worth 100 by 100 times. Lin Yu was particularly attentive this time, immersing himself in the exquisite martial arts of the Ling family without hesitation. With the aid of a thousandfold cultivation system, he felt no apprehensions. Mastering these techniques merely required a brief investment of his time. After dedicating an hour, Lin Yu found himself deeply enlightened, having scarcely utilized a handful of moves. Ding. The master has perused the intermediate martial art, heavenly severing foot, and gained 100 by 1000 experience. Ding. Congratulations, master, for achieving minor perfection in the intermediate martial art, heavenly severing foot. Ding. Congratulations, master, for attaining moderate perfection in the intermediate martial art, heavenly severing foot. Ding. Congratulations, master, for reaching major perfection in the intermediate martial art, heavenly severing foot. Lin Yu devoted half the night to mastering the technique of the celestial crippled step. Upon his initial attempt, the floor instantly cracked, leaving a substantial mark, and he pondered whether the sect would hold him accountable. Next, he turned his attention to the fire cloud palm, a rather unique technique that enables the practitioner to emit flames. As Lin Yu grasped the martial skill of fire for the first time, he felt an exhilarating sense of novelty and was eager to learn it. Ding. The master perused the mid-level martial technique, fire cloud palm, and gained an experience boost of 100 times. Ding. Congratulations, master, for achieving perfection in the mid-level martial technique, fire cloud palm. Lin Yu relentlessly honed his martial skills, resulting in a modest enhancement of his martial arts experience. Ding. Master, as you cultivate your martial techniques, your martial arts experience is multiplied by 100 times 300. Lin Yu was acutely aware that advancing to the martial sovereign realm was an arduous endeavor. He surmised that even a handful of top-tier second-grade elixirs would scarcely facilitate his progress. He had mentally prepared himself for this reality. The path of cultivation is inherently a protracted journey, and Lin Yu had already surpassed many others by several magnitudes. Amidst his astonishment, he retrieved the wasteland jade pendant. However, he had made no headway regarding the pendant's mysteries and sensed that certain adversaries were stirring restlessly. After a brief respite, Lin Yu resumed his examination of the Ling family's ancestral history. Although the Ling family had once produced remarkable talents, their fortunes waned after the patriarch perished due to the black eye technique. It could be said that the Ling family had a tumultuous relationship with the black eye technique. Entangled in a fate of both admiration and resentment, the backlash was inescapable, ultimately leading to a dead end. Those who practiced the black eye technique, regardless of their cultivation system, could not ultimately evade death. As Lin Yu gazed upon the text, a chill of dread coursed through him. Realizing the formidable backlash of the black eye technique, delving deeper into the annals of the Ling family's historical records, he stumbled upon a hidden secret. Within the fire array of the Tianlan sect lay a mechanism concealing something enigmatic. Could it be the black eye technique? Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yu's curiosity intensified, recalling that Feng Shui had alluded to something regarding the fire array. This tome harbored so many secrets. Lin Yu had initially sought the black eye technique, only to inadvertently uncover other revelations. It appeared that Feng Shui had ulterior motives in her pursuits. Yet Lin Yu held no intention of contesting with her. Once he had thoroughly examined the book, he would naturally return it. Lin Yu finished reading the family history of the Ling clan. After confirming that there were no secrets within, he set it aside. His next destination was the fire array of Tianlan sect, where certain intriguing elements awaited him. Lin Yu was uncertain whether it pertained to the art of the black eye technique. After a day had passed, the elder of Shuwen building awaited as usual, only to see Lin Yu approaching, this arrogant young man, brandishing martial arts techniques in his hands, along with the tome of his family's history. Ah, you have arrived. The elder remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm. Didn't you claim you would return the book early? Were you afraid I might pilfer it? Thus, I have come to return it, Lin responded. Huh. You must realize that such a thing is utterly impossible. You ought to have come sooner to avoid embarrassment. Do you think mastering martial techniques is a trivial matter? The elder retorted with a self-satisfied grin. What nonsense are you spouting? I have already mastered both of these techniques. Lin exclaimed defiantly. The elder's expression shifted from one of initial astonishment to one of furious indignation. Lin indeed was quite the reckless young rascal. Huh. You cheeky little fellow. How could you learn so rapidly in such a brief span of time? The elder's words had prompted Feng Shui to join them. Upon seeing Lin Yu's book, she was momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting that the secrets within had been completely exposed. The elder then inquired, since you have mastered it, why not demonstrate it for my enlightenment? He could hardly believe that Lin Yu could achieve such speed. Even a prodigious martial artist, no matter how gifted, would require at least 2 months to master martial techniques. It was utterly implausible to grasp an intermediate-level technique of the mysterious rank in just a few days. Even the leader of the Tianlan sect, the fastest among them, needed at least a month. The elder felt a swell of pride at the thought of the sect leader, who had already reached the 9th level of martial sovereignty and was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd great realm, an extraordinary feat indeed. The sect leader had been in seclusion for 3 months, rumored to be honing his skills, and should he achieve the 3rd great realm, he would undoubtedly hold a prominent position within the empire. With that in mind, Lin Yu declared, then allow me to perform. He executed the fire cloud palm, unleashing a massive flaming hand that ignited the air before him with tremendous force, the heat palpable even to the elder, who was left utterly astonished. Enough. The elder attempted to intervene. Lin Yu then lifted his leg high and brought it down with great force, producing a resounding crash as a powerful shockwave shattered the floor beneath him, leaving a significant crack in its wake. Ding. The master has executed the intermediate-level martial technique. Fire Cloud Palm, earning 100 experience points multiplied by 1,000. Ding. The master has executed the intermediate-level martial technique, Celestial Cripple Leg, earning 100 experience points multiplied by 1,000. The elder stood there, nearly speechless, gazing at the small sea of flames in the extensive fissure, utterly incredulous, his mind a blank slate. How did Lin Yu achieve this? Not only has he mastered martial arts, but he has also attained a level of proficiency that seems nearly perfected. This individual is truly formidable. Could this be the genius spoken of in legends? The elder gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment, as if beholding a monster. Lin Yu turned around and encountered Feng Shui. I have no interest in the secrets within the book, Lin Yu stated indifferently. Feng Shui's eyes widened in astonishment, displaying her intense anger. How do you know this? And so much of it? Hey, Lin Yu, stop right there. Feng Shui was infuriated. The secret she had been pursuing for so long was thoroughly known to Lin Yu. Chapter 61. The Fire Array. Heh, little girl, I know a great deal, Lin Yu replied. Feng Shui stared at him in disbelief. The secrets contained within the Ling family's historical texts had remained undiscovered for many years, yet Lin Yu had grasped everything in less than a night. It was truly incredulous. That fire array is a crucial element, Lin Yu contemplated aloud. Feng Shui understood that she could never overpower Lin Yu. Recognizing his formidable prowess, she decided that it would be wiser to collaborate with him. Lin Yu, this secret is immensely important to me. Could you possibly assist me? Feng Shui implored, adopting a pitiful demeanor, as if earnestly beseeching Lin Yu for help. Lin Yu smiled faintly, remarking on how your attitude has changed. Please assist me. It was my father's only request before his passing. Feng Shui whispered through her tears, while Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Very well, regardless of what we may discover subsequently. I shall inform you, provided it pertains to my interests. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Is that truly the case? Feng Shui inquired. Indeed, it is. However, the fire array is far from simple, and given your current cultivation, it may pose significant challenges. Challenges? Indeed, that is precisely why I wish to pursue it. No. You fail to comprehend. Should you be unable to pass the fire array's trial, it could very well cost you your life, Feng Shui urged. Lin Yu is the kind of person who pays no heed to advice. He eagerly rushed to the site of the fiery turmoil at Huiyun Mountain, while Feng Shui followed behind, shaking her head, thinking him a reckless youth, impulsive in nature. With the badge of a distinguished guest, Lin Yu could traverse anywhere without obstruction. Lin Yu donned an unconventional attire, rendering him unnoticed by the other inner disciples. Furthermore, many were unfamiliar with the prestigious guest badge he bore. which diminished any attention directed towards the newcomer. The fire cloud mountain possessed a certain uniqueness. Lin Yu continually sensed a rising warmth, stirring within him a burgeoning anticipation for the fiery formation ahead. Lin Yu observed the inner disciples, who were distinctly categorized by rank, their garments clearly indicating their status. A few walked with an air of arrogance, embodying a demeanor of supreme confidence. At the forefront was a young, handsome man with long hair, seemingly in his early 20s, exuding an imposing presence. Following him was a throng of admirers, and his robe signified his esteemed position as the chief inner disciple of the Tianlan sect. Look, we are fortunate enough to witness the chief inner disciple, Chu Shangfeng. It is said that he is one of the strongest among them, a voice exclaimed. This fire array allows us to encounter such distinguished figures. He is indeed a genius of our Tianlan sect. However, it is regrettable that he succumbed to Zhao Yu. One cannot blame him. After all, Zhao Yu is a prodigy of the empire, and it is only natural for him to surpass our sect's genius. Zhao Yu is exceptionally formidable. A group of disciples chattered among themselves. Chu Shangfeng seemed to revel in the adulation, basking in the cheers of the crowd, which filled him with great satisfaction. Step aside. Today, I shall undertake the examination of the fire array to demonstrate the might of my prowess, he proclaimed loudly. The crowd erupted in applause, swelling with pride for Chu Shangfeng. Silence. A deep, authoritative voice commanded, and in an instant, all fell silent, the tone imbued with gravitas. An elder slowly approached. You disciples have come here with the intention of passing the array examination, not to create a raucous disturbance, the elder stated coldly, prompting many disciples to lower their heads in silence. This examination of the fire array would be more stringent than ever before. Those who succeeded would be richly rewarded. The first place would receive 100,000 gold coins and the qualification for a low-level Xian-tier martial technique, while the second to fourth places would gain 50,000 gold coins and the opportunity to access Huang-tier martial skills. The disciples were astonished by the rewards, for they were significantly more generous than in the past, yet the difficulty of the fire array had always been formidable, with some unfortunate disciples even losing their lives. Be mindful of your capabilities during the examination. If necessary, do not hesitate to seek assistance. We will have personnel ready to rescue you. Only disciples at the 9th level of the martial master realm and above are eligible to participate. With numerous disciples in the Tianlan sect, those who became inner disciples typically possessed a cultivation level of at least the 5th rank of the martial master realm, which was already commendable. Lin Yu regarded these standards with disdain, viewing them as trivial. Lin Yu naturally registered for the examination, while Feng Shui trailed behind him, unsure whether to follow him inside, perhaps deciding to await the results instead. The elder glanced at Lin Yu and remarked, although you are not a disciple of our sect, your cultivation level is commendable and qualifies you for the assessment. Please, proceed. However, Feng Shui resolved to participate in the examination as well, feeling more secure alongside Lin Yu. Upon surveying the other participants, Lin Yu noted only Chu Shangfeng, who appeared quite renowned and whose strength was passable. Those entering the fiery array must exercise caution. They should never overestimate their abilities and, if necessary, send out a distress signal to ensure their safety. The trials within the fire array could be observed from elevated positions. Yet, regrettably, the disciples lacked such privileges. Only elders and higher-ranking officials were granted this right. The elder seemed somewhat hesitant, perhaps awaiting another arrival. Shall we begin, elder? Someone prompted. Wait, there are others coming, the elder replied, continuing to wait. Chu Shangfeng inquired, is anyone else coming? This is quite a grand occasion. Suddenly, Zhao Yu appeared, much to everyone's astonishment. No way, am I dreaming? Someone wondered aloud. Didn't I hear that Zhao Yu had a young companion? That scoundrel named Lin Yu? Today, Lin Yu was not with Zhao Yu. Had they perhaps quarreled? The disciples grew even more agitated upon seeing Zhao Yu. Lin Yu glanced over. Zhao Yu was as stunning as ever, her figure accentuated even without her usual robes, captivating all who beheld her, as if a goddess had descended to earth. Yet, it appeared Zhao Yu was making her way towards someone. I heard you were here, so I rushed over, she stated. The crowd was struck as if by lightning. Zhao Yu's purpose was to seek out Lin Yu, confirming their extraordinary relationship. Could they be a couple? So that asked Lin Yu, huh? Damn it. How I wish I could speak with Zhao Yu, let alone walk beside her like that. Oh, Zhao Yu, how could you? Lin Yu is merely slightly stronger in martial arts. What merits does he possess? Under the gaze of all, Zhao Yu approached Lin Yu, inciting envy in those around them, who could only imagine the bitterness they felt. Chu Shangfeng shot Lin Yu a few disdainful glances, his heart brimming with discontent. A beauty like Zhao Yu ought to be with him instead. Chapter 62. jealousy and rivalry what makes that Lin Yu so special? Chu Shangfeng resolved that after passing the examination, he would undoubtedly flaunt his abilities. With Zhao Yu also participating, everyone was keenly interested in the results. Might Lin Yu secure first place, especially since he had triumphed over Zhao Yu before? However, the unpredictability of the fire array tested a warrior's adaptability. Lin Yu's chances of achieving the best outcome remained uncertain. Feng Shui entered alongside him. Feng Shui, why do you keep staring at Lin Yu? Have you taken a liking to him? A disciple teased. Enough with the nonsense, Feng Shui retorted icily, causing the disciple to retreat in fright. The examination was about to commence, and the disciples were understandably anxious. Feng Shui, you see that Lin Yu is nothing impressive. I, Chu Shangfeng, surpass him by far. He boasted as he approached. Feng Shui's expression soured at the sight of him, indicating her distaste. Zhao Yu, overhearing his words, scoffed in response. What makes you so remarkable? You defeated foe? You only reached this point through connections. In terms of strength, you are clearly lacking. Her words laid bare all of Chu Shangfeng's shortcomings, leaving him pale and drawing curious glances from those around him. It seemed only Zhao Yu had the audacity to speak so boldly. Chu Shangfeng indeed had a respectable background, and few dared to provoke him, but this time he had lost face. Zhao Yu's boldness was truly remarkable, even if Chu Shangfeng sought revenge. He would find no recourse against her. She had easily bested him in their last duel. The disciples were engrossed in the unfolding drama, and Chu Shangfeng stood in an awkward silence. Zhao Yu, in this examination, I may not necessarily lose to you, he stated with earnestness, unwilling to appear inferior. Feng Shui approached Lin Yu, piquing Zhao Yu's curiosity. Do you two know each other? Zhao Yu queried. Yes, Lin Yu and Feng Shui replied simultaneously, exchanging glances. Zhao Yu chuckled. So, are you acquainted or not? Lin Yu nodded slightly, while Zhao Yu wore a look of melancholy, opting for silence, which rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Enough of your idle chatter. Hurry up and participate in the assessment. The one who reaches the end of the fire array first will be declared the winner. Though there may be exceptional circumstances subject to our elder's judgment, the elder stated gravely. Zhao Yu performed a respectful bow and declared, I shall take my leave first. Do not fall too far behind. With Zhao Yu hastily entering the array, the other disciples followed suit in a flurry, leaving Lin Yu as the last to step in. He was uncertain of the advantages of entering ahead of the others. As the name suggests, the fire array was a vast sea of flames, and being the last to enter undoubtedly placed him at a disadvantage, as the temperature within would escalate, subjecting the final entrant to considerable heat. Zhao Yu appeared particularly eager to win. She surged ahead, fully aware of the gap between them, recognizing that Lin Yu's prowess far surpassed her own. Even though it was his first encounter with the fire array, she anticipated that he would swiftly acclimatize. Lin Yu had not anticipated Zhao Yu's earnestness. She was extremely familiar with the Tianlan sect and had undergone assessments in the fire array several times. This time, she was eager to triumph over Lin Yu, even if it did not constitute a genuine duel. So this is the fire array, Lin Yu mused as he surveyed the scene before him. It was a passage through the mountains, ascending relentlessly, almost engulfed in a sea of flames with temperatures soaring to perilous heights. Any martial artist exposed to such heat would inevitably suffer burns, and the area was intermittently spewing fire, a truly terrifying sight. One unfortunate inner sect disciple was struck by the flames, emitting a pig-like wail of agony as he writhed on the ground. A mere jolt would leave him charred and close to death. When Lin Yu first beheld the scene, he was momentarily taken aback. However, with the arrival of the elder who came to rescue him, he continued his advance with an air of calmness. Waves of fiery assaults surged towards him. Yet Lin Yu deftly employed the moonstep technique, moving with a swiftness and agility reminiscent of a shadow. Ding! The master executed the mid-level yellow-tier martial skill, moonstep, earning an astonishing 200 times experience. Observing from above, the elder raised an eyebrow, utterly astonished by Lin Yu's graceful movements. His speed was truly remarkable. Each fiery attack came perilously close to striking him, yet he evaded them with a playful ease. Although Lin Yu was at the rear, he remained remarkably composed. It was no wonder that those ahead were growing increasingly anxious. As time passed, the flames intensified, transforming the area into a veritable mountain of fire. The spaces available for evasion were dwindling rapidly, with multiple flames assaulting him simultaneously. Lin Yu realized he had nowhere to flee and immediately unleashed the fire cloud palm. A massive fiery hand surged forth, consuming the oncoming flames. Ding! The master executed the mid-level profound technique, fire cloud palm, earning an experience reward of 100, multiplied by 1,000. Lin Yu finally exhaled in relief, feeling the rising temperature which was becoming somewhat unbearable. However, the fire cloud palm proved to be exceptionally effective, capable of neutralizing other flames. Otherwise, even with Lin Yu's current cultivation at the martial sovereign level, he would not be able to withstand the onslaught of these flames. Feng Shui glanced back in astonishment, unable to believe Lin Yu's remarkable prowess. The fiery assault from the array was immensely powerful, with temperatures soaring to such heights that even those at the second level of the martial sovereign realm dared not endure it. One touch from the flames could cost them dearly, and no one could withstand such an inferno. Did you see that? Lin Yu actually managed to dissipate the flames with a single palm strike. How astonishing, she exclaimed. He seemed so unfazed, indeed, showing no fear of the fire array at all. We should make haste. If he catches up, it will be like child's play. I am feeling quite anxious now. Completely at a loss, remarked several inner disciples, their faces pale. The elder observing from above was so taken aback that his teacup fell to the ground. This is impossible. For countless years, no one has ever been able to block such flames. Lin Yu is truly a pioneer. Never before has anyone undertaken such a feat. The elder's expression was exceedingly rigid, unwilling to witness such a prodigious talent not belonging to their sect, which was indeed a great pity and a source of concern. What if Lin Yu were to become an adversary of the sect in the future? That would pose a significant dilemma. Feng Shui, on the other hand, was utterly astonished. The fire cloud palm was her father's ultimate skill, capable of reaching a level of mastery that would allow one to safeguard themselves from the searing flames in the fiery domain. Lin Yu had only studied for a mere couple of days, yet he had nearly reached the pinnacle of mastery. Feng Shui found it hard to believe how he accomplished such a feat. It was truly astonishing, making her doubt her own eyes. Chapter 63, the final one. Feng Shui felt restless, her entire being was in disarray. The fire array was perilously dangerous. A single injury could come at a tremendous cost. A girl amidst this inferno could easily suffer disfigurement. Zhao Yu took the lead, wielding her sword to shield herself from the flames, successfully avoiding their wrath. Although she had ventured here several times, the place remained treacherous. A moment's inattention could result in injury. Despite Zhao Yu exerting her utmost effort, she dared not use her sword to confront the flames, as it could inevitably lead to burns. However, upon witnessing Lin Yu's actions, she was utterly astonished. Lin Yu walked increasingly slowly, meandering through the flames as if observing a fleeting spectacle. When did he acquire such mastery over the art of fire? He appeared entirely capable of withstanding the flames surrounding him. They were nearing the finish line. Zhao Yu felt a slight sense of equilibrium in her heart. If she secured first place, it would be a small victory over Lin Yu. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings. Within the fiery array lay a concealed mechanism. Though he may not secure the title of first place this time, he was resolute in uncovering that hidden device. Relying solely on observation proved futile. So Lin Yu closed his eyes. Thanks to the influence of the divine moonsword technique, his perception had become extraordinarily acute, allowing him to sense every nuance of the area as he endeavored to locate the mechanism. Lin Yu moved at a deliberate pace for a reason, and fortunately, he indeed made a discovery, albeit accompanied by a grave concern. That location was the source of the flames, where the fire erupted with utmost ferocity. After a brief glance, Lin Yu unsheathed his sword and struck without hesitation. The flames spewed forth, yet Lin Yu cleaved through them with his blade, revealing a stone pillar. This fiery vent was exceedingly perilous, continuously belching flames. Should he linger too long, he risked losing his life. Upon touching the stone pillar, a hidden compartment materialized, unveiling a chest before him. Lin Yu swiftly placed the chest into the ethereal space of his sword and hurriedly departed, feeling a surge of anxiety amidst the oppressive flames. The first place goes to Zhao Yu, the elder proclaimed loudly. The second is Feng Shui, and the third is Chu Shangfeng. Once nearly all the disciples had emerged, Lin Yu's presence remained undiscovered. Isn't there still one person who hasn't come out? Someone remarked. I thought Lin Yu was truly formidable. But now it seems he has entered and cannot return. This so-called martial arts genius is nothing exceptional. Chu Shangfeng boasted, his attire charred and his body bearing numerous injuries. The elder approached, shaking his head, and remarked, Chu Shangfeng, you are truly ignorant. He is undeniably the most formidable of them all. What? Lin Yu was the last to emerge, yet a satisfied expression graced his face. He had obtained what he desired, and the notion of being first was of no consequence to him. The elder spoke with great appreciation. Young man, you are truly formidable. Your power was able to thwart those flames, as if you were merely playing within them. Lin Yu humbly replied, you flatter me. The true strength lies with you. The elder continued, and we, the elders, have witnessed it firsthand. Thus, you should rightfully be the victor. You are indeed the first, with Zhao Yu in second place, followed by the others in order. How could this be? Chu Shangfeng was taken aback, completely unable to fathom how Lin Yu, who had emerged last, could still claim the top position. The elder elucidated the reason to Chu Shangfeng. Lin Yu's late emergence was not due to weakness, but rather his extraordinary prowess. He was the first to successfully counter the flames assault within the fiery array. Chu Shangfeng gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief, his heart brimming with resentment. Let it be. The first place is of little consequence to me. The rewards do not pertain to my interests, as I am not a disciple of the sect. I believe it would be better to bestow the rewards upon Zhao Yu or perhaps Feng Shui, Lin Yu stated with an open gesture. The surrounding disciples erupted in astonishment. Lin Yu's actions seemed utterly foolish to them. How could he so readily forsake such generous rewards? Feng Shui had wished to observe Lin Yu, but the perilous nature of the fiery array had deprived her of the opportunity. She remained uncertain whether Lin Yu had acquired what he sought and felt too timid to inquire about it. Lin Yu had spent such an extensive amount of time inside. It was likely he had acquired that item. The mere thought of this made Feng Shui's complexion even more dismal. Despite securing third place, her joy was utterly eclipsed. Your prowess is truly beyond Zhao Yu's description. Just how formidable is Lin Yu? It seems he has yet to unleash his full potential. It is not as impressive as you imagine. There are many who surpass me. It is inconceivable that one could emerge from the fire array so unscathed, almost without injury. And you, engaging in reckless behavior, suffered no consequences at all. Zhao Yu's tone betrayed a hint of unwillingness. It is genuinely difficult to fathom the chasm between the two of them. Lin Yu smiled and remarked, what I possess is merely the art of flame martial techniques, which conveniently counters flames. It is as simple as that. Zhao Yu suddenly realized, why didn't you use it against me? Oh right, it ended too quickly. Feng Shui approached and casually stated, you might not believe it, but he has just learned. A melodious voice resonated, prompting Zhao Yu to glance at Feng Shui, who appeared to be quite attentive towards Lin Yu. Each time Feng Shui gazed at Lin Yu, her eyes brimmed with anticipation. Zhao Yu cast a sidelong glance at Feng Shui, offering no semblance of warmth, and the air thickened with tension. Lin Yu, do not forget that matter, Feng Shui cautioned. Oh, by the way, I haven't asked her name yet. How will I find you later? Feng Shui turned back, casting Lin Yu a resentful look, as though he had wronged her in some manner. Lin Yu, perplexed, sensed that Feng Shui might be somewhat unhinged. Turning to Zhao Yu, he noticed her silent departure. He had intended to converse with her further. Just moments ago, Zhao Yu had been quite warm. How had she suddenly become so frigid? Lin Yu sensed that something was amiss. Zhao Yu, why did you leave so abruptly? He inquired. Zhao Yu regarded him with a wistful gaze, her eyes conveying a multitude of sentiments, before she huffed disdainfully and walked away. Lin Yu was utterly bewildered. What was wrong with these women? Each of them seemed to be afflicted with an inexplicable madness, suddenly turning against him. The other disciples were left in a state of shock. As the two stunning beauties gazed at Lin Yu with such a mournful expression, all directed at the same individual, the impact on the disciples was profound. It was evident that a rivalry had emerged, yet Lin Yu appeared oblivious to the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, the elder beside them merely smiled gently, remarking to himself how remarkable the youth was. Lin Yu, naturally unwilling to be under the gaze of so many onlookers, swiftly departed using the moonstep technique. The box discovered within the fire array piqued his curiosity, for he was uncertain of its contents and desired to unveil its mysteries. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Yu encountered an unexpected dilemma. The box proved remarkably difficult to open. He exerted all his strength, yet the box remained impervious to his efforts. Chapter 64. Becoming a son-in-law, I must see what lies within this box, Lin Yu declared, drawing his sword. In an instant, a flurry of sword energy erupted, as he anticipated cleaving the box open. However, with a resounding clang, he found himself rebuffed, astonished by the box's surprising rebound force. His attack had been entirely deflected, leaving him at a loss. Faced with this unforeseen obstacle, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow in contemplation, deciding to postpone further attempts for the time being. Was this what Feng Shui desired? Lin Yu pondered whether the box contained the secrets of the black eye technique. The more he utilized his martial skills, the more he felt a throbbing pain in his eyes, a most ominous sign indeed. The negative repercussions of the black eye technique were proving to be quite significant. Lin Yu shook his head and glanced at his reflection in the mirror. There were faint dark circles under his eyes, barely noticeable at first glance. His martial prowess had indeed increased significantly, yet the emergence of these dark circles posed a considerable risk to his health, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. It was imperative that he acquire the black eye technique at the earliest opportunity. Lin Yu was resolute in this decision. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Before Lin Yu could open it, he noticed someone peering inside, instantly heightening his alertness. "Oh, Deputy Sect Master Ling Tian. How may I assist you?" "Young Master Lin, I wish to discuss matters pertaining to the Ling family's black eye technique. Perhaps we could proceed to the Ling residence?" Ling Tian suggested after a brief pause. "Very well." Observing the dark circles around Lin Yu's eyes, Ling Tian was convinced of the necessity of the black eye technique. He had not anticipated that the Ling family would send their deputy sect master, a show of considerable stature. Lin Yu felt somewhat taken aback by Ling Tian's personal visit. Accompanying Ling Tian, Lin Yu entered an exquisitely luxurious carriage, acknowledging the significant presence of the deputy sect master. Arriving at the Ling residence again, Lin Yu found himself in the grand hall, where he encountered various high-ranking members of the Ling family, including elders, stewards, and protectors. Lin Cheng personally came forth to greet him. "Young Master Lin, it has been quite some time." Upon Lin Yu's arrival this time, he found himself without the company of Ling Shui, yet he refrained from inquiring further. The atmosphere in the grand hall was decidedly unsettling. Ling Cheng gestured for Lin Yu to take a seat nearby, while Ling Tian faced him directly across the table. Each individual present was attempting, through their own imposing presence, to exert pressure upon Lin Yu. He offered a faint smile, fully aware of the futility of their efforts, for their cultivation levels were far from superior. While Ling Tian and Ling Cheng may possess greater strength than Lin Yu, they were nonetheless incapable of suppressing him. It seemed they had greatly underestimated his abilities. Lin Yu dared to arrive alone at the Ling family, naturally contemplating these matters. Ling Tian smiled, and once he did, those present ceased their petty antics, immediately adopting a demeanor of utmost respect. "Let us cut to the chase and discuss the matter directly," Lin Yu stated with a calm demeanor. Ling Tian and Ling Cheng exchanged glances. Uncertain of their true intentions, Lin Yu sensed that it would not bode well for him, feeling an underlying threat. Ling Cheng spoke matter-of-factly. "The matter of the black eye technique requires the consideration of the elders. It is of great significance. If any elder has desires, do not hesitate to voice them." "Absolutely not. The black eye technique is the Ling family's unique secret. It must not be shared with outsiders. Why should we bestow our ancestral martial arts upon others? On the contrary, given Lin Yu's extraordinary talent, what harm could there be in allowing him a glimpse? After all, he is a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Indeed, it has been many years since the Tianlan sect has witnessed a talent such as Lin Yu." Opinions were divided, with some in agreement and others in opposition. "No, the risks are too great. We cannot retain Lin Yu. Who knows what calamities may arise in the future? What if this young man proves to be ungrateful?" Concerned about such possibilities, Lin Yu appeared to be a paragon of virtue, certainly not a despicable character. Moreover, the remedy he provided for the eye ailment was indeed effective. The elders began to argue, a scene that Ling Cheng had never witnessed before. Typically, the family elders held a unified stance. However, today, due to a single genius, a significant dispute had erupted. Ling Tian raised his voice slightly. "So, what should we do? You all understand the gravity of the black eye technique. Lin Yu indeed possesses a means of remedy." The elders fell silent. If Lin Yu could become a member of the Ling family, that would not be an issue. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. To become a member of the Ling family? Ling Tian stepped forward and inquired, "Lin Yu, this is a condition set by our clan. If you can become one of us, are you asking me to join your Ling family?" "I have no desire to become a disciple of the Tianlan sect," Lin Yu replied, as he had no intention of joining the Ling family. Such a demand was non-negotiable. Lin Yu promptly rose to his feet, while Ling Tian hurriedly implored, "Wait, young master, do not be hasty. We are still in discussion. Young Master Lin, the ancestral teachings of our family are such that we cannot dare to contravene them. Should we do so, we would undoubtedly become the subject of gossip and slander," he continued. "We find ourselves in a most difficult predicament, indeed." The elders all displayed expressions of considerable distress. Lin Yu lifted his teacup and sipped slowly. "Young Master Lin, it is not merely an invitation for you to join our family. Rather, we wish for you to become the son-in-law of the Ling family." Lin Yu was so astonished that his teacup fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Ling Cheng was equally taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the family had considered such a step. Should Lin Yu become the son-in-law of the Ling family, he would undoubtedly bolster their strength. With a prodigy like Lin Yu, the family might swiftly rise to prominence as a grand empire. Such an opportunity is rare and must be seized by the elders of the Ling family. A talent like Lin Yu, if missed, would surely not present itself again. Ling Tian gazed on with great anticipation. Lin Yu's exceptional talent commanded his admiration, as this young man could truly be deemed a remarkable genius. If Ling Shui could wed Lin Yu, he would have no regrets as a father. However, matters concerning the chieftain must still be addressed. I believe this is indeed very feasible. Ling Qingming's voice trembled with excitement. If that is the case, then let us proceed with this decision. It seems our Ling family is indeed fortunate to acquire such a remarkable talent. The elders all smiled with delight. At this moment, Lin Yu spoke up. Wait. It seems you have not inquired about my opinion. The elders' expressions changed, realizing they had overlooked this genius. With such extraordinary talent, he was undoubtedly proud and might not hold the Ling family in high regard. Young Master Lin, Ling Shui is undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty of the sect. Her allure is unparalleled. Is it possible that you do not find her appealing? Ling Tian asked nervously. Ling Shui's beauty was indeed exquisite, fervently pursued by the young talents of the sect and various esteemed families. Young Master Lin should be quite willing, so why had he yet to consent? I find it inappropriate to consider becoming a son-in-law. This matter is non-negotiable. Lin Yu's voice was loud, silencing the entire hall. Although the Ling family was not insignificant, hastily forging a union with them offered no advantages to Lin Yu. Very well, young Master Lin, it seems we have not considered this matter thoroughly. It is our oversight. Ling Tian said with a bow. He had hoped that a few polite words might sway Lin Yu. After all, he was the vice master of Tianlan's sect and deserved some respect. However, Lin Yu showed him no favor. Good to know, Lin Yu's words left Ling Tian feeling utterly embarrassed. Not only had Lin Yu declined the marriage proposal, but he had also humiliated the vice master. Was it not reckless for a youth to act without regard for consequences? The crowd remained in shock. After all, Ling Shui was exceptionally gifted, her cultivation substantial, though not quite on par with Xiao Yu. Within Tianlan's sect, she ranked among the top 3 prodigies, and many would be eager to ally with the Ling family. Ling Shui's prowess, coupled with the black eye technique, made her formidable, though the technique's backlash posed a significant risk to her life. If news of the Ling family's intention to ally through marriage were to spread, illustrious families from the empire would undoubtedly come forth, offering substantial benefits, and even the sect master of Tianlan might seek to propose. The elders could hardly believe that Lin Yu had not hesitated to immediately reject this marriage. Ling Cheng felt as if he were witnessing a ghost. How could Lin Yu, a being of such caliber, cast aside the Ling family? Even the great families of the empire warranted consideration. It was essential to remember that Lin Yu was merely 18 years old, already at the martial sovereign level. Who could predict the heights his terrifying talent would reach in a few years? As it appeared that such a genius was about to depart, Ling Cheng felt utterly helpless and deeply troubled. Ling Tian blinked, desperately concocting a plan. Young Master Lin, you have misunderstood our intentions, he said. What? Lin Yu inquired. What have I misunderstood? Although we speak of a union, it is merely a fade, a means to signify a marriage. At least to prevent our family from facing undue gossip, Ling Tian explained. The elders regarded Ling Tian, deeming his suggestion reasonable, as it was their only recourse. They quickly chimed in. Indeed, young Master Lin, a betrothal would suffice, creating a pretense that would deter any criticism towards our Ling family. Lin Yu nodded. These old foxes were indeed so concerned about their reputation. However, when the time comes, young Master Lin could simply state that he has other aspirations and does not wish to hinder Ling Shui, allowing for a peaceful separation and divorce between the two. One of the elders remarked. Lin Yu smiled. These individuals had orchestrated their plans quite astutely, even managing to align their interests with these matters. Upon witnessing his smile, the elders collectively exhaled in relief. If Lin Yu were to depart today, it would undoubtedly spell a significant loss for the Ling family. As long as Lin Yu were to form a union with Ling Shui, there would be no adverse repercussions. Presenting him with the tome of the Black Eye Technique would not pose any threat. Should Lin Yu indeed be a master of the Black Eye Technique, there exists a possibility that he could effectively counteract the backlash associated with it. Given that the backlash of the Black Eye Technique inherently harbors life-threatening risks, if Lin Yu possesses a remedy, the elders need not fear for their own lives abruptly coming to an end. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and inquired, but wouldn't this affect Ling Shui's reputation? Young Master Lin, your considerations are quite thorough, Ling Tian replied. When the time comes for departure, we shall proceed as we have discussed, ensuring that neither of your reputations is tarnished, culminating in an amicable separation. I am still somewhat concerned. If it is merely an engagement, even if I am willing, Ling Shui may not necessarily agree, given her temperament. which I am well aware of, Lin Cheng interjected promptly. There is no need for young Master Lin to worry about this matter. I shall discuss it with her. At that moment, Ling Shui remained in a state of unconsciousness due to the side effects of the black eye technique. Despite Ling Qingming's efforts in summoning an alchemist for treatment, there was no effect. Observing Lin Yu's concern for Ling Shui, it was evident that he was a person of understanding, capable of considering the feelings of others. Young Master Lin, you may accompany us to observe the martial arts demonstration first. The engagement ceremony and banquet can be arranged at a later time. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, feeling as if he were boarding a train before purchasing a ticket. He smiled faintly and remarked, "We agreed that this is merely an engagement. I hope there will be no changes of heart later. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Lin Yu brandished his sword for all to see, and their expressions became solemn. Although everyone present possessed greater strength than he, they could not afford to underestimate this young man. The swordsmanship displayed by Lin Yu earlier had indeed intimidated many. Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, sensing the presence of the black eye technique, which this young man seemed to have mastered with considerable skill. "Young Master Lin, I assure you, we will not act against our promises. Our esteemed family would never deceive you." "Very well, I shall accompany you to observe." Lin Yu initially believed that perusing a martial arts manual would be a casual endeavor. However, he was taken aback when Ling Tian gestured for him to proceed. The black eye technique is not merely a book. One must enter to truly comprehend its essence. Lin Yu furrowed his brow as he slowly stepped inside. Ling Cheng followed closely behind and whispered, "Second brother, have you devised a plan?" Lin Tian chuckled and replied, Elder brother, an engagement is merely the beginning. When the time comes, we can subtly steer the course, and isn't it feasible to turn raw rice into cooked rice. I refuse to believe he can escape." Ling Cheng, suddenly enlightened, realized that Lin Yu, this exceptional talent, indeed belonged to the Ling family. Upon witnessing the art of the black eye technique, Lin Yu found himself utterly astonished, as if he had encountered something familiar before. The scene before him, a grand mural, evoked a sudden recollection. The divine moonsword technique also appeared on a mural, depicting a woman gracefully wielding a sword. However, this particular mural portrayed a woman who had opened her heart's eye. Lin Yu was profoundly shaken by the sight. The extraordinary beauty in the mural, with her eyes closed and a celestial eye opened upon her forehead, possessed a visage as cold as frost, yet strikingly beautiful. The exquisite details rendered her almost lifelike, immersing viewers in her presence and capturing their complete attention. While the average observer might perceive only a colossal mural, Lin Yu discerned the profundities concealed within. The mastery of the black eye technique allowed him to unveil the hidden martial arts within the mural, revealing more than 10 pages of techniques. Lin Yu cast a glance. Ding! The master utilized the intermediate black eye technique, deciphering the martial arts depicted in the mural, thereby acquiring 200 times 500 experience points. This entire mural consists of 205 pages, and after just a brief observation, I comprehended its essence. Comprehended it after merely a glance? Ling Tian was quite astonished. How could Lin Yu discern the number of martial arts pages within the mural? Just how superior is his black eye technique compared to theirs? Initially, it was assumed that Lin Yu would frequently visit this place for study, which would require a considerable amount of time. Yet, it seems Lin Yu only needed a fleeting moment. Chapter 66. Engagement. Lin Yu sat quietly to the side, confidently delving into his studies, his brow furrowing slightly as a serious expression crossed his face. Ding! The master perused the manual of the black eye technique, gaining an experience boost of 1,000 times 1,000. Ding! The master perused the manual of the black eye technique, gaining an experience boost of 1,000 times 1,000. Lin Yu thoroughly absorbed the art of the black eyes, engraving it in the recesses of his mind. This technique appeared to have some connection with the female practitioner of the divine moon swordsmanship, piquing Lin Yu's curiosity. That woman from the Zhao family truly possessed remarkable abilities. Lin Yu's speed of observation and learning has significantly improved, a transformation attributed to the power of the black eye technique. It appears that the abilities of the user are enhanced exponentially, which is the remarkable strength of the black eye technique. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your intermediate black eye technique has reached the intermediate accomplishment stage. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your intermediate black eye technique has achieved the great accomplishment stage. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your intermediate black eye technique has attained the pinnacle stage. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your black eye technique has advanced to the superior martial art, the Sharingan. Having reached the minor accomplishment stage, Lin Yu was drenched in sweat, realizing that the Sharingan had evolved into the enhanced version of the Kaijin technique. Its power now exponentially greater than before. It could unleash formidable illusions, rendering foes nearly incapable of combat, as well as exhibit an enhanced capacity for learning, enabling him to discern the weaknesses of his adversaries. With the elevation of the Kaijin technique, the backlash it once inflicted upon him had ceased to be a concern, and remedies to counteract it were already formulated in his mind. However, his present worry lay with the side effects of the Sharingan. Although the upgraded Kaijin technique had not yet saved Lin Yu's life, the Sharingan seemed to pose an even graver threat. He instinctively covered his eyes. A visage of disappointment etched upon his face, as if he had unwittingly acquired a perilous martial skill. He had comprehended most of the knowledge regarding the Kaijin technique, yet information about the Sharingan remained scarce, leaving him uncertain whether it harbored lethal repercussions. A subtle transformation occurred in Lin Yu's eyes, as a powerful chill emanated from them. Lin Cheng gazed intently at Lin Yu, seemingly sensing an anomaly, yet unable to comprehend what was transpiring. Although Lin Yu's vision had significantly sharpened, he remained unsettled within. He no longer felt any discomfort in his eyes, but thoughts of the woman skilled in the divine moonsword technique surfaced in his mind. It appeared she harbored a profound enmity towards the desolate palace, possessing an abundance of martial skills, yet ultimately meeting her demise in the depths of the netherworld. Lin Yu glanced at Lin Cheng, and in that instant, he perceived all the thoughts within his mind, leaving little to conceal. His abilities had indeed grown stronger. At that moment, Lin Cheng appeared almost skeletal, and Lin Yu marveled at his own sight, realizing that his piercing vision was remarkably potent, far surpassing his previous skill with the black eye technique. Very well, I shall provide you with the method to treat the black eye technique. Although it will not completely eliminate the backlash, it will ensure your survival and guarantee that your family does not suffer sudden demise, Lin Yu declared. Is that truly the case? Both Lin Cheng and Lin Cheng expressed their excitement, having long been troubled by the fear of the black eye technique claiming their lives. Indeed, as long as you take the medicine regularly, you will not meet an untimely end. The black eye technique will persist until you ascend to a higher level. Is there a higher level? Lin Cheng inquired in astonishment. Indeed, Lin Yu replied with a knowing glance. Soon, Lin Yu pinned down the treatment method for the black eye technique, which was undoubtedly a lifeline for the Ling family, as Lin Cheng observed closely. Follow my abbreviated prescription. Take these herbs monthly, and you can treat the affliction of the black eye technique, Lin Yu instructed, his eyes glinting as he added. I will share further methods with you in due course. The backlash from the black eye technique could not be entirely eradicated, and Lin Yu deliberately withheld certain information to prevent the Ling family from becoming overly dependent on him. As a result, Lin Cheng held Lin Yu in even greater esteem, wary of any hint of negligence. Lin Cheng eagerly grasped the treatment plan, noting that procuring these herbs would indeed be quite costly. I have done all I can for you. I have also included information on enhancing the cultivation of the black eye technique, Lin Yu said, feeling that he had fulfilled his obligations and it was time to depart. Upon returning to the main hall, Lin Cheng cheerfully exclaimed, Young Master Lin, please do not rush away. I must express my gratitude. With your assistance, our Ling family is saved. Lin Cheng then politely addressed Lin Yu regarding our earlier agreement. May I entrust you with a task? Of course. What is it? Lin Yu inquired, looking at him attentively. It concerns the engagement. Several families will likely arrive in a few days, and we hope for your cooperation. That is no problem. It is my duty, Lin Yu nodded. Then, you shall attend alongside Ling Shui tomorrow. Understood, Lin Yu replied, feeling somewhat uneasy about the engagement ceremony, as if it were a prelude to marriage. However, he sensed that Lin Cheng and his family would not dare to coerce him, given their numerous requests of him. Young Master Lin, why not stay here? After all, you are engaged. Staying outside might be awkward, Lin Cheng suggested. Very well, let me take a moment to rest, Lin Yu replied. Lin Cheng arranged a room for him, and Lin Yu took a moment to recuperate, feeling utterly fatigued from the day's events. Lin Cheng and Lin Cheng still harbored many concerns. Will there be any disturbances during the engagement ceremony? Lin Cheng asked. Unlikely, as the deputy sect master, those individuals would not dare disrupt the occasion. However, there will likely be many unique weapons and treasures presented, Lin Cheng reassured him. Treasures? Huh. Lin Cheng responded, a touch disappointed. Last time we purchased a counterfeit sword, losing a substantial sum of gold coins without a word, leaving that swindler laughing at our expense. Lin Cheng shook his head. Our black eye techniques are insufficiently powerful to discern authenticity, which is indeed an awkward predicament. Nonetheless, it is time for the sect to procure weapons. We cannot hinder that. While martial prowess is undoubtedly significant, possessing a suitable weapon is akin to adding wings to a tiger. Yet, the authenticity of treasures remains a pressing concern for Lin Cheng. I must swiftly follow Lin Yu's prescription to treat my daughter, Ling Shui, who has remained in a coma, Lin Cheng stated, visibly anxious about her deteriorating condition. After administering Lin Yu's concoction, Ling Shui astonishingly awoke shortly thereafter, leaving Lin Cheng astounded. Wonderful! My dear daughter, you have finally awakened. I was so worried, he exclaimed with relief. Lin Cheng felt a mix of worry and joy, recognizing Lin Yu as a true master of the black eye technique, with an impressive treatment method. Yet, he also feared the potential consequences should Lin Yu depart in the future, as it could spell trouble for their family. Ling Shui, awakening from her prolonged slumber, felt as if she were emerging from a dream, her eyes no longer burdened. Father, am I completely healed? She asked. The backlash from the black eye technique cannot be entirely cured. It will accompany you for life. However, as long as Lin Yu is present, you will be safe, Lin Cheng assured her. Ling Shui's eyes sparkled slightly, and the image of the young man flashed in her mind. Ling Shui, there is something I must ask of you. And I hope you will agree, as it concerns your life, Lin Cheng stated, a hint of embarrassment evident. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ling Shui nodded. Father, please speak freely. I will understand. This is a scheme devised by the family elders. They wish to keep Lin Yu by arranging your engagement. While it is uncertain whether you will marry for real, the engagement is a fact, Lin Cheng explained. Ling Shui remained expressionless, silent in her contemplation. I regret revealing this to you now, but I worry that the engagement may trouble your heart. So, father, you have consented? Indeed, I have, he replied. Though it was merely an engagement and not a true marriage, Ling Shui felt an inexplicable joy at the thought. Shyly, she refrained from speaking further, contemplating how wonderful it would be to be with Lin Yu. Lin Cheng expressed his concerns about their family's weaknesses, lamenting, at this point, I can only hope that circumstances will align favorably, though I lack confidence. Father, it is all right. I am already grateful for being saved. I cannot desire too much. Ling Shui reassured him. In the Ling family residence, Lin Yu found himself alone in the courtyard, experimenting with the power of the revealing eye technique. This technique filled him with unease, as he feared potential backlash. Such significant enhancement surely demanded a price. Ding. The master has activated the advanced martial skill, Revealing Eye, and gained 200 experience points multiplied by 200. Lin Yu discovered that he possessed the ability to perceive the vital energy that permeates the world. The atmosphere surrounding him was notably deficient in this energy, rendering it quite unfavorable for cultivation. Warriors absorb this vital energy to enhance their abilities, aspiring to reach higher realms. Thus, the energy present in nature is of paramount importance. With the acquisition of the celestial eye, Lin Yu could now discern the distribution of vital energy across the cosmos, which undoubtedly conferred upon him numerous advantages. It is widely acknowledged that places belonging to sects are often sanctuaries for cultivation. Now that Lin Yu can identify areas where vital energy is more concentrated, he no longer needs to compete with others for access to these sacred sites. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. It was evident that the Sharingan was indeed effective. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind, the matter of the engagement. Lin Yu felt a twinge of headache, as he feared that if the Ling family were to exert pressure, he would be at a loss due to a sense of obligation. Ling Tian, observing Lin Yu's expression, clearly did not wish for him to part ways with the Ling family. Perhaps he could leverage the healing of Ling Shui as a bargaining chip to gain insight into this situation, lest the Ling family prove unwilling to grant him his freedom. Lin Yu intended to confront the Ling family, fully aware that an engagement was no trivial matter and would undoubtedly have a profound impact on him. That evening, he sat alone in his room sipping tea when Lin Cheng arrived. Oh, Uncle Ling, you have come. How wonderful it would be if you were to call me your son-in-law, Lin Yu jested. Ling Cheng smiled wryly in response. Ah, Lin Yu, you jest. By the way, how is Ling Shui faring now? Lin Yu inquired. Much improved, though she remains somewhat fatigued. She has agreed to the engagement with you. Noticing the lack of joy on Lin Yu's face, Ling Cheng felt a pang of discomfort, realizing that Lin Yu was indeed not enamored with Ling Shui. Lin Yu immediately rose to his feet. Then I shall go and take a look, he declared. Ling Shui's condition differs from yours. If she can endure this trial, her mastery of the dark eye technique will undoubtedly surpass that of anyone in your family. This would indeed be a boon for the Ling family. For Lin Cheng has but one daughter, and should her powers strengthen, it would herald great fortune. After a few days apart, Lin Yu was taken aback to find Ling Xue, the once icy beauty, now so frail. Her delicate face was strikingly pale, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Lin Yu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Just a few days ago, everything was perfectly fine. How could things have changed so drastically now? Lin Yu had always agreed to the engagement solely to save his own life, yet now he found himself somewhat concerned for Ling Xue. If such a stunning beauty were to lose her life, it would undoubtedly be his fault. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Ling Xue couldn't help but smile. "Ah, young Master Lin. You have arrived. I am here to see how you are feeling now. I merely feel fatigued all over and a bit dizzy." Lin Yu activated his Sharingan and gazed into Ling Xue's eyes. They appeared somewhat inflamed, and within the eyes of a practitioner of the Black Eye technique, there lingered a peculiar ethereal energy. Mastery of this energy could allow one to wield the Black Eye technique to their advantage. Yet failure to control it could lead to dire consequences. Lin Yu, of course, had no intention of divulging such matters at this moment. Lin Cheng seemed oblivious to any abnormalities. Lin Yu had merely needed a brief period of study to acquire the Sharingan. Such knowledge must remain concealed from the Ling family. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be astounded and would never permit him to depart easily. Lin Yu discerned a hint of something unusual amidst the crowd, a perception that eluded others. The martial arts of the Ling family, which had remained unmastered for a century, were now grasped by him, making him more familiar with them than the family itself. "Uncle Ling, could you please step outside? I would prefer not to have any onlookers during the treatment," he requested. Ling Cheng felt a moment of awkwardness. Could there be something inappropriate occurring? "Rest assured, I will not engage in any indiscreet behavior while treating Ling Xue," Lin Yu assured him. Yet, Ling Cheng remained visibly concerned for his beloved daughter, harboring some reservations. "Father, have no worries. Young Master Lin is an honorable man. He would not act inappropriately." Ling Xue interjected. "Very well, I shall step out now," Ling Cheng thought to himself, finding solace in the idea that should Lin Yu become enamored with Ling Xue, it would be a delightful turn of events. Ling Xue's heart raced, her emotions in turmoil, at that moment. She would not protest even if Lin Yu were to behave in an unorthodox manner. However, she soon felt disillusioned as Lin Yu merely pressed his fingers against her temples, gently infusing her with vital energy, allowing her to gradually regain her clarity. It was crucial to acknowledge that Lin Yu had ample opportunities in the past, yet he had never taken advantage of her vulnerability, forcing Ling Xue to confront an undeniable truth. This intimate contact electrified her, and she was astounded to discover such stirring emotions within her heart from merely being near Lin Yu. Chapter 68 concluded with her realization of her deep affection for young Master Lin. Lin Yu assists Ling Xue in harnessing the mysterious energy, thereby mitigating potential issues. As long as Ling Xue employs it judiciously, the Black Eye technique will undoubtedly grant her superiority over her peers. Lin Yu's eyes are no longer those of the black pupil technique. He wishes to conceal this from others, particularly from Ling Xue, who is exceptionally astute. If she detects even the slightest anomaly, she will undoubtedly make a conjecture. "How do you feel now? Is it much better?" The vital energy emanating from Lin Yu's hands enveloped Ling Xue, bringing her immense comfort and alleviating much of her stress, causing her eyes to relax considerably. Lin Yu's hand descended, gently brushing against Ling Xue's cheek, and he couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite quality of her skin. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry her in the future will undoubtedly be blessed beyond measure. Ling Xue let out a soft sound, and Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she was a beauty in the making. He also realized that he was not as cold-hearted as he believed and could still be moved by another's charm. Lin Yu felt a profound inadequacy within himself. The thought of spending more time with Ling Xue could easily lead him to be enchanted. However, he resolved to prioritize her recovery. Utilizing his Sharingan, he discerned the underlying issues at hand, and treating her was no longer a daunting task. To assist Ling Xue in mastering the nuances of her ocular energy, he conceived a plan to infuse a portion of his own blood into her. This would enhance her body's resistance significantly. Despite the potential backlash from the Black Eye technique, Ling Xue would no longer be plagued by concerns for her life in the future. Lin Yu gently touched Ling Xue's hand, drawing forth a gap with the sword's momentum, allowing his essence to flow into her. "You must exercise caution with the Black Eye technique. It shall no longer demand your life, but vigilance remains essential," Lin Yu softly cautioned. "What if, in the future, young Master Lin departs?" Ling Xue inquired. "Rest assured, I will leave behind a secret method to save your life, ensuring your safety," he reassured her. Ling Xue had initially anticipated that the healing process would be protracted, relishing the intimate contact with Lin Yu, which filled her heart with joy. Yet, joyous moments are fleeting. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed Lin Yu preparing to cease his efforts. Has the treatment concluded? She asked, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, you have nearly recovered. I can assure you that you will be well for the time being, he replied. Is it truly over so soon? She expressed her surprise, having expected a longer duration for the healing. Nevertheless, she felt significantly more comfortable. Not only that, but she also sensed a subtle change in her vision. The application of the black eye technique seemed to have become far more agile and fluid. It was likely due to Lin Yu's influence, as Ling Shui realized that this newfound dexterity in the black eye technique was unprecedented for her. She had never reached such a level of mastery before. Her heart brimmed with gratitude, yet she hesitated to voice it, for once her ailment was resolved, Lin Yu might depart at any moment, and their engagement was merely temporary. Noticing the intensity in Lin Yu's gaze, Ling Shui felt a sudden jolt, as if she had stumbled upon a profound revelation. Lin Yu's eyes seemed to transcend the mere black pupil technique. They bore an uncanny ability to sense a chilling aura. A fleeting glance exchanged moments ago had left Ling Shui momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how circumstances had spiraled into this bewildering state. The Ling family's ancestral martial arts had long been a closely guarded secret, and in the present age, none from the Ling clan had mastered the advanced technique of the Sharingan. Yet, Lin Yu's gaze appeared to have undergone a remarkable transformation. For 2 centuries, Ling Shui was certain that no member of the Ling family could awaken the Sharingan. So why had Lin Yu seemingly done so? Could it be a consequence of his exposure to the black pupil technique scriptures? In that instant, Ling Shui felt a profound reverence for Lin Yu, acknowledging his extraordinary talent, which could rightly be deemed the pinnacle of the Empire's gifted individuals. It seemed Lin Yu had sensed her thoughts. With a gentle smile, he expressed his desire for discretion, cautioning that her family would not permit his departure otherwise. Ling Shui nodded in understanding. Had it not been for Lin Yu's infusion of his blood, her comprehension of the situation would not have deepened so swiftly. A silence enveloped her as she pondered the gravity of his assistance, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his life-saving intervention, uncertain of how to repay such a debt. It's a small matter, he reassured her, as long as your family does not trouble me. Ling Shui was acutely aware that Lin Yu's presence in the Ling household was a considerable sacrifice on his part. Anyone in his position would feel similarly. While Lin Yu might disregard the implications of their engagement, it was a matter of utmost importance for a young woman, particularly one as beautiful as she. Lin Yu felt a twinge of guilt, yet he understood that such feelings should not compel him to marry Ling Shui, as it would provide her little assistance on her martial arts journey. Furthermore, should adversaries come seeking vengeance, he perceived the Ling family as a potential burden. After contemplating these matters, he was acutely aware that the engagement could not be attributed to the young master. His father's audacity in making such a shameless request was truly remarkable. Lin Yu, upon hearing these words, felt an urge to smile but maintained a facade of composure, suppressing any laughter. His father would never engage in such actions. Otherwise, the awkwardness between him and Ling Shui would not have escalated to this extent. Ling Shui, fret not. I shall bear all the blame. After our engagement, I will call it off, even if it tarnishes my reputation, Lin Yu remarked with a grin. The Ling family had diminished in significance for Lin Yu. Should he desire, he could depart at any moment. Even if he could not defeat Ling Tian, he could easily retreat and return in 2 or 3 years to seek vengeance, though that was the most pessimistic scenario he envisioned. I am well aware of this. Young Master Lin, there is no need for you to elucidate further, Ling Shui replied, stifling her tears. Those possessing the black eye technique were not supposed to weep. They could be said to sacrifice their tears. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself on the verge of tears. Feeling so uncharacteristically vulnerable, Ling Shui was filled with embarrassment. Enough, Ling Shui. You need to rest well now, Lin Yu said with a smile. Ling Qingming had been waiting outside for quite some time. Young Master Lin, how is it now? Is Ling Shui's condition much improved? Rest assured, everything is fine now, Lin Yu assured him. Lin Yu noticed that Ling Qingming's expression was rather grim, leaving him uncertain if something was amiss. Uncle Ling, what troubles you? Ling Shui has recovered from her illness, yet your countenance is so dismal, Lin Yu inquired. Suddenly, an unwelcome guest arrived, and the once tranquil atmosphere was disrupted by a cacophony emanating from within the estate. Ling Shui, we had made a pact. How can you now declare your engagement? Such a predicament is utterly unacceptable to me. Lin Yu raised his gaze and beheld a young man approaching. Clad in an opulent silk robe, he exuded an air of affluence, with long hair cascading elegantly, resembling a young gentleman. However, his tone was rather impolite. He appeared to be quite an extraordinary individual, yet his cultivation was lamentably lacking, merely at the 8th level of the martial master realm. He was likely around the age of 27. Lin Yu seemed to completely disregard the presence of this individual, as if he were invisible. Chapter 69. None of your business. Lin Cheng raised an eyebrow. This young master was a troublesome scoundrel. Normally, the guardian should not have allowed him to intrude, so how had he managed to gain entry? His name was Liu Qinghao, and Lin Cheng viewed him as nothing short of a rogue. Naturally, Liu Qinghao took note of Lin Yu. Who was he? And why was he present in the Ling household, especially near Ling Shui's chamber? Instantly, he felt a surge of hostility towards him. You dare to ignore me? What an audacious attitude you possess, Liu Qinghao scoffed. Young Master Liu, enough. Young Master Lin is a distinguished guest of my family. You cannot be impolite here. How can he even be worthy of being called Young Master Lin? He doesn't resemble a gentleman in the slightest, Liu Qinghao retorted disdainfully towards Lin Yu, provoking him with evident dissatisfaction. He's merely an 18-year-old boy. What is there to fear? Then let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage in a contest to see just how inept you truly are. In an instant, Lin Yu raised his sword sheath, pressing it against Liu Qinghao's throat. A palpable aura of menace enveloped Liu, and an indescribable chill coursed through him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear. Liu Qinghao, though seething with rage, dared not act recklessly. Even though it was merely a sheath, it bore an overwhelming presence that caused him to tremble. This young man was indeed formidable. Liu felt incredulous. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, especially considering his own cultivation at the 8th level of the martial master realm. How could he be so intimidated? Is this how it is? A pampered young master like you, reduced to a state of fear? Lin Yu mocked. You insolent brat, do you have any idea who I am? You dare to lay a hand on me. It seems you are tired of living, Liu Qinghao retorted, his indignation boiling over. Lin Cheng, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjected, Enough, Liu Qinghao. I have warned you repeatedly, do not cause trouble. Young Master Lin is a distinguished guest of my family and a second-tier alchemist. A second-tier alchemist? This ragged-looking Lin Yu? Liu scoffed. He was aware that second-tier alchemists were typically individuals of immense wealth and status. Lin Yu, clad in tattered garments, appeared exceedingly destitute. And Liu could hardly accept that Lin Yu was an alchemist, let alone one of the second tier. Lin Yu is nothing more than a deceiver. And Liu Qinghao exudes an air of arrogance. Uncle Ling, on the day our sect procures weapons, you certainly require my assistance. Shouldn't you help me instead of watching me being bullied by outsiders? Liu Qinghao inquired, his dissatisfaction evident. Lin Cheng, left with no choice, decided to adopt a more amiable demeanor towards Liu Qinghao. Young Master Lin, let us put an end to this matter. There is no need to stoop to his level. Uncle Ling, regarding the Tianlan sect's weapon acquisition, you must entrust me to assist, Liu Qinghao asserted confidently. If you remain ungrateful, young Master Lin may injure you. And I would be powerless to intervene, Lin Cheng cautioned. Liu Qinghao snorted disdainfully and hastily retreated a few steps, anxious to evade the ongoing intimidation. Hearing the commotion outside, Ling Shui also emerged. Young Master Lin, what has transpired? Upon hearing Ling Shui's familiar address towards Lin Yu, Liu Qinghao immediately became displeased. Ling Shui, you have all been deceived by him. He does not appear to be a second-tier alchemist. People like you should keep your distance. I have no desire to see you. Ling Shui replied, her tone dismissive yet tinged with concern. Well, Uncle Ling, this is what Ling Shui has stated. Previously, you entrusted me with the task. Should the weapon selection fail, you understand the consequences, especially since the sect is already seeking trouble with Ling Tian. Liu Qinghao appeared increasingly agitated before turning to leave. All of this turmoil can be attributed to that scoundrel Lin Yu. Had it not been for him, Ling Cheng would have treated him with greater respect. Since Lin Yu's arrival, Liu Qinghao's status has plummeted. You little brat, just wait. The day will come when you lose all face. Do not pretend here. Do you truly consider yourself an alchemist? In an instant, Lin Yu appeared before Liu Qinghao, coldly questioning. Oh, is that so? Do you truly possess the qualifications to strip me of my dignity? Liu Qinghao stumbled backward, inadvertently losing his balance. Utterly taken aback by the overwhelming aura emanating from this scoundrel. How could he possess such a formidable sword intent? Wasn't it a trait exclusive to martial prodigies like Xiao Yu? Why, then, did he also wield it? Who exactly was this young man? The undeniable strength of his sword intent made it apparent to Liu Qinghao that the youth's cultivation must be at least at the 9th level of martial master, for otherwise, he would not exude such an intimidating presence. An 18-year-old at the 9th level of martial master, could this boy also be a martial genius? Liu Qinghao was instantly drenched in cold sweat, fearing that he had unwittingly provoked someone of great consequence. Yet lost, Lin Yu scoffed. Lu Qinghao nodded, though he dared not utter another word of bravado. He even lacked the courage to rise, instead crawling away in a pitiful manner. The once proud young master, subjected to such humiliation, vowed never to forget this moment for the rest of his life. Wait, Lin Yu said coldly. Lu Qinghao trembled on the ground, fully aware that engaging in a confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. It was wiser to lower his head and plead for mercy, planning to seek vengeance later. He understood all too well the wisdom of a wise man avoiding immediate losses. Young Master Lin, I was mistaken. I should not have spoken to you in that manner. It was my folly, my lack of discernment. Lin Yu let out a cold scoff, glaring down at Lu Qinghao with an air of superiority. You might as well crawl out like a dog. Lu Qinghao's face turned ashen. The thought of this incident leaking out was intolerable, jeopardizing his standing here. He found it hard to swallow his indignation. Meanwhile, Ling Shiming remained silent, seemingly disinterested in the unfolding drama. Let me lend you a hand, lest you find it difficult to lower yourself. With a sharp crack, Lin Yu placed his foot firmly upon Lu Qinghao's waist, and in that instant, he felt an immense weight pressing down upon him. A pained cry escaped Lu Qinghao, akin to a pig's squeal, as excruciating agony engulfed him, leaving him drenched in sweat. He realized he had to escape swiftly. Lin Yu, this young lad, strikes with such ferocity, showing no concern for the potential of taking a life. Lin Yu witnessed Lu Qinghao crawling out, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Young Master Lin, is this action not somewhat inappropriate? If Lu Qinghao seeks revenge, it could lead to future troubles. There is no need for concern. Individuals of that caliber cannot pose a threat to me, as they lack the requisite strength. After all, Lu Qinghao's family holds considerable power. Even the mightiest dragon cannot suppress them entirely. It would be wise to proceed with caution henceforth. However, Ling Cheng felt a flicker of joy within. Lin Yu had provoked a prominent family, and for the time being, he would be unable to extricate himself, ultimately having to rely on the Ling family. This would indeed be a fortunate turn of events. Chapter 70. Weapons. Such individuals are of no consequence to me. Lin Yu declared earnestly. I shall take my leave for a brief respite. As he turned to depart, he added, if young Master Lin has any instructions, please do not hesitate to convey them. Lin Yu returned to his room. Ling Shui, what has happened to your eyes? Ling Chiming suddenly noticed Ling Shui. Her eyes were even darker than before. Oh, it seems my black eye technique has reached a significant level, Ling Shui replied with astonishment. Considering she had previously only achieved a minor proficiency, even stagnating for years. But you were in a coma during this time. How could your black eye technique improve so dramatically to the intermediate stage? Ling Qingming found it hard to believe. The black eye technique was notoriously difficult to master. And considering Ling Shui was nearly unconscious, it was baffling that she had made such progress. I don't know. It feels as if the black eye technique has become more fluid and effortless than before, devoid of any burden, Ling Shui pondered, equally perplexed. Could it be due to the young Master Lin? He seemed to have transmitted some blood to me. Is that even possible? Ling Qingming was astounded. The current level of Ling Shui's black eye technique far exceeded his imagination, and at such a young age. She might very well reach the pinnacle of her abilities in the coming years. Ling Qingming had heard family legends that the black eye technique could evolve into even more formidable ocular techniques, which were nearly invincible and possessed terrifying power. No one from the Ling family had achieved that level in centuries, and that technique was rumored to be called the Sharingan. Ling Qiming now saw a glimmer of hope. His daughter was truly remarkable, capable of revitalizing their family's martial arts legacy, which could naturally lead to their rise as a prestigious lineage within the empire. Young Master Lin is indeed extraordinary. His claim of being a master of the black eye technique is not unfounded, Ling Qiming thought, deeply impressed. He even considered asking Lin Yu for assistance to enhance his own black eye technique. Father, please refrain from making any strange requests. Ling Shui understood her father well. I merely wish to explore the possibility. What if Lin Yu is willing to help me elevate my black eye technique? Ling Qingming stated in astonishment. Father, you are overthinking this. The blood he provided me has already taken a significant toll on him. Asking him for further assistance would surely drain his vitality, rendering him unable to control his own black eye technique, Ling Shui urged anxiously. Such reasoning seemed sound. Lin Yu had already made considerable sacrifices to aid Ling Shui, and Ling Qiming could not impose further demands. I am curious, how did he manage to heal you? Ling Shui contemplated, touching her temple and cheek. He transmitted a bit of his blood to me. His lineage is extraordinary, and it cured my ailment while simultaneously enhancing my black eye technique. Lin Cheng found himself wishing fervently that Lin Yu would not depart. The Ling family could not afford to lose him. For Ling Shui, Lin Yu might sacrifice a little, but he would not extend his kindness to everyone. Lin Cheng's hopes for enhancing his own black eye technique dwindled, leaving a hint of disappointment in his gaze. The future of our family rests in your hands, he said. Ling Shui felt the strength of her black eye technique, yet knew that further improvement would require immense time and sacrifice. Daughter, there is something I wish to inquire, he began. Did you not? When you were alone together? Father, what are you implying? Lin Cheng smiled wryly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Lin Yu was quietly recuperating alone in his chamber, diligently honing his martial skills and gaining valuable experience in the realm of martial arts. Elevating his cultivation level was of paramount importance to him at this moment. After a day of rest, there came a knock at the door. Young Master Lin, a voice called, as Ling Shui rapped gently on the door. Lin Yu opened the door to find Ling Shui dressed in a rather festive manner, adorned in a long red gown that accentuated her beauty more than ever before. At that moment, Lin Yu recalled the impending engagement ceremony. Lin Yu, our engagement day. Ling Shui appeared somewhat shy, acknowledging that it was merely an engagement and not a true wedding. However, deep within her heart, she yearned for it profoundly. Lin Yu sensed a hint of awkwardness in the air. The day of the engagement held significance for their family, as they were to procure weapons and treasures for the Tianlan sect, marking it as a momentous occasion. Lin Yu was particularly attentive to the subsequent remarks. Was the sect also in need of procuring weapons? Weapons and treasures are indeed the foundation of the sect. This day is renowned as the Weapon Conference, where numerous merchants gather to peddle weapons and treasures, as well as protective armors for self-defense. Ling Shui noticed the sword at Lin Yu's waist. The grade of your weapon is truly remarkable. It must be a weapon of considerable renown, I presume. Lin Yu raised his sword, a weapon that Zhao Yu had long coveted. He understood instinctively how significant a sword could be for a martial artist. While other fighters wield various types of weaponry, each contributing to their strength, those who rely solely on their bare hands often find themselves at a disadvantage. Every year, the sect invests substantial sums in procuring weapons, a fundamental aspect of its growth. However, the practicality of these newly acquired treasures remains uncertain. Sometimes, one might unwittingly purchase fakes. Initially, such deceptions may not be apparent, but over time, the weapons may deteriorate. Is such a thing truly possible? Lin Yu mused with a slight smile, his interest in the upcoming weaponry competition deepening. Yet, prior to this event, he faced a rather troubling matter, the engagement ceremony, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Very well, let us set forth. Here's the attire prepared for you. Lin Yu took the garment and, upon inspection, discovered it to be a striking red robe. It was his first time donning such a conspicuous attire, which felt a tad too vibrant for his taste. Do you like this outfit? Ling Shui inquired. It's acceptable, he replied. Lin Yu gazed at Ling Shui, sensing that she had something to express, yet hesitated to voice her thoughts. Ling Shui remained fixated on Lin Yu's eyes, captivated and unwavering. His profound gaze, reminiscent of an expansive universe, was irresistibly alluring, reflecting her own image within. My father was astonished by the significant enhancement of my black eye technique, believing that I could eventually elevate it to the formidable skill of the manifestation eye. Lin Yu lifted his gaze, enveloped in silence. For the past 2 to 3 centuries, no one in the family had manifested the Sharingan, yet you have done so, which truly astonishes me. I have perused the history of the Ling family, noting the myriad of prodigies therein, yet none possessed the Sharingan. Am I truly such a source of surprise for you? However, I regret to inform you that I cannot divulge the details behind this matter. Ling Shui now harbors another concern. Lin Yu is remarkably young, nearly of her age. If he is indeed a member of the Ling family, Ling Shui feels a sense of impending collapse. Chapter 71. Thought it was merely a rumor. Could it be that Lin Cheng fathered an illegitimate child somewhere in his youth? Ling Shui's complexion paled slightly, yet upon reflection, she deemed this notion implausible. The disparity in temperament between Lin Yu and Lin Cheng is striking, and neither seems inclined to bridge this gap. It is conceivable that Ling Shui remains unaware of whether other members of the Ling family outside have born children. And if so, that child could very well be Lin Yu, thereby explaining his mastery of the black eye technique and his extraordinary accomplishments. What are you pondering? Do you truly believe that you and I are siblings? Lin Yu discerned Ling Shui's thoughts with clarity. Instantly, her face flushed crimson as she grappled with thoughts she ought not entertain, all of which Lin Yu seemed to perceive. I apologize. I am at a loss as to how this happened. My eyes seem to reveal everything, Lin Yu expressed regretfully. It is not your fault. rather. It is the potency of your gaze that is overwhelming. Lin Yu and Ling Shui walked together to the square of the Ling family. As today's engagement ceremony was indeed a grand affair, the number of attendees exceeded Lin Yu's expectations, and he felt an overwhelming sense of entrapment. The engagement had become widely known. How would he be able to retract his commitment later? Lin Yu and Ling Shui stood atop the elevated platform in the square, while Lin Cheng wore a beaming smile, a rare expression of joy that had eluded him for quite some time. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed families for gracing us with your presence. Today marks the engagement ceremony of my daughter, and I invite everyone to indulge in fine food and drink, Lin Cheng proclaimed with a respectful bow. The Ling family had organized an extravagant banquet today, inviting guests from all directions to partake in the grand celebration, making the engagement ceremony exceedingly magnificent. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming headache, yet he managed to wear a smile. It was indeed his engagement to Ling Shui. It is said that Lin Yu is a prodigy, the foremost genius in martial arts. Indeed, he had even defeated Zhao Yu. But why did he so swiftly become engaged to the Ling family? It is truly enviable to wed such a breathtaking beauty. That young man is exceptionally fortunate. The disciples of Tianlan's sect were filled with admiration, for Ling Shui was indeed a great beauty within the sect. Many disciples strove to strengthen themselves with the aspiration of seeking a marriage proposal from the Ling family. Yet now, after merely a month at Tianlan's sect, Lin Yu was already engaged, a pace that left everyone astonished. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yu caught sight of Feng Shui, her ethereal gaze lingering upon him. He feigned ignorance of her presence, sensing that the young lady harbored numerous matters she wished to discuss with him. A chilling sensation enveloped him, an unsettling aura that he could not quite decipher. Raising his eyes, he beheld Zhao Yu, whose demeanor was as frigid as an ancient glacier. The disciples of Tianlan's sect instinctively created a 10-meter distance from Zhao Yu, for her presence radiated an even more formidable intensity than usual. With her sword intent seemingly unleashed in waves, and her gaze sending shivers down the spine, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, noticing the gaze of Zhao Yu, which seemed to regard him as a sworn enemy, full of contempt. It appeared her animosity had only intensified. Indeed, women's emotions are notoriously capricious. Lin Yu pondered whether her ire stemmed from his victory over her. Perhaps her pride was wounded, for he had not witnessed such a countenance in their previous interactions. She hardly resembled a friend, but rather an adversary. At the banquet, Zhao Yu sat alone at a table, sipping her tea, while the disciples nearby dared not approach her. Did you see that? Zhao Yu is furious. The goddess is consumed by jealousy. When Lin Yu had first arrived, the two had held hands. Yet now he was on the verge of an engagement. How could he be labeled a mere playboy? Lin Yu was perceived as a heartless rogue, and such a character was seen as an enemy of their sect. A group of disciples from Tianlan's sect expressed their discontent towards Zhao Yu, their indignation palpable. As the banquet progressed towards the impending weapon conference, Lin Yu noticed numerous merchants in attendance, evidently purveyors of weaponry. A multitude of horse-drawn carriages were visible nearby, suggesting that today's event would showcase an array of weaponry and treasures. A sect gathering, naturally bustling with activity, greeted Lin Yu with a spectacle of humanity. It was his first encounter with such a multitude, indicating the significance of this weapon conference, as even the senior figures of the sect made their appearance. The vice master of Tianlan's sect and esteemed elders gradually took the stage, and Lin Yu, captivated by the grandeur of the occasion, felt a flicker of hope that he might discover suitable treasures and weapons for himself. As the weapon conference was about to commence, Lin Yu closed his eyes, holding his breath in anticipation. Ling Tian, as the vice master, took a moment to deliver a few opening remarks before the event officially began. Lin Yu and the members of the Ling family sat in their seats as the weapon tournament was about to commence. Chief Ling, I never imagined your luck would be so fortuitous this time, acquiring such a fine son-in-law, a sardonic voice echoed. A middle-aged man approached slowly. Upon seeing him, Lin Cheng's expression shifted slightly, and he offered a flattering smile. Brother Lu Yiming, it has been a long time. I did not expect to see you at this weapon tournament. Lu Yiming was a formidable figure, a martial artist of the martial sovereign realm. Lin Yu observed him closely. If a confrontation were to arise, he believed he could gain the upper hand. Lu Yiming was indeed the father of Lu Chenghao. So it is he. Lin Yu thought, realizing that his arrival surely heralded trouble, given the concealed malice behind his smile. The presence of this man caused great unease in Ling Shui, her hands trembling slightly, revealing her apprehension towards Lu Yiming. Lin Yu was acutely aware that Lu Yiming sought revenge against him, as his son had been severely taught a lesson by Lin. Some individuals, despite their prodigious talents, Remain oblivious to the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Inevitably, they will bring ruin upon themselves and drag others down with them. Lu Yiming declared vehemently, casting a fierce glare at Lin Yu. Certain young masters are only adept at indulging in pleasures, and now that they have been rendered powerless, they resort to calling upon their fathers. Truly, they are like mud that cannot be molded, Lin Yu retorted sharply. You are quite forthright, young man. However, I must caution you that the Tianlan sect is not your territory. While you may be a genius, do not forget the true nature of this place. Lu Yiming replied with a smile. Lu Yiming, could you perhaps speak with a bit more courtesy? Am I invisible? Lin Cheng interjected, rising to his feet. The imposing presence of the two clan leaders filled the air with palpable tension, leaving many present in astonishment, had the weapon tournament not even commenced. And yet a confrontation was imminent. Lu Yiming was acutely aware that the sect would not permit them to engage in battle here, and thus he held back. Unintentionally, he cast a glance at Ling Shui, who was currently fixing him with her black eye technique, a peculiar force washing over him, instilling a sense of threat. Lu Yiming was taken aback. Had Ling Shui's black eye technique actually strengthened? The rumors of her powers being restored after the backlash had seemed exaggerated. But now it appeared there was truth to them. So it is indeed real, he muttered through clenched teeth. Chapter 72, The Ancient Scrolls. This is indeed true. You are quite envious of young Master Lin. Ling Cheng realized something. How was it that Lu Yiming was so well informed? The rapid dissemination of information suggested that the Ling family had their spies. Lu Yiming had initially hoped for a union between Lu Qinghao and Ling Shui, believing it would foster goodwill between the two families. Now, however, the sudden emergence of Lin Yu shattered that illusion. Lin Yu seemingly possesses considerable skill, and Lu Yiming perceives him as a formidable adversary. However, the question arises, how could a mere outsider possibly wield the unique black eye technique exclusive to the Ling family? Is there some obscure truth concealed within this situation? As for you, clan leader Ling, I trust you are well aware that for this upcoming weapons tournament, you will need to devise your own strategies. Given my son's current predicament, I shall no longer extend my assistance to you, Lu Yiming stated coldly. Rest assured, I have my own means to address this matter, so there is no need for your concern. Lu Yiming narrowed his eyes, anticipating the moment when Lu Chengming fails to procure a weapon and the sect holds him accountable. He wonders if Lin Yu will maintain his composure then. The weapons tournament is about to commence. Lin Yu had waited for an extended period, and his patience was beginning to wane. Had he known the process would be so leisurely, he might have chosen to cultivate in his room instead, taking his time at the outset. Many families had arrived. Yet Lin Yu was unfamiliar with most of the prominent clans. However, he did catch sight of the members of the Lin family. The members of the Lin Ming family have also arrived. Lin Yu squinted his eyes, finding this encounter somewhat unexpected yet entirely reasonable. For the Lin family is indeed a prominent clan within the Ming city. As the weapon conference unfolds, participants are poised and ready, making the selection of superior weapons and treasures a notably arduous task. Distinguishing the authenticity of weapons proves to be exceedingly challenging. Numerous inferior weapons may initially seem powerful, yet over time, they deteriorate and become unusable. This presents a significant dilemma. How can one procure truly exceptional weapons? The organizers of the weapon conference are the Tianlan sect, and both affluent merchants and private individuals have come to sell their wares. They possess a vast array of items, including high-grade martial arts techniques and weapons. But the authenticity ultimately relies on the discerning eye of the buyer. Lin Yu had a vague understanding of the matter. It was clear that the Tianlan sect intended to procure weapons and treasures to strengthen their sect, primarily entrusted to the Ling family for oversight. They must ensure that their expenditure does not result in the acquisition of counterfeit goods, for that would be a grave miscalculation. Should they succeed in obtaining quality weapons and treasures, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous event for the sect. At last, the proceedings commenced. Lin Yu shook his head. Having waited an ample duration, due to the engagement, the attendance this time was severalfold greater than before. Ling Shui, with a blush, remarked how wonderful it would be if they could truly wed. Lin Yu merely nodded slightly, offering no substantial response. Ling Shui had hinted at much, yet he remained silent. Upon the arrival of an elder from the Tianlan sect, Lin Yu recognized him as Lu Fei, a witness to the duel between Zhao Yu and himself. Now, everyone, please behold this ancient scroll, Lu Fei proclaimed, which hails from a long-lost ruin. The inscriptions upon it are beyond my comprehension, yet it is rumored to be a treasured heirloom of a prominent family. Lu Fei's introduction was meticulous, indicating he had thoroughly prepared for this moment. The crowd appeared intrigued by the scroll, but their inability to decipher its contents rendered the prospect of purchase seemingly futile, leaving Lin Cheng in a quandary. Naturally, Lin Cheng employed the black eye technique, hoping to unveil the scroll's secrets, yet after prolonged scrutiny, he discerned nothing. It became evident that his mastery of the technique was insufficient to penetrate the depths of mystery contained within. Initially, he had commissioned Lin Cheng for assistance. But after provoking him, he was compelled to confront the matter personally. The Ling family had previously hosted weapon tournaments, granting them considerable expertise in weapons and various graded treasures. The elders of the Ling family engaged in animated discussions, seemingly unable to reach a consensus. Regardless of the martial skill contained within this ancient scroll, we cannot comprehend it. Thus, the significance of its acquisition seems minimal, one elder remarked. Another countered, I disagree. Should we decipher the scroll's contents, it may very well contain earth-tier martial skills. Therefore, hastily deciding against it is unwise. Their lack of understanding was palpable, and Lin Cheng found himself in a difficult position. Just then, Ling Tian made his entrance. He placed great importance on this weapon tournament, though he too lacked expertise in the matter. Lin Yu found himself rather bored with the ancient scroll, which resembled a mere storybook. A casual glance revealed to him a wealth of text, and he could almost discern the presence of those who had previously touched the tome. This ability astonished Lin Yu. It seemed as if he could vaguely perceive figures from the past, raising the question of whether his eyesight was defying the heavens. However, this peculiar skill demanded a significant amount of vital energy, leading Lin Yu to feel that the cost outweighed the benefits, thus he refrained from overusing it. The selection of weapons for the upcoming tournament was of utmost importance to the sect, yet Lin Yu regarded it with indifference. To him, it was a trivial matter. You appear rather disinterested, Ling Shui suddenly inquired. Not at all, I am merely contemplating. Has the sect entrusted this task entirely to your family? Indeed, that is correct. The responsibility of procuring weapons has been delegated to us, and should we acquire quality items, the sect will reward us. However, if we make a mistake, our family will undoubtedly bear the blame. That sounds like a burdensome task. That scroll does not seem valuable. I would advise against purchasing it. Lin Cheng, the clan leader, seemed resolute in his decision, deeming the acquisition of the scroll to be of little significance, thus opting not to buy it. Upon hearing this, the seller sneered. Is the Ling family truly capable of handling the procurement of weapons? This scroll is of considerable antiquity, and yet you choose to dismiss it. I hope you do not come to regret this decision. The seller had initially hoped to profit handsomely from the scroll, but now it appeared that such hopes were dashed, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. Lin Cheng merely chuckled, treating the matter with nonchalance, for such occurrences were not uncommon. Lin Yu discovered that his eyes still held many advantages. This particular pupil technique was indeed quite beneficial. Louis squinted, eager to witness Lin Cheng's embarrassment. The audience began to murmur among themselves, realizing that a conflict had arisen between the Ling and Lu families, who had previously collaborated. The Lu family possessed considerable knowledge regarding weapons and treasures, as their lineage was dedicated to this craft. Should the Ling family face defeat this time, the vice-sect master would likely be held accountable by the sect's elders, with dire consequences to follow. Now, let us proceed to the next treasure and see if any discerning buyers emerge, Lu Fei announced, his voice resonant. Chapter 73, Great Expectations. Lu Fei once again presented a scroll, its exterior resembling that of a martial technique. Lin Yu gazed at it in silence for a while. We shall hasten our pace and unveil the majority of the martial technique scrolls. Whether one can procure a worthy technique for cultivation depends on everyone's discernment. Lu Fei gestured. The attendants bore numerous martial technique scrolls, leaving the audience curious and hopeful regarding their authenticity. Among them was a martial technique titled Collapse of the Dragon, divided into several segments. However, this scroll appeared to contain merely a fraction of the entirety. Please take a look and see if it piques your interest, Lu Fei said with a faint smile, regrettably unable to comprehend the intricacies of the martial arts contained within. An elder from the Ling family stepped forward to examine the scroll. It appeared quite antiquated, if it were indeed a high-grade martial technique suitable for cultivation. The state of the scroll would not deter potential buyers. Will other families also purchase these weapons? Lin Yu inquired. Naturally. Other families come to the sect's weapon event to test their fortune. Each family sends experienced individuals specifically to make selections. These individuals are referred to as weapon masters. And the Lu family has long been renowned for producing such experts, Ling Shui clarified. Lin Yu harbored little interest, for the scrolls did not captivate his attention, however. Acquiring knowledge about this world was acceptable. The profession of weaponsmith emerged gradually due to the demand in this regard, encompassing a wide array of aspects. In our locality, which is not a large city, dedicated weaponsmiths are scarce. A weaponsmith's role extends beyond merely appraising weapons. It also involves the evaluation of martial arts scrolls, treasures, and armors. In essence, there is a plethora of items that require discerning judgment, all of which necessitate a keen eye. Lin Yu smiled. For his current Sharingan allowed him to perceive an abundance of things. Did this not render him a formidable weapons master? Ah, I comprehend now. It is akin to the profession of an alchemist. Naturally, the status of a weapons master does not rival that of an alchemist. Yet only by becoming a weapons master can one aspire to the esteemed rank of a swordsmith, thereby elevating their status to a comparable level with that of an alchemist. Remarked Ling Shui with a smile. Is it not true that your family can utilize the black eye technique? Lin Yu inquired. If our family's black eye technique were to reach a higher level, it could indeed be employed to discern the value of weapons and treasures. However, we have not attained such mastery, Ling Shui replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. In the past, the Ling family had boasted a weapons master. But due to the inadequate application of the black eye technique, they had long since lost that title. The martial skills provided by the sect are all verified as cultivable. Ling Shui stated matter-of-factly. At that moment, Lu Yiming rose to his feet, declaring, "Our family is willing to purchase this scroll." Instantly, all eyes turned toward Lu Yiming. His family held a prestigious reputation as authoritative weapons masters within the Tianan sect, drawing even greater attention to the scroll, as if it were a true treasure. The patriarch of the Lu family had spoken personally. This seemed a deliberate challenge to the Ling family, given Lu Yiming's reputation for astutely appraising weapons. Look, a weapons master from beyond the sect has also arrived. The Meng family members are indeed here today, a rare sight to behold, someone exclaimed. Lu Yiming approached the stage with utmost respect from Lu Fei. Then let us invite Patriarch Lu to examine this scroll. The legend of the crumbling dragon is indeed a noteworthy martial skill, and I estimate it to be of the Xian rank, should it truly be cultivable. Lu Yiming said with a smile, meticulously scrutinizing the scroll. The martial skill exhibited significant flaws, yet if it were otherwise intact, attempting to cultivate it should pose no considerable challenge. That is an Xian rank martial skill. If it proves cultivable, the Lu family stands to gain immensely, Ling Cheng remarked, his expression turning somewhat grim. It shall depend on Lu Yiming's fortune. If luck does not favor him, acquiring a defective item would surely be disadvantageous. Once Lu Yiming expressed interest in the scroll, other families began to stir, eager to offer substantial sums for its acquisition. The scroll would go to the highest bidder, allowing its owner to profit handsomely. Lu Yiming continued to examine the scroll of the crumbling dragon, with several family elders greedily fixated upon it. With utmost care, Lu Yiming turned the pages, his energy discerning the scroll's age, while his perception determined its completeness and whether it could be cultivated. The perceptive ability of an alchemist is crucial in sensing the formation of elixirs, underscoring the significance of personal perception. Should a martial artist attempt to cultivate an incomplete manual, it could severely damage their dantian, thus necessitating caution in martial skill training. Erroneous techniques could result in grave injury to the practitioner, which is where the weapons master plays a vital role, ensuring the martial skill is indeed cultivable and at least safeguarding against fatal harm. The profession of a weapons master is indeed one of great esteem. Ding. The master observed the weapons master appraising martial skills, gaining experience 100 by 1,000 times. Ding. The master observed the weapons master appraising martial skills, gaining experience 100 by 1,000 times. Ding. Congratulations to the master for reaching full experience and attaining the rank of second-grade weapons master. Ding. The master executed the advanced Shin rank martial skill, Sharingan, gaining experience 200 by 1,000 times. Lin Yu blinked, and before he realized it, he found himself gazing at Lu Yiming, truly perceiving his techniques. The Sharingan had remarkably enhanced Lin Yu's observational and learning abilities, allowing him to instinctively absorb so much knowledge with just a few glances. Lin Yu found himself utterly bewildered. He had merely intended to observe the commotion and perhaps discover something of interest, yet here he was, having ascended to the rank of a second-tier weapons master. Lu Yiming, after considerable deliberation, reached a conclusion. The latter part of the long collapse technique was incomplete. For martial artists, attempting to cultivate it would ultimately lead to chaos within their vital energy, resulting in severe injury to their dantian. Look over there. What is the name of that girl? The talented weapons master from the Meng family, Meng Yao, was also approaching to examine that scroll. Indeed, the profound tier martial skills garnered immense attention from prominent families. Although the long collapse technique was flawed, Finding the remaining incomplete portions should not pose a significant challenge. Meng Yao's melodious voice captivated many, drawing them into a trance. She was not a native of this generation of the family, but seemed to hail from a larger city within the empire. Her presence illuminated the surroundings, and numerous gazes were filled with admiration for her. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, soft and flowing, framing her delicate eyebrows. Her large, luminous eyes sparkled with life, complemented by a beautifully sculpted nose and a face as radiant as snow, glimmering like jade. Her skin was translucent and smooth, akin to the finest snow, and her tall figure moved gracefully, reminiscent of willows swaying in the breeze. Lin Yu couldn't help but gaze at her a few more times. She was indeed a stunning beauty, and not only that, but also a remarkably talented weapons master. Chapter 74. Imitation. Meng Yao merely glanced at it without approaching for an appraisal, yet her judgment was astounding, leaving Lu Yiming utterly amazed. This woman was truly extraordinary. Subsequently, Meng Yao stepped forward, seemingly observing the martial arts techniques, while the elder of the Ling family appeared extremely awkward, feeling utterly inadequate compared to the two of them, as he was merely a slightly experienced elder. More than 10 minutes passed. The 19th martial technique was supposed to be one that could be cultivated, the profound level lower grade technique, Mingfeng Palm. Meng Yao lifted the martial arts scroll, which emanated a white glow, revealing the characters for Mingfeng Palm before the spectators. A collective gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd, as they witnessed the success of another weapons master in identifying martial techniques. The elder of the Ling family grew increasingly anxious, fearing that he might not even be able to identify a single martial technique that day. Such an outcome would be utterly humiliating. It was indeed a grave matter for Tianlan's sect to entrust such an important task to the Ling family. If Lin Cheng failed, he would certainly be held accountable later. This was precisely the outcome Lu Yiming desired. After all, Lin Cheng had provoked his family, having severely injured his own son, a transgression that could not be forgiven. Observing Meng Yao's technique, he realized it was even more impressive than his own. It turned out that the manipulation of vital energy could be performed in such a manner, showcasing a myriad of techniques and extensive applications. Ding! The master observed the weapons master appraising martial techniques and gained experience at a rate of 100 times 1,000. Lu Yiming was also taken aback by Meng Yao. She was indeed an exceptional individual. Yet, why was she here? Did she perhaps have a specific purpose for attending this weapons convention? Meng Yao's immediate success in acquiring a martial technique evoked envy among all present, while Lin Chengming's expression darkened. Ling Tian, standing nearby, even shook his head, unable to fathom how events had escalated to this point. If he did not procure something of value at this weapons convention, the sect might very well strip him of his position as vice-sect leader. Meng Yao glanced back at Ling Shui, intrigued by her black eye technique, which, upon reaching a certain level, could potentially surpass her own vision. The Ling family's black eye technique had always been renowned far and wide. The elder of the Ling family searched through the remaining scrolls but seemed to find nothing of merit among that pile. It was only Meng Yu who discovered a martial technique suitable for cultivation. All right, I believe everyone has had a chance to observe the martial technique scrolls. So let us proceed. A few individuals from the audience brought forth 4 swords, each appearing exceedingly mysterious, their grade unknown. Weapons were of utmost importance to warriors, and swords had always been one of the most significant weapons in the Jiolong continent. As the 4 swords were placed on the display stand, the eyes of the various families sparkled with anticipation. The grade of the swords was the foremost concern for all. The higher the grade, the greater the sword's power, and the stronger the warrior's abilities when wielding it. However, determining the authenticity of swords was quite challenging. In just a month or two, a sword might still be sharp, but with time, they could break or become damaged, causing great headaches for many powerful individuals. Lu Fei drew one of the swords, inviting the weapons masters to examine them. They appeared to be exceptionally sharp, with a chilling gleam emanating from the blade. Lin Yu was undoubtedly infatuated with swords. Ever since he mastered the essence of the sword, it had become as indispensable to him as his own right hand, never leaving his side, day or night. Upon encountering a sword, he naturally felt compelled to scrutinize it closely. With the awakening of his Sharingan, Lin Yu immediately discerned the sword's inferiority. It was hardly a worthy weapon, but rather a mere imitation. Lin Yu shook his head, reluctant to perform just yet. Without something that piqued his interest, he would never step forward. Although he had gleaned much from this weapons convention, the martial arts treasures on sale did not captivate him. At this moment, Lin Yu preferred to observe. watching others appraise the weapons as his own experience continued to accumulate. These swords and blades were by no means inferior. Surely the master craftsman could discern their quality. Should one chance upon a superior piece, it would indeed yield a significant profit. Lu Fei enthusiastically introduced the offerings. Each prominent family had dispatched their own weapon masters. While not exceptionally skilled, they were eager to test their luck. "Let us examine the weapons," he declared. "In comparison to martial arts techniques, discerning the quality of these blades is far simpler. If any prove unsatisfactory, we shall simply refrain from purchasing." The current selection of weapons appeared to be of excellent quality. The 5 craftsmen scrutinized the swords, but Lin Yu shook his head, perceiving them as a mere assembly of the inept. Incapable of proper discernment, merely a gathering to make a show of their family as craftsmanship. In stark contrast, someone of Meng Yao's caliber did not even glance at the displayed weapons. She had resumed her original seat as soon as they were presented. Lu Yiming also shook his head, finding nothing among the weapons that met his approval. Although these swords were of subpar quality, Lin Yu was surprised to see someone spend tens of thousands of gold coins to acquire one. After all, the sword's exquisite appearance suggested it was a fine weapon. Such absurdity elicited a chuckle from Lin Yu, reflecting that perhaps some individuals were simply affluent beyond measure. Lin Yu had been closely observing Meng Yao and Lu Yiming as they examined the weapons and treasures that had not yet been utilized. Despite the considerable distance, they relentlessly employed their discerning abilities. Every detail did not escape Lin Yu's notice, and he was continuously accumulating experience. Ding! The master has observed the weapon master appraising martial skills, gaining experience at a rate of 100,000. The amount of experience required for a weapon master is indeed substantial. Lin Yu noted the system's notification, yet he had not yet attained the rank of 3rd-tier weapon master, which proved to be more challenging than that of an alchemist. At this moment, Lin Yu's sensitivity to weapons had significantly heightened. With his eyes closed, he could perceive the presence of the weapons, as if they emitted a faint echo, and his heart was attuned to these sounds. Soon, however, he heard a remarkably melodious tone. His intuition suggested that it must indicate the presence of a remarkable treasure, for such a sound was undeniably unique. Lin Yu developed an interest in the passage of time, believing that if he patiently awaited his desires, he might eventually uncover a treasured artifact. As of now, its identity remained uncertain, possibly due to his not-so-advanced skills in appraising such treasures. Time had already slipped away significantly, prompting him to suggest revealing something of greater value. Lu Fei applauded a few times, announcing the presence of a rhino armor, renowned for its formidable defense. The markings upon it indicated that it had been left by a formidable martial artist, suggesting its high worth, though he still preferred to have a weaponsmith examine it. Lu Fei laughed heartily. Meng Yao and Lu Yiming both rose, evidently intrigued by the rhino armor, their eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of such a rare artifact, one they had not encountered in a long while. Chapter 75. Rhino armor. Before the two could act, a young man, faster than them, appeared. He exuded an air of elegance, resembling a refined gentleman, yet his expression bore a cunning glint, complemented by an unsettling smile. "Miss Meng Yao, clan leader Lu, I too have taken a fancy to this rhino armor," he remarked. "Who are you?" Lu Yiming retorted, his tone unwelcoming. The emergence of an additional rival was hardly a welcome development. "Are you Zhao Xinghe? It is said you are a 3rd-tier weaponsmith," Meng Yao exclaimed in surprise. Taken aback by the arrival of someone so formidable, the crowd below erupted in astonishment at the weapons conference, whispering amongst themselves about the presence of a 3rd-tier weaponsmith. What could be his purpose for attending this event? Meng Yao raised an eyebrow, suspecting that his objectives might align uncomfortably with her own. It appeared that the rhino armor had attracted a person of significance. Indeed, a 3rd-tier weaponsmith was a rarity within the empire. Lu Fei's tone grew exceedingly respectful as he addressed the young master, urging him to examine the rhino armor and determine if it met his standards. The presence of such a renowned weaponsmith at the conference stirred considerable excitement. Zhao Xinghe approached the rhino armor, scrutinizing it closely, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Lin Yu observed Zhao Xinghe's techniques with keen interest, noting that his own experience as a 2nd-tier weaponsmith had been enriched. For someone of Zhao Xinghe's status, the rhino armor seemed ill-suited for personal use. He likely harbored ulterior motives. Lin Yu noticed what appeared to be faint inscriptions on the inner side of the armor. "I wish to purchase this rhino armor outright. How many gold coins are required?" Zhao Xinghe inquired. "Young master, it is customary for the highest bidder to prevail," Lu Fei replied. "In that case, I shall offer 100,000 gold coins," Zhao Xinghe declared. The crowd gasped in disbelief, astonished by the young master's lavishness. Such a substantial sum was indeed remarkable. It was the first time at this weapons conference that an offer of this magnitude had been made. In a locale such as theirs, accumulating such wealth for a transaction was no small feat. The armor's owner promptly acquiesced, recognizing the improbability of receiving a higher bid, as few could match Zhao Xinghe's financial prowess. He immediately produced a banknote, visibly pleased with his acquisition of the rhino armor, his expression radiant. What secrets does the rhino armor conceal? Meng Yao pondered curiously, unable to discern its mysteries and thus reluctant to compete with Zhao Xinghe. Zhao Xinghe examined the interior of the armor, reciting a strange incantation that left the onlookers baffled, unable to comprehend his words. An eerie glow emanated from the rhino armor, and Lin Yu faintly discerned peculiar characters within that light. What could be the origin of this illumination? Lin Yu quickly noticed that others could not perceive such inscriptions. The weaponsmith appeared to possess a unique observational ability. It was truly astonishing. Why did the rhinoceros armor emit such a radiant glow? It must be extraordinary, harboring immense power. What secrets does the rhinoceros armor conceal? Zhao Xinghe was indeed well prepared. He certainly would not divulge the secrets of the armor now. The crowd was filled with curiosity regarding the rhinoceros armor, and Zhao Xinghe felt a twinge of anxiety. Should these individuals entertain malicious thoughts and take action against him, the consequences could be dire. Fortunately, few could comprehend the inscriptions on the armor. Upon discovering what he sought, Zhao Xinghe hastily stowed it away, as it was far too conspicuous. It was evident that the rhinoceros armor possessed something valuable. However, even prominent families could only stare in bewilderment, for the presence of the Tianlan sect would not permit indiscretions. Lin Yu quickly discerned the unique qualities of Zhao Xinghe. He was relatively young, having already attained the rank of a third-rank weapon master at merely 25 years of age, an achievement that evoked envy in many. Zhao Xinghe possessed the remarkable ability to harness his vital energy to resonate with the rhinoceros armor, a technique both distinctive and exceedingly rare. Coupled with Zhao Xinghe's heightened perception, he had just unveiled the hidden runes within the armor, which concealed a secret. However, to Lin Yu, this was all comprehensible. He had fully mastered this technique and could now wield it with ease, thus accumulating invaluable experience as a weapon master. Ding! The master observed the weapon master's identification skills, gaining experience at a rate of 100 times 1000. Ding! Congratulations to the master for reaching the rank of third-rank weapon master. Lin Yu blinked in surprise, having devoted the entire day to relentless study, and finally attained the rank of a third-grade weapon master. It seemed that being a weapon master held immense significance, and he marveled at the thought that in the near future, he too would possess such grandeur. What transpired? Zhao Xinghe was taken aback as the rhinoceros armor emitted a radiant glow. He had clearly deactivated the hidden light of the armor. How could it possibly activate on its own? This was undoubtedly an abnormal occurrence. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of killing intent sent Zhao Xinghe hurtling through the air. The ferocity of this killing intent was astonishing, leaving him utterly bewildered. The light emanating from the rhinoceros armor instilled fear among the onlookers, showcasing a terror beyond comprehension. The intensity of this malevolence severely injured Zhao Xinghe, causing him to spurt blood, rendering him on the brink of death. The surrounding individuals were left in stunned silence. The protective treasure, the rhinoceros armor, was indeed no ordinary artifact. Warriors above the martial sovereign realm could somewhat withstand the earlier killing intent, or else they would have succumbed to fear. Those too close would likely have lost their lives. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow as he gazed at the rhinoceros armor, which appeared to have been infused with a force of annihilation. How immensely powerful the vital energy must be to attain such a state. Should anyone unravel the secrets of the armor, they would be assaulted by a murderous aura, perhaps even losing their life. It is truly astonishing that this treasure is anything but ordinary. It seems I am indeed fortunate. To encounter such a perilous artifact without it claiming my life is a stroke of luck. Zhao Xinghe smiled, recognizing that being able to appraise such a remarkable treasure is, for him, a privilege, even if it nearly cost him his life. Lin Yu perceived that Zhao Xinghe's methods were flawed. His activation of the hidden power of the rhino armor nearly cost him his life. The knowledge residing in his mind informed him that being a weapon master was fraught with peril. When assessing those supreme weapons and martial techniques, one often encounters such dangers, and in severe instances, it could threaten one's very existence. Chapter 76. What are you here for? The murderous aura emanating from the rhino armor was truly terrifying. Ling Shue's complexion turned pale. Had she not grasped Lin Yu's hand just now, her situation could have been far worse. You don't look well. Perhaps the murderous aura was too potent. The misstep in unveiling the secrets of the rhino armor led to such dire consequences. I see Zhao Xinghe is not as remarkable as he seems, she said, sighing in relief. Lin Yu proved to be a remarkably composed individual, instilling a sense of security around him that rendered fear of the murderous aura unnecessary. I think I should return to rest. I am not quite myself, she suggested. There is no need for that. I'll provide you with a pill that will help you recover swiftly, he replied. Ling Shui accepted the pill, nodding her gratitude. After consuming it, she was astonished. This pill seemed to be a superior second-tier elixir. Was Lin Yu being excessively generous? A wave of emotion washed over her. Did this signify that Lin Yu was beginning to acknowledge her, treating her as family? Otherwise, why would he be so liberal with a second-tier elixir? The exquisite elixir dispelled Ling Shui's fears, revitalizing her spirit. The fact that such a precious pill was given so casually filled her heart with joy. Isn't it a bit wasteful to give me such a valuable elixir so readily? Ling Shui inquired curiously. Not at all. I have plenty of such pills. I consume them for enjoyment. And since it's for you, I ought to be even more generous, he replied. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui felt a hint of embarrassment, and a thought crossed her mind. Would Lin Yu eventually marry her? Meanwhile, Zhao Xinghe produced a pill to stabilize his injuries. His wounds were severe, and he was now gasping for breath, lacking the composure he previously exhibited. The secrets of the rhino armor were undoubtedly complex. Zhao Xinghe felt increasingly pleased with his high-priced acquisition, certain it would yield boundless rewards in the future. Lu Fei rushed over to assist him, saying, Young Master Zhao, you should rest. Your injuries are quite grave. The treasures concealed within the rhino armor are for you to uncover, and it truly sparks anticipation. Thank you. I will rest here. Perhaps there are still things I desire in the upcoming event, Zhao Xinghe insisted. Meng Yao gazed at the rhino armor, contemplating the inscriptions it bore, which likely recorded some form of martial technique. It could very well be a celestial-grade skill or treasure. Either would evoke immense envy. Finding even a single celestial-grade item could catapult one to success and prosperity. Meng Yao felt she had missed out on something significant, lamenting that her appraisal skills were not as refined as Zhao Xinghe's. Lin Yu had discerned the inscriptions on the rhinoceros hide and did not regard it as anything remarkable. However, to outsiders, it was undoubtedly a coveted treasure. The crowd was filled with excitement. After the earlier spectacle, they were keenly interested in the remaining items. Unfortunately, they were not skilled weapon craftsmen and could only rely on luck to make their choices. There were still many items left from the weapons fair, and Lin Yu glanced around, pondering the possibility of discovering something truly valuable. Time was limited, so let us present 5 treasures at once. Those who find something appealing may step forward. We have already been treated to a visual feast, and this gathering certainly holds many exquisite items, Lu Fei hastened to boast. Lin Yu naturally yearned to acquire some exquisite items. Previously, he had heard a sound that was distinctly unique. Ordinary things emitted rather mundane sounds, while inferior objects could even be grating to the ears. However, there was one particular sound whose echo was exceptionally melodious. Now, Lin Yu's perceptual abilities had grown immensely, incomparable to his former self. Merely relying on sight would not suffice. He had no choice but to listen intently to that sound, to discern its true nature. Lin Yu felt it, an old and tattered mask. As he slightly opened his eyes, he indeed beheld an ancient iron mask. The resonance of the antiquated mask stirred something within Lin Yu. It was undoubtedly an item of profound significance, likely of the mysterious tier, and thus, it should possess considerable value, certainly not inferior to the renowned rhino armor. The 5 treasures currently appeared rather unremarkable. They required the expertise of a weapons master to unveil their secrets. Otherwise, they would remain mere ordinary items devoid of any particular distinction. Among the 5 treasures, only the mask held some value. The rest were utterly meaningless and of exceedingly low grade. Lin Yu sensed it was time to take action, not wishing to be outpaced by others. After all, Meng Yao was also a second-tier weapons master. Would these 5 treasures attract her attention? Although they were not weapons, surely they were not so lackluster as to be overlooked completely. Lu Fei chuckled, eager to see if any weapons master would approach to inspect the items. However, after waiting for a considerable time, Lu Fei shook his head, contemplating the removal of these items. No, I desire this iron mask, a resounding voice interrupted, drawing the gaze of the crowd. A young boy, a complete stranger to most, stepped forward. Is that person also a weapons master? Why has he only now chosen to appear? I too am curious about this youth. Which family does he hail from? Did he just come from the Ling family? The treasures clearly bore the mark of antiquity, Who would dare approach without being a second-tier weapons master? Did this lad even understand the protocols? A boy stepping forth seemed nothing short of ludicrous. He would surely retreat promptly, for if he could not activate the treasures, it would serve no purpose whatsoever. Lu Yiming took note of Lin Yu, a spark of suspicion igniting within him. He had previously inquired about Lin Yu, who was known to be an alchemist. What business did an alchemist have in this affair? It seemed a sheer waste of time. Lin Cheng had been wearing a frown throughout the event. Certain his sect would hold him accountable, and was now astonished to see Lin Yu. What is young Master Lin doing here? When did he ascend the platform? Ling Shui was equally baffled, unaware of Lin Yu's swift movements. Surely he has his reasons. Could it be he has developed an eye for treasures? Such a notion appeared improbable. He was already an alchemist. Where would he find the time to learn the art of appraisal and become a weapons master? Mastery in multiple disciplines seemed unattainable, especially for one of merely 18 years. No matter how gifted, time would be a requisite. Lu Fei recognized Lin Yu from a previous encounter, and his impression of him was quite profound, naturally aware of his martial prowess. Young Master Lin, what brings you here? I suggest you depart swiftly, Lu Fei advised. I have come to procure these treasures. There is something I have set my sights upon, Lin Yu replied. Are you certain you can activate this treasure? It is of considerable age and cannot be easily awakened, Lu Fei remarked. Do not doubt my capabilities, simply observe, and you shall soon understand, Lin Yu asserted confidently. Chapter 77. Activating treasures. Are you truly certain you can activate these treasures? If not, you would merely be wasting time. Lu Fei inquired. Did the elders of Tianlan sect not place their trust in me? Lin Yu countered, observing Lin Yu's unwavering confidence. Lu Fei felt it prudent to allow him a chance. He was not one to jest about such matters. How much does the seller desire for the iron mask? Lin Yu asked. The price for the iron mask is 20,000 gold coins. Lin Yu's actions appear to be in violation of established protocols. Ordinarily, he should have activated the treasure first before inquiring about its price, a procedure that befits a true weapons master. What on earth is that young man up to? Shouldn't he follow the customary practice of activating the treasure prior to asking about its value? His behavior is nothing short of absurd. Does he believe that? As the son-in-law of the Ling family, he is entitled to act with such recklessness? It seems he is merely making a fool of himself. I can conceive of no other explanation. Observing Lin Yu's unwavering determination to purchase the iron mask, the spectators below engaged in lively discussion, particularly since many weapons masters would hesitate to approach for appraisal. Ling Cheng rose in concern, and Ling Tian beside him wore a worried expression. After all, Lin Yu was part of their family. As the deputy sect leader, encountering such a predicament could spell trouble for him. Lin Yu, you truly are audacious. How can you dare to engage in such folly without fear of embarrassment? Lu Yiming approached slowly. The absurd actions of Lin Yu are destined to become a grand farce. Do you believe I cannot identify this treasure? Do you think I lack the capability to activate it? It is redundant to say, if you were able to activate it, I would hardly need to be a weapons master, would I? Lu Yiming remarked with dissatisfaction. The current youth truly exhibit an alarming sense of superiority, exhibiting boundless arrogance. It appears many harbor significant grievances against me. Thus, how about this? I shall perform my first demonstration of treasure identification and evaluate all these treasures thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's expression darkened. Initially, he had faith in Lin Yu, but now, such boastful claims render him incredulous. Mr. Lin, might you be a tad too presumptuous? Lu Fei inquired, feeling that this farce should swiftly come to an end. However, at that moment, a servant approached. The master of the iron mask wishes for Lin Yu to conduct the identification, should he manage to activate the treasure. It would be sold to him without any increase in price. Lu Fei nodded at this, realizing that if the auction house permits such an arrangement, there should be no issue. The auction house likely believes Lin Yu is incapable of activating the treasure, thus rendering their words mere empty rhetoric. No one present considers his success plausible. To be honest, I am not very familiar with the proceedings of your grand event, Lin Yu chuckled. Lu Fei smiled wryly, acknowledging that the auction house is convinced he cannot succeed in activation. Therefore, 20,000 gold coins, regardless of whether this item is of superior quality, would not be a loss for you. Ah, I see now, Lin Yu replied, nodding in understanding. Lin Yu held the iron mask in his hands, allowing his vitality to emanate outward. The energy gradually flowed into the ancient artifact, the iron mask. Upon sensing the vitality, the mask required only a slight infusion of this life force to be activated, as effortlessly as unlocking a door. Lin Yu endeavored to penetrate the enigmatic iron mask with his ocular prowess, only to discover that its depths were impenetrable. It was evident that this artifact was extraordinary, far surpassing the ordinary treasures he had encountered, and his heart swelled with elation. The intricate interior of the iron mask was unexpectedly complex. As Lin Yu's vital energy gradually seeped in, it felt akin to traversing a labyrinth filled with countless narrow passages. He was confident that once his energy interacted with the mechanisms within, activating this treasure would be a trivial pursuit. The crowd below could not suppress their laughter. Huh, look at that boy. Is he not jesting? There's no way he can activate the treasure after all this time. They mocked. I knew he was merely here for amusement, engaging in such an embarrassing endeavor. While the untrained eye may have failed to perceive it, Meng Yao and Zhao Xinghe were thoroughly astonished by Lin Yu's prowess. His techniques, so deft and unparalleled, were unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Even the Imperial weapon masters had not demonstrated such an ability to activate treasures. Zhao Xinghe, filled with envy, recognized Lin Yu as a master of unparalleled caliber. Why had he remained so obscure until now? Never had he heard of such a figure. And he gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief. Could it be that the treasure was of an exceptionally high grade, prompting Lin Yu to reveal his talents? Zhao Xinghe's perceptive abilities faltered in discerning the intricacies of the iron mask's interior. He felt utterly helpless. Yet, as he observed Lin Yu gradually activating it, he realized it was merely a matter of time. Surely, Lin Yu would succeed. Zhao Xinghe's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to fathom the unfolding spectacle. Lin Yu closed his eyes, his vital energy penetrating the iron mask, which seemingly responded in kind. In an instant, the iron mask soared into the air, radiating a dazzling brilliance. And a formidable aura erupted, leaving everyone astonished. They had never anticipated that the tattered iron mask was, in fact, such a high-grade treasure. Lu Fei, standing nearby, was completely overwhelmed by the force of that aura. The most astonished among them all, he could hardly fathom that Lin Yu had succeeded. The artifact he activated was likely of the mysterious tier. Did you see that? The brilliance and aura of that artifact surpass even the fearsome rhinoceros armor we encountered before. It's hard to believe that such a thing exists. It must indeed be a treasure of the mysterious tier. That young man is truly remarkable. The Ling family is surely on the verge of rising, having found such an exceptional son-in-law. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Those who previously underestimated Lin Yu now filled with astonishment. Zhao Xinghe and Meng Yao wore particularly grim expressions. They had thought themselves the most formidable weapon masters present. Yet Lin Yu's emergence left them utterly speechless. The expressions of the members from various families were equally dark, especially Lu Yiming, who felt most embarrassed. Why was Lin Yu still merely a weapon master? Moreover, he was capable of activating treasures of the mysterious tier. Ling Tian gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Lin Yu possessed such remarkable abilities, able to identify treasures of the mysterious tier, all while being merely a second-tier weapon master. Ling Shui was equally stupefied. Lin Yu had never revealed to her that he was such an impressive weapon master, admiration gleaming in her eyes. Lu Yiming felt a pang of regret. If Lin Yu was truly such a formidable weapon master, it would not bode well for the Lu family. What is the true background of Lin Yu? It is truly astonishing to believe that an 18-year-old youth could master such a multitude of fields. He is nothing short of a prodigy, and no better term comes to mind to describe him. Chapter 78. He is shrouded in mystery. The aura emanating from the iron mask is immensely powerful, leaving all in awe, undoubtedly surpassing the murderous intent of the rhinoceros armor. The presence of Zhao Xinghe and Meng Yao diminished significantly in an instant. Their early appearance seemed merely to serve as a prelude for Lin Yu. True geniuses always make their entrance at the end. At this moment, Lin Yu shone brilliantly, becoming the most resplendent figure in the entire venue. Ding! The master has activated the advanced mystical artifact, the Iron Mask, gaining 200 by 1,000 experience points. Lin Yu's perception had grown even more agile. He sensed that his vital energy could enhance his awareness further. With the aid of this vital energy, his perceptive abilities became remarkably stronger. Soon, Lin Yu raised his hand, and the remaining treasures floated under his command. He intended to activate all these treasures simultaneously. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's actions, Zhao Xinghe stood up in astonishment, feeling as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. What was Lin Yu doing? Was this truly just an 18-year-old youth? The fact that he could activate 3 treasures at once was nothing short of astounding. Lin Yu smiled subtly to himself. These treasures were of rather low grade. He decided to activate them all, allowing these individuals to broaden their horizons and preventing many from looking down upon others. My heavens, is he activating 4 treasures simultaneously? What rank of weapon master is he? Such a feat has never been witnessed before. Even a fourth-rank weapon master has never been known to achieve this level of prowess. Meng Yao's exquisitely beautiful face was already filled with astonishment. It was unimaginable for even an imperial weapon master to accomplish such a thing, demonstrating an extraordinary level of perception. Lu Yiming, observing Lin Yu's remarkable technique, felt as though he might faint, utterly captivated by his skill. Among those present were several weapon masters, most of whom were first-rank or even ordinary weapon masters, all aware that the profession of weapon master is tremendously arduous, not nearly as facile as that of an alchemist, and requires significant dedication of time. Lin Yu, merely 18 years of age, despite having been immersed in the art of weapon appraisal since his inception, could not possibly have achieved such remarkable feats. The current status of Lin Yu as a weapon master remains an enigma, particularly as he simultaneously activates 4 treasures, an endeavor that surely demands an immense reservoir of stamina and energy. It is truly astonishing. Who is this young Master Lin? The Empire would undoubtedly hasten to invite such a prodigious talent to assume a significant position. Ling Tian initially believed that at this weapons convention, his fate was sealed, unable to procure any worthy treasures. Yet, with Lin Yu's dazzling display, he feels revitalized, excitement coursing through him. Young Master Lin is extraordinarily formidable. If he were to become my son-in-law, my life would be devoid of doubts, Ling Chengming remarked with a sense of awe. However, it is somewhat amusing that Lin Yu and Ling Shui are merely engaged. Should Lin Yu eventually depart, his ever-increasing achievements would only amplify the impact of his absence on Ling Chengming. The thought of Lin Yu leaving becomes increasingly unwelcome. Ling Shui, aside from expressing her astonishment, finds herself at a loss for words. Lin Yu is shrouded in mystery, and his astonishing talents and abilities leave one wondering if he harbors even greater secrets. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for activating 4 treasures, earning an experience of 200 times 1,000. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Although the remaining treasures were rather unimpressive and of low grade, he activated all of them. Well, the rest of these treasures are of the yellow tier. As for their functions, that is for you to explore. I have lost interest. Lin Yu held the iron mask, his sole desire being this artifact. The auction house lamented greatly, having initially believed that Lin Yu would be unable to activate the mask, and thus it would remain unclaimed. To their astonishment, he activated the treasure with remarkable speed. The iron mask appeared to be an artifact of the Xian tier, indeed of considerable value, and it had astonishingly been taken away for a mere 20,000 gold coins, leaving them infuriated. Lu Fei quickly bowed, reflecting on his previous demeanor towards Lin Yu, feeling it had been somewhat inappropriate. Should Lin Yu harbor any resentment, he would have unwittingly provoked a significant figure. Someone of Lin Yu's caliber must be approached with utmost reverence. A slight misstep in words could lead to Lu Fei being expelled from the sect. As a show of respect towards Lin Yu is undoubtedly a genius, incomparable to Zhao Xinghe, akin to the distinction between stars and the bright moon, an immeasurable chasm. As per our agreement, I shall take this iron mask, leaving the other treasures aside. Lin Yu smiled. Lu Fei's demeanor had shifted significantly, now imbued with respect. With a smile, he remarked, "Young Master Lin, you are too gracious. This is rightfully yours." Lin Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. A treasure of the Xian rank at an advanced level, he was yet uncertain of its purpose, but he would explore its potential gradually upon his return. Undoubtedly, it would prove to be immensely beneficial. It is worth noting that such treasures are likely scarce within the entire Tianlan sect. However, Lin Yu now possessed one. Many individuals from prominent families present were envious, yet they found themselves powerless to act. At this moment, Lin Yu was affiliated with the Ling family, which instilled a degree of caution among them. Even if someone harbored intentions of tearing off the facade and seizing the treasure from Lin Yu, the Ling family would certainly not stand idly by. Recognizing Lin Yu as an exceptional talent, the Ling family would go to great lengths to safeguard him. Moreover, with Ling Tian and the vice sect master of Tianlan sect present, few dared to cause trouble. Lin Yu naturally refrained from disclosing the grade of the iron mask. Those who were privy to such knowledge were aware, and it was better for fewer to know. The atmosphere in the gathering felt somewhat off, as everyone sensed that Lin Yu had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. Everyone, please remain calm. The weapon convention is governed by rules. Once a matter is confirmed, do not entertain the notion of reversing your decision, lest you incur the wrath of our sect, Ling Tian proclaimed loudly. In an instant, many individuals became considerably more subdued, for it was not uncommon for people to alter their decisions for the sake of personal gain. Lin Yu squinted his eyes, feeling grateful that the Ling family was entirely on his side. Otherwise, amidst so many prominent families, it would have been exceedingly challenging for him to navigate alone. Young Master Lin, you are truly remarkable. To possess such extraordinary expertise in the realm of weaponry is truly commendable, Lin Cheng remarked with a smile. Too kind of you. My fascination with swords has led me to occasionally dabble in the art of appraisal, Lin Yu responded modestly. Haha, I never imagined you to be such a humorous individual. Young Master Lin, with your level of proficiency in appraisal, I dare say no one in the Tianlan sect could rival you. Lin Cheng chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Occasionally dabbling in appraisal, and yet you've already attained the rank of a third-tier weapon master, perhaps even a fourth tier? Lin Yu's words left the other weapon masters feeling utterly embarrassed, while others were paragon geniuses, possessing an astonishing mastery of appraisal. They could only reflect on their own superficial understanding. Lin Yu initially came merely to observe the spectacle, yet after a prolonged period of scrutiny, he has now ascended to the level of a master, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy within. Chapter 79. I teach you. This myriad-fold system is indeed formidable. He believes that there is nothing in this world that he cannot master. Naturally, Lin Yu would not divulge these thoughts to others, as they regard him solely with admiration and envy. Master Lin, I have a request, and I sincerely hope you will acquiesce, one implored. Rest assured, assisting you in appraising treasures is no arduous task. I shall certainly lend my aid, Lin Yu responded. Master Lin, I am immensely grateful, replied Lin Cheng, who had barely begun to speak when Lin Yu discerned the depth of his intentions, feeling even greater respect for the young man. Previously, it was due to Lin Yu's influence that the Lu family and the Ling family had become estranged, hence Lin Yu was naturally inclined to assist. It was a trivial matter for him. Meng Yu meticulously recorded these events, finding it difficult to believe in Lin Yu's capabilities. Miss Ming, this is my first encounter with you. I must report this matter. Is this youth truly so formidable? Inquired a nearby guardian, astonished. Truly a prodigy. Such a figure must be brought to the attention of the master. We must ascertain his true identity, for we were previously oblivious to his existence, Meng Yao exclaimed. Visibly astonished, her hand trembling as she wrote. Lu Fei smiled and said, Now, everyone, please remain quiet. We have witnessed a once-in-a-lifetime talent, however. The weaponry tournament is far from over, and the forthcoming treasures shall astound us even further. For swords were presented, each appearing remarkably distinct, exuding a subtle aura of vitality, suggesting they were indeed formidable weapons. Skilled weapon artisans could discern the additional properties of these swords. The swords emanated a gentle essence. It was evident that they could assist martial artists in their cultivation. Zhao Xinghe immediately recognized their purpose. Excellent, Zhao Xinghe articulated, identifying the sword's capabilities. Each of the 4 swords was of a different grade. Seasoned weapon artisans had stated that these swords could aid martial artists in their training, albeit activating them would pose considerable difficulty. Lu Fei gestured toward the swords. Each sword gleamed with brilliance, rendering them exceedingly valuable. The appraisal prices for each sword varied, and any interested weapon artisans were invited to come forth and evaluate them, with the possibility of purchasing and activating them. However, those who were not second-grade weapon artisans would likely lack the capability to attempt activation. Otherwise, they would only bring embarrassment upon themselves. Though the swords released only a modest amount of essence, they nonetheless offered some assistance in cultivation. Lin Cheng exchanged glances with Lin Yu, nodding in agreement. It was imperative for the Tianlan sect to acquire such weapons, and Lin Yu would naturally extend his assistance. Your father desires my help, rather than merely giving a fish. It is better to teach one to fish. Allow me to assist you, Lin Yu said to Ling Shui. Yet, I fear I am not yet capable of becoming a weapon artisan, Ling Shui replied, smiling ruefully. Under my guidance, you shall surely succeed in activating those weapons. Their grade is not exceedingly high, and you should be able to manage, Lin Yu assured her. Can I truly? She queried. Do not forget that you possess the black eye technique, which can aid you in appraising weapons, Lin Yu reminded her. Very well, if you say so. I shall give it a try, Ling Shui conceded, feeling a measure of trepidation. Although she had some understanding of weapon appraisal, this would be her first foray into practical application. The Ling family members were versed in the black eye technique, yet no one had emerged as a weapon artisan in the past century. However, with Lin Yu imparting some methods, she would undoubtedly be able to appraise treasures. While her capacity might not extend to high-grade evaluations, it would not pose a significant challenge. Follow my guidance. The black eye technique will allow you to perceive the weapon S structure. By channeling your essence to connect with the weapon S core, it shall awaken, Lin Yu advised. Yet, I find it exceedingly difficult to release my essence beyond myself, let alone manipulate it in such a manner, she lamented. Lin Yu pondered the matter, recognizing it as a significant challenge. Presently, Ling Shui had yet to attain the realm of a martial sovereign, rendering the task quite arduous. Well, let us proceed this way, he suggested. Concentrate and harness your black eye technique with utmost vigor. Although you may be unable to manifest your vitality externally, your black eye technique can indeed fulfill the requirement. Ling Shui felt compelled to give it a try. Ever since Lin Yu had donated his blood, she had sensed a remarkable lightness in her eyes, accompanied by a subtle surge of energy at times. Perhaps that was the vitality he spoke of. To her astonishment, the elevation of her black eye technique's realm had brought about such profound changes within her. After your guidance, I shall endeavor to test it myself, she replied. Rest assured. Should you encounter failure, I remain close enough to assist you. Ling Shui nodded, enveloped in a sense of concern that warmed her heart, filling her with joy. In the past, she would have never dared to utilize the black eye technique for such endeavors. Indeed, she had nearly lost her life due to it. Lin Yu not only saved Ling Shui's life, but he is now also able to assist her in mastering the black eye technique. The entire Ling family has been unable to employ this technique for treasure appraisal. Yet, here is Lin Yu, an outsider, who has helped Ling Shui overcome numerous obstacles. She believes that her proficiency in the black eye technique can undoubtedly reach greater heights, all thanks to Lin Yu's benevolence. Lin Yu whispered to Ling Shui, explaining that the quality of the third sword was the finest, with its core located in the middle of the blade, while the second sword's core resided in the hilt, leaving the remaining two swords rather ordinary. I understand, Ling Shui replied eagerly, making her way towards the platform. Oh, is that Miss Ling Shui? May I inquire what brings you here? Lu Fei asked with curiosity. Fully aware that the weapon master of the Ling family was an elder and that they had not produced many weapon masters, with guidance from a skilled individual. I am here to activate two swords, Ling Shui responded. Lu Fei glanced at Lin Yu and then back at Ling Shui, astonished by the revelation. The notion that Lin Yu could impart such knowledge to Ling Shui, enabling her to activate weapons, was indeed remarkable. Such a feat would surely require the expertise of a master-level weaponsmith. The crowd was captivated by the four swords, each shrouded in mystery. A sword of this caliber not only served as a formidable weapon but also assisted in the cultivation of martial artists, rendering its value immensely significant. Coupled with elixirs, the benefits of cultivation would be further enhanced. Consequently, many weapon masters were eager to take a chance at activation. Meng Yao and Zhao Xinghe were naturally intrigued as well. Such weapons were quite commendable, and should their quality improve, they would be utterly perfect. Although activating the weapons might be somewhat straightforward, discerning their authenticity remained paramount. If one were to fail within a month, the repercussions would be dire. This highlighted the necessity of the weapon master's discernment. The inability to determine authenticity would be utterly ludicrous. Chapter 80. You were bound to lose. The crowd gazed at Ling Shui with admiration, captivated not only by her beauty but also by her affiliation with the Tianlong sect, which drew the attention of numerous disciples. Isn't Ling Shui supposed to be incapable of identification techniques? Why has she stepped forward now? Little did they know, this stunning beauty possessed the black eye technique. And perhaps she had already mastered it. If so, the Ling family would no longer require the Lu family. Lu Yiming squinted at Ling Shui, feeling an unsettling displeasure. Was it possible that she had quickly learned the identification technique? That notion seemed far-fetched. Suddenly, Lu Yiming recalled a possibility. If Lin Yu had indeed offered his guidance, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. After all, Lin Yu's mastery of the identification technique was profound. If he were to assist Ling Shui, coupled with her knowledge of the black eye technique, aiding her in identification would not pose a significant challenge. Contemplating this, Lu Yiming's expression soured. Lin Yu was indeed a formidable presence, and he could not fathom any other means by which Ling Shui could have acquired such skills. It was all Lin Yu's guidance from behind the scenes. Are you certain you wish to purchase this sword outright? Lu Fei inquired. Absolutely. Only by acquiring it can I activate it. If the activation is successful and the sword proves to be of good quality and functional, I shall not incur losses. However, should my identification be flawed and the sword turn out to be inferior, I would suffer greatly, Ling Shui asserted. Well, as long as you are aware, Lu Fei nodded. Though he remained puzzled by Ling Shui's unwavering confidence that the sword would indeed be of high quality, questioning whether there could be any miscalculations. Following Lin Yu's instructions, Ling Shui utilized her black eye technique to release an exceedingly rare form of vital energy, which she could still control, even without reaching the martial sovereign realm. The black eye technique allowed her to expose her vital energy, Following Lin Yu's guidance, she operated accordingly, and, to her delight, she could clearly perceive the internal structure of the third sword. As her vital energy made contact with the sword's core, it trembled violently, and Ling Shui sensed that success was imminent. Lu Fei watched in astonishment. This was only Ling Shui's first attempt at identification, and she was on the verge of activating the third sword. His fascination grew as he observed her efforts. It appeared that Miss Ling Shui aimed to activate the third sword. If she set her sights on it, it would likely not be long before she succeeded. The asking price for the third sword was substantial, but if it proved genuine and valuable, Ling Shui felt confident in accepting such a price. This was the first time Ling Shui employed her black eye technique for identification, and she was filled with exhilaration. Her entire family had yet to achieve such a feat. Although they all possessed the black eye technique, using it for identification was an arduous task, virtually impossible. Lin Cheng furrowed his brows, his heart racing with excitement. Initially, he merely sought Lin Yu's assistance for identification, yet he had astonishingly taught Ling Shui the methods of the technique. This was an immense boon for the Ling family. Something almost beyond belief. Lin Yu had proven himself to be truly remarkable. Lin Yu currently holds the highest status within the Ling family. Lin Cheng was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly shed tears, utterly at a loss for how to express his gratitude to Lin Yu. This third sword could be utilized for his own cultivation, and with the aid of medicinal pills, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate remarkably. Such a sword would be regarded as an exceptionally precious treasure by most, yet to Lin Yu, it was hardly worthy of note. Ling Shui harbored the intention of gifting this sword to Lin Yu, though she doubted he would find it appealing. After all, the sword at his waist was already an exceptionally sharp blade of high caliber, and presenting such a sword felt somewhat undignified to Ling Shui. To her surprise, the Ling family had swiftly conducted an appraisal, and she realized she had underestimated them. A cold, feminine voice resonated, imbued with hostility. Turning around, Ling Shui beheld Meng Yao approaching with an icy demeanor, her countenance serious and her gaze directed at Ling Shui with evident animosity. Why should our family be incapable of appraisal? Do not look down upon others, Ling Shui retorted defiantly. The two goddesses stood at odds, igniting excitement among onlookers who had never witnessed such a confrontation. What could have provoked this animosity between the two illustrious beauties? Perhaps Meng Yao's naturally aloof demeanor resented the rise of the Ling family, while Ling Shui possessed the black eyes technique, providing her with a certain advantage. However, it was uncertain. Meng Yao's proficiency in appraisal was profoundly solid, and few could rival her capabilities. The presence of these two stunning women stirred intense discussions among the crowd. Pondering the underlying reasons for Meng Yao's hostility toward Ling Shui and speculating on their forthcoming actions. Having successfully activated the sword, Ling Shui held it aloft, as if declaring her triumph, which elicited applause from many. You truly succeeded in activation. Humph, it seems you possess some skill, Meng Yao scoffed. Is that your intention? To challenge me in appraisal? Ling Shui inquired. Precisely. Let us compete and see who excels. I can assure you, you are destined to lose, Meng Yao declared fiercely. Not so fast, Ling Shui thought to herself, feeling uncertain despite her initial success in weapon activation. The next attempt could yield a different outcome. Lu Fei briefly spoke, swiftly introducing the subsequent scroll. This ancient scroll was priced at 30,000 gold coins. But whether it truly warranted such a valuation would depend on the successful activation by the participants. Lin Yu observed for quite some time, and he now realized that this weapon convention bore a resemblance to the gambling he experienced back on Earth, akin to betting on the emergence of jade from a stone. There existed the potential for profit or loss, contingent upon one's discerning eye. A weapon or treasure would be appraised by multiple weapon masters, who would ascertain its authenticity and quality before bidding. The highest bidder would prevail, and only upon acquisition could they activate the item to verify its legitimacy and determine if it bore any flaws. Some weapons and treasures might possess a malevolent aura, which required utmost caution, for they could jeopardize one's life. For instance, a scroll was marked at 30,000 gold coins, should a weapon master confirm its worth. Only then could it be activated. Lin Yu chuckled softly, reflecting that during his lengthy stay, no one had formally elucidated the complete set of rules to him. The knowledge he possessed was merely an accumulation of experiences in appraisal techniques, gradually coalescing in his mind. He smiled faintly. This realm of cultivators was proving increasingly intriguing, far more vibrant and colorful than he had previously imagined. Chapter 81. Counterattack. This scroll could potentially harbor martial skills or perhaps serve as a treasure map, but its true nature awaited the judgment of the weapon masters. Undoubtedly, Meng Yao and Ling Shui were poised to compete once more, and the atmosphere in the arena was palpably electric. Ling Shui glanced back at Lin Yu, who merely inclined his head slightly, offering a subtle gesture that seemed to convey understanding of how to proceed with the scroll's appraisal. According to Lin Yu's perspective, the original method of identification should still be applicable. Meng Yao was indeed a formidable weapon master. Her appraisal skills were undoubtedly profound. Could Ling Shui truly hold her own in this confrontation? Lin Cheng expressed his concern. Many in the audience, however, were less interested in witnessing their appraisal duel. Utterly captivated by their beauty, wishing fervently for them to remain on stage indefinitely. Lin Yu was distinctly different from those around him. Most were ordinary individuals with a narrow perspective, lacking much to contribute. He, however, harbored a keen interest in discerning whose appraisal skills were superior. Meng Yao chuckled coldly, her icy demeanor intensifying. Enough of the trivialities. I have evaluated countless scrolls like this one, and I shall swiftly ascertain its nature. With a graceful gesture, she summoned the scroll into the air, her perceptive abilities delving into its history and contents with remarkable finesse. It was indeed thanks to Meng Yao that Lin Yu had acquired such a repertoire of appraisal techniques. He had absorbed all her knowledge, surpassing her in skill. Ling Shui attempted to employ the black eye technique, yet the disparity between weapons and scrolls became evident. Previously, Lin Yu had assisted her, confident that the sword was of commendable quality, but now she appeared at a loss. I have appraised it. It's a mid-level Xian class martial skill, heavenly spirit leg, perfect for warriors at the martial sovereign realm. Its power is considerable, and successful cultivation will greatly enhance speed. Meng Yao announced with authority. The crowd erupted in applause, awed by her extraordinary appraisal skills. A mid-level Xian class martial skill was indeed a coveted treasure. A qualitative leap for any martial artist fortunate enough to cultivate it. Lu Fei quickly inquired, Miss Meng Yao, are you certain you wish to activate it? This scroll is intact. A warrior will undoubtedly benefit from its cultivation. Once activated, I can sell it for a handsome price, Meng Yao replied with a smile, activating the scroll shortly thereafter. Had Meng Yao erred in her appraisal and the scroll been flawed, she would suffer a financial loss, contingent upon the weapon master's discernment. Flawed martial skills could harm a warrior's dantian, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. The character's heavenly spirit leg gracefully emerged above the scroll, eliciting further admiration for Meng Yao's undeniable talent as a weapon master. There was no doubt that Meng Yao's appraisal was flawless. Ling Shui hadn't even had the opportunity to assess it, leading to a decisive victory for Meng Yao. Lin Cheng shook his head, realizing that defeating Meng Yao was a formidable challenge. He hoped that Ling Shui would not suffer too severe a blow to her confidence, for Meng Yao's superiority was overwhelming. Do you see? Your black eye technique is hardly impressive. The scroll is already in my possession, Meng Yao taunted Ling Shui, leaving many ordinary weapon masters in astonishment. Meng Yao was truly formidable, and Ling Shui, being a novice, couldn't compete with her despite possessing the black eye technique. The presence of a rival like Meng Yao was indeed a daunting prospect. It would be wise to avoid antagonizing her. Ling Shui had effectively lost this round, unless she could appraise something superior to Meng Yao's findings. Maintaining one's dignity was crucial, especially for a family. Ling Shui could scarcely tolerate such provocation from Meng Yao. This weapons conference was teeming with an abundance of weapons and treasures. The individual who acquired the most would undoubtedly come out ahead. Currently, only Lu Yiming, Zhao Xinghe, and Meng Yao were making significant purchases, while the other families seemed to rely on mere luck, a fact that Lin Yu observed with clarity. The Ling family was representing the Tianlan sect in their acquisitions. Lin Yu initially contemplated stepping in to assist, but then thought better of it. Teaching Ling Shui appraisal skills would be a far more beneficial opportunity for her to enhance her expertise. The bidding for weapons and treasures among the various families became increasingly fierce. The Ling family's acquisitions grew steadily, and Lin Yu's guidance for Ling Shui became more frequent, resulting in the procurement of numerous high-quality items. Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief, as they could now satisfactorily report back to the sect. He had feared they would leave empty-handed this time, and he owed a debt of gratitude to Lin Yu. However, observing the intense rivalry between Meng Yao and Ling Shui, it was evident that both were expending considerable stamina and energy. Achieving a definitive victory over Ling Shui would not be a simple task for Meng Yao, especially given Ling Shui's possession of the black eye technique and Lin Yu's instruction on appraisal and activation, which had made the process considerably easier. Does Meng Yao harbor some deep-seated grudge against our Ling family? Why is she so relentless? Does she believe that by defeating us, she will gain renown? Lin Cheng pondered aloud, perplexed. Perhaps she seeks fame. Unable to secure first place at this conference, she clings to Ling Shui, determined to best her. Meng Yao's ambitions are quite peculiar, Ling Tian remarked as he approached. Ling Shui had utilized the black eye technique for an extended period and was now undoubtedly at her physical limit. Nevertheless, she had successfully appraised several commendable treasures, allowing her to retaliate against Meng Yao. We must call for Ling Shui to stop. She is truly pushing herself. Her health has only just begun to improve. And continuing like this could be detrimental, Lin Cheng expressed his concerns. The Ling family had already fulfilled their obligations to the sect, so there was no need for Ling Shui to continue competing. She had acquired a considerable number of treasures and weapons, marking a successful endeavor. Seeing Meng Yao's relentless determination to win, Lin Cheng felt that unless Lin Yu intervened, there was little chance of Meng Yao ceasing her pursuit. As the weapons conference neared its conclusion, Meng Yao's tactics began to appear somewhat underhanded, especially considering Ling Shui's exhaustion from overextending the black eye technique, which would surely lead to frustration. At this moment, Lin Yu continued to observe intently. His expertise in treasure appraisal had reached an extraordinary level, rendering him unmatched among those present, which alleviated his concerns. However, he found himself unable to tolerate Meng Yao's actions. It was evident that Meng Yao sought to elevate her status through the conference, but with Lin Yu's appearance, she was compelled to shift her focus onto Ling Shui, convinced that it would leave a lasting impression. It was likely that many would subsequently seek the Ling family for weapon appraisals. Chapter 82. A direct refusal. It was unexpected to witness such fierce competition between the two young ladies, Meng Yao and Ling Shui. Yet, the weapons conference was nearing its conclusion, and only one treasure remained to be revealed. Lu Fei's demeanor had turned notably serious after a day of events. Excitement coursed through him as he anticipated the potential impact of the final treasure. "Behold the treasure within this box," he announced, as all eyes turned towards the stage. Several guardians carried a box forward. Upon its opening, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Whatever lay inside was still in motion. "Is that also a treasure?" someone exclaimed incredulously. The object not only writhed but also emanated a faint yet ominous aura of hostility. What on earth was happening? Even weapon masters who approached might find themselves in peril. The object appeared to be the heart of a magical beast. Lu Fei proclaimed loudly, "Indeed, this is the heart of a beast at the martial sovereign level. Exercise utmost caution, as it harbors a continuous threat." The power radiating from the heart seemed extraordinarily formidable. Any careless move could prove fatal. This heart has been preserved for several centuries. The auction house has only decided to sell it now because all previous appraisers met their demise. The aura surrounding the heart was so potent that mere appraisal could lead to death, let alone attempting to activate it. Who could fathom the strength of the energy it released? Anyone who dared approach would undoubtedly suffer severe injury or worse. Now, I invite Ling Shui and Meng Yao to attempt the appraisal, should they be willing. Beside them, Zhao Xinghe raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. He had heard rumors of this heart and knew it was among the most perilous treasures to assess. After all, a living treasure could claim lives at any moment. Who would dare to appraise such a relic, risking their life for it? The potential rewards were utterly meaningless in comparison to the risk. Zhao Xinghe took note of the starting price for the heart, an astounding 70,000 gold coins. No weapon master would dare undertake such a foolish endeavor without prior appraisal. "Young Master Zhao, are you interested?" "I think not. This biological treasure is far too peculiar for my taste. I have never appraised anything like it before, and I refuse to gamble with my life," Zhao Xinghe replied decisively. Although Zhao Xinghe was a formidable weapon master, he was not foolish enough to take such a risk, particularly after having sustained injuries previously. His firm refusal cast a somber mood over the onlookers. "Ling Shui, do not attempt this. It could lead to disastrous consequences," Lin Cheng cautioned, deeply concerned for his beloved daughter. The heart continued to pulsate, exuding a palpable force. "I wish to try, father," Ling Shui insisted, her determination unwavering despite her exhaustion, as beads of sweat formed on her brow. "What nonsense are you speaking?" he exclaimed, incredulous. Meng Yao interjected confidently, "Are you afraid? Then step aside. I shall appraise this heart. It is my first encounter with such a biological treasure, and I must succeed." Meng Yao's eagerness was driven by a desire for renown, unperturbed by the dangers involved. "Do not worry, father. Young Master Lin will assist me," Ling Shui reassured him. "Ah. In that case, I feel somewhat relieved. If young Master Lin is helping, the chances of success increase significantly," Ling Cheng mused. He believed Lin Yu would ensure Meng Yao's safety. Previously, the two had been evenly matched in their appraisals, and Meng Yu believed she could decisively outshine Ling Shui. However, she now recognized the potency of the black eye technique. Its ability to discern the authenticity and flaws of treasures sparked a twinge of envy within Meng Yao. Ling Shui was equally resilient, her physical strength waning yet propelled by unwavering resolve. She understood the stakes involved in preserving her family's reputation and was determined to persevere. Ling Shui recognized Lin Yu's intentions. He had equipped her with the skills necessary for this moment, ensuring that even in his absence, she could independently assess treasures. In response to provocation, Ling Shui was resolute in her retaliation. She would not succumb easily. Lin Yu regarded her with newfound respect. Although the prolonged use of the black eye technique could have repercussions, a slight remedy with elixirs would mitigate any significant effects. The question remained, how to appraise this biological treasure? This colossal heart raised concerns about the sheer size of the beast from which it came. Still radiating an aura of menace, even Lin Yu felt a twinge of trepidation through his Sharingan. He identified it as the heart of a creature known as the deer demon beast, a formidable entity within the martial sovereign ranks. Given that it was a creature of the animal kingdom, it was likely afraid of flames. Lin Yu smiled slightly, relieved at the prospect of a safer approach. Lin Yu summoned Ling Shui. Rest assured, it will not be overly difficult. When the time comes, you shall hold the flaming branch and gradually assess it, releasing your vital energy to sense the heart. It is imperative to be gentle. One must not act hastily, for if the heart perceives danger, it will retaliate swiftly. Lin Yu advised. Lin Yu took out a branch, and the flame cloud palm ignited with fire. He was confident that his judgment was correct. Thank you very much. I hope I can succeed. Ling Shui nodded in agreement. If Lin Yu were to personally intervene, the appraisal would undoubtedly be effortless, requiring little to no cost. However, such an action would render the Ling family forgettable, hence he refrains from taking matters into his own hands. It is imperative that Ling Shui's reputation flourishes. For in due time, she shall become a renowned weaponsmith, which would be a considerable boon for their family. Lin Yu has accomplished so much. He hopes that Ling Shui will understand him even if he does not marry. That Meng Yao appears rather odious, although she is merely a second-tier weapon master. She possesses the potential of a third-tier weapon master, making her a rather formidable adversary. Her perceptive abilities and mental strength are exceptionally powerful. Lin Yu judged that Meng Yao is far superior to Zhao Xinghe. Faced with such a biological treasure, Zhao Xinghe was utterly devoid of courage, and his reputation could hardly compare to that of Meng Yao and Ling Shui. He was simply a coward. Oh, Ling Shui, do you still dare to step forward? You might as well surrender quickly. If it were that young Master Lin, there might still be a chance, Meng Yao remarked with scorn. In that moment, only two weapon masters dared to approach for identification, and the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense, the heart exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lu Fei also stood at a distance, not wishing to be harmed by the heart's murderous aura. Well then, it is now Meng Yao versus Ling Shui. This is the most challenging identification yet. So I hope everyone remains cautious. Chapter 83, The Heart. Ha ha ha. What are you doing with that fiery branch? Is there any weapon master as foolish as you? Is this a joke? Meng Yu derisively inquired. I can't be bothered to explain myself to someone like you. Just wait and see. Lin Yu scrutinized the heart, determining whether it could serve as a medicinal catalyst for elixirs, a source for crafting weapons, or even a foundation for constructing resilient armor. Regardless of the purpose, the expertise of a weaponsmith was essential for authentication. The heart was quite sizable, allowing both individuals to assess it simultaneously, as Lu Fei remarked. Ling Shui and Meng Yu nodded in agreement, anticipation bubbling within them for the grand spectacle about to unfold. Such a biological treasure was surely at least of mid-tier Earth grade, and it was Ling Shui's first encounter with such a precious artifact, filling her with exhilaration. A successful identification would significantly enhance her skills. Meng Yao closed her eyes, commencing her assessment through the use of vital energy. Her method was straightforward, enveloping the heart's energy with her own to forcibly perceive its internal structure, the outcome of which she would soon discern. This approach was undeniably perilous. Lin Yu recognized the inherent risks. Meng Yu was indeed bold to take such chances. Should the heart sense any threat, it would undoubtedly retaliate. And this was no trifling matter. Initially, the process progressed smoothly, but in an instant, Meng Yao was overwhelmed by a formidable force that sent her flying. With a resounding crash, she was propelled several dozen meters away. Struggling to her feet, she coughed blood, her injury severe. In her haste, she consumed a medicinal pill to stabilize her spirit. Had she truly failed? Miss Meng Yao had encountered defeat, confirming that the heart was indeed beyond authentication. Fortunately, the lethal aura released by the heart was not at its peak. Had it been, Meng Yao might not have survived. It seemed that the profession of a weaponsmith was fraught with peril. Lin Yu smiled faintly. If Meng Yao were to fail, then there was no doubt that Ling Xue would succeed. This was a certainty he need not fret over. Upon witnessing Meng Yao's failure, Ling Xue naturally felt compelled to give it a try herself. With a flame branch in hand, she approached the heart. Indeed, the heart's rhythmic throbbing slowed almost immediately. Leaving Ling Xue momentarily stunned, the method Lin Yu provided proved astonishingly effective. Ling Xue began to gradually channel her vitality, her dark pupil technique releasing wisps of energy, which slowly penetrated the heart. As long as she could ascertain the situation, spending a little extra time was inconsequential. However, Ling Xue soon felt the weight of pressure. The exertion was taxing, as the heart possessed a formidable repulsive force. She sensed her endurance waning. Before she could fully perceive the heart's essence, fatigue threatened to overwhelm her. Despite stabilizing the heart, Ling Xue might not ultimately succeed. The ensuing circumstances appeared more dire than she had anticipated. As her energy began to fail in its infusion, the heart's defenses had intensified. Lu Fei, observing from the side, was exceedingly anxious. He dared not approach too closely. Acutely aware of the perilous nature of the situation, what was unfolding? What was truly happening? It seemed that even Ling Xue might not achieve success. Subduing the heart of that magical beast was an exceedingly arduous task. If Meng Yao had failed, could Ling Xue truly succeed? She did not seem to possess the same prowess and identification techniques as Meng Yao. Breathless, Ling Xue realized that even her dark pupil technique had become ineffective. At this juncture, surrender appeared to be her only option. Has Ling Xue ceased her identification? It seems no one here possesses the capability to discern this heart, Lu Fei remarked. Ling Xue, gasping for air, retreated to her seat. At that moment, Meng Yao managed to smile, albeit somewhat disheveled, proclaiming, "Yet I have succeeded in my identification." The crowd gasped in surprise. Mere moments ago, it seemed Meng Yao had failed. Meng Yao, if you have indeed succeeded, the heart should be under your control. However, that does not appear to be the case, Lu Fei inquired. This heart is exceedingly powerful. My identification technique is not yet stable enough to command it, yet I have discerned its essence, Meng Yao asserted confidently. Very well, share your findings, Lu Fei urged. The vitality of this heart is extraordinarily robust, suitable for forging weapons and serving as a source of strength. Lu Fei appeared hesitant. If her identification were genuine, it would be easy to validate. As long as you can activate it, no one shall doubt your words. Meng Yao, visibly injured, wiped the blood from her lips, assuring, "I am fine." Such bravado, Lin Yu mused internally, believing Meng Yao was merely posturing, convinced that this would enable her to outshine Ling Xue. Even in failure, Meng Yao would likely be deemed superior to Ling Xue, a sentiment shared by the onlookers. Disagree, a resounding voice interrupted, causing the crowd to seek its source. Oh, it appears other weapon masters hold differing opinions. Perhaps they would care to voice them, Meng Yao said, turning to see who dared to challenge her assertion. Upon recognizing the individual, her ire subsided considerably. Ah, it is you, Lin Yu. Young Master Lin, it is believed that your identification skills surpass all present. Why have you remained silent until now? What is your stance? Lu Fei inquired politely. Is it not permissible for me to idly engage in identification for amusement? Lin Yu replied casually, eliciting only a faint smile from Lu Fei. Lin Yu approached the heart, carefully peeling away a layer of flesh, only to discover that it retained remarkable elasticity, exuding an aura of vitality. Not only that, but the damaged portion of the heart began to heal spontaneously. This heart was truly extraordinary. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow in contemplation. The heart, as everyone could see, possessed formidable healing capabilities. It could not be forged into a weapon of offense, but rather, it was suitable for crafting defensive armor to preserve life. However, the heart exuded a potent aura of menace. How could one explain this? Meng Yu seemed somewhat unconvinced. That is merely a defensive mechanism of the magical beast heart, not a source of overwhelming power. Thus, you will find it impossible to activate and utilize it. Lin Yu's words rendered Meng Yao speechless. It dawned on her just how profound Lin Yu's expertise and appraisal was. He had completely grasped the nature of this heart without even conducting a formal assessment. At that moment, a servant approached Lu Fei, whispering something into his ear. The auction house had just affirmed Lin Yu's assertion, hoping he could activate the heart. Lu Fei promptly declared Lin Yu correct, offering Meng Yao no opportunity to try her hand, which was hardly surprising. Lin Yu was indeed the most formidable weapon master present. This young man had refrained from conducting an appraisal until now, and when he finally did, his insight was nothing short of astonishing. Originally, the Ling family had little hope of victory. However, with young Master Ling's intervention, Meng Yao's chances dwindled, as he was, after all, a member of the Ling family. Young Master Ling was merely engaged. Who could say if the marriage would truly come to pass? Such matters remained uncertain. Chapter 84. You have no say. Defeated by a genius like Lin Yu, Meng Yao felt a sense of admiration, harboring no resentment. Both she and Zhao Xinghe were renowned weapon masters, yet they found themselves outmatched by this relatively unknown youth. After this conference, his fame would undoubtedly soar. Lin Cheng had initially thought the task assigned by their sect could not be fulfilled, but with Lin Yu's appearance, the situation had turned dramatically. Not only had the sect's mission been accomplished, but the dignity of the Ling family had also been preserved. Otherwise, Meng Yao would have undoubtedly subjected the Ling family to profound humiliation today. The elders of the Ling family were exceedingly pleased, believing they had befriended an extraordinary talent. Reflecting on the earlier encounters when Lin Yu had entered the Ling family, the elders had been exceptionally difficult, and now, merely recalling those moments filled them with regret. What troubles you, young Master Ling? Lin Yu mused. Activating this heart would be futile. I have no intention of purchasing it. After some contemplation, he continued. This heart is not so simple. Although the magical beast is deceased, the vitality within the heart is astonishingly potent. Who knows what might transpire? I believe activating it could pose a considerable risk. There is no need for concern, young Master Ling, should you choose to activate it. A reward that will surely satisfy you shall await. Lin Yu nodded. I do not wish to activate the heart, as I believe there are no weapon masters here capable of refining this treasure for practical use. Rather, it would only lead to considerable trouble. Young Master Lin, the auction house insists that you must activate it. As for the matter of remuneration, that is entirely negotiable. Lin Yu nodded. After activating the heart, it required refinement to forge a life-saving armor, which naturally demanded the expertise of a skilled weaponsmith. However, this endeavor was fraught with peril, as attempting to refine the heart without a weaponsmith of at least 4th rank was tantamount to courting death. Seeing Lin Yu effortlessly activate the heart left Meng Yao utterly astonished, her admiration for the young man soaring to new heights. The swiftness with which he activated such a biological treasure left her in awe. Esteemed elder, I must emphasize the necessity of finding a formidable weaponsmith, one of at least 4th rank, for otherwise, this heart cannot be fashioned into protective armor, Lin Yu advised Lu Fei. Rest assured, young Master Lin, I shall heed your words and ensure that the auction house is duly informed, Lu Fei replied. Furthermore, I am representing the Ling family in this appraisal. Yes, I am fully aware that you stand in for the Ling family, Lu Fei smiled. The elders of the Meng family wore grim expressions. Initially, only Meng Yao had been in the spotlight, but the current circumstances compelled the elders to emerge and observe the young prodigy. They were eager to discern the origins of this remarkable youth. Yet, after scrutinizing Lin Yu, none recognized him. This genius lad did not seem to hail from any prominent family. The sheer height of his talent, coupled with his obscurity, was utterly perplexing. His appraisal skills were astonishing, rendering Meng Yao's own efforts trivial by comparison. With such accomplishments, his future appeared boundless. What was even more difficult to believe was that he was engaged to the Ling family. With such an extraordinary young man, the Ling family might very well rise to prominence. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the background of this lad. Inform everyone to investigate. I must ascertain the true nature of his origins, the eldest elder remarked, raising an eyebrow and shaking his head in wonder at the abundance of talent in this era. Young Master Lin, here is your reward. Lin Yu received a substantial bag of gold coins, approximately 70 to 80,000 in total. Although he felt somewhat dissatisfied, it was still more than sufficient. Just as he was about to depart, Meng Yao, with a radiant smile, obstructed his path. Anyone would be captivated by the sweetness of her smile. She had always been the object of admiration from others, yet this time she took the initiative to engage him. Greetings, esteemed sir. May I inquire your name? Meng Yao said politely and respectfully, unaware that Lin Yu remained expressionless, even exhibiting a hint of coldness. Lin Yu did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he simply walked away, leaving Meng Yu standing alone, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. He blatantly disregarded Meng Yao, who, after all, was an enchanting beauty of unparalleled grace. Lin Yu's actions stirred envy among many onlookers. Young Master Lin, I am truly grateful to you. Ling Shui expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Why be so polite among family? Lin Yu replied with a smile. Observing Lin Yu's retreating figure, Mingyu felt an unsettling sensation within her heart. This was the first time someone had dared to overlook her as a woman of exceptional merit. She had never been treated in such a manner before. Lin Yu is indeed a rather arrogant individual. Mingyao had intended to get acquainted with him, perhaps to forge a friendship, yet he presented himself in a manner that exuded superiority. Mingyao's gaze was remarkably serious, but she found herself perplexed by the warmth flooding her cheeks and ears. She was startled by her own reaction. How could she have transformed in such a way? It would be quite unfortunate if others were to witness this. With her head bowed, she reflected on Lin Gongzi's impressive demeanor, truly a youth of remarkable prowess. Lin Gongzi, we have met before. Surely, you haven't forgotten us? The other families approached, trying to establish a rapport. Lin Yu, naturally, did not deign to respond to them. Suddenly, Ling Shui recalled something. Young Master Lin, since you have activated the heart, why not purchase it and take it away directly? Initially, she assumed that the heart belonged to a deer demon beast, yet she sensed otherwise, unable to deduce the exact nature of the beast, which posed a significant threat. Even though she currently had no use for it, Lin Yu's expression turned grave. The mention of that heart seemed to evoke a hint of concern in him as he glanced back at it. The auctioneer appeared excessively enthusiastic, hoping that the instructions he had given would be duly remembered. Although the heart was indeed a remarkable treasure, Lin Yu harbored a feeling that something might go awry, potentially leading to perilous consequences. Wait a moment, young Master Lin. Upon turning around, Lin Yu spotted Mingyao, her face flushed and adorned with an irritable expression, exuding a hint of shyness. Are you not vexed? Lin Yu inquired impatiently. Mingyao, taken aback by his words, could hardly believe how much disdain he seemed to have for her. If there is something you wish to say, please do so directly. Biting her lip, she pressed on. Are you two engaged? With a sardonic chuckle, she added, I am well aware that with your talents, the Ling family is reaching beyond its means. So let us not squander any more time. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu felt displeased. How dare Mingyao comment on such matters? Did she truly consider herself someone of significance? My engagement is my own affair. Whether I marry or not is none of your concern. Young Master Lin, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You are merely leveraging the Ling family at present. And when they cease to be of use to you in the future, you will unceremoniously cast them aside. Mingyao's words pierced through the air like daggers, resonating painfully. Ling Shui, upon hearing this, felt a pang of discomfort. However, Lin Yu's actions were justifiable, as the Ling family could not afford to hinder his future. Chapter 85. Fourth-rank alchemist. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Mingyu smiled faintly, unable to believe that Lin Yu could possibly consider marrying Ling Shui. The Ling family was hardly a formidable clan, ranked insignificantly within the empire. For the sake of his future and personal interests, Lin Yu would undoubtedly decline. And Mingyu was quite certain of this. Of course, I shall marry Ling Shui. You need not worry about that, Lin Yu stated earnestly. What? Mingyu exclaimed, gazing at Lin Yu in astonishment, utterly taken aback by his audacity. What had initially been merely an engagement now transformed into a public declaration of his intent to marry, making it a matter of pride should he fail to follow through. Lin Yu has now become a prominent figure, and it is imperative to act with utmost caution. Why must I consult you regarding my choice of spouse? Do you think I would treat engagement as a trifling matter? Would I annul my betrothal for mere pecuniary gain? Lin Yu retorted. This left Mingyu speechless. Was this young gentleman truly lacking in judgment? Even if he were to contemplate marriage, he ought to seek a union with a prestigious family from the empire, rather than a modest clan like the Ling family, demonstrating a complete disregard for the balance of advantages and disadvantages. Ling Shui, let us depart, Lin Yu declared, grasping Ling Shui's hand as they exited together under the gaze of the onlookers, appearing indeed as a couple. Ling Shui pondered whether Lin Yu was jesting. If this were true, she might find herself unable to sleep from joy for several days. The words of Lin Yu swiftly spread throughout the Tianlan sect, causing quite a stir among its members. Many were taken aback by his unexpected decision. After all, such talent as Lin Yu's is a rarity throughout the entire empire. Yet, he was willing to unite in marriage with Ling Shui. Numerous individuals remarked that the Ling family was indeed overreaching by aspiring to Lin Yu. Although he is undeniably a genius, some questioned his judgment. Given his current gifts and accomplishments, it would hardly be a challenge for him to wed a princess. The Ling family, while considered a moderately prestigious lineage in the vicinity of Tianlan sect and Ming City, holds little significance within the broader context of the empire. Lin Yu naturally paid no heed to such matters. His sole focus was on cultivating his skills, leaving other concerns for a later time. In recent days, Lin Yu had produced a considerable number of elixirs to enhance his martial prowess. Ding. The master has refined a superior third-grade bloodline pill, earning an experience reward of 200 times 1,000. Ding. The master consumed the superior third-grade bloodline pill, gaining martial experience of 200 times 1,000. In recent days, Lin Yu has been persistently engaged in the alchemical process, refining elixirs and subsequently consuming them. Thus, a week has elapsed. Ding. Congratulations, master. You have attained the mid-level of a fourth-grade alchemist. After dedicating considerable time to this endeavor, Lin Yu gently opened his eyes. The medicinal herbs of the Ling family appeared quite abundant, containing most of the materials he required. While he may not be able to concoct premier-grade elixirs, he was certainly capable of producing superior ones. Over these past few days, Lin Yu finally managed to overhear the disciples outside discussing the arrival of a fourth-grade alchemist at the Tianlan sect, a topic that has generated considerable buzz and widespread discourse. Lin Yu inadvertently heard the esteemed name of Master Feng Ming, a fourth-tier alchemist, the most formidable potion master of the Tianlan sect. He smiled faintly, pondering how merely being a fourth-tier alchemist could elevate one to such heights within the sect. Was it not a feat easily attainable? Just then, a visitor arrived, prompting him to gently open his eyes. Uncle Ling, I apologize for being so engrossed in my cultivation these past few days that I have been oblivious to matters outside. Lin Yu expressed with a hint of remorse. Upon hearing Lin Yu address him as Uncle Ling, a wave of joy washed over his heart. It seemed Lin Yu was genuinely contemplating staying, thus the prospect of marriage was not mere pretense. The thought of Lin Yu marrying Ling Xue stirred an uncontrollable excitement within Lin Cheng, causing a subtle smile to grace his lips. Yet, why had Lin Yu suddenly changed his mind? Was it a matter of conscience, feeling that failing to marry would bring shame upon Ling Xue? However, in today's world, personal interests and future prospects reign supreme. Betrayal and disloyalty have become commonplace. Ling Cheng harbored concerns about potential uncertainties in this situation. If Lin Yu were to change his mind one day, there would be nothing Ling Cheng could do. Lin Yu, I believe it is best not to force the matter of marriage, Ling Cheng expressed with concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt somewhat surprised. Shouldn't Ling Cheng be exceedingly delighted? Why then was he advising him not to rush into things? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu realized that Ling Cheng was likely concerned about his potential change of heart. If that were the case, perhaps it would be better not to marry at all, as it would only inflict greater emotional turmoil on Ling Xue. Uncle Ling, rest assured, I have resolutely made up my mind to marry and will not easily waver, Lin Yu declared. Ling Cheng was taken aback by Lin Yu's response, momentarily filled with hesitation, finding it somewhat incredulous. Lin Yu, is this truly your intention? Uncle Ling, I would never jest about such matters. I implore you to trust me. Please go ahead and set the wedding date. Is it truly possible? Ling Cheng asked, probing for confirmation. Lin Yu merely smiled faintly. In front of so many witnesses, I declared my intention to wed. I certainly could not go back on my word, for I do not wish to appear so. Very well then, young Master Lin, please continue your cultivation. At that moment, Lin Yu once again heard the clamor outside the door, and it was none other than Master Feng Ming. He couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle Ling, who exactly is this Master Feng Ming? Oh, he is an alchemist invited by the Tianlan sect. He has just arrived and is being showered with attention like a star surrounded by the moon. I wonder what benefits he has gained. In any case, he can earn gold coins until his hands are sore, as everyone is showering him with compliments, replied Ling Cheng with a smile. He sounds rather impressive. Alchemists with a bit of renown in the empire often exhibit such behavior. Ling Cheng shook his head. Sir, he turned to see a servant approaching. What is the matter? Someone has commissioned me to deliver a message to young Master Lin. Lin Yu curiously inquired. Who was it that sent this? It was sent by someone dispatched by Master Feng Ming. Lin Yu smiled faintly, pondering why, despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous, someone would still seek him out. Curiosity piqued. He opened the letter. It appeared that Master Feng Ming harbored strong opinions about him. Upon learning that Lin Yu was an 18-year-old, second-tier alchemist of some renown, he expressed a desire for a personal meeting. From the tone of the correspondence, Lin Yu sensed that Master Feng Ming's intentions were far from benign. Young Master Lin, there is no need to engage with such a person. Master Feng Ming is merely arrogant. I have always found him rather distasteful, remarked Ling Cheng with a hint of disdain. There's nothing amiss in exchanging insights among alchemists, Lin Yu replied, rising from his seat. He had spent considerable time at home and thought it might be worthwhile to meet the esteemed Master Feng Ming. However, A lingering feeling of unease suggested that there were unseen forces orchestrating these events. Chapter 86. Misguided mentorship. Lin Cheng was in high spirits. As Ling Shui had developed feelings for Lin Yu, he hoped that their relationship would flourish. Master Feng Ming was indeed a figure of considerable renown. Upon his recent arrival at Tianlan sect, many disciples aspired to join his ranks, for becoming an apprentice alchemist was the dream of countless individuals. Lin Yu constantly heard the name of Master Feng Ming along his journey. The Dan medicine masters of the Tianlan sect had not produced any remarkable talents. The most formidable among them were merely a handful of third-grade alchemists. Thus, the arrival of a fourth-grade alchemist was met with immense reverence. Master Feng Ming's residence was remarkably vast, bustling with visitors akin to a river of carriages. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile, noting that the guests of the Ling family never attracted such a crowd. Numerous alchemists had gathered, most being first-grade or even unranked, all eager to witness the prowess of a true master. Lin Yu found himself influenced by their fervor. The world was indeed so tangible, and he should have grown accustomed to it by now. Master Feng Ming certainly maintained an air of superiority, observing the long queue. Lin Yu surmised that gaining entry would require considerable patience, and his interest waned. The entire Tianlan sect seemed to treat Master Feng Ming with the reverence reserved for ancestors, granting him numerous privileges, unrestricted access to the sacred training grounds, free use of most sect herbs, and a generous monthly tribute. Lin Cheng could only manage a wry smile. Lin Yu had never showcased his alchemical talents at the Tianlan sect. He had always maintained a low profile and was naturally indifferent to such matters. If I have to queue, then I'm not in the mood for it. Uncle Ling, let us take our leave, Lin Yu remarked, preparing to depart. Ah, young Master Lin, you have arrived. Ling Tian appeared at that moment. I am immensely grateful for your assistance with the appraisal. I had hoped to visit you personally, but you were engrossed in your cultivation, he expressed with utmost courtesy. Uncle Ling, you are too kind, Lin Yu replied with a smile, dismissing the matter as trivial and of no consequence. Do you wish to meet Master Feng Ming? I shall promptly send someone to notify him, Ling Tian added, somewhat embarrassed, as even he, the deputy sect master, found it exceedingly challenging to secure an audience with the esteemed Master Feng Ming. Queuing was indeed a necessity. Never mind. Since the master is so busy, I shall return for now. It's no trouble, Uncle Ling, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Ling Tian had other pressing matters to attend to, so he took his leave. Just as Lin Yu was about to exit, a servant approached him. Young Master Lin, you have arrived. Master Feng Ming wishes to see you, the servant announced. This statement incited discontent among the others present, who had waited in line for 1 or 2 hours without the opportunity to meet Master Feng Ming. Why is it that Lin Yu is summoned the moment he arrives? Is this not exceedingly unfair? They murmured among themselves. Who is that young man? Why did Master Feng Ming summon him directly? Who knows? I noticed he didn't even bring a gift. He clearly lacks an understanding of etiquette when meeting a master alchemist. Isn't that boy a weaponsmith? Why is he here now? A group of people expressed their significant grievances towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu and Ling Cheng entered the estate, which was extravagantly grand, resembling a palace. It was no wonder that the queue of people stretched like a dragon. The opulence of the residence was remarkable. Over 200 attendants scurried about, relaying messages. Upon observing some attendants sun-drying medicinal herbs, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle when he recognized the herb as dried rain grass. Is this worthy of being called a master? He thought to himself. It seems merely a title without substance. They merely don the hat of a fourth-tier alchemist. Ling Cheng was taken aback by Lin Yu's certainty. What do you mean by that? He inquired. That herb is indeed considered decent. However, dried rain grass should not be sun-dried but rather air-dried. This so-called master appears rather unimpressive. Lin Yu cast a few glances at other similar medicinal herbs, and he was convinced that Master Feng Ming was incompetent, as even the storage and preservation of the herbs were fraught with errors. Moreover, this Master Feng Ming had the audacity to invite Lin Yu, presumably wishing to engage in a contest, though it was merely an act of self-deprecation. Upon arriving at a square, Lin Yu observed Master Feng Ming conducting a lecture. This master, appearing to be a serious alchemist clad in a flowing white robe, exhibited behavior more akin to an amateur, lacking the demeanor of a true alchemist. Master Feng Ming was engrossed in his teaching, with countless disciples below him, all filled with admiration and reverence for the alchemist. To become a formidable alchemist, one must be willing to invest money. This is indispensable, he proclaimed. My lessons will differ from those of other instructors, so pay close attention. Master Feng Ming was purportedly refining second-grade elixirs, yet he offered no genuine insights into alchemical techniques. instead incessantly boasting about his prowess in alchemy. After Lin Yu's arrival, Master Feng Ming consistently ignored him, which was clearly a display of arrogance. Time passed as he waited. The elixir was produced, though it was not a perfect sphere. Nevertheless, the disciples below offered their applause, prompting Lin Yu to stifle a laugh. Lin Yu was merely curious about who had sent Master Feng Ming, as this alchemist was far from impressive. The art of potion crafting requires utmost concentration, yet he was struggling with the mere creation of a second-tier elixir. His failure to master the heat was truly embarrassing. While everyone else held Master Feng Ming in high esteem, an unexpected voice broke through the reverence. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and soon spotted a young lad. How audacious for a mere youth to dare point fingers at Master Feng Ming. He must be courting disaster. How laughable it was, this 18-year-old had the gall to criticize me. Master Feng Ming scoffed derisively. Lin Cheng stepped forward. Oh, so you are associated with the Ling family as well? How amusing. Master Feng Ming adopted an air of superiority. Is it a flaw in your character that I cannot point out? Lin Yu inquired. By the way, you summoned me for a reason. Just state it plainly. Lin Yu asked nonchalantly. So, you are Lin Yu. I was asked to teach you a lesson as someone finds you disagreeable. It appears you are indeed a presumptuous individual. Master Feng Ming replied coldly. Lin Yu offered a faint smile as he assessed the individual before him. How could they possibly send someone as unqualified as you? A mere alchemist to challenge me? There is simply no comparison. You are wholly unworthy as my opponent. You presume that just because you hail from the Ling family and Ling Tian holds the position of vice sect master, you can act with such impunity? You are still far too young and naive. Why engage in excessive banter? Let us instead contest our alchemical prowess. Should I emerge victorious, you shall depart from the Tianlan sect. Your presence is a detriment to aspiring alchemists, leading them astray. What? You dare to leave Master Feng Ming speechless? His anger was palpable. This youth's words cut deeply. Ah, so you are Lin Yu, is that correct? Very well, let us engage in a contest, Master Feng Ming retorted, abruptly halting the lecture he had been delivering. With a grand gesture, he declared, Lin Yu, you will come to regret this moment. Before so many witnesses, I shall see how you extricate yourself from this predicament. Ha! You, an impostor of a fourth-tier alchemist? What is there for me to fear? Lin Yu quipped defiantly. The young man's audacity was staggering. He showed no respect for his elders. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, Master Feng Ming declared with unwavering confidence. After all, he was a third-tier alchemist. How could he possibly be outdone by a mere 18-year-old? Moreover, the alchemists of Tianlan's sect were not even his match, further solidifying his belief that victory was assured. Even if Lin Yu were 28, his skills could not surpass his own. Witnessing Lin Yu's bold demeanor left many disciples in stunned silence. This lad was truly exceptional. What emboldened him to speak so irreverently to a master? Little did they know. The entire Tianlan sect revered Master Feng Ming, and Lin Yu seemed to be courting disaster. However, was Lin Yu himself an alchemist? He was certainly not a weapons master. Lin Cheng had not anticipated Lin Yu's fierce targeting of Master Feng Ming, as if they harbored deep-seated enmity. What would the outcome be? Lin Cheng was genuinely concerned. The Tianlan sect regarded Master Feng Ming as a pillar of strength, and this conflict with Lin Yu could lead to disastrous consequences. Master Feng Ming scrutinized Lin Yu. Finding no extraordinary alchemical talent, he bore no aroma of herbs, indicating his skill was likely not formidable. You are indeed arrogant, young man. Merely a son-in-law of the Ling family, you have incurred my wrath, and your future will be bleak, Master Feng Ming fumed. Since arriving at the Tianlan sect, he had been exalted, yet now he felt humiliated by a mere youth, unable to swallow his indignation. Lin Cheng felt anxious. Rumors suggested that Master Feng Ming was a fourth-tier alchemist. His status within the Tianlan sect was unparalleled. He had only heard from Ling Shui that Lin Yu was an alchemist. Was it not somewhat reckless to engage in such a contest? Lin Yu. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. I initially believed this to be a friendly exchange, but it appears devoid of meaning, Lin Cheng advised. Should chaos ensue here and reach the ears of the sect, it would spell trouble for Ling Tian and the Ling family. Presently, Master Feng Ming was indeed a significant figure within Tianlan's sect, one not to be trifled with. Moreover, Lin Yu had come here to challenge him directly. Alchemists occupy a unique status. Even prominent families would not dare disrespect a fourth-tier alchemist. Furthermore, Lin Cheng had heard that Master Feng Ming had a brother who was a fifth-tier alchemist. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. Lin Cheng tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve, yet the latter showed no intent of retreating. Uncle Ling, fear not. I shall not bring shame upon myself today. Lin Yu replied earnestly. Geniuses often possess such tenacious spirits. Once Lin Yu had made up his mind, it was as if he could not be swayed. If we are to compete, the terms are yours to dictate. I will agree to any level of alchemical refinement you propose. You are far too arrogant, young man. Summon the alchemist of Tianlan sect. Master Feng Ming commanded, looking down upon Lin Yu with disdain. Master Feng, perhaps it would be prudent to keep this matter less grand. To avoid unnecessary escalation, why summon the sect's alchemists? Lin Cheng interjected with a smile. Humph. To prevent this boy from denying defeat, I shall have the alchemist bear witness. He shall not escape accountability, Master Feng Ming asserted. Inviting the alchemist was essential to affirm his standing as the most skilled alchemist present, ensuring his reputation would soar while the audacious youth faced inevitable humiliation. In a short while, the elder alchemists from Tianlan's sect arrived. Lin Yu cast a glance at them. They were all early-stage, third-tier alchemists, seasoned yet aged, with considerable experience. For early-stage, third-tier alchemists had gathered. Greetings, Master Feng, they offered in flattering tones. Do you see? Young man, this is the level of prestige you shall never attain, Master Feng Ming boasted triumphantly. Now that everyone is present, I invite you all to witness our contest. I fear this boy may deny his defeat, and I have no desire to waste my breath. With an air of confidence, he stood tall. The four alchemists nodded in agreement. Very well, Master Feng. We shall craft a third-tier recovery pill, and we will see who excels, Master Feng Ming declared, seemingly assured of his victory. Then, Master, you may begin, Lin Yu said. I see you are trembling in fear. I shall not provide you with the formula. Master Feng Ming taunted. That is of no concern. It is but a simple task, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Young man, should you lose, you will kneel before me and apologize. If I lose, I shall leave Tianlan's sect, Master Feng Ming stipulated. Lin Yu nodded. Master Feng Ming smirked insidiously, confident that he could easily deal with a mere brat. Once the matter was resolved, he would feign humiliation and, in an effort to retain him, the Tianlan sect would undoubtedly offer him even greater benefits. The returning Yuan pill was a rare elixir exclusive to his family. No outsider could possibly be privy to its formula. I shall observe how you attempt to concoct it, he thought with a sneer. Lin Chengming's eyes widened in astonishment, his impression of Master Feng Ming further darkening. How despicable this man was. Lin Yu was merely an 18-year-old youth, while Master Feng Ming, a seasoned alchemist in his 40s, specialized not in the ordinary third-grade elixirs, but in the exquisite concoctions favored by the Feng family for their retreats. It appeared that victory was assured for Feng Ming. Indeed, he seemed to possess a cunning intellect. At this moment, Lin Yu found himself devoid of any chance of triumph. Lin Cheng contemplated advising Lin Yu to concede. Believing that it was still not too late, Master Feng Ming swiftly commenced the alchemical process. To Lin Yu's surprise, Feng displayed a modicum of skill in potion making, albeit lacking meticulousness, which resulted in minor imperfections in the elixirs produced. Master Feng Ming added 3 portions of medicinal herbs into the alchemical furnace, igniting the essence to meld the ingredients into a liquid form, ultimately shaping them into pills. In less than 15 minutes, the elixir was nearing completion, truly a testament to Master Feng's prowess in crafting third-grade elixirs with such alacrity. One could only wonder why the Tianlan sect was willing to invest exorbitantly to enlist Master Feng as their chief alchemist. There were indeed sound reasons behind such a decision. It was rumored that Master Feng's elder brother was a 4th-grade alchemist, a figure of legendary status in the later stages of his craft, a rarity even within the empire. The 4 alchemists engaged in fervent discussion, completely disregarding Lin Yu. Chapter 88. Are you joking? Lin Cheng sighed, believing that Lin Yu should not act so impulsively. The Feng family, a prominent lineage of alchemists within the empire, had produced numerous renowned alchemists, each achieving considerable acclaim. Lin Yu, even with his innate talent for alchemy, insists on competing with others. Lin Cheng feels that this is somewhat akin to weaving a web of self-imposed constraints. Lin Yu observed Feng Ming's alchemical techniques. Although he possessed some skill, it lacked refinement, and his approach seemed rather careless. Consequently, the quality of the elixir produced was surely not high. Form the elixir, Master Feng exclaimed loudly. Do you see? I have successfully concocted a mid-tier 3rd-grade elixir, the recovery pill. Now, little imp, it is your turn. I am eager to see your prowess. Master Feng brandished the elixir he had created, reveling in his triumph, while the 4 alchemists hurriedly approached to examine it. Well, this elixir is extraordinary. To produce a mid-tier 3rd-grade elixir so swiftly, Master Feng is indeed impressive. Moreover, The recovery pill is notoriously difficult to craft within the realm of third-grade elixirs, yet Master Feng managed to do so with such finesse and speed. Having Master Feng as the chief alchemist of the Tianlan sect was undoubtedly a wise choice. With the affirmation from the 4 alchemists, who now resembled judges, Feng was filled with pride, his chest puffed out in arrogance. Master Feng chuckled, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yu, pondering how he might concoct an elixir without knowledge of the formula. Even if he were to guess recklessly, success would forever elude him. Master Feng was convinced that Lin Yu could not possibly replicate his family's unique elixirs, thus ensuring his own victory. "Why are you silent, boy? Are you afraid?" Lin Cheng remarked with dissatisfaction. "This is unfair. You two should compete with standard third-grade elixirs, not your family's exclusive concoctions. Without a formula, how can Lin Yu possibly succeed?" "Master Feng, your actions are despicable." "Despicable? Umph. It is this brat who is arrogant and dismissive. It is my prerogative to decide which elixirs to concoct." As this is precisely what young Master Lin claimed. "Are you now unwilling to accept defeat?" Master Feng responded with a smirk. "Haha. You are going to make me laugh to death." Lin Yu suddenly burst into laughter, leaving the crowd bewildered. Why was he still laughing? Was he truly out of his mind? "You use 3 types of herbs to produce a single elixir. Are you joking? How can you claim to be a 4th-grade alchemist?" Lin Yu challenged. At this moment, daring to mock Feng Ming, the crowd questioned Lin Yu's sanity. Infuriated by the insult, Feng Ming raised his arm, pointing at Lin Yu. "Oh, you think you are quite impressive, don't you? Then why don't you give it a try?" "I refuse to believe you can surpass my skills." Lin Yu claimed that he was not a 4th-grade alchemist, while Feng Ming was secretly quite anxious, as he had not yet reached the rank of 4th-grade alchemist, but merely attained the late stage of a 3rd-grade alchemist. Outsiders, however, were unaware of this, as Feng Ming was capable of concocting the unique 4th-grade elixirs of his family, leading them to believe that he had indeed achieved the status of a 4th-grade alchemist. Should this secret be exposed, Feng Ming would undoubtedly be too ashamed to face anyone again, thus he was determined to safeguard this secret at all costs. Why could Lin Yu make such a conjecture? Feng Ming felt a twinge of apprehension towards him. Could this young man truly discern his secret? Such a possibility seemed rather unlikely. Nevertheless, Feng Ming had little to worry about, as Lin Yu was merely 18 years old and likely not exceptionally formidable, probably struggling even with the crafting of 2nd-grade elixirs. Moreover, the Huiyuan Dan, a proprietary elixir of the Feng family, was something outsiders could never hope to comprehend or admire. Lin Yu had no chance of winning. Contemplating this, Feng Ming could not help but chuckle, feeling rather superior in his abilities. Yet, he acknowledged that he was being somewhat cunning in dealing with such a young adversary. "Watch closely, Master Feng, and observe how I refine the elixir." Lin Yu began the alchemical process with a calm demeanor, his demeanor appearing both relaxed and joyful, evoking a sense of apprehension in those who watched. Lin Yu began to select the medicinal herbs, and Feng Ming's expression gradually grew serious. How could it be that he was familiar with the entire recipe for the revitalizing pill? This should be an impossible feat. Feng Ming's eyes widened. Lin Yu had not chosen the wrong herbs, for they were indeed the ingredients for the revitalizing pill. Lin Yu wielded the alchemical furnace with remarkable ease, executing the process with effortless precision. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment, unable to fathom the proficiency he displayed. Most notably, Feng Ming was utterly incredulous. He could hardly believe that Lin Yu was capable of concocting the rejuvenating Yuan Dan, especially given the flawless quality of the medicinal ingredients. He initially assumed Lin Yu to be affiliated with the Feng family. "Can you believe it?" someone exclaimed. "Lin Yu can actually summon fire using his own vital energy. And he manages the heat with such skill. It is truly commendable. Didn't they claim he was merely a weaponsmith? How can he possess such remarkable mastery in alchemy as well? Is it truly the same individual? Oh my heavens, I am utterly envious of him. A weaponsmith and an alchemist, are these not the marks of a genius? It is simply extraordinary." With such exceptional talent in 2 distinct fields, Lin Cheng felt a deep admiration. It dawned on him that Lin Yu's cultivation level seemed impressive as well. Could it be that he was a prodigy in all 3 disciplines? Is Lin Yu a gift bestowed by the heavens? Lin Cheng could scarcely fathom how such a genius could possibly come into existence. Ding! The master has refined a top-tier 3rd-grade elixir, the recovery pill, and has gained experience at a rate of 100 times 1,000. Lin Yu did not spend much time, and the disciples found immense pleasure in observing his alchemical process, as if they were absorbing a wealth of knowledge about potion making. It was truly remarkable. After a brief quarter of an hour, I too successfully concocted a rejuvenation pill. Impossible. Feng Mingqi stood up, unable to fathom such an occurrence, utterly bewildered. How did Lin Yu come to know the unique prescription of the Feng family? Remarkably, he is able to concoct it. Could it be that he has encountered a prodigious genius? Master Feng Ming appeared as though he had seen a ghost. Lin Yu opened the alchemical furnace, and before the crowd appeared 3 return-to-origin pills, their enchanting aroma invigorating all present. However, Feng Ming's elixir did not possess such an effect. The return-to-origin pills emitted a faint glow, enveloping the onlookers in a sense of warmth. The 4 alchemists approached for a closer inspection, their astonishment palpable. The fact that 3 distinct medicinal herbs had yielded 3 superior-grade pills seemed almost unbelievable. The successful crafting of 3rd-grade pills is inherently a formidable endeavor, particularly as these are unique to the Feng family. How could he have accomplished this? My heavens! Could it be that young Master Lin learned the method of concocting the return-to-origin pills from somewhere? What extraordinary realm has he attained? From a distance, Feng Ming watched in awe as Lin Yu's return-to-origin pills glimmered within the furnace, left speechless for an extended period, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Chapter 89. He is a genius. How could Lin Yu possibly concoct the returning yuan pill? It is truly infuriating. And the most alarming aspect is that Lin Yu has managed to create a top-tier 3rd-grade elixir. Well, have you seen enough? You have lost. I have achieved a near-complete victory, Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Master Feng Ming swallowed hard, still enveloped in shock, struggling to calm his turbulent emotions. Do not be so excessive. One should leave a hand for future encounters. Master Feng Ming's countenance darkened. The 4 alchemists felt exceedingly awkward, after all. Master Feng Ming was the chief alchemist of the sect. Being driven out in such a manner would be difficult to explain to the Feng family. Why do you refuse to acknowledge your defeat? Lin Yu inquired. For a moment, Feng Ming was rendered speechless. He had indeed lost, with no justification to claim otherwise. The disciples below looked upon him with diminishing admiration, and his reputation had plummeted to new lows. Following this incident, it seemed unlikely that Feng Ming would retain any dignity in his role as chief alchemist. You are merely a 3rd-grade alchemist, yet dare to proclaim yourself a 4th-grade one. It is utterly laughable, Lin Yu chuckled. The young man, Feng Ming, was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He had never encountered such a blow before. Who is this youth, after all? Do you still refuse to admit it? Master Feng Ming understood that, despite his denial, the reality of his defeat was inescapable. With his reputation in tatters, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to maintain his standing within the Tianlan sect. Lin Yu cast a fierce glare at Feng Ming, and in that instant, his Sharingan came into effect. Under the overwhelming and frigid aura, Feng Ming found himself at a loss. Unable to comprehend why he felt such profound fear, as if withholding the truth would lead to his demise, chills running down his spine. Fine. I admit I am merely a 3rd-tier alchemist, and on rare occasions, I can concoct 4th-tier elixirs. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was taken aback, astonished that Feng Ming would divulge such information. At this juncture, there was no turning back. Having lost the competition, his reputation was destined for ruin. Who would have thought that Master Feng Ming deceived us? Such revelations were indeed shocking. Feng Ming should no longer linger in the Tianlan sect. It now appeared that he was not the esteemed alchemist he had claimed to be. Faced with Lin Yu's relentless questioning, Feng Ming was filled with trepidation. Under normal circumstances, he would never confess to such matters, yet Lin Yu's piercing gaze had pierced his very heart like a blade. He resolved that he must incapacitate Lin Yu in the future, otherwise he could not swallow this humiliation. This insufferable youth had brought about his disgrace. As soon as his elder brother, a genuine 4th-tier alchemist, arrived, no matter the demands, the people of the Tianlan sect would acquiesce. He was determined to make Lin Yu pay dearly for this affront. I shall take my leave now, Feng Ming declared, feigning a desire to withdraw. Lin Cheng felt that this was highly inappropriate. Setting aside the fact that Feng Ming was still the chief alchemist, the Feng family was a prominent lineage. A renowned family of alchemists, such a powerful clan was not to be trifled with by the Tianlan sect. One had to provide Feng Ming with an avenue for retreat. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Young Master Lin, please show him mercy this time. He has already revealed the truth. Lin Yu was originally someone who would not relent in the face of reason, yet upon hearing Lin Chengming's words, his heart softened and he nodded slightly. Master Feng Ming, let us not rush to conclusions. We can discuss this matter further in the future. But would young Master Lin agree? Feng Ming felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he had lost the competition, and this was the only outcome. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed, causing the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. Their demeanor filled with profound respect. Feng Ming sensed something amiss. An overwhelming pressure enveloped him, and as he raised his gaze, His complexion turned ashen. Why did his brother have to appear at this very moment? "Brother, what brings you here?" Feng Ming asked in astonishment. Before him stood a man in his 50s, clad in a Taoist robe that exuded authority, with a few strands of white hair and a serious expression that instilled a sense of pressure upon those around him. His cultivation was undoubtedly formidable, especially as he was a fourth-tier alchemist. Lin Yu could feel the aura of alchemical energy emanating from this man, a testament to his extensive experience in concocting countless elixirs. The more potent the aura, the higher the alchemist's mastery. Lin Cheng was equally taken aback to find himself in the presence of such a prominent figure. He was Feng Ming's brother, Feng Chenglin, a fourth-tier alchemist and seemingly the vice-patriarch of the Feng family. Feng Chenglin bore an air of authority that outshone Feng Ming significantly. In terms of both alchemical skill and martial prowess, he appeared to be a true powerhouse. Lin Yu sensed an unusual aura emanating from this individual. Lin Cheng had not anticipated that Lin Yu's alchemical prowess would surpass even that of Feng Ming. With matters having escalated to this point, and now Feng Chenlin's arrival, the outcome remained uncertain. Although Lin Cheng held a deep respect for Feng Chenlin, Lin Yu was his son-in-law, and he felt compelled to stand up for him. Under normal circumstances, he would not have acted so impulsively. The atmosphere grew tense. Feng Chenlin's solemn demeanor intensified the pressure in the room, leading Lin Cheng to wonder if a confrontation was imminent. This Feng Chenlin appeared to be an enigma, deeply unfathomable. "Brother, you must ensure that my grievances are addressed." Feng Ming gritted his teeth and asserted. "Why did you provoke such a prodigy, Feng Ming?" Feng Ming was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the implications of his brother's words. "What do you mean, brother?" "My dear brother, you truly lack discernment. How could you not recognize such a genius?" Feng Chenlin shook his head in disappointment before turning to Lin Yu, bowing deeply in respect. Feng Ming was bewildered. How could his brother, a fourth-tier alchemist, display such deference? "You are utterly ignorant. Young Master Lin is a renowned weaponsmith, unmatched in appraisal techniques within the Tianan sect," Feng Chenlin continued, "and he is remarkably young. How can you claim he is not a genius?" Feng Ming was left speechless, unable to grasp the unfolding events, overwhelmed by a sense of astonishment. Is it possible that this young man, Lin Yu, possesses so many titles? Feng Ming could hardly believe that an 18-year-old could achieve such remarkable feats. It was truly extraordinary. "Young Master Lin, are you here to attend Feng Ming's lecture? He is rather informal, and his knowledge of medicinal concoctions may contain inaccuracies," Feng Chenlin remarked with a smile. Chapter 90. Not so excessive, not at all. We merely engaged in a contest of alchemical skills. Upon hearing this, Feng Chenlin's expression shifted dramatically, and he felt a surge of dissatisfaction towards his younger brother. "Feng Ming, you truly have some audacity. Not only are you bullying the younger, but you also resorted to concocting a returning essence pill?" Feng Chenlin scolded angrily. Feng Ming had resorted to unscrupulous methods to secure victory. "Are you not openly taking advantage of young Master Lin?" Lin Yu smiled gently. "Although he was concocting a rejuvenation pill, in the end, I emerged victorious." Feng Chenlin, upon hearing this, was taken aback, for outsiders could not possibly know the unique alchemical techniques of the Feng family. How could he possibly win? However, when Feng Chenlin beheld the pill, his astonishment deepened, for it was, in fact, a top-tier third-grade elixir. "Feng Ming, how could you lose under such circumstances?" Feng Chenlin inquired. "Yes, brother, I truly lost," Feng Ming replied, his face flushed with embarrassment, fearing that his standing within the family would diminish further after such a humiliating event. Feng Chenlin cast a puzzled glance at Lin Yu. A subtle fragrance of elixir emanated from him, something that certainly could not be possessed by an ordinary third-grade alchemist. Observing the pills crafted by the two, it became evident to Feng Chenlin that the disparity in alchemical skills between Lin Yu and Feng Ming was vast. Moreover, the exquisite nature of Lin Yu's elixir led Feng Chenlin to speculate. Could Lin Yu also be a fourth-grade alchemist? Lin Yu glanced at Feng Ming. His alchemical skills were indeed lacking, and there were numerous minor flaws in his technique. Lin Yu pointed out Feng Ming's shortcomings. Feng Chenlin hurriedly bowed and said, "My brother is indeed lacking in talent. Losing to a genius like you is his fortune. Didn't we agree that you would leave? Why do I still need to remind you?" Lin Yu remarked to Feng Ming. In that moment, Feng Ming felt utterly despondent. Is there still such a matter? Indeed. We wagered that whoever loses would have to leave this place. So why do you linger here? Hurry and depart, Feng Chenlin urged, gesturing towards the exit. Lin Cheng tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve, pleading, "Please, do not be so harsh. We will still need to meet the Feng family in the future. Enough. As long as you vanish from my sight, I harbor no further intentions," Lin Yu replied. Young Master Lin, you are too courteous. Feng Ming is indeed academically weak. Having lost to you in alchemy, he should accept his defeat graciously. One should practice leniency. I do not wish to escalate the situation unduly. Lin Yu considered Lin Cheng's perspective. Feng Chenglin observed Lin Yu, who had already become an exceptionally gifted weapon master and was now a fourth-tier alchemist. Such a prodigy surely stood out at Tianlan sect. Across the entire empire, one would be hard-pressed to find another individual like Lin Yu. He was simply extraordinary. Currently, Lin Yu had yet to fully develop his potential. Once he rose to prominence, the Feng family might very well seek to curry favor with him. Feng Chenglin had already perceived the boundless future that awaited this youth. Feng Ming could hardly fathom that Feng Chenglin would not come to his defense but instead support Lin Yu. He felt quite vexed. Yet, who could have known Lin Yu possessed such genius? Seeing that Lin Yu was merely an 18-year-old youth, Feng Ming had thought he could easily handle him. Had he known, he would have treated Lin Yu with more respect, perhaps even seeking to win him over. However, the sudden emergence of such a remarkable figure at Tianlan sect was indeed astonishing. You, young Master Lin, possess only a second-tier alchemist badge. Have you not undergone the assessment? You should promptly acquire a fourth-tier alchemist badge. Upon hearing him, Lin Yu chuckled softly. I aspire to improve, yet it seems there is little opportunity here. Moreover, it appears that the vicinity of Tianlan sect lacks such assessment venues. A fourth-grade alchemist requires a more advanced testing ground, Feng Chenglin remarked with a smile. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before deciding to take his leave, for there was nothing of significant importance remaining here. Young Master Lin, do not be so hasty to depart. We can have a thorough discussion, Feng Chenglin said enthusiastically. Oh, is there something else? Please, speak candidly. I wonder what plans you have for the future, young Master Lin. I believe obtaining the badge of a fourth-rank alchemist should be a priority, as it would greatly benefit you. I beg to differ. At my current age, wearing the badge of a fourth-rank alchemist would undoubtedly incite envy in countless individuals, and they would surely devise ways to harm me, which could lead to disaster, Lin Yu analyzed. Upon hearing this, Feng Chenglin regarded him with newfound respect. Were he to achieve the rank of fourth-rank alchemist, he would have long since taken the examination to obtain the badge. However, Lin Yu's clarity of thought regarding the potential consequences was remarkable. His calm demeanor was truly wise, and Feng Chenglin could not help but smile. Young Master Lin, your considerations are indeed thorough. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until my own strength is more formidable before taking the examination for the badge. Lin Yu and Feng Chenglin strolled along, engaging in conversation that drew the attention of many onlookers. How remarkable it is for someone like young Master Lin to walk alongside Master Feng. The Feng family is indeed a prestigious clan, evoking immense admiration. Observing Master Feng's demeanor, it seemed he had some request of Lin Yu. To be in the company of such an esteemed individual speaks volumes of one's noble status. The inner disciples regarded Lin Yu with envy. Lin Yu, let us share a cup of tea. I can offer significant assistance with your assessment, Feng Chenglin suggested. Oh, then I shall graciously accept, Lin Yu replied. However, I must return to my residence first, as there are numerous matters requiring my attention. Lin Cheng felt it inappropriate to remain longer. Uncle Ling, please take care, Lin Yu said politely. As Feng Chenglin and Lin Yu walked down a corridor, an elder approached, exclaiming, Ah, is that Master Feng? I never anticipated your presence at our Tianlan sect. It truly enhances our humble abode. The elder displayed utmost respect towards Feng Chenglin. Curiosity piqued. The elder wondered why such a distinguished figure was accompanied by a youth. Pray tell, who is this young man? Your direct disciple, perhaps? Oh, esteemed elder. You jest. I am hardly capable of taking on a true disciple, and this young gentleman is none other than the foremost genius of your Tianlan sect. I lack the ability to claim such a title. The elder appeared perplexed. He is young Master Lin, the prodigious weapons master who triumphed at the weapons conference. Surely, you must have heard of your own sect's genius? Ah, so it is young Master Lin. I have heard of your esteemed name, but have yet to behold your presence. Today is indeed fortunate, as I witness both Master Feng and young Master Lin together. The elder was exceedingly courteous. I have come to enjoy tea with young Master Lin today, Feng Chenglin stated. Indeed, the gathering of Talents Hall is dedicated to hosting distinguished guests. Please, do come in. The elder gestured invitingly. Bring forth the finest teas and pastries, he instructed. Young Master Lin, should you ever wish to assess your alchemist qualifications, I would be more than happy to provide you with a recommendation, Feng Chenglin offered. Thank you kindly. I shall see when I have the time, Lin Yu replied. I can also assist with your weapons master assessment. Feng Qinglin continued. It seems the Feng family holds a significant status, if such recommendations are so readily given. Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the Feng family possesses a certain standing within the empire. This is merely a small matter for me, Feng Qinglin replied, his mind brimming with questions for Lin Yu. He was intrigued by how Lin Yu had mastered 3 fields at such a young age, achieving remarkable success in each. Truly, Lin Yu embodied the future of the empire. He was destined to be a pillar of strength. May I inquire, young Master Lin, what level of alchemist certification do you aspire to pursue? The elder asked as he approached. Lin Yu produced his alchemist badge, which indicated that he was a second-tier alchemist. Oh, so it seems the assessment will be for third-tier alchemists, the Grand Elder remarked upon seeing it. During the next evaluation, I shall directly assess you as a 4th-tier alchemist. An assessment beyond one's rank? This is indeed a jest. The Grand Elder chuckled lightly, exclaiming, young Master Lin, surely you jest. Such occurrences are unheard of within the empire. However, Feng Qinglin perceived no issue with this. Lin Yu was not jesting. Considering his ability to refine a top-tier 3rd-grade elixir, the recovery pill, he felt confident in his capabilities. Thus, the examination for 4th-tier alchemist should not pose an insurmountable challenge for Lin Yu. Ah, young Master Lin, such matters are no laughing matter. You will understand in due time. Now, please, let us enjoy some tea. Lin Yu lifted his teacup and sipped, finding the tea refreshingly delightful. He tasted the pastry as well, which lingered on his palate with an exquisite aftertaste. Acquainting himself with the esteemed Feng Qinglin, Lin Yu believed this connection would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. Ah, young Master Lin, heroes emerge in their youth. Yet there is a matter that puzzles me, Feng Qinglin remarked. Pray, what is it you wish to convey? Lin Yu inquired. I have heard that you are betrothed to a woman from the Ling family. Is it not somewhat premature for young Master Lin to contemplate marriage at this stage? Feng Qinglin asked, his curiosity piqued. It seemed to Feng Qinglin that Lin Yu had hastily agreed to the union, perhaps in a moment of impulsivity. Although Ling Shui was indeed a beauty, such allure was fleeting. Given Lin Yu's current talents, it was evident that he would achieve even greater heights in the future, fully deserving of a union with a princess of the empire. Surely, that would be more advantageous for him. Feng Qinglin considered himself a potential matchmaker and felt compelled to offer counsel. This is a matter of my family. I cannot divulge further, Lin Yu declared with unwavering determination. Feng Qinglin understood well that a genius like Lin Yu would possess a strong will, and he refrained from pressing the issue further, recognizing the futility in doing so. Alas, young Master Lin, it is truly a pity. With your exceptional talents, marrying into a prominent family should pose no challenge at all. Lin Yu shook his head, appearing utterly indifferent. If he wished, Feng Qinglin could certainly recommend him, thus presenting him with a remarkable opportunity to ascend to great heights. However, it was evident that he had no interest whatsoever. Truly, he was a peculiar individual. Master Feng Qinglin, there are guests seeking an audience, a servant announced. I am not available, Feng Qinglin replied dismissively. The servant whispered something in his ear, causing Feng Qinglin's expression to shift slightly. Is that so? Then I shall make an appearance, he decided, striding into the outer chamber. Ah, it is Zhao Yu from the Zhao family. I wonder what brings you here. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's name, Lin Yu's countenance also changed. It had been quite a long time since their last encounter. He recalled that during their previous meeting, Zhao Yu seemed to harbor significant grievances against him, though he remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding it. Master Feng Qinglin, I implore you to assist in rescuing someone. We can discuss compensation later, but please, you must help. Zhao Yu's tone was filled with desperation. It was surprising to witness someone like Zhao Yu, who typically held herself in high esteem, now pleading for assistance. What kind of person could elicit such concern and urgency from her? Zhao Yu, I am currently preoccupied with many matters and cannot afford the time to assist you. Perhaps you should seek the aid of someone else, Feng Qinglin swiftly declined, as he needed to engage in a serious discussion with Lin Yu. At such a pivotal moment, how could he divert his attention to rescue someone for Zhao Yu? However, Master Feng Qinglin, if you do not intervene, it is unlikely anyone else will. You are the only 4th-grade alchemist in Tianlan's sect, Zhao Yu countered. That assertion is misguided. You may not be aware that there are other 4th-grade alchemists as well, Feng Qinglin refuted her claim. Zhao Yu felt a flicker of curiosity but had no time to delve into it now. I must ask you to leave, Zhao Yu. I truly do not have the time to assist you in rescuing anyone, he reiterated. Master Feng Qinglin, as a renowned alchemist, do you truly intend to stand by and watch someone perish? Zhao Yu pressed sharply. Miss Zhao Yu, such a statement diminishes the conversation. My reasons for not intervening are my own and cannot be divulged. Feng Chenglin fabricated a casual excuse. What has transpired? Lin Yu emerged from the inner chamber, and upon seeing Zhao Yu again, he noted her appearance had changed. She seemed worn and lacked her usual vigor. It was evident that she had not been resting well. Her complexion pale and dark circles under her eyes betraying her fatigue. Why is it you? Zhao Yu's anger resurfaced upon seeing Lin Yu. Why do you seem to harbor animosity towards me? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Humph, do not flatter yourself, Zhao Yu retorted with discontent. Ah, so you are acquainted. Zhao Yu, given your attitude towards young Master Lin, you are no longer my guest. I must insist that you take your leave. Feng Chenglin began to usher her out. No, Master Feng, she and I are good friends. We've merely had a slight disagreement. She means me no disrespect, Lin Yu quickly clarified. Zhao Yu appeared genuinely distressed, lacking the confidence she once exuded. Lin Yu found himself pondering over what trials she might have faced. Someone of her stature should not be encountering such setbacks. Oh, so she is your friend. In that case, Zhao Yu, please come in. Let us discuss your matters at leisure. Feng Qinglin's tone shifted unexpectedly, leaving Zhao Yu momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, he had claimed to be busy, yet his demeanor had changed so drastically. It soon dawned on Zhao Yu that this was all for Lin Yu's sake, which stirred a sense of reluctance within her. Had it not been for the urgency of her request, she would have departed long ago. Chapter 92. We are engaged. Lin Yu's talent is certainly appreciated by Feng Chenglin. Zhao Yu quickly discerned Feng Chenlin's intentions, realizing he was merely a person of power. Master Feng Chenglin is someone of great significance to me. He is nearing his limit and has entrusted you with the task of rescuing him, Zhao Yu said delicately. Lin Yu smiled and inquired, Master Feng Chenglin, such matters should pose no challenge for you, should they? It is merely a trifling task, and as a fourth-grade alchemist, it ought to be well within your capabilities. Very well, since you, young Master Lin, have said as much, Zhao Yu. Do enlighten us about the individual in question. Suddenly, Feng Qinglin's expression shifted dramatically as a thought struck him. Could it be someone from the Zhao family? Indeed, it is my brother, a member of the Zhao family. A member of the Zhao family? Miss Zhao Yu, do not hold it against me for my inability to assist. I am but a man of limited means. Why is it that you cannot save someone from the Zhao family? Lin Yu asked. Young Master Lin, you may not be aware, but the bloodline of the Zhao family is unique, harboring an exceptionally potent hidden power. Common fourth-grade elixirs cannot be indiscriminately administered. Not only would I be unable to save him, but I could potentially endanger your brother's life, Feng Chenglin replied, somewhat embarrassed. So, such circumstances exist? If a member of the Zhao family is injured, does that not spell certain doom? Lin Yu asked with curiosity. Only a high-ranking imperial alchemist might possess the skill to save a Zhao family member's life. The Zhao family is esteemed within the empire. I am utterly incapable of rendering assistance, Feng Chenglin said, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's complexion turned even paler, and she nearly fainted. If not for Lin Yu's timely support. Are you all right? Lin Yu expressed his concern and hastily produced a third-grade elixir for Zhao Yu to consume. Before long, her complexion improved significantly, and she appeared much better than before. Feng Chenglin observed in astonishment. Lin Yu's generosity was remarkable, offering a third-grade elixir so casually without a word of formality. Even Master Feng Chenglin would insist on reminding the recipient of their indebtedness, even for a second-grade elixir. Yet Lin Yu was entirely different, directly giving away a third-grade elixir with no strings attached. Feng Chenglin found himself wishing to sample several third-grade elixirs himself. Outside the Ju Sten residence, Ling Shui approached slowly, but her attendant hurried to intercept her. Miss, this place is not open to just anyone. I seek young Master Lin. After a moment of hesitation, the attendant acquiesced. Very well. Miss, please proceed inside. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and finally concluded, in that case, I might as well assist you. Zhao Yu initially intended to decline, but upon realizing that refusing would lead to her brother's demise, she found herself unable to reject Lin Yu's offer. Despite harboring considerable resentment towards him, she chose to endure it for the time being. If you help me save him, the Zhao family will be immensely grateful, Zhao Yu implored earnestly. Before Lin Yu could respond, Zhao Yu continued, assuring him that the compensation would undoubtedly meet his expectations, urging him to rest assured. The fact that she addressed him as young Master Lin revealed a certain distance in their relationship. There is no need for such formality, Lin Yu replied. I would like to inquire why you suddenly harbor such strong reservations against me. I have done nothing to wrong you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's exquisite countenance exuded an air of frosty displeasure, yet she chose to remain silent. If you prefer not to speak, that is quite all right. Allow me to assist you in rescuing others, Lin Yu proposed. Lin Yu had just finished speaking when he turned around and, coincidentally, caught sight of Ling Shui, leaving him momentarily stunned. The smile on Ling Shui's face gradually froze as she learned of Lin Yu's intentions to marry her, filling her heart with joy, which is why she hurried to find him. However, she did not expect Lin Yu to be on his way to assist another woman in rescuing someone. Ling Shui glanced at Zhao Yu, well aware of her reputation as a martial arts prodigy known for her challenges, realizing that she and Lin Yu were acquainted. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on Ling Shui's lips. She deliberately moved closer to Lin Yu, as if to proclaim that he belonged to her. Faced with such provocation, Zhao Yu felt powerless. Her pride had long since diminished, leaving her with no choice but to remain silent. Lin Yu has already chosen Ling Shui, and Zhao Yu, filled with anger and unwillingness, finds herself at a loss. It is perplexing why Lin Yu hastily decided to become betrothed to Ling Shui. Zhao Yu harbored a fondness for him, yet no one could have foreseen such rapid developments. Lin Yu, you have yet to introduce me to your friend. Ling Shui inquired with a hint of jealousy. This is Zhao Yu. Her brother is gravely injured and seeks my assistance, Lin Yu explained. Why would the esteemed fourth-tier alchemist Feng Qinglin need to go? It is rather puzzling, Ling Shui remarked, bewildered. Miss Ling, I find myself rather powerless in this situation, which is why I entrusted the matter to Lin Yu. Zhao Yu responded promptly, bowing her head. Her previous arrogance significantly diminished. Please do not misunderstand, Ling Shui. Zhao Yu and I are merely friends, Lin Yu clarified. This designation of friends pierced Zhao Yu like a needle, leaving her feeling even more desolate and dizzy. At a loss for words. I have long heard of your engagement. My heartfelt congratulations, Zhao Yu stated. Indeed, it will not be long before we are wed. We are simply in the process of selecting an auspicious date, Lin Yu replied. Zhao Yu nearly choked on her words. Nearly spitting blood from the frustration she struggled to contain, her emotions tumultuous. It dawned on Lin Yu that she appeared to be in distress. Feng Qinglin chuckled ruefully, observing Lin Yu's nonchalance, as two extraordinary beauties seemed ready to clash over him. It was indeed a sight to evoke envy. After all, Lin Yu was an extraordinary genius, a rarity in the empire. Setting aside Zhao Yu's unparalleled beauty, Ling Shui was equally captivating, each possessing a distinct charm. Yet both appeared deeply intrigued by Lin Yu. Very well, Ling Shui, perhaps it would be best for you to return for now. Absolutely not. I must see for myself. After all, we are betrothed, Ling Shui asserted with unwavering conviction. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Usually, Ling Shui was a gentle soul. Yet today she seemed transformed, and to his astonishment, she was even angry. It was truly perplexing. I insist on accompanying you, Ling Shui declared resolutely. It's all right. I sincerely hope that Master Lin will rescue my brother, Zhao Yu murmured softly. Lin Yu confidently declared, rest assured, I will surely rescue your brother. Ling Shui shot Zhao Yu a glare before walking outside. Ling Shui is truly stunning, Zhao Yu remarked nonchalantly. Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words in response. While Feng Qinglin cleared his throat, seemingly teasing Lin Yu, suggesting that even a genius like him found himself in a predicament. I never anticipated your relationship would progress so swiftly, becoming engaged in such a short span of time, and now on the brink of marriage. Chapter 93, Perception.